At the crossroads of the era, everyone felt a sense of unease, except for Liu Kang, for he possessed the ability to designate the items dropped by monsters. Whether it be from monsters or treasure chests, he could always acquire the rarest of treasures. Chapter 1. Is this too disruptive to balance? In early September, in the economic hub of the Great Xia Dynasty, Xianhai City, although night had fallen, Xianhai City was still ablaze with lights, its nightlife just beginning to burgeon. In a youth apartment on the outskirts of Xianhai City, Liu Kang sat on the edge of his bed, holding his phone, engaged in a conversation. "Hello, Mom. My salary has been deposited this month. I've transferred 5,000 to you." On the other end of the line came a weary yet caring voice. "I've told you countless times, keep your money for yourself, you'll manage here. This mess is one your father and I left behind. How can it fall on your shoulders?" Liu Kang's expression remained calm as he gazed out at the neon lights. "Without you, where would I be? Dad is no longer with us. I'm the pillar of this family. I will repay this money bit by bit. You are of such an age, how can I stand by and let you struggle alone?" A long silence followed on the other end, before a soft sigh filled with emotion broke it. "Alas, it is our fault for being inadequate. How can you blame yourselves? Who could have anticipated such a severe epidemic? Life is unpredictable, it is simply fate." Listening to Liu Kang's composed words, the voice fell silent once more. After a considerable time, it spoke again. "Take care of yourself over there. Remember to eat on time and dress warmly in this cold weather." As he listened to his mother's gentle admonishments, Liu Kang did not interrupt. Instead, he felt a warmth in his heart. After a lengthy exchange, the voice continued. "It's getting late. You should rest well. I won't disturb you any longer." "Okay, Mom. Please take care of yourself as well." "All right. I understand you may hang up now." "Sure." Liu Kang ended the call and placed the phone on the bedside, but he stared at the neon lights outside for a long time before finally reclining on his bed, letting out a slow breath. The changes of these past few years had left him, even after living two lives, somewhat exhausted. Originally, his parents had run a small company with decent income, and his life was blissful. However, 4 years ago, a sudden severe epidemic struck, leading to the company's bankruptcy and debts amounting to millions. His father, unable to endure such a blow, took his own life, leaving behind him and his mother, who was then a first-year university student. The tremendous shock turned his mother's hair gray overnight, and she appeared considerably worn. Yet she was stronger than his father and persevered. According to her, if your father is gone, and I were to leave as well, wouldn't that burden fall on you? How could I bear that? She worked multiple jobs every day, striving to repay the debts. Even though Liu Kang had urged her to rest earlier, he knew she would still work the night shift. He wished to alleviate his mother's burdens, yet felt entirely powerless. After graduating, he managed to secure a job with a salary of 9,000, which was considered commendable given the current employment difficulties faced by graduates. The living pressure in Xianhai City was considerable. He set aside 4,000 for essential expenses and transferred the remaining 5,000 to his mother, hoping to contribute his share. Reflecting on the exhaustion of these years, Liu Kang couldn't help but smile wryly. He had transmigrated into this world, yet he wondered if there were any other transmigrators who had fallen to such depths. Nonetheless, he had come to terms with it. Having faced death once, what was there to fear? Wasn't it merely a matter of debt? He would repay it gradually. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from the sky. "People of Yuanxing, the Cosmic server has been connected to you. The first batch of public test qualifications is now being distributed." Liu Kang was taken aback, sitting up to look out the window. A broadcast? Was someone playing a prank? A Cosmic server? If I were to bring forth the core of the multiverse, how would you respond? As Liu Kang found amusement in his plight, a sudden sharp pain shot through his left wrist. He quickly lowered his gaze. To his astonishment, a circle of intricate runes had appeared around his wrist. The runes glimmered with white light, encircling his wrist like a bracelet, before gradually fading into his skin. The earlier runes and white light felt as if they were a dream. Liu Kang was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He recalled the commanding voice, a chill creeping down his spine. Could what it said be true? Before he could ponder further, the commanding voice rang out again. "The first public test has a total of 20 million slots, all of which have been allocated. Test participants may enter the game at any time. Please check the specific rules yourself. People of Yuanxing, we hope you can break free from your home planet and contribute to the defense of the universe." Liu Kang no longer dismissed the voice as a prank. The content of the announcement sent his thoughts racing. He looked down at his wrist, and with a mere thought, the ring of runes reappeared. Was this the qualification for the public test? Did this ring of runes connect to the game? This game seemed extraordinary, capable of allowing humans to break free from Yuanxing and venture into the cosmos. It should be noted that Yuanxing's technology was already quite advanced, having developed only a manned space station, and it was still far from entering the universe. The notion of defending the universe felt absurd to Liu Kang. The universe was so vast, did it truly require their protection? How could they protect it? Liu Kang understood that an individual's limitations lay within their perspective and mindset as an ordinary human who had never even set foot in the cosmos. Grasping these concepts would likely be challenging. Yet surely, within this so-called game, answers could be found. Gazing at his ring of runes, Liu Kang focused his mind once more. Before him, a panel materialized. Name, Liu Kang. Race, galactic humanoid. Occupation, unselected. Level 1. Strength, 7. Endurance, 7. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 7. Skills, none. Soul talent. Designated drops garbled. You can see the drop list of monsters and specify items from the drop list. Rules. Click to view details. Enter game. Yes, no. The information on the panel appeared to be no different from that of a typical online game. However, upon seeing the soul talent section, his eyes widened in astonishment. Designated drops? What a cosmic joke is this? Before the upheaval at home, he had also played online games as a non-lucky player. The drop rates had always been a source of perpetual pain for him. But to designate dropped items, could this truly not be an administrator's privilege? This meant that as long as the items were on the monster drop list, he could secure them with certainty. After all, this was a game from the Cosmic server. Was such a talent truly feasible? Wouldn't this disrupt balance too much? Oh, the one disrupting balance is me, then it's of no concern. Gazing at the garbled text behind the designated drops, Liu Kang pondered thoughtfully that he believed he might grasp how this talent came to be. Perhaps it was due to his status as a transmigrator, with a soul that did not originally belong to this universe. Thus, when the Cosmic server established his character, this talent emerged as a result of a flaw based on his soul. What a fortuitous flaw! This game, which concerned the fate of the entire Yuanxing, was bound to be profitable. At that point, he could repay his debts, relieve his mother of her burdens, and lead a good life. His breath quickened. Do not rush. Do not rush. The specifics of this game remain uncertain. Let's first examine the rules. If there is no peril involved, we shall promptly immerse ourselves in the game. Chapter 2. Liu Kang sought to calm his tumultuous emotions as he clicked for details on the rules. Rules 1. The ratio of game time to real time is 2:1. 2. Any enhancements and equipment obtained within the game can be carried into reality. 3. Players may enter the game for up to 12 hours every 24 hours, with time freely allocated. Any unused time may be saved for future use. And players can also advance their available game time based on their level and attributes, currently set at 48 hours. 4. In-game currency is linked to reality. All financial institutions on Yuanxing are bound to the Cosmic Bank. 5. The real world has been invaded by demonic energy, resulting in random manifestations of creatures from the game. There exist hundreds of such rules, each one detonated in Liu Kang's mind like a nuclear explosion, conjuring visions of a mushroom cloud. If the rulebook's declarations hold true, then from the very moment the game commenced, Yuanxing would enter a new era. The entirety of human society would undoubtedly undergo cataclysmic transformation. Liu Kang glanced at his soul talent, unable to suppress his contemplations. With such a remarkable gift, should he not set his aspirations higher? Yet he dismissed the thought. Goals could be addressed later. He advanced into the game. A blinding white light enveloped him. In a state of mental disarray, he ascended higher and higher. Externally, his body appeared to be ensconced within a luminous sphere floating in the air. With a flash, Liu Kang found himself in an ancient plaza. The ground was crafted from bronze, surrounded by an infinite expanse of starry sky. Beams of light radiated from the celestial bodies, coalescing near the plaza to form a dazzling aurora. His attention was drawn to 5 statues positioned at the center of the square. To the far left stood a man clad in armor, wielding a massive sword. Beside him was another in leather armor, holding a longbow, followed by a figure in leather bearing twin daggers, and a robed individual with a staff, concluding with another in a robe, grasping a scepter. To Liu Kang's astonishment, he recognized the faces of all these men. They were his own. As he gazed upon the statues, information materialized before his eyes. Warrior, basic class. Archer, basic class. Assassin, basic class. Mage, basic class. Priest, basic class. Beneath this information, further details were provided. Liu Kang clicked to explore, discovering that these classes bore similarities to typical online games. Did the Cosmic Online game also feature these classes? He scratched his head, having anticipated the emergence of more formidable, unique classes. However, these were merely the foundational ones, suggesting the existence of distinct advanced classes as well. His thoughts raced, yet he quickly grew disinterested in overthinking. He had yet to engage with these elements. He would address them when the time came. Armed with his formidable soul talent, he felt assured that regardless of the class he chose, his ultimate achievements would be remarkable. Previously, He had always played as a warrior in online games. There was a saying he particularly cherished: heaven to the left, warriors to the right. He yearned for the unyielding fervor of a warrior charging into battle. Ah well, in truth, it was the warrior's resilience that made him less susceptible to demise. In his past gaming experiences, he had also dabbled in the fragile roles of mages and the like. Each time he inadvertently attracted too many foes, he met his untimely end. He was far better suited for the reckless, headstrong profession of a brawler. Thus, he chose the warrior class. The colossal bronze statue transformed into a radiant light. Merging seamlessly with him, he felt an enveloping warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring. A mechanical voice chimed, "Ding, you have become a warrior. Strength 2, endurance 2. His eyes sparkled. Was there truly such an advantage? No wonder he felt a slight surge in his strength. Before he could ponder further, the mechanical voice resonated again. Congratulations, player. It has been detected that you are a Yuanxing human, originating from a planet located in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. You will now be transported to the Orion Novice continent, where players may belong to the Yuanxing humans, the various star humans, the Simjanyan stone people, and the Blackwood tigers. May you fight valiantly as a Yuanxing human." Upon hearing this, he paused in bewilderment. Wait, he hadn't even chosen a name yet. He had envisioned a flamboyant and audacious moniker. The Proud One. Who can challenge me? Why was there no opportunity for a name change? And what of this novice continent? Wasn't it supposed to be a novice village? Furthermore, why were there other races? What did it mean to fight for the Yuanxing humans? Did it imply warfare? His mind was a whirlwind of questions. Yet, in the next instant, the plaza vanished, and he plummeted downward. Gazing at the endless auroras below, his heart skipped a beat. Was this truly the method of transportation? As he soared through the dazzling lights, he suddenly beheld an immensely vast continent. Towering peaks reached unfathomable heights. Colossal trees soared toward the heavens, and unending flames flickered. In the southern expanse of this continent, an endless black mist swirled, seemingly harboring boundless evil. Other regions, too, were the presence of this ominous mist. Instinctively, he felt a sense of terror and danger emanating from the darkness. He continued his descent, heading towards the sea on the right side of the continent. To his astonishment, he discovered countless islands scattered across the waters, densely packed like stars in the sky. As he fell, the islands grew larger before his eyes. He realized these were not mere islands, but colossal landmasses. Wait a moment. If these islands were so immense, how grand must the central continent be? He gasped, contributing significantly to global warming. His destination was one of these landmasses, which he presumed to be the Orion Novice continent mentioned by the system. As he neared the land, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, where's the parachute? Wouldn't he meet his end upon impact? Just as panic set in, a white light enveloped him. His body became weightless. When the light dissipated, he found himself standing in a plaza, surrounded by gasps of awe. Wow, is this the cosmic game? It feels astonishingly real. Nonsense. This phenomenon transcends mere science fiction. It is akin to theology, a divine creation of a game, undeniably real. Is there a group to join? Let's play together. The wise have already embarked on self-improvement. Liu Kong observed the surroundings, noticing players clad in gray garments, both men and women, the eldest appearing to be in their 50s or 60s, while the youngest might be merely 14 or 15. Upon glancing down, Liu Kong discovered he too was adorned in the same gray attire. Examining his attributes, he realized that the garments possessed no inherent qualities. Liu Kong. 6. In addition to the attire, he wielded a dilapidated iron sword, truly worn and marred with numerous chips. Rusted and barely functional, providing a meager damage enhancement of just 1 point. The novice's artifact is now in hand. Nevertheless, this game truly lives up to its cosmic server reputation. It mirrors the real world splendidly. Liu Kong touched his own body, surprised to find he even radiated warmth. His brow furrowed, a serious expression overtaking his features. Is there a harmony system in place? He quickly shook his head. Liu Kong would never coexist with gambling and vice. Liu Kong perused his status panel once more, discovering that upon transitioning to a warrior, he had acquired an additional skill. Heavy Strike. Level 1. Unleash a powerful attack, dealing 120 damage. A divine ability indeed. This is truly an invincible move. Liu Kong thought, seamlessly integrating himself into the player community as he exited the square. Chapter 3. Can this wretched game be played? Liu Kong noted the presence of numerous structures crafted from wood and stone within the village. The indigenous people were, of course, present. To Liu Kong's astonishment, these natives possessed silver-hued skin. The planet Yuanxing does not host such a race. Are they not human? Perhaps they hail from another planet? As for their intelligence, Liu Kong was doubtful. Given the bizarre nature of this cosmic game, it was conceivable that they possessed their own consciousness. Like many players, he endeavored to communicate with these silver-skinned beings. However, regardless of who approached or what was said, the natives appeared disinclined to engage. They merely glanced at the players before dismissing them entirely. One irate, burly man, unable to restrain himself, attempted to forcibly detain a native, only to find himself swiftly rendered into a mere mosaic by the native's hand. A hush fell over the crowd. Not only was it impossible to trigger quests, but even dialogue proved a challenge. Except for shopkeepers selling equipment and potions, no one exhibited any willingness to communicate with the players. Liu Kang also attempted to obtain quests from the shopkeepers, but upon revealing his lack of intent to purchase, their expressions soured, and they promptly expelled him. Others experienced similar frustrations, resulting in a complete lack of success. Liu Kang surmised that perhaps his reputation was insufficient or that he lacked the necessary prerequisites. He resolved to first engage in combat to level up. The village boasted 4 exits, oriented towards the east, south, west, and north. As an Easterner, Liu Kang naturally chose the eastern route. Upon reaching the eastern entrance of the village, Liu Kang beheld vast expanses of farmland stretching before him. In the fields, various crops are cultivated. Some are recognizable from the ground and sky, while others remain elusive. Amidst these fields, numerous large black rats scurry about. These rats are nearly the size of dogs, with crimson eyes and sharp teeth, exuding an intimidating presence. Many players are engaged in fierce combat with them, and the scene can only be described as utterly brutal. At the village entrance, players are shouting for assistance. Join the team to battle the mutated rats. We need someone to help. These rats are incredibly tough. A priest calls out for a group to tackle the mutated rats, urging private messages for party formation. Calmly, Liu Kang steps out of the village and casts a detection spell. Mutatatrat. Level 1, Health 100. Attack 5. Description: once an ordinary rat, it has been corrupted by dark energy, transforming into a frenzied, bloodthirsty, mutated rat. Dark energy? Suddenly, Liu Kang recalls the ominous black mist he had witnessed prior to his arrival in this land. He remembers that the rules mention the invasion of dark energy into reality, which could spawn monsters. Could this be the dark energy in question? Observing the terrifying visage of the mutated rat, Liu Kang muses to himself. This dark energy seems rather formidable. However, it holds little relevance to him at present, and he chooses not to dwell on it further. The focus now shifts. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Liu Kang eagerly opens the loot list for the large black rats. Let us see what treasures await. The list materializes before him. Items arrange from highest to lowest quality, with white items at the top followed by gray ones. After perusing the list, he notes around several dozen items. The gray items consist mainly of rat teeth, eyes, and fur. The white items, however, are more appealing, including several pieces of equipment, cloth armor, leather armor, and chainmail, along with one weapon. Rusted greatsword common. Attack 5, required level 1, drop rate 0.8. This attack power far surpasses that of the meager sword Liu Kang currently wields. Yet, this item has a drop rate of merely 0.8. Is this game even worth playing? In addition to this equipment, there are some miscellaneous white items. One item catches Liu Kang's eye. White small bag common. Increases storage space by 10 slots. Drop rate 0.09. Liu Kang is somewhat taken aback. This is indeed a valuable find. He had just noticed that his initial backpack holds only 20 slots, which is rather limited. However, aside from his default backpack, there are 4 additional slots available for equipping bags. The white small bag can occupy one of these slots. If he were to acquire 4 such bags, he could directly increase his storage capacity by 40 slots, significantly expanding his inventory. As for the drop rate, Liu Kang feels it unnecessary to elaborate. One can only wonder what caliber of luck would be required to obtain such a small bag in this flawed game. Liu Kang refrains from immediately selecting the dropped items and instead inspects the loot lists of other large black rats. He discovers that while the lists are largely similar, there are subtle variations among them. For instance, there are certain distinctions in the equipment. Moreover, more than half of the large black rats do not drop any items. Not only that, but Liu Kang has also discovered that the drop rate in this game is indeed quite absurd. Even for the items with the highest drop rate, the gray ones, the probability barely reaches 50. This implies that when one battles a creature, there exists a 50% chance of receiving nothing but experience points. Who can withstand such odds? Can I specify the drops? In that case, it's not an issue. Liu Kang also observed that perhaps due to the lower level of the large black rats, he can only designate one item to drop at a time. Initially, he had hoped to obtain multiple items in one go, only to realize he had overestimated the situation. After some contemplation, Liu Kang decided to first acquire a set of equipment, making it easier to defeat monsters. As for the backpack, that could wait. After all, many creatures possess such items. Liu Kang chose a large black rat and opted for a dilapidated great sword to drop. He then charged forth, wielding the small broken sword. Engaging in a fierce battle with the large black rat, he found the game astonishingly realistic. Not only did it convey a sense of physical pain, but the monsters could also evade attacks. Furthermore, the large black rat's biting was ferocious, causing Liu Kang to question his very existence. He possessed a total of only 90 health points, but fortunately, his attack power was somewhat superior to that of the large black rat. With a strength of 9, each point contributed an additional point of attack, plus the 1 point from the small broken sword, summing up to an overall attack of 10, almost double that of the large black rat. Even so, Liu Kang expended 70 health points before finally slaying the creature. The primary reason was that he had never fought before, and it was his first experience wielding a sword against an opponent. The large black rat, lacking any sense of honor in combat, evaded his strikes several times. However, he too managed to dodge a few attacks, rendering the exchanges somewhat even. As the large black rat perished, a white orb of light materialized, hovering above its lifeless body. This spectacle drew the attention of several nearby players. A white item dropped. Goodness, such fortune. Is this truly happening? I have actually witnessed a white item drop in my lifetime. They were well aware of how dismal the drop rates could be. Many had battled a dozen large black rats and only managed to acquire a few gray items, leading them to question their very existence. To unexpectedly witness someone obtain a white item evoked profound envy among them, with some even turning green with jealousy. This game directly reflected their prowess in real life. Were it not for the peace mode in the novice village, many would likely have rushed to seize the opportunity. Noticing the attention from the surrounding players, Liu Kang furrowed his brow slightly. Fortunately, the novice village operated under peace mode. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would be unable to fend off such a multitude of players vying for his spoils. However, based on his drop rates, by the time he exited the novice village, he would have soared to great heights and would not fear others. As for the reality, the rulebook stipulates that, to safeguard player privacy, player information is protected by the Cosmic server. Unless a player themselves reveals their identity in real life, it is virtually impossible to trace. With this in mind, what could Liu Kang possibly have to worry about? Chapter 4. Oh dear, there's a hack. Liu Kang picked up the white orb, which instantly transformed into a great sword and entered his backpack. Without hesitation, Liu Kang equipped the sword. This magnificent blade was somewhat larger than his previous worn-out sword, measuring approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters in length. Fortunately, his strength was adequate, allowing him to wield it effectively. As he sat down to rest under the envious gazes of others, he was acutely aware of his precarious health. Only 20 points remained. Should he dare to engage in monster combat, he would risk death. The rulebook made it clear that the penalties for dying were severe. A first death incurred a 1-hour ban from logging in, with subsequent deaths increasing the duration. This was particularly punishing in the early stages of the game. Soon enough, Liu Kang discovered yet another frustration of this game. The efficiency of monster fighting was dismally low. It was no wonder that players often formed teams. While he waited for his health to regenerate, the other players had long since turned their attention away from him, preoccupied with their own battles. Liu Kang casually sought out a monster to continue his designated drops. As a warrior, he was able to equip chainmail, which offered superior defense compared to leather and cloth armor. Naturally, he opted for the chainmail. He charged toward the large black rat, with a great sword equipped. His attack range expanded significantly, leaving the rat with little room to evade. Additionally, his attack power had increased. This time, he only lost 50 points of health before vanquishing the creature, which resulted in another white light orb appearing. Amidst the envious stares of nearby players, Liu Kang picked up the designated drop, a chainmail chest piece. Upon equipping it, his sense of security greatly increased. Before long, Liu Kang had collected a full set of armor, including the chest piece, gauntlets, leggings, boots, belt, and wrist guards. Clad entirely in white chainmail, his armor rating rose by 23 points. However, Liu Kang was somewhat bewildered. He had initially thought that his current armor would render him impervious to the magical rat's attacks. Yet, when one of those large black rats bit him, he still lost 2 points of health. It appeared that the damage reduction mechanics worked differently than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At least he was now losing significantly less health, and his efficiency in monster hunting had surged remarkably. With each creature he defeated, he typically lost no more than 20 points of health. His fighting efficiency rivaled that of a small 3-person team, and he alone reaped all the experience. Each monster he defeated yielded a white item, leaving the surrounding players in a state of confusion. Who on earth was this person? He had consistently dropped several white items in a row. Someone retorted, "What do you mean consistently? I've been watching him since earlier. He drops white items every single time." The crowd was filled with questions. Holy cow, is there a cheat? This game is unplayable. There's definitely a cheat. In an instant, some players were consumed with frustration. Despite their strenuous efforts, they dropped nothing, while he seemed to accumulate an abundance of items. Was it simply a matter of luck? Was this a case of extraordinary fortune? Many gazes turned green with envy, yet they found themselves powerless to change their circumstances. Forced to watch as Liu Kang continued to acquire equipment. At that moment, someone seemed to have an epiphany, their expression shifting slightly. I have heard whispers that some players possess a soul talent, and with such a high drop rate, could it be that luck is intertwined with this talent? Upon hearing this, many were struck with a sudden realization. It might indeed be possible. It is said that very few are endowed with such a talent, particularly one that enhances drop rates. Why does fortune seem to favor him so? At that moment, a clever-looking young man approached Liu Kang, his face adorned with a broad smile, exuding an air of flattery. "Brother, how about we form a party? You can take a larger share of the experience, and I would only ask for a piece of equipment. My demands are modest. Just a single white gear will suffice." The others, witnessing this, quickly chimed in. "Big brother, look at me. I'm a mage, and my damage output is exceptional. I'll settle for a third of the experience. Let me join you." "Brother, I'll take a quarter. I'm a mage too." The earlier mage who had shouted in excitement was immediately infuriated. If looks could kill, he would have sliced the one who dared to bargain. "Big brother, could you take your little sister along? I can meet you in real life." "Brother, I'm 36. I'm gentle, understanding, and not clingy. Will you take me with you?" Nearby, men and women alike clamored for Liu Kang's attention, setting aside the matter of camaraderie. The prospect of acquiring even a single piece of equipment was enticing, as it could significantly bolster their combat capabilities. This game had tangible effects on reality, and most would not let such an opportunity slip by. Faced with the fervent players, Liu Kang felt somewhat overwhelmed, especially upon glancing at a few of the women who were quite attractive. These enchantresses, are they trying to sway my resolve? Moreover, meeting in real life would mean exposing my personal information entirely. Unless I can ensure my safety, I won't divulge my details. Struggling to break free from the throng, Liu Kang shouted, "Everyone, please calm down. If I have extra equipment, I will set up a stall in the square to sell it." With that, he ignored the crowd and moved aside to continue battling monsters. For the time being, he was not inclined to form a party. Given his current gear, the efficiency of solo play was nearly on par with that of group play. Seeing that Liu Kang had no intention of teaming up, the crowd felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon hearing that there may be equipment for sale, many became invigorated with thoughts of potential wealth. With enough money, they could acquire gear. This excitement spurred them on as they fought monsters, knowing that the gray items they collected could be sold at the village shop for coin, perhaps allowing them to purchase equipment. The game's leveling difficulty was considerable. Even with Liu Kang's efficiency, it took him over 3 hours to reach level 2. Upon leveling up, all 4 attributes increased by 1 point, and he received an additional 2 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated both points to strength. With his equipment already sufficient and his defense solid, what he lacked was offensive power. Higher attack strength would significantly enhance his efficiency against monsters. During this time, Liu Kang defeated 4 small packs, expanding his inventory considerably. Nevertheless, due to the plethora of dropped equipment and items, his backpack quickly reached capacity. He resolved to head to the square to sell off some items and clear space in his inventory. Upon arriving at the square, Liu Kang quickly observed a plethora of individuals setting up stalls. A cursory glance revealed that most were peddling equipment, predominantly of gray quality, with the white variety being a rare sight. While gray quality gear offered no attribute enhancements, its defensive capabilities were half compared to that of white gear. One piece might be manageable, but collectively, the deficiency becomes significant. To consider such equipment priced at 5 silver coins was utterly astonishing to Liu Kang. This bewilderment was amplified by the fact that the Universal Server had established a connection with the Blue Star financial institutions, enabling players to engage in transactions involving gold coins on the trading platform without fear of detection. With a player base exceeding 20 million, many affluent individuals were amassing gold coins, driving the exchange rate to 1 copper coin equating to 1 Blue Star coin. Consequently, 1 silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins, translating to the worth of 100 Blue Star coins. The notion that a piece of gray-level equipment could command a price of 500 was preposterous. However, understanding that this game could significantly impact humanity's future, Lu Kang pondered the situation and deemed it reasonable. He proceeded to extract his equipment and listed each piece at 6 silver coins. Moreover, with 6 small bags at his disposal, Lu Kang decided to sell them all for 10 silver coins. Though this price may seem undervalued relative to the intrinsic worth of the equipment and bags, for Lu Kang, time was of the essence. These items could be easily acquired again, and selling them promptly would allow him to clear his inventory and resume his quest for leveling up. Like other players in the square, Lu Kang began to call out, "White equipment, 10 slot bags for wholesale. Unbeatable prices, act fast." His proclamation caught the attention of surrounding players. "What? White equipment? Bags? What are bags?" The crowd buzzed with excitement, drawing closer to inspect. Upon witnessing the array of equipment and bags displayed by Lu Kang, many were left in disbelief. Is this real? So much white equipment? Dozens of pieces? What does white equipment even signify? Look at those small bags. They augment bag space by 10 slots. This is nothing short of miraculous. How could such items exist? Aren't the mutated rats supposed to only drop gray materials? What are these? As the crowd murmured in astonishment, a tall, handsome, middle-aged man approached, clad in a tattered robe adorned with patches, presumably gray cloth armor. He exuded a formidable presence despite his disheveled appearance. His gaze swept over the items on the stall, revealing a flicker of shock in his eyes. Raising his eyes to meet Lu Kang's, he remarked with a smile, "Young man, what extraordinary luck you possess to have amassed such an array of equipment." Lu Kang replied with a chuckle, "Are you interested in purchasing?" Noticing Lu Kang's nonchalance in response to his probing, the middle-aged man chose not to pursue the matter further. As a merchant, he possessed sufficient acumen. Given the game's potential influence on the future, it was evident that this young man, at this pivotal moment, was destined for greatness. Such individuals must either cultivate friendships or eliminate threats with a single decisive strike. As a businessman, he is driven by profit, and fostering relationships undoubtedly serves him better. With an abundance of allies, myriad opportunities arise. He smiled and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Kang, chairman of Tianyue Group." Lu Kang's introduction elicited a palpable shift in the expressions of those around him, igniting a flurry of murmurs. Tianyue Group. Isn't that one of the top 10 corporations in the nation? It ranks among the top 30 in the world. The realization dawned. He was indeed Lu Kang. No wonder he seemed familiar. I'd seen him in the news. Astonishingly, Lu Kang is a public beta tester, a significant revelation. Lu Kang felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Lu Kang's self-introduction. A valuable client had arrived. Surely, a person of his stature would not be financially constrained? After all, he believed that there were still individuals willing to trade coins directly through gaming platforms. Lu Kang smiled and said, so, this is Chairman Lu. I am Lu Kang. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lu Kang responded with warmth, "You flatter me, my friend. I'm a bit older than you, so I shall call you Brother Lu. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Kang. What do you say?" Lu Kang was momentarily taken aback by Lu Kang's overture. When did he become someone capable of drawing a connection with the chairman of a globally esteemed corporation? At his workplace, even their modest company's owner treated employees with disdain, as if they were mere cattle. In that moment, Lu Kang felt an entirely new reality unfolding before him. Naturally, he reciprocated Lu Kang's gesture with enthusiasm, smiling as he nodded, "Brother Kang." "Excellent." Lu Kang beamed, feeling a surprising thrill at this newfound camaraderie with Lu Kang, which he considered more valuable than discovering any equipment. He remarked, "I will take all these items. But Brother Lu, your prices seem a tad low. Why not raise them a bit? Otherwise, I might feel uneasy." The crowd fell into a stunned silence, caught off guard by Lu Kang's audacity. They had never witnessed someone negotiating prices upward. It was utterly absurd. Even Lu Kang felt a twinge of confusion. Such a substantial quantity of goods surely wasn't cheap. How could this newly acquainted Brother Kang expect him to increase the price? What fortune had he accrued through the trading platform? Lu Kang chuckled softly. "Let us settle on this price. One must uphold integrity. How can we alter a clearly marked price?" Upon hearing this, Lu Kang raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward Lu Kang softening. "The essence of commerce lies in sincerity." "You speak wisely, Brother Lu." Lu Kang smiled. "Shall we proceed with the transaction?" Just then, a voice interrupted. "Wait." Lu Kang frowned slightly at the disruption, his dissatisfaction evident. He turned to see a tall, imposing young man approaching. The youth sported a buzz cut, exuding an air of decisiveness with every movement. Lu Kang, accustomed to encountering countless individuals, felt a flicker of surprise. A military figure? The buzz-cut young man approached Lu Kang and Lu Kang directly. He saluted the two individuals, saying, "Good day, Mr. Lu. Good day, Mr. Lu. I am Wang Bing, the captain of the 7th team of the 3rd Corps of the Suanio Army. Suanio Army? Lu Chang furrowed his brow. I have never heard of such a corps within the Daxia military. Wang Bing flashed a smile. It is understandable that Mr. Lu has not heard of it. This is a newly formed army composed of military testers, specifically for the Cosmic game. Named after the myth of the Suanio rising from the ashes, its purpose is to ensure Daxia undergoes a similar rebirth and transformation in this era of gaming. Upon hearing this, both Lu Kong and Lu Chang, along with the players nearby, displayed subtle changes in their expressions. Lu Chang smiled in understanding. With His Majesty's remarkable vision, how could he possibly be oblivious to the path ahead? Lu Kong internally agreed. This world differed from his previous one. Daxia was an imperial power, ruled by the royal Xia family for over 3,000 years. Each generation of the Xia family had produced outstanding figures who led Daxia further along its path. Presently, Daxia stood alongside the Baron Empire as one of the 2 great powers of the world, enjoying a high international status. Citizens of Daxia, no matter where they roamed, received respect and preferential treatment. Every citizen of Daxia could take pride in this legacy, achieved through the exceptional leadership of successive Xia emperors and the might of the Daxia military. The emergence of the Suanio army was, therefore, entirely reasonable. What surprised everyone was that even military personnel were now present. Among the crowd were individuals of considerable wealth, yet upon seeing Lu Chang, they abandoned any hopes of conducting business. After all, they had no chance of competing with Lu Chang in terms of wealth. However, the military was a different matter. It represented the entirety of Daxia. Whispers filled the air as people speculated about the implications of military involvement, sensing that a significant shift was on the horizon. Indeed, times had changed, and with the military's intervention, it seemed inevitable that reality would also undergo transformation. As the murmurs continued, Lu Chang and Lu Kong turned their attention to Wang Bing. Captain Wang, what brings you here? Lu Chang inquired with a smile. Wang Bing replied, Mr. Lu, our 7th team also requires equipment upgrades. Would it be possible for you to allocate some resources to us? Rest assured, we will not shortchange you in compensation. Lu Chang sighed inwardly, realizing this request had been anticipated. However, he understood the necessity of the military's needs during these extraordinary times. If he were to refuse, it could lead to complications with higher authorities. On a positive note, the Lu family also had officials, and accommodating Wang Bing could be beneficial for them. With thoughts racing through his mind, he soon reached a decision. Of course, that is not an issue. The spirit of the Daxia military exists to serve the people of Daxia. If you grow stronger, you will be better equipped to protect Daxia in this era. As a citizen of Daxia, it is my duty to assist. Wang Bing felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Had Lu Chang been unwilling, given the Lu family status, he would have been at a loss. Fortunately, Lu Chang proved to be a commendable individual. Gratefully, he responded, in that case, thank you, Mr. Lu. However, I must emphasize that I cannot make this decision unilaterally. You should consult with Brother Lu regarding this matter. Lu Chang waved his hand, indicating that he did not wish to overshadow others. Wang Bing swiftly turned to Lu Kong, his face alight with anticipation. Brother Lu, what do you think? Lu Kong chuckled softly, of course, no problem. I too am a citizen of the great Xia and wish for its continued prosperity. May the spirit of the great Xia military remain eternal. Chapter 6. The Lu Sisters. Lu Kong held a favorable opinion of the great Xia military, for he too was a part of it. Given his dealings in equipment, he naturally leaned towards supporting the military of Great Xia. Wang Bing felt a surge of gratitude and saluted Lu Kong and Lu Chang. Thank you both. Lu Chang spoke up. In that case, I shall take 2 sets of cloth armor and 1 set of leather armor. The rest can be left to Captain Wang. He then explained with a jovial smile. Both my daughters have entered the game. Otherwise, a single set of cloth armor would suffice for me. The onlookers were left bewildered. 3 public testers in 1 family? What kind of divine luck is this? Is everyone now a fortunate soul? Wang Bing's lips twitched as he remarked, if our military had the same good fortune as Mr. Lu and his daughters, it would be splendid. The vast Great Xia military had only 30,000 public testers, and naturally, the Xianyao army was limited to the same number. In Wang Bing's view, 30,000 was simply insufficient. Ideally, there would be an additional 300,000. Subsequently, the 3 completed their transaction. Lu Chang, being affluent, required no further mention, and the military of Great Xia was certainly not impoverished. The exchange proceeded smoothly, totaling exactly 40 pieces of white equipment, amounting to 240 silver coins. As for the 6 small bags, Lu Chang and Wang Bing each took 3, netting an additional 60 silver coins. In total, they amassed 300 silver coins, equivalent to 3 gold. Calculating at the current exchange rate, that amounted to 30,000 yuan. Lu Kang felt somewhat surreal. 30,000. He had toiled and strained for over 3 months just to earn that amount. Now, he had acquired it in merely a few hours. This was merely the beginning. Once he secured better equipment, he could earn even more. It wouldn't be long before he could repay his parents' debts. At that point, his mother could finally rest. Lu Kang let out a slight sigh. Since his father's passing, the weight pressing on his heart had been immense. Now, he felt that the boulder on his chest was gradually lifting. After the transaction, Wang Bing regarded Lu Kang, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Brother Lu, might you be interested in joining the military? Lu Kang was taken aback, then shook his head. I'm sorry, Captain Wang. I'm accustomed to a leisurely life. The military's regulations are too constraining for me. Joining the military would necessitate divulging information. And despite his respect for the great Siam military, Lu Kang could not gamble with his safety. He resolved to strengthen himself first, so that he might one day confidently reveal his identity. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing sighed. He had merely extended an invitation with a hopeful heart. He was not at all surprised by Lu Kang's refusal. After all, given Lu Kang's capabilities, he could thrive splendidly without joining the military. However, the words that followed from Lu Kang brought joy to Wang Bing. Although I will not join the military in the future, should there be suitable equipment, I will prioritize considering you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing was instantly exhilarated. Thank you, I said. Lu brother, you cannot solely cater to the military. I too require equipment. Lu Chang interjected with a smile. In truth, Lu Chang even contemplated establishing a guild, necessitating considerable gear. Rest assured, Brother Chang, I will not forget you. Lu Kang chuckled. Subsequently, the three added each other as friends and bid their farewells. After Lu Kang departed, his private messages incessantly chimed. Big shot, could you possibly take me along? Big shot, grant me some equipment. After all, you have plenty and wouldn't miss a few pieces, right? There were even messages from women that were shockingly explicit, revealing their measurements and even inquiring about their virginity status. This led Lu Kang to ponder if photos could be sent in the game. Would these individuals dare to share their private images? As a typical man, Lu Kang certainly appreciated beauty. However, given the pressing time, he resolved to first focus on self-improvement and attend to such matters later. Ultimately, Lu Kang grew weary of the incessant private messages and set his account to reject messages from strangers. The world around him suddenly felt serene. In a forest, 2 young maidens were leveling up. One was clad in tattered leather armor, her snow-white arms and thighs exposed to the air, her tall and curvaceous figure breathtaking. She wielded a longbow, her gaze sharp, hitting the eyes of a distant pitch-black wild boar with each arrow. The other wore a ragged robe, holding a staff. She exuded a tranquil gentleness, and with a flourish of her staff, a golden light arrow shot forth, striking the wild boar. Remarkably, the 2 maidens bore identical faces. Both exquisitely beautiful, yet their expressions differed. One was mischievous, while the other was sweetly gentle. The archer was named Lu Yuexin, and the maiden with the staff was Lu Yuexin. At that moment, Lu Yuexin paused her staff-wielding motion, glancing at her private messages. Without Lu Yuexin's support, Lu Yuexin, who was grappling with the enchanted wild boar, felt a surge of pressure. She cried out repeatedly, "Wow! Lu Yuexin, what are you doing? I'm going to die." The enchanted wild boar, having sustained heavy blows, wailed and collapsed. Lu Yuexin smiled somewhat sheepishly. "I'm sorry, sister. It's a message from Dad. He said he bought us a complete set of equipment, including weapons." She added, "All white equipment, by the way." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuexin's eyes sparkled. Wow, did the old man go robbing? How could he acquire so much white equipment? Indeed, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yuexin were extraordinarily fortunate, both having activated their soul talents. And they were in the same village. As they teamed up to level up, their efficiency soared. However, having slain numerous monsters, Lu Yuexin was well aware of how challenging it was to obtain equipment. Thus, it was easy to imagine Lu Yuexin's astonishment at the prospect of an entire set of gear prepared by Lu Chang. Lu Yuexin, well aware of her younger sister's temperament, smiled gently and said, "Do you not know what kind of person our father is? How could he possibly resort to thievery? I heard he purchased it from a young man who claimed to possess remarkable fortune, having obtained all the equipment himself." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuexin was utterly bewildered. Did this person really acquire several sets of white equipment on his own? Incredible. Is such luck even plausible? Lu Yuexin lightly tapped Lu Yuexin's head with her staff, admonishing her, "No foul language. As for the specifics, I'm also unclear. However, Father has already sent the equipment to us via email, and it seems there are also 2 small bags for increasing storage space. Each of us will receive one." Lu Yuexin was left in a state of confusion, filled with questions. Do monsters drop such items? She found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend her father's remarks regarding the young man's extraordinary luck, and she was taken aback. Chapter 7. Approaching the billionaire after selling the equipment, Liu Kang withdrew 1 gold coin from the trading platform, equating to 10,000 Daxia coins. He intended to retain the remaining funds within the game. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood, he thought, as he recognized the necessity of swiftly leveling up by defeating monsters, thereby enhancing his efficiency to acquire more equipment and earn greater wealth. His strategy was to purchase healing potions and consume them while battling monsters. Though monsters also dropped healing potions, their value paled in comparison to that of equipment. Naturally, Liu Kang opted for designated equipment and small bags as drops, which he would sell before purchasing potions from the apothecary. The apothecary was situated on the eastern side of the novice village, a modest establishment with merely a counter. Behind the counter stood the shopkeeper, a mature woman with silver skin and a ponytail, possessing an above-average appearance. Surrounding the counter were several players, attempting various methods to see if they could acquire quests. Liu Kang chuckled inwardly, recognizing that these individuals likely had just entered the game. The native inhabitants were notoriously aloof, showing no interest in engaging with outsiders. One young man approached the shopkeeper, his expression pitiful, tears streaming down his face. "Madam, you bear a striking resemblance to my late mother." Before he could finish his sentence, the shopkeeper swiftly slapped him across the face. With a resounding crack, the young man spun through the air, crashing out of the apothecary and landing awkwardly on the ground outside. His body convulsed a few times before dissipating into a wisp of white light, meeting an untimely demise. What on earth is this game? It can kill players? The remaining players were rendered speechless, contemplating their exit from the apothecary. This is too dangerous. Just then, they witnessed a handsome young man approaching the shopkeeper, none other than Liu Kang. A young girl nearby, sensing his familiarity, kindly warned, "Young man, you might want to reconsider. This shopkeeper is lethal." Liu Kang paused, smiling at the girl. "It's all right." The others, witnessing this, decided to halt their departure. They were eager to observe the unfolding drama. Is this fellow fearless? This game is unlike any other online game. I suspect these might be real individuals, perhaps even extraterrestrial beings, exhibiting a high degree of autonomy. I suppose that is the case, as their skin is a silvery hue, entirely unlike that of us, the inhabitants of Yuan Star. If this young lad were to incite the boss's ire, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. While the crowd observed with bated breath, Liu Kang had already approached the boss. Unperturbed, he wore a devilishly charming smile reminiscent of a domineering CEO, slamming 2 gold coins onto the counter. "Boss, I wish to purchase some potions." The atmosphere in the apothecary fell into a hushed silence. Several players gazed at the 2 gold coins he had placed before the boss, a question mark slowly materializing in their minds. The expression on the boss's face transformed at a visible pace. Her previously cold demeanor melted into a sweet smile. "Oh my, handsome young man, what potions do you wish to buy? How many?" The players, witnessing this sudden change, had their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. "What? Is it possible to be treated like this?" one exclaimed. But there were players who purchased potions before. Why did the boss not change her expression then? "You don't understand at all. Look at the amount he has laid down, 2 gold coins. That's a staggering sum." A middle-aged man nearly shouted, his eyes reddening as he beheld the coins. 2 gold coins equate to a full 20,000. The girl who had previously spoken widened her eyes in awe, murmuring, "Could it be that this is the legendary power of wealth?" They exchanged glances, feeling the oppressive weight of financial disparity. Was the allure of money so irresistible, even to the natives? Their hearts felt as though they had been pierced by an arrow, the pain almost unbearable. Liu Kang chuckled softly. "I would like to purchase 200 bottles of healing potions." The apothecary in the novice village only sold the most basic of potions, including healing elixirs. With these potions, Liu Kang could rest easy regarding his sustainability in the game. After all, he seldom utilized skills. His regular damage output was high, and he was not particularly reliant on mana. He could simply proceed by slashing away. The only drawback was the steep price. At a cost of 80 copper coins each, an expense unaffordable for the average player. However, with 2 gold coins at his disposal, Liu Kang had no qualms about the expenditure. For the sake of efficiency, he decided to purchase 200 bottles, totaling 1 gold and 60 silver coins. This supply would last him quite a while. Upon hearing Liu Kang's request, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile growing even sweeter. "All right, such a generous young man," she exclaimed, deftly counting out 200 bottles of healing potions along with 40 silver coins, placing them on the counter. In his inventory, each type of potion occupied 1 slot for every 100 bottles, thus requiring 2 slots for a total of 200. Liu Kang collected the healing potions and silver coins. Smiling as he asked, "Boss, may I inquire a few questions, given my substantial purchase?" At this, the players nearby held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment at the apparent shift in the boss's demeanor towards Liu Kang. They could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, it seems that wealth commands respect. Yes, even this aloof native has softened considerably. However, we are fortunate to bask in the glow of this gentleman's fortune, allowing us a glimpse into the game's secrets. After all, since the Universe Online game released its public beta qualifications, it has remained shrouded in silence, with even the official website absent. All that is known is that this game has a connection to reality, yet the specifics are a mystery to everyone on Yuansheng. Now, they can finally glean some information. Liu Kang nodded and smiled, saying, "Boss, allow me to pose my first question. Who are you? Data or real people?" Upon hearing this, the pharmacy owner cast a somewhat peculiar glance at Liu Kang, a half-smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "What do you think?" "Half right, half right." Both Liu Kang and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Not only Liu Kang, but others also speculated that the indigenous people of this village might be extraterrestrials. However, it seems that may not be the case after all. "Then who are you?" Liu Kang pressed again. "Us? We are merely a wisp of wandering souls." The pharmacy owner replied with a hint of self-deprecation in her smile. Chapter 8. 2 Opinions, 1 Advice. A wisp of wandering souls? What does that mean? Liu Kang furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the pharmacy owner's words. He hesitated and asked, "Did these indigenous people perish?" She chuckled. "When you enter the cosmic game, you must have received a warning from the universe server, right? The demonic energy will invade reality." Liu Kang nodded. "Yes, indeed." The pharmacy owner continued, "We experience the same thing. Once the demonic energy appears, it only multiplies. The monsters that emerge in reality grow increasingly stronger. If those monsters cannot be repelled, what do you think will transpire?" The atmosphere in the pharmacy suddenly became profoundly silent. Whether it was Liu Kang or the other players, they held their breath at that moment. They had already envisioned that scenario. When the monsters cannot be resisted, there is only one future: annihilation. It seems you understand the consequences. Indeed, our planet was devoured by demonic energy. We were fortunate. Although our physical bodies were destroyed, our souls were sheltered by the universe server, and we ultimately became the indigenous inhabitants here. Liu Kang never anticipated that the pharmacy owner's answer would be such. For a moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. However, having lived 2 lives, he quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath. Initially, his sole aim was to earn money to repay his parents' debts and provide a better life for his mother. Now, it appears he must strive to become stronger. Only by gaining sufficient strength can he protect himself and his loved ones when the demonic energy invades. Liu Kang secretly resolved to strengthen himself and then sought to ask more questions. Yet he found himself utterly in the dark about this world, momentarily at a loss for what to inquire. After some contemplation, he smiled and asked, "Boss, we should all be humanoid, right? We can be considered of the same race. Could you offer me some advice? What should I do next?" The pharmacy owner looked at Liu Kang with surprise and smiled. "You're quite impressive, young man, very clever." She recognized that the people of Yuansheng had little understanding of the world, and even less about the demonic energy. Before him stood the inhabitants of Yuans, acutely aware of their deficiencies, directly soliciting her counsel, a strategy undoubtedly marked by wisdom. The apothecary proprietor chuckled softly. "In truth, your tasks are few. Since I find you agreeable, allow me to offer you 2 pieces of advice. Firstly, strive to reach level 10 with haste. At this juncture, you'll be able to undergo advancement. When faced with the challenges of ascension, endeavor to select the most formidable trials available. By doing so, your prowess will surpass that of the average individual post-advancement." Liu Kang nodded, etching the matter of ascension into his memory. The second piece of counsel, intrinsically linked to the first, pertained to the current state of the Orion Novice continent, which harbored 4 cosmic races. Given the finite resources of the land, it is imperative for you to enhance the strength of your race to safeguard your planet. This necessitates the contest for resources. Once players of a race ascend to the first tier, their race will issue a second public testing qualification, allowing more players of that race to enter the game. Consequently, this will bestow a significant advantage in the forthcoming struggle for resources among the 4 races. The apothecary paused thoughtfully before stating solemnly, "Remember, the incursion of demonic energy into reality demands the concerted effort of all members of a race to stand a chance against it. Throughout my years in this game, I have witnessed numerous races diminish in strength due to internal strife, ultimately succumbing to the consuming darkness of demonic energy. I hope the Yuan's inhabitants do not follow this well-trodden path. Lu Kang nodded contemplatively, fully aware of humanity's inherent flaws. Internal discord is an ever-present specter. However, he found himself powerless to alter this reality for now. He would address it once his strength was formidable enough. His current capabilities allowed him to provide the Dacia military and some upper echelons with equipment, thereby ensuring the realm possesses a modicum of strength to resist future incursions of demonic energy. Well, those are the two pieces of advice, which ultimately converge into one: prioritize leveling up. And one last piece of counsel. Accomplishing certain feats within the game will yield special rewards. You are likely a paragon of your race, and your innate talents may be exceptional. Thus, you may have the potential to achieve significant milestones and unlock your fullest abilities. Strive diligently. Do not wait until your planet is consumed by demonic energy to lament your inaction. Upon hearing the apothecary's words, Lu Kang felt an immense weight settle upon his shoulders. With a grave expression, he nodded. Thank you for your guidance. I shall heed your words. He then smiled, adding, Well then, I must be off to tend to my duties. I shall return to support your business another time. Oh, by the way, do you have any tasks for me? The apothecary cast a sidelong glance at Lu Kang and replied with a cold smirk. At your current strength, you would be unable to complete any task I might assign. Lu Kang felt a twinge of indignation. After all, he was a guest in this establishment, yet he received such dismissive treatment. With a resigned smile, he replied, Very well, I shall return when I am stronger. With that, he turned and departed. As he passed a few players who were momentarily stunned, Lu Kang hesitated before speaking. You all heard what I just said, did you not? Those two pieces of advice and the final counsel can be shared with others. This way, the players of Yuan's will feel the necessary pressure to strive for improvement. It is only through pressure that we can find motivation. A few players appeared to awaken from their stupor, gazing at Lu Kang with newfound respect in their eyes. Even the most knowledgeable pharmacy owner has remarked that Lu Kang is a remarkable figure among their kind. Such a person undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary future. Moreover, he generously allows them to listen to game information here. This very demeanor earns their respect. A middle-aged player, with a serious expression, nodded and said, Very well, esteemed brother. We shall spread the word. Lu Kang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to depart. On his way, Lu Kang contemplated the pharmacy owner's words and privately messaged Wang Bing and Lu Chan. Both of them hold positions of stature in reality, especially Wang Bing. Should he report this, the Emperor of the Xia would surely take heed of his formidable talents. As for their reactions, Lu Kang could not concern himself with them. He needed to continue his quest for advancement, setting a modest target for himself, to level up to 10 as swiftly as possible. Following that, he aimed to achieve the highest rank in his class transition. In the Grand Hall of the Great Xia Palace, within the Divine Martial Hall, Emperor Xia sat upon his throne, gazing down at the silent ministers, his expression serene, yet infused with an unimaginable authority. They awaited news regarding the game. At the very moment the Cosmic game was announced for public testing, the Emperor commanded the compilation of all military personnel granted access, thus establishing the Xianbird Army. This force promptly entered the game, driven by two primary objectives: to enhance their strength within the game and to procure every piece of information available. From the instant the Xianbird Army entered the game, the Emperor summoned all officials to court. They gathered in the Divine Martial Hall, eagerly anticipating news from the game, ready to analyze it alongside the Emperor and formulate corresponding strategies. As the clock ticked on, 2 hours had elapsed in reality, equating to 4 hours in the game. Approaching midnight, the Emperor led by example. Despite their fatigue, the ministers dared not voice a complaint. At that moment, a tall man burst into the hall. Your Majesty, the Xianbird Army has transmitted the latest intelligence. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's spirits surged. Present it. Chapter 9. The era has changed. The information was handed to the Emperor by a servant, who opened it and read it word for word with utmost seriousness. Upon finishing, the Emperor clenched the document tightly, his brow furrowing slowly. A pin-drop silence enveloped the Divine Martial Hall. The ministers exchanged glances, not daring to make a sound at the sight of the Emperor's frown. At that juncture, the Emperor passed the document to a nearby servant. Read it aloud. The servant cleared his throat, prepared to recite the contents. However, upon glimpsing the information, his eyes widened in astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. The Emperor furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at the servant. The information was precisely what Lu Kang had obtained from the pharmacy owner, encompassing the owner's origins, as well as the advice and counsel he provided. The ministers listened, their breaths quickening, gasps echoing throughout the hall. When the servant concluded reading, the Divine Martial Hall fell into silence once more. The Emperor spoke calmly. My esteemed ministers, What insights do you have regarding this intelligence? He called upon Nangongju, the elderly man standing at the forefront. Though advanced in age, his eyes remained clear and bright, devoid of any murkiness, as pure as that of an infant. The individual before us is indeed the Prime Minister of the Great Xia. He stepped forward, clasping his hands together, and addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, if this news holds any truth, our previous measures may prove woefully inadequate. Henceforth, both governmental functions and education must undergo significant reforms. However, I have a lingering doubt. Could this news truly be authentic? It seems far too astonishing. The Emperor of Xia turned his gaze toward the man who had delivered the intelligence. Wang Yi, you were the one who brought this information forth. Please elaborate. Wang Yi approached, his countenance grave. This information originates from my son, Wang Bing. He encountered an exceptionally formidable player in the novice village, who reportedly possesses an extraordinary drop rate, having acquired dozens of white-quality items in just a few hours. What? This cannot be true. To obtain dozens of white-quality items in mere hours? What nonsense is this? Before Wang Yi could finish, the courtiers erupted in disbelief. They had spent considerable time in the divine martial hall, although they had not entered the game. The information relayed to them had provided them with a certain understanding of the game's drop rates. The notion of acquiring dozens of items in such a short span was in stark contrast to their knowledge. Even the Emperor furrowed his brow, unable to fully accept the claim. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at the other ministers and slowly commanded, silence. The multitude of courtiers fell quiet. The Emperor then directed his attention back to Wang Yi. Continue. Wang Yi maintained his composure. I understand that my esteemed colleagues may be skeptical. To be candid, I too harbored doubts initially. However, I am well acquainted with my son's character. He would not err in reporting such a momentous matter. That player appears to possess a soul talent that enhances luck, thus accounting for such an elevated drop rate. Upon hearing this, many courtiers seemed to grasp the situation, yet their brows knitted in contemplation. The concept of luck, being so intangible, was not readily accepted by those present. However, the notion of soul talents was familiar to them, known to be utterly inexplicable. Wang Yi continued, my son reported that this player acquired this information through some means from a potion shop owner among the indigenous people. In my estimation, the veracity of this intelligence should correlate with the indigenous people's attitude towards us. Nevertheless, based on our prior intelligence, this report should indeed be credible. As Wang Yi concluded, a profound silence enveloped the assembly once more, the air in the divine martial hall thick with tension. The Emperor finally spoke. Let us prepare for all contingencies. We shall assume this information to be true. In light of this, Nangongju, what alterations do you propose we undertake next? Nangongju paused for a moment before responding. If this is indeed the case, I recommend the establishment of an official department to address the invasion of demonic energy, ideally inviting players from the common populace to participate. This initiative would facilitate the management of players while preventing potential ambition-driven individuals among the empowered commoners from inciting social unrest. Furthermore, if the intelligence is accurate, the significance of this game far surpasses our expectations. We should initiate educational reforms, introducing game-related courses starting from elementary school, and simultaneously encourage the common people to familiarize themselves with relevant game intelligence. This way, when the second public test arrives, the citizens of Great Xia can seize the initiative. The Emperor of Xia nodded and continued, esteemed ministers, please feel free to express any opinions you may have. The numerous officials immediately began to speak, each contributing their thoughts. The Emperor listened intently, his expression as tranquil as still water, yet an unintentional aura of authority emanated from him, chilling as a prison shadow. Wu Yi promptly established the Player Management Bureau to gather player information. Our approach towards the players should be conciliatory, inviting them to join the official ranks. For those unwilling to join, mere registration will suffice. Furthermore, any players committing crimes must be apprehended immediately and face severe penalties as a deterrent. Understood. Wang Yi. Notify all military districts to enhance their defenses. Should any monsters appear, they must be dealt with promptly. Any monsters within the city can be handled in cooperation with the players from the Player Management Bureau. Yes. The Emperor issued commands methodically and engaged in discussions with the ministers regarding various contingencies to address unforeseen circumstances. Once everything was arranged, he gently rubbed his forehead. Deep in thought, he turned to Wang Yi and inquired, is it possible to locate the player who obtained this intelligence? They had attempted this when the game first descended. As long as players concealed their identities in reality, even population information surveys could not reveal their details. It was as if this individual's existence had been entirely erased from the world. The emperor sighed softly and nodded, I understand. Even he felt a sense of helplessness. Lamenting, truly, this is the universe's game. Your Majesty, you appear fatigued. Perhaps you should rest? The attendants and ministers looked at the weary emperor with concern. After a moment of hesitation, the emperor replied, Very well, let's take an hour's respite. Those with duties should see to them. The assembly nodded in agreement. The emperor then rose and departed. Upon leaving the divine martial hall, he made his way to a palace heavily guarded at that moment. Upon his arrival, the leading soldier promptly bowed. Your Majesty. The emperor nodded and entered. Inside a chamber of the palace, a remarkably beautiful young girl was enveloped in a white light. Floating above her bed, a luminous rune adorned her snow-white left wrist. Beside her sat an equally beautiful mature woman, watching the girl with a hint of worry. As the emperor entered, the woman stood to greet him. Your Majesty, how is Yennefer? She has not awakened since entering that so-called game. There is a protective barrier around her, preventing me from reaching her. Upon hearing this, the emperor nodded slightly. The woman expressed her concerns. If only Yennefer had allowed the soldiers to try entering the game first, it would have been much safer for her. We know nothing about this purported game. It is far too perilous. The emperor gazed deeply at Xia Yin, speaking slowly. You do not understand. He clasped his hands behind his back and turned to gaze out at the stars. Does Yennefer not comprehend the danger? Yet, the rulebook of this game indicates that our great Xia, with a legacy spanning over 3 millennia, has encountered its greatest calamity. The era has changed. Hua and Yennefer are the soul testers for the Xia family, tirelessly striving for us, the people of great Xia. Has the era truly changed? Hua Fei, Yennefer's mother, pondered in confusion. Indeed, the times have shifted. The Emperor of Xia maintained a serene expression, yet his gaze flickered with uncertainty. Nevertheless, despite the changing times, the principle of power remains unaltered. Yennefer understands this better than you do. Yan-ea. Hua Fei gazed at the stunning young girl lying on the bed, her face etched with worry and a complex expression. The Emperor clenched his fists. As the sovereign of Great Xia, he found himself without a testing quota. Amidst the turbulent tides of this era, he questioned whether he could still lead Great Xia further. He was uncertain if he could once again shield the people of Great Xia from the storms of fate. With a slight exhale of frustration, he turned his gaze to Xia Yin, murmuring, when you awaken, the 30,000 Xian Bird Legion shall be your mightiest support. Chapter 10, Green Equipment. After the supplies were replenished, Liu Kong ventured out of the village once more. This time, his target was no longer the corrupted mice in the fields. As a level 2 expert, the level 1 diminutive black rat could no longer satisfy Liu Kong's thirst for battle. His intense desire for combat urged him to seek stronger opponents. Thus, he made his way toward the forest behind the fields. Within the forest, numerous wild dogs roamed. These wild dogs were roughly the size of Samoyeds, entirely black, with crimson eyes and teeth as sharp as blades. Corrupted wild dog, level 2 health, 120 attack, 7 description. Originally a common wild dog, it has been corrupted by demonic energy, transforming into a frenzied, bloodthirsty, corrupted wild dog. Upon seeing the wild dog's information, Liu Kong couldn't help but grin. Indeed, as a level 2 monster, it far surpassed the level 1 black rat. However, it was still manageable for Liu Kong. With his current equipment and an ample supply of health potions, he could easily overcome it. If not, he might as well find a piece of tofu to throw himself against. Liu Kong did not charge in directly, but, as customary, opened the loot list. The items dropped by the corrupted wild dog were similarly white and gray. Liu Kong set his sights on the weapon listed. Rusted Great Sword Common. Attack 6. Required level 2. Drop rate 0.8. Compared to the level 1 Rusted Great Sword, this one boasted an additional point of attack, making it worth the exchange. Let the battle commence. Liu Kong took a deep breath and charged forward. The corrupted wild dog's attacks were slightly stronger than those of the corrupted mice, dealing 4 points of damage per hit. However, Liu Kong's own attack power had significantly increased. In just a few strikes, he felled the corrupted wild dogs. He lost only a little over 20 points of health in the process. After dispatching a group of corrupted wild dogs and upgrading all his equipment, his defense improved. Each hit now reduced his health by only 2 points, enhancing his sustainability. Armed with the great sword, he resembled a god of war, slaughtering his way through the pack of wild dogs. However, the aggro range of the corrupted wild dogs was broader than that of the corrupted mice. A moment's carelessness could provoke 2 or 3 wild dogs to attack simultaneously. One day, Liu Kong inadvertently attracted 3 monsters, which nearly led to his demise. Fortunately, the cooldown on his health potion had finished. Otherwise, he would have likely suffered an initial defeat. The penalty for death is a 1-hour gameplay suspension. which would severely hinder his progress. This realization left Liu Kang in a cold sweat. After that incident, he became considerably more cautious, carefully engaging one monster at a time. The number of players in the enchanted wild dog area was rather sparse. Witnessing Liu Kang soloing with such remarkable efficiency left them all dumbfounded. Goodness, who is that extraordinary individual? His efficiency in defeating monsters rivals that of our trio. Of course, just look at how frequently he consumes health potions. And he is fully equipped. A middle-aged man, his face etched with the lines of experience, muttered incredulously about the price of health potions. 80 copper coins. How can he afford such extravagance? Is this how the wealthy play games? The middle-aged man felt a pang of envy. Wait, is that what you're focusing on? Shouldn't we be amazed that he consistently loots white items? A young woman couldn't help but interject. The others soon grasped the situation. Indeed, why does he always obtain loot, and why are they all white items? A thoughtful youth from a nearby team remarked. I heard tales of an extraordinary player in our novice village, who always loots items from monsters, and they are guaranteed to be white. I was skeptical at first, but now it's clear it must be him. Guaranteed loot, and always white? This is utterly absurd. It's as if absurdity itself has come knocking. The crowd fell into a state of disbelief upon hearing the youth's words. Why is there such a vast disparity between individuals? As the crowd remained in shock, Liu Kang suddenly halted. He gazed at an enchanted wild wolf before him, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The first item on the wolf's loot table was astonishingly green. Wild dog leather armor, excellent. Leather armor, defense 15, agility 1, required level 2. Drop rate 0.004. A level 2 leather armor, boasting 15 points of defense. It rivaled the level 2 chainmail he currently wore. This was truly remarkable. Furthermore, it provided an additional point of agility, making it a veritable early-game treasure for agility-based classes. As for the drop rate, others might not see such an item even after years of gameplay. Liu Kang grinned and promptly designated the wild dog leather armor as his target. He then charged forward with his great sword, anxious that someone might snatch it away. With a few swift strikes, he vanquished the enchanted wild dog, and a green orb of light began to rise slowly. Players nearby, witnessing the luminous green orb, widened their eyes in astonishment, silence enveloping the air momentarily. In the next instant, a young man leaped up, his eyes glistening with excitement. Goodness, it's green. It's truly green. The others quickly reacted, all rushing toward him. Brother, check the attributes. Check the attributes. Brother, is it for sale? I could buy it outright. In cash. As a high-end player, they did not directly seek assistance like other players. Instead, they preferred to first examine the attributes, with some inquiring whether it was for sale. Liu Kang, observing the eager faces around him, did not hide the information. He revealed the attributes of the wild dog leather armor. Upon reading the attributes, the crowd fell silent. In the next moment, a girl clad in leather spoke wistfully. Why can't this wretched game allow for looting? Liu Kang. He gazed at the girl, bemused. Your thoughts are somewhat perilous. The others nearby could only manage wry smiles. To be honest, I felt a twinge of desire to seize it as well. Its attributes are exceptional. My gray leather armor only adds 7 points of defense, which is less than half of what this offers, and it even grants an additional point of agility. I am utterly distressed. Brother, just name your price. How much? A middle-aged man looked at Liu Kang. Liu Kang shook his head. I do not engage in cash transactions. Only gold coins. It would be absurd to use cash, as it would require a bank card. That would compromise my information, and the server would not safeguard my privacy. He wasn't particularly strong yet. It was wiser to remain low-key in reality. In the game, one could directly exchange gold for money on the trading platform. So why complicate matters further? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man appeared disappointed. He had read the rulebook and understood he could not persuade Liu Kang. What a pity. We do not possess that much gold. Then it's settled, Liu Kang shrugged. Regardless of whether they genuinely lacked the gold or harbored ulterior motives in reality, he remained unconcerned. As long as he did not reveal any weaknesses, he was fine. One should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against others. As for selling the equipment, Liu Kang certainly intended to sell it. After all, he was a warrior, and agility offered him little benefit. As for defense, his current chainmail was not inferior to the leather armor. Selling it for money was undoubtedly the best option. He opened a private chat and invited Liu Chang and Wang Bing into a chat room. Liu Chang and Wang Bing almost instantly agreed. Before the two could speak, Liu Kang promptly shared the information regarding the wild dog leather armor. Liu Chang, Wang Bing. Chapter 11, The Terror of a Daughter's Slave. Both simultaneously typed a series of question marks. Liu Kang grinned. This was the reaction he sought. He chuckled. Who wants it? Lu Chong. Little brother, give it to me. I want it. Just name your price in gold. Wang Bing. Lu brother, I want it too. Just tell me how much. Lu Chong. Wang Bing. I want to let you have this leather armor. My daughter needs it. Joking aside, his little daughter was indeed a leather armor class. Such a fine piece of equipment should be reserved for his precious girl. Lu Chong was prepared to compete financially, and he feared no monetary contest. Wang Bing, Lu Dong. If that is the case, then we are no longer brothers today. Let us bid. Lu Chong, 2 gold. The chat room fell into silence. After a moment, Wang Bing slowly typed a question mark. Wang Bing, wait, Lu Chong, what do you mean? A mere 2,000 for a tattered green piece of equipment? What do you mean by that? Wang Bing, can we not engage in such inflated pricing? Although the attributes of this wild dog leather armor are commendable, it remains a mere level 2 equipment. In Wang Bing's perspective, several thousand would suffice. The sudden offer of 20,000 from Lu Chong left Wang Bing utterly bewildered. Indeed, the funds of their Xianyao army are ample, yet they have 30,000 brothers in dire need. Such expenditure is simply untenable. Not only was Wang Bing taken aback, but even Lu Kong, who was silently observing, found himself momentarily flabbergasted. In his mind, only exclamations of disbelief reverberated. Truly, the wealthy are incomprehensible. Oh, he earned that money? Then it's of no concern. Lu Chong, Captain Wang, we are rivals now. Let us not get sidetracked. 2 gold, are you in? Wang Bing. I'd rather not. Lu Chong, if it's something my daughter can use, I would procure it even if it were the moon from the heavens. Let alone a mere green piece of equipment. Arrogantly puffing on a cigarette. Wang Bing. He was rendered speechless. Lu Kong could not help but scoff. The devotion of a doting father is indeed formidable. Lu Chong. Brother Lu, what do you say? Lu Chong. Just send it to me. I'll cover the shipping costs. Lu Kong. Brother Chong, you're magnanimous. Brother Chong, you're impressive. Lu Chong. Grinning widely. Lu Kong. Very well then. I must attend to other matters. Lu Chong. Off you go. Wang Bing. I'm out of here. Just as Lu Kong completed the transaction, a middle-aged man nearby hesitated for a moment before speaking. Brother, we've discussed it. 40 silver. That's our highest offer. What do you think? Lu Kong. His expression turned peculiar as he replied. It has already been sold. Huh? The middle-aged man and his companions were momentarily taken aback, disappointment evident on their faces. No wonder he was silent earlier. He was privately selling his goods? The middle-aged man, now curious, inquired. I didn't expect it to sell so quickly. For how much? 2 gold. The crowd's expressions froze, a question mark slowly materializing in their minds. Ignoring the bewildered players around him, Lu Kong resumed his monster hunting journey. As time passed, more and more players ascended to level 2, and the forest became increasingly populated. Although the experience required for leveling up to level 2 was slightly higher, Lu Kong, armed with a plethora of healing potions, found his leveling efficiency surpassed that of before. He swiftly achieved level 3. After all, his inventory was bursting. Even with 60 slots available, it was untenable to accommodate the loot dropped by every monster. Among the spoils were 13 small bags, the remainder consisting entirely of level 2 white equipment. Wait, what did you say? How much equipment did you acquire? Wang Bing stared at Lu Kong's message, his mind swirling with questions. Lu Chong, similarly, was left dumbfounded, both men in disbelief. How long has it been? You've gathered an entire backpack of items. On a prairie to the north of the village, several squads were engaged in monster hunting. These individuals were well-trained and exhibited remarkable coordination, even managing the entire operation without verbal communication. The ferocious mutated beasts fell before them, as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Ordinary players, upon witnessing their prowess, chose to steer clear. This was the 7th squad of the 3rd Legion of the Xianyao army, and among them was Wang Bing. He is a warrior clad in armor, wielding a sword and shield. Suddenly, he halts, his expression transforming into one of peculiar intensity. The members of the squad nearby are momentarily taken aback. Captain, what is the matter? Is something wrong? They are well aware of their leader's character. He is not the type to be distracted during battle. What could have caused such a lapse? Wang Bing swiftly steps aside, opting to communicate with Lu Kong via voice chat. On Lu Kong's end, both he and Lu Chong initiate a conversation. Observing this, Lu Kong promptly creates a small chat room, and once the 3 enter, they engage in dialogue. Wang Bing's eager voice resonates. Brother Lu, is what you said earlier true? Did you really lose over 40 pieces of equipment? Lu Kong chuckles. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? Lu Chong, equally astonished, interjects. And 13 backpacks? Lu Kong nods affirmatively. Yes, everything I mentioned is genuine. A moment of silence envelopes the chat room before Wang Bing speaks again. Brother Lu, considering this equipment, Why not sell it all to our Xian Yao army? Hey. Wang Bing, don't go too far. What do you mean sell it all to you? What about me? Lu Chang immediately expresses his discontent. He is not easily swayed. Just because you're struggling, does that mean I should suffer too? What kind of talk is that? Last time, I'll let you have most of the gear. Don't say I'm heartless. I believe asking for half this time is not unreasonable. Wang Bing furrows his brow. Wait, brother, why do you need so much equipment? This is level 2 gear. It's not like it's level 1. I need to equip both my daughters as well. Lu Chang stands his ground, though he refrains from disclosing his true intentions. He plans to use the equipment he exchanges to form his own team, providing them with salaries and a share of experience to expedite his leveling. In fact, Lu Chang has even contemplated recruiting beta testers to establish a gaming division within the Tianyue group. He understands that he is not alone in this ambition. All major corporations globally are likely pursuing similar strategies. This is the tide of the times. If they do not seize the opportunity, the Tianyue group may find itself left behind. Thus, he yearns for more equipment to build a superior team. Lu Chang is grateful to know Lu Kong. With him around, he is confident that his team will be well equipped. With the right gear, their progress in the game will surely flourish. In time, the Tianyue group might even reap substantial benefits from this venture, potentially advancing in global corporate rankings. Reflecting on this, Lu Chang feels a surge of excitement. The Tianyue group is his passion, and he naturally desires its continued prosperity. Chapter 12. This advantage is mine. Meanwhile, Wang Bing furrows his brow. He recognizes that Lu Chang is making a legitimate request. He also knows that Lu Chang would not part with the gear he has discarded. Wang Bing is fully aware of Lu Chang's motives. However, he finds himself lacking a valid reason to refuse. Wang Bing's expression shifted, and he let out a slight sigh. Since Brother Lu has said so, let us proceed accordingly. We shall receive a larger share of the backpacks this time. That is acceptable. At that moment, Lu Kong, who had remained silent until now, smiled and interjected, there is no need for you to rush. I still have to level up later, and there will be more equipment available then. Captain Wang, your team will be well equipped. Hearing this, Wang Bing's eyes lit up, and his previously gloomy demeanor vanished in an instant. Indeed, in such a short time, Lu Kong had already acquired so much equipment. Just how much would there be by then? The thought was almost too grand to contemplate. Surely, equipping the mere 100 members of their 7th squad would be a trivial matter. Wang Bing quickly responded, Brother Lu, if you hold me in regard, please call me Brother Wang. From this point on, your matters are my concerns, and should anyone dare to confront you in the game, I shall lead the team to support you. Upon hearing Wang Bing's promise, Lu Kong immediately beamed with joy. Wang Bing was no ordinary person. He was a member of the Great Xia army, representing the military. With such a statement, few would dare to provoke him. This is the advantage of connections. Lu Kong grinned. Then I shall not be courteous, Brother Wang. So, when shall we conduct the trade? Lu Kong glanced at the village entrance and spoke. Wang Bing promptly replied, I will dispatch someone to meet you right away. Lu Chang also chimed in, I will send someone as well. Since we're at it, let us trade the green leather armor together. Wang Bing raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lu Chang had discreetly gathered some manpower. However, neither Lu Kong nor Wang Bing was astonished. Tianyue Group was quite affluent, and the lure of wealth is something that most cannot resist. Very well. Let us gather at the village entrance. Agreed. The three concluded their conversation. Wang Bing surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted a strikingly beautiful woman with a ponytail. His eyes brightened, and he waved, Su, come here. Jiang Su, upon hearing his call, jogged over and saluted respectfully. Captain, is there something you need? Hearing this, Jiang Su paused, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Captain, do you mean that Lu Kong has acquired more equipment? She felt a surge of strength upon realizing she would receive a piece of it. She was aware that this equipment was procured from a player named Lu Kong. She anticipated that Lu Kong would acquire more so swiftly. Their Team S equipment would undoubtedly improve further. Indeed, there will be more. Wang Bing replied with a smile. He cleared his throat and continued, We must establish a good relationship with Lu Kong. Our future equipment may depend on him. Jiang Su did not grasp the full implication and confidently thumped her chest. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation and will not offend him. Then you may go. Jiang Su turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something. I don't know what Lu Kong looks like. He is at the East Village entrance. The young, handsome man with the finest equipment is him. Wang Bing described Lu Kong's features. Oh, Jiang Su nodded and turned it apart. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Bing murmured to himself, Ah, Brother Lu, do not hold it against me for employing the charms of a fair maiden. After all, these pieces of equipment are simply irresistible. He could hardly believe that a robust young man could withstand the soft words of a beautiful woman. In this instance, the advantage lay with him, Wang Bing. Before long, he beheld a strikingly beautiful, long-haired woman approach him. She smiled and inquired, "Good day, are you Mr. Lu Kong?" Lu Kong was taken aback, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, I am. And you are?" "I am Li Mu, sent by Director Lu to facilitate the transaction." "Please hold on. I must verify this." Given the substantial sum involved in the transaction, Lu Kong could not afford to be careless. "Of course," Li Mu replied with a smile. Lu Kong engaged in a private conversation with Lu Chong and quickly confirmed that she was indeed sent by Lu Chong. He grinned and said, "Everything is in order. Shall we proceed with the transaction, Mr. Lu?" "Very well. Brother Chong is trading 2 sets of cloth armor, 1 set of leather armor, and the previously agreed upon green leather armor, correct?" "Indeed," Li Mu nodded. Although Lu Chong had informed her beforehand, she still felt a thrill upon confirming the existence of the green equipment. 20,000. A single piece of green armor commanded such a price. Li Mu discreetly glanced at Lu Kong, who stood over 6 feet tall, exceptionally handsome and formidable, with a strong connection to Director Lu. She could not help but swallow hard. This man was truly extraordinary. "All right. Oh, splendid." Li Mu's face radiated at sweetness. As the transaction commenced, Lu Kong meticulously placed each piece of equipment on the table, while Li Mu presented the prepared funds. "Please check if everything is in order." "No need. Your relationship with Director Lu assures me that everything is fine," Li Mu replied with a smile. In truth, she had already counted the items during the transaction, confirming that all was indeed well. "By the way, Mr. Lu, Director Lu mentioned that I shall be responsible for future transactions. Let us become friends." Earlier, Li Mu had intended to add Lu Kong as a friend, but the system had indicated that he rejected requests from strangers. Thus, she could only address him directly. "Very well," Lu Kong nodded, accepting her friend request. At that moment, a woman with a ponytail, possessing both beauty and a hint of gallantry, approached. She did not acknowledge Li Mu, but instead addressed Lu Kong, asking, "Good day, are you Mr. Lu Kong?" Lu Kong nodded, "I am." The woman immediately stood at attention and saluted, "I am Jiang Su of the 3rd Legion, 7th Team, here to report for equipment trade." Lu Kong suddenly realized she was a soldier, which explained her serious demeanor. Li Mu, standing nearby, could not help but think, although the woman was attractive, she bore a masculine air. How could that be alluring? Then she observed Lu Kong beaming with joy as he greeted Jiang Su. Li Mu was taken aback. He smiled so brightly even when addressing her. "So, Mr. Lu prefers this type?" She made a mental note to try and emulate that charm. Lu Kong proceeded to confirm with Wang Bing, and upon ensuring everything was satisfactory, he completed the transaction, exchanging the remaining equipment and a small bag with Jiang Su. Regarding the transaction records of both parties, Lu Kong separately sent them to Lu Chong and Wang Bing. After all, it is a transaction, and it is better to be cautious. Following the trade, Jiang Su also proposed adding each other as friends, to which Lu Kong readily agreed. "In that case, I shall not disturb you any further, Mr. Lu," Jiang Su stated decisively. Lu Kong nodded with a smile. "All right, you go ahead with your tasks. Should you require anything, Mr. Lu may reach out to our 7th Team. We will certainly assist our friends with utmost dedication." Jiang Su replied with a smile. Lu Kong returned the smile. As he watched Jiang Su depart, Li Mu hastily said, "Then I shall take my leave as well. Goodbye, Mr. Lu." Lu Kong bid farewell to Li Mu with a smile. After their departure, Lu Kong glanced at his balance. Each piece of level 2 equipment was priced at 7 silver coins, totaling over 40 pieces, which amounted to more than 3 gold coins. He also had 13 backpacks, adding over 1 gold coin. Additionally, the green leather armor fetched 2 gold coins. In total, he had acquired over 6 gold coins. This translated to more than 60,000 coins, a gratifying sum. Lu Kong even felt a tinge of disbelief, coupled with his recent earnings. He had made nearly 100,000 coins in just a few hours through selling equipment. This was indeed a staggering amount. Previously, he would toil for an entire year to earn such a sum. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could settle his debts. Lu Kong was suddenly filled with motivation. Chapter 13, The Legend of the Village. As before, Lu Kong converted 3 gold coins into cash, reserving the remaining 3 for future use. After organizing his equipment, Lu Kong continued to slay monsters. The number of players at the forest's edge was increasing. Upon reaching level 3, he ventured deeper into the forest. The inner region was still home to the mutated wild dogs, but their level had risen to 3. These level 3 mutated wild dogs possessed an attack power of 9 and 150 health points. The number of players here was significantly fewer than at the periphery. However, this did not imply that there were only a handful of players at this level in the novice village. The 4 directions of the village offered training grounds, And level 3 monsters were not exclusive to this area. Higher level players were merely dispersed throughout. Liu Kang continued his monster hunting. The level 3 wild monsters dropped items that were also grayish-white. Since encountering the wild dog leather armor previously, he had yet to see any green items again, indicating that his earlier luck had indeed been exceptional. Just then, Liu Kang noticed 3 mutated wild dogs gathered around a large tree. Beneath the tree's base, it appeared there was a chest hidden within the underbrush. Liu Kang cast a detection spell. Old wooden chest. It seems there are some items inside. Is it a treasure chest? Liu Kang's eyes lit up. At that moment, he discovered that this wooden chest, like the monsters, also had a drop list. This revelation thrilled Liu Kang even more, as it meant he could specify the items dropped from the chest just as he could with monsters. He quickly opened the drop list. To his astonishment, the first 6 items listed were all green, alongside several white and gray items. This revelation filled Liu Kang with immense joy. There were indeed 6 green items. He hurriedly began to examine the situation. Liu Kang had previously noticed that the arrangement of the drop list was based on the rarity of the items. Among items of the same quality, those with a lower drop rate were deemed more precious and positioned higher on the list. At the top was a skill book. Basic regeneration, level 1, a passive skill that restores 1 health point per second. Requirement, all classes. Drop rate, 0.00001. A skill book available for all classes? Moreover, it was a passive skill. Although recovering 1 health point per second may seem trivial, the fact that it operates passively means that even in combat, one can regain health. It is worth noting that even under normal circumstances, an average player only restores 1 health point per second. This effectively places one in a constant state of recovery. It would save Liu Kang a considerable number of health potions, a small miracle. The second item was a stone, minor attribute stone, strength. When used, it permanently increases strength by 1 point. Drop rate, 0.00009. Another splendid find. Liu Kang was utterly delighted. The player attributes in this game could be transferred into reality, and an increase of 1 strength was a tangible enhancement. The third item was a 2-handed sword, training greatsword, attack 12, strength 1, required level 3, drop rate 0.006. Yet another excellent item. With an attack power of 12, it nearly doubled the effectiveness of the level 3 white sword he possessed, along with an additional point of strength. Quite formidable. Subsequent items also included 3 pieces of equipment. A piece of chainmail wrist guards, a cloth robe, and cloth boots, all valuable items that enhanced attributes. Liu Kang was overwhelmed. With so many desirable items, he yearned for them all. Unfortunately, although the drop rate from treasure chests was greater than that from ordinary monsters, he could only select 3 items at most. After some deliberation, Liu Kang ultimately chose basic regeneration, minor attribute stone, strength, and the greatsword. The first 2 needed no elaboration, as skills and attributes, even at higher levels, provided substantial bonuses. However, equipment had a temporal nature. Liu Kang opted for the weapon that would offer him the greatest enhancement. After making his selections, Liu Kang designated the drops from the 3 corrupted wild dogs nearby, all of which were white-grade equipment. He then charged forth wielding the greatsword. At the cost of 2 healing potions, Liu Kang narrowly managed to slay the 3 corrupted wild dogs. After collecting the drops, he eagerly opened the treasure chest. 3 green orbs of light floated out, igniting excitement within Liu Kang. Despite having designated drops, he had only received a single green item thus far. One could only conclude that this game was rather unforgiving. After stowing the 3 items in his inventory, Liu Kang eagerly learned the skill. He then utilized the attribute stone, raising his strength to 14 points. Finally, he equipped the green greatsword. One must admit, the allure of green equipment was undeniable. It was far more aesthetically pleasing than his previously rusted sword. The blade was smooth and glimmered with a cold sheen. Its appearance suggested it was anything but ordinary. With the greatsword equipped, Liu Kang's attack soared to 27 points. He found it significantly easier to fell level 3 wolves, dispatching them with just a few swift strikes. Not long after, Liu Kang's backpack was once again filled to capacity. He felt somewhat exasperated, as the high drop rate was indeed quite troublesome, necessitating frequent inventory management. Currently, he possessed a backpack with 60 slots, yet this proved entirely insufficient given his drop rate. Defeating just 60 monsters filled it to the brim. At his current efficiency, he could vanquish 60 creatures in no more than half an hour. He mused to himself how wonderful it would be if larger bags could drop. With that thought, he messaged Wang Bing and Liu Chang once more. Upon learning that Liu Kang had amassed an entire backpack of level 3 equipment, both Wang Bing and Liu Chang expressed their surprise with friendly inquiries. Wang Bing, wait a minute, brother Liu. have you surpassed our upgrade speed with your equipment refresh rate? There are hardly any in our team who have reached level 3, yet you have dozens of items. Liu Chong, brother, I just reached level 3. Your equipment has come at the perfect time. Liu Chong, being affluent, often paid players to form teams with him, sharing 80% of the experience gained. This arrangement allowed him to accumulate experience swiftly, though even with such advantages, his upgrade speed still lagged behind Liu Kong's. Wang Bing, Liu Dong, just like last time. Don't think you can take more than your fair share. Liu Chong, rest assured, I am not that type of person. Brother Liu, shall we proceed with the same trade as before? Wang Bing, absolutely. Liu Chong, send me the address, and I will dispatch someone immediately. Liu Kong's ability to generate such a wealth of equipment in a short span of time elevated his status in the eyes of the two. The conditions he proposed, regardless of their difficulty, would be met by them with utmost effort. All right, I will send you the address now, allowing me to continue hunting some monsters. Liu Kong relayed the information and resumed his monster slaying. However, due to his backpack being full, he could not collect the loot from the slain creatures, leaving them to remain on the ground for the time being. In the short term, dropped items would not respawn. If they did, there was little he could do. He could hardly cease his monster hunting. Thus, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded within a radius of several hundred meters deep within the forest. The ground was strewn with the corpses of corrupted wild dogs, each adorned with a white orb of light hovering above it. After a while, a small team of 5 players happened upon this area while engaged in their own monster hunting. Upon seeing the corpses and the white orbs, they were all momentarily taken aback, their minds swirling with questions. What on earth is this? So many white items. Goodness, every corpse has a white item. Which deity is responsible for this? And why aren't they picking up the loot? At that moment, a young woman in the group suddenly recalled a tale and widened her eyes in realization. I just remembered a legend from our village. What legend? The others queried, puzzled. It is said that there exists a formidable player from our novice village who always drops white items after each battle, precisely mirroring the current situation. The young woman stared in disbelief. I initially thought this was merely a myth. I can't believe it's actually true. The group collectively gasped in awe, marking a significant contribution to the warming of the game world. Chapter 14. The Ruthless and Unyielding CEO. Is this true? Is there really such a remarkable individual? A young man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The evidence lay before them, as a young woman gestured towards a plethora of white orbs scattered on the ground. The players in the small team fell silent, their envious tears nearly spilling from the corners of their mouths as they beheld the luminous orbs. Let us venture inside and discover why this legendary figure is not collecting these treasures, they said, curiosity propelling them forward. Before long, the sounds of battle reached their ears, causing their hearts to race as they hurried towards the source. What they beheld was a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a full suit of armor and wielding a sharp great sword, engaged in combat with a monstrous beast. His attacks were nothing short of extraordinary. He dispatched a mutated wild dog with just 7 or 8 strikes, his speed leaving them in awe. The players could hardly believe their eyes. Although they had also reached level 3 and considered themselves skilled, they had never witnessed such a display of prowess. Liu Kong sensed their presence as he felled another beast and turned to face them. The players approached with wide smiles. Greetings, esteemed one. We are honored to meet you, exclaimed the young woman, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Though she had heard tales of this great figure, she had not anticipated his striking handsomeness. Such a remarkable and dashing individual surely must have a girlfriend, she pondered. The others joined in greeting Liu Kong, eager to make his acquaintance. Liu Kong smiled warmly. Hello there. What brings you here? Nothing much. We simply noticed the abundance of corpses and untouched gear and were curious to see for ourselves, replied the young woman. Isn't it a shame you're not collecting all these items? They might disappear soon. With a resigned smile, Liu Kong replied, my inventory is full. A palpable silence fell over the group. The weight of those 4 simple words struck them profoundly. They recalled the countless hours spent battling hundreds of monsters, each of them still struggling to fill their own inventories. And here this illustrious figure stood, unable to collect the multitude of treasures around him. How disheartening. Yet, contemplating the sheer number of items on the ground, the players began to understand. The young woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems the 20-slot inventory provided by the system is rather insufficient. The others echoed her sentiment, sharing their own frustrations regarding their often full inventories. Surely, this would prevent them from being looked down upon by such a distinguished figure. Liu Kong, taken aback, replied, Oh, my inventory holds 60 slots. The players exchanged bewildered glances. What? How is that possible? Isn't the system's inventory limited to 20 slots? Why do you have 60? Their expressions were a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Noticing their perplexity, Liu Kang chuckled. You're not aware that monsters can drop small bags? He proceeded to display the attributes of a small bag. Upon seeing the attributes, the players were left in a state of astonishment. What on earth is this? Did these minor beasts drop such treasures? The blonde youth, presumably the team leader, looked as if his eyes might pop from his head. Monsters can drop such artifacts. Impossible. You must be jesting. Surely, it must be the elite monsters you defeated. They expressed their disbelief. Liu Kang shrugged. It was dropped by the minor creatures. Every small monster has a chance to yield such items. The players responded with skepticism. Just as they prepared to speak further, two stunningly beautiful women, each possessing a striking appearance, approached. Good day, Mr. Liu. Li Mu greeted with a serious expression. Jogging over to him, she had adopted the decisive demeanor of Jiang Su before her. Previously, she had witnessed how Liu Kang responded to this approach. Liu Kang regarded Li Mu with a hint of confusion, pondering what had caused her to behave so oddly. She had seemed quite normal last time. Hello, Miss Li. Meanwhile, Jiang Su saluted Liu Kang. Mr. Liu, Jiang Su reporting for duty. Liu Kang chuckled, nodding. Miss Jiang, there's no need to be so formal. I am not a military man. Jiang Su shook her head. You are a distinguished figure as designated by the captain. As a soldier, I must pay my respects. Liu Kang acquiesced, allowing her to proceed. Upon hearing this, both Li Mu and Jiang Su's eyes brightened, and they exclaimed in unison, Mr. Liu, I want that. They paused, exchanging glances filled with competitive fervor. Just as they prepared to vie for attention, Liu Kang nodded. Let us negotiate a slight transaction first. I will finish with what is in my backpack, then collect the rest before consulting with Brother Wang and Brother Chong. Upon hearing this, Li Mu and Jiang Su realized that their opportunity to shine had been diminished. Li Mu feigned seriousness, nodding. Everything shall proceed as Mr. Liu commands. Liu Kang studied Li Mu, ultimately unable to restrain himself. Are you feeling all right? Are you unwell? Jiang Su stifled a laugh. Though she was a soldier, she possessed enough intuition to discern Li Mu's predicament. Jiang Su approved of Li Mu's clumsy maneuver. Li Mu, upon hearing Liu Kang's concern, felt a bit flustered. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled awkwardly. Oh, no, I'm fine, Mr. Liu. You need not worry. Oh, as long as all is well. Liu Kang dismissed the thought. Let us commence the transaction. The group proceeded with the agreed-upon exchange, trading all items from their backpacks. Following this, Liu Kang gathered all the loot from the ground and consulted with Wang Bing and Liu Chong to finalize their selling strategy. Subsequently, Liu Kang engaged in transactions with Li Mu and Jiang Su. Mr. Liu, here we have 2 gold and 70 silver. Please verify. Mr. Liu, here are 2 gold and 60 silver. Li Mu and Jiang Su transferred the gold coins to Liu Kang. He nodded, feeling a sense of fulfillment as his collection increased by over 5 gold coins. Another 50,000 or more acquired. All right, I will notify Brother Wang and Brother Chong for any future transactions. With that, Li Mu and Jiang Su bid farewell to Liu Kang and turned to leave. Since their arrival, the 5-player team nearby had fallen silent, listening to the conversation as if in a dream. Military personnel were engaging in trade with a powerful figure. Moreover, it appeared to be a long-term collaboration. This esteemed figure was truly remarkable. In such a short time, he had amassed over 5 gold coins. Such an extravagant sum, exceeding 50,000. A few envious souls let tears trickle down their cheeks, a cacophony of emotions. You haven't departed yet? The young woman spoke, her mouth parting as she exclaimed, Esteemed one, I seek your patronage. Liu Kang. Other players. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The young woman cleared her throat. A slip of the tongue. Esteemed one, I humbly request your guidance. Others quickly regained their composure. Esteemed one, I implore you to lead the way. I would offer my utmost devotion. Esteemed one, allow me to cling to your prowess. Liu Kang rolled his eyes in exasperation. I'm quite occupied. Farewell. He turned to leave. In the young woman's eyes, Liu Kang instantly transformed into a cold and unyielding overlord, her mind racing through the narrative of a 30-episode romance drama. Chapter 15. Unique Loot. Subsequently, Liu Kang continued to vanquish foes, notifying Wang Bing and Liu Chong to send individuals to collect the equipment whenever his inventory brimmed. Hours elapsed, and Liu Kang ascended to level 4. The demonized wild dogs in the entire forest barely reached level 3, rendering them insufficient for his leveling needs. He resolved to exit the forest. Beyond the woods lay a range of mountains, teeming with demonized wild wolves. These wolves stood nearly 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall, their bodies a deep shade of black, baring their teeth in a menacing display. The demonized wild wolves traveled in packs, typically comprising at least 3. Their levels range from 4 to 5. For the average individual, even a 5-member team would find it challenging to level up in this realm. Even Liu Kang had to exercise caution. A careless encounter with 4 or 5 demonized wild wolves would send him scurrying in disarray. However, he could manage a trio of them. Though the battle was arduous, the efficiency remained commendable. Due to the abundance of demonized wild wolves, Liu Kang need not spend time searching for foes. He could simply proceed to engage them. After defeating the demonized wild wolves, he designated the loot, swiftly donning a set of level 4 gear. Even the level 4 demonized wild wolves only deducted 2 or 3 health points with each strike. His efficiency in combat soared. Alas, the experience required for leveling in this tedious game was exorbitantly high. Otherwise, he would have already advanced. A slight inconvenience arose. As his healing potions were depleting rapidly due to the continuous battles, he originally possessed 200, now reduced to just over 30. This time, in addition to purchasing healing potions, Liu Kang intended to acquire some mana potions. From the onset, Liu Kang possessed a powerful strike skill. During combat, he occasionally employed it, and just moments ago, he discovered that his powerful strike skill had advanced to level 2. Powerful strike, level 2 unleashes a potent attack, inflicting 130 damage. This damage represents an enhancement of 10 compared to the level 1 powerful strike. Should this rate of increase persist when the skill ascends to level 8, it would deal 200 damage. That would indeed qualify as a formidable offensive capability. Thus, Liu Kang resolved to practice this skill as well. As skills require the consumption of mana, Liu Kang resolved to purchase a few mana potions for unforeseen circumstances. After all, the continuous use of skills can be quite depleting. Time passed, and Liu Kang had been immersed in the game for 12 hours. His healing potions were finally running low, with only 12 bottles remaining. Suddenly, he heard a distinctive wolf howl that piqued his curiosity. He paused momentarily and turned to the direction from which the howl emanated. It came from deep within a pile of rocks. Liu Kang's eyes sparkled. Could it be? His heart raced with excitement. After all, what is gaming without the thrill of battle? This encounter promised vast experience and an array of valuable equipment. He hastily made his way towards the source of the howl. Approaching the rocky heap, Liu Kang soon spotted a black wolf, its shoulder height exceeding 1.5 meters, sprawled across a slab of stone, resting. Indeed, it was unlike any ordinary wolf. He swiftly cast a detection spell. Bloodfang Elite. Level 5. Health 400. Attack 29. Description: originally an ordinary enchanted wolf, it was raised by a minor demon lord, evolving into an elite monster. Upon reading the information about this wolf, Liu Kang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A level 5 ordinary enchanted wolf had merely 180 health, yet this elite creature boasted double that amount. Its attack power had also nearly doubled. This truly was an elite monster. One could only imagine the absurdity of even higher level creatures. However, Liu Kang estimated that with his current strength and the health potions in his possession, he should be able to defeat Bloodfang. What puzzled him was the monster's description. It indicated that Bloodfang was a pet of a minor demon lord, but he had yet to encounter any minor demons thus far. Not inclined to dwell on it, Liu Kang proceeded directly to the most crucial step. He opened the loot list. A dazzling array of green items nearly blinded him. He skimmed through the list and discovered that most items were equipment and materials. However, the first item on the list left him utterly astonished. Unknown Necklace Elite. A necklace found within Bloodfang's belly. Perhaps someone in the village knows its origin. Drop rate: 0.25. Unique. This was the first time Liu Kang had encountered a unique drop. This indicated that the item might be related to a unique quest. Unique quests. One could only imagine the bountiful rewards they promised. Without a second thought, Liu Kang selected this item. The second item was a green chainmail chest piece. Bloodfang Armor Elite. Chainmail, Defense, 59, Strength, 3, Required Level, 5, Drop Rate, 0.07. The attributes of this equipment surpassed all the green gear Liu Kang had previously encountered. It granted an additional 3 points of strength and an astonishing 59 points of defense. In contrast, his current level 4 white chainmail only provided a mere 35 points of defense. Although the drop rate for this equipment was higher than that of the unknown necklace, it still paled in comparison to its uniqueness. However, the enigmatic necklace exudes a uniqueness that undoubtedly surpasses the value of the equipment at hand. This elite monster has the potential to drop 2 items. After a thorough search of both equipment and materials, Liu Kang discovered that nothing surpassed the Bloodfang War Armor. As for the mysterious necklace, it was an absolute necessity to specify. Thus, Liu Kang selected these 2 items. Upon making his choice, he charged forth wielding his great sword. It must be said that the prowess of Bloodfang far exceeds that of the average demonic wild wolf. Each strike could inflict 9 points of damage upon Liu Kang. a significant increase compared to the ordinary demonic wild wolves. Moreover, Bloodfang displayed greater agility than its counterparts. Despite Liu Kang's extensive training and his improved combat skills since his initial entry into the game, he still found himself evading certain attacks. Nonetheless, Liu Kang was also capable of dodging some of the monster's strikes. Armed with healing potions, he was prepared to outlast the creature. An unexpected turn occurred when Liu Kang discovered that Bloodfang possessed skills. His detection spell revealed only the most basic information, failing to uncover its abilities. In a swift moment, he lost 20 health points, but fortunately, he was mindful of his health, averting a more perilous situation. Ultimately, it was a close call. With a mournful howl, Bloodfang collapsed, and Liu Kang achieved the kill. Observing the two floating green orbs above the slain monster, he exhaled in relief and hastily collected them. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he decided to visit the village to ascertain whether the mysterious necklace was linked to a unique quest. Chapter 16. The Village Chief's Courtyard, a place of entrapment. Upon returning to the village, Liu Kang's first thought was to consult the local apothecary. Coincidentally, he intended to purchase some healing and mana potions. Thus, he made his way directly to the potion shop. Players had now settled into their routines, engaging in battles with lesser monsters, occasionally yielding gray items. Gray items could be sold for coin, and any equipment drops could fetch even more at the square. Many players were now able to afford potions. Consequently, the apothecary had seen an influx of customers compared to before. However, most players had limited funds, often purchasing only 1 or 2 potions for survival, and dared not to expect more. With such meager finances, even to catch the apothecary's attention was a challenge. Thus, under the apothecary's impassive demeanor, players purchased their potions and departed one by one. As a law-abiding citizen, Liu Kang refrained from cutting in line. Soon it was his turn. Upon seeing Liu Kang, the apothecary's previously frosty countenance underwent a remarkable transformation, breaking into a warm and sweet smile. "Ah, young man, it's you. Here, it's to buy potions?" The other players looked on in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets as they witnessed this sudden change. "Why does he treat us like air, yet responds so warmly to this gentleman?" One exclaimed. "It's just like when my favorite streamer meets a wealthy patron. It stings." "My friend." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Liu Kang smiled and said, "Bring me 300 bottles of novice healing potions and 100 bottles of novice mana potions." The potion shopkeeper's grin widened, clearly delighted. The numerous players waiting to purchase potions were left in a state of shock. How much did he just buy? 300 novice healing potions and 100 novice mana potions, each priced at 80 copper, totaling 3 gold and 20 silver. Some mathematicians in the crowd had already begun their calculations. By the time they reached the conclusion, everyone gulped in disbelief. Over 3 gold. That amounts to over 30,000 coins. What kind of family is capable of such extravagant purchases? Could it be a member of some grand guild in the village? How could that be possible? The game has only just begun, and no major guilds have even been established yet. Even Liu Chang, the chairman of Tianyue Group, who has gathered a following, does not spend money so lavishly on potions, unless it is a procurement from the Xianyao army. But the procurement team from the Xianyao army had just departed. It couldn't possibly be them. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their minds filled with questions. To the wealthy, 3 gold may not seem excessive, but even affluent players would not purchase such a vast quantity of potions all at once. Who could this influential figure be? In that moment, Liu Kang appeared enigmatic to all. Liu Kang remarked, "Boss, considering I'm a regular customer, could you offer me a discount?" The potion shopkeeper smiled slightly. "Who are you, handsome?" Liu Kang's lips twitched as he handed over the 3 gold and 20 silver. "Thank you, boss." Curiosity piqued, Liu Kang observed the excited potion shopkeeper. "Why are you so fond of gold coins?" The shopkeeper glanced at Liu Kang and chuckled. "You wouldn't understand." Not pressing further, Liu Kang retrieved an unknown necklace that had dropped from Bloodfang. It was a necklace composed of several ancient white stones, appearing rather unremarkable. He waved the necklace in front of the potion shopkeeper and asked, "Do you know the origin of this necklace?" The shopkeeper's expression shifted upon seeing it. "Let me take a look." Noticing the shopkeeper's eagerness, Liu Kang felt a surge of hope. This could be promising. The shopkeeper must have knowledge about this item. Meanwhile, other players watched curiously from the counter. What was that necklace? Uncertain. But the shopkeeper's quick change in demeanor indicated that it was something extraordinary. Who could enlighten us about this influential figure? It seems quite impressive that even the locals recognize him. I know this individual. He is rumored to be the husband of the goddess of fortune. What? The one who always drops ordinary items when defeating monsters. Oh, it's him. That explains everything. Realization washed over the crowd. Their eyes now filled with fervor as they regarded Liu Kang. This esteemed figure represented vast amounts of gear and wealth. If they could somehow align themselves with him, it would be akin to taking flight. A few self-assured female players, finding him quite appealing, began to entertain alternative thoughts. Unfortunately, when they attempted to send him private messages, they discovered that Lu Kang had rejected messages from strangers. This left their aspirations unfulfilled. Lu Kang handed the necklace to the apothecary. The apothecary gazed at the necklace, his expression shifting repeatedly, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Noticing the apothecary's silence, Lu Kang inquired, "Do you know the origin of this item?" She glanced at him and asked, "Where did you acquire this necklace?" Lu Kang replied candidly, "It dropped from an elite-level corrupted wolf that I defeated." An elite corrupted wolf. No wonder, the apothecary murmured softly, then looked at Lu Kang with a hint of astonishment. "I can't believe you, at only level 4, managed to slay an elite wolf. Quite impressive, young man." Lu Kang chuckled modestly. "Please, no more flattery. Tell me about the necklace." The apothecary returned the necklace to Lu Kang and said, "Seek out the village chief in the center of the village. He will inform you." The mention of the village chief piqued Lu Kang's interest. It must be something significant. He took the necklace with a surge of satisfaction. "Thank you," he said, bidding farewell to the apothecary before departing the shop under the watchful eyes of numerous players. He made his way directly to the village center. In the heart of the village stood a small courtyard made of stone. The gate was ajar, yet players who entered typically emerged sideways, for no one had ever exited alive. This place was a veritable den of peril. Having witnessed several players leave in such a manner, Lu Kang had never considered entering. Nonetheless, it was common knowledge among players that this was the residence of the village chief. Outside the courtyard, several players lingered, hoping to receive a quest from the chief. It was evident that the chief, being the most significant figure in the village, was the most likely source of quests. Aware of the deadly fate that awaited those who dared to enter the chief's courtyard, they patiently awaited his emergence. Upon arriving, Lu Kang strode confidently inside, leaving the lingering players momentarily stunned by his boldness. After all, his entrance was swift and devoid of hesitation. They widened their eyes, glancing at one another. Did someone just enter? Indeed, was he a fool, unaware that one could not force entry into the village courtyard? Perhaps he was a newcomer. He would learn soon enough. Chapter 17, Divine Skill. This was Lu Kang's first venture into the village chief's courtyard, and he was taken aback by the overgrown weeds and desolation surrounding him. He hadn't expected the chief's abode to appear so neglected, as if it had not been inhabited for years. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone house, and Lu Kang quickly spotted an elderly man slumped on the stone slab outside. The old man's hair was a disheveled gray, and he clutched a wine jug in his hands. His clothing was grimy, and even from a distance, Lu Kang could discern a foul odor emanating from him. Casting a detection spell, Lu Kang confirmed the man was indeed the village chief, his countenance peculiar. Was this truly the chief? One might mistake him for a beggar, given his disheveled state. The chief seemed to sense an intruder, raising his head to regard Lu Kang. Lu Kang finally caught a glimpse of the village chief's face, which was etched with deep wrinkles and bore a distant gaze, giving the impression that he was inebriated. In the next moment, Lu Kang observed the chief rise, his countenance now filled with indignation. "You outsiders should mind your own business. Why do you disturb me? Are you seeking death?" A chilling aura emanated from the village chief, causing Lu Kang to tremble involuntarily. Goodness, could this old beggar, this formidable village chief, truly be so powerful? As he witnessed the chief preparing to strike, Lu Kang hastily interjected, "Wait, Chief, I was sent by the apothecary." The chief halted mid-stride, swaying slightly before responding, "Oh, it's the matchmaker. What brings you to me?" Lu Kang felt a wave of relief wash over him, narrowly escaping a dire fate at the hands of the chief. He produced an enigmatic necklace, inquiring, "Chief, do you know what this is?" Before he could finish, he realized the village chief had somehow closed the distance between them, and the necklace had mysteriously found its way into the chief's hands. The once drunken, wrinkled old man stared blankly at the necklace, tears cascading down his cheeks. Lu Kang's eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? Noticing the chief's rapt attention on the necklace, Lu Kang chose not to intrude, understanding that this ornament held significant meaning for the chief. He stood quietly, waiting. 10 long minutes passed. "My dear child, I apologize for allowing you to witness this." The village chief's voice had lost its earlier menace, now tinged with an indescribable weariness, his tone somewhat hoarse. Lu Kang smiled gently. Everyone faces their own share of misfortunes. He recalled the sorrow he shared with his mother after his father's passing. Seeing the complex expression on Lu Kang's face, the chief chuckled softly. "Ah, it seems you have experienced some trials as well. Lu Kang replied with a faint smile. If those experiences had not occurred, I would have been much happier. Indeed. The village chief sighed before asking, do you know to whom this necklace belongs? Lu Kang shook his head. It belonged to my grandson. Your grandson? Lu Kang was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Yes, my grandson. I wonder if the matchmaker has shared with you the origins of our people. The chief gazed at Lu Kang. The apothecary? She has mentioned it to me. It seems the matchmaker holds you in high regard. The chief smiled. We are, at our core, souls who have lost our homes and even our lives. Yet, in this game world, we are no different from ordinary people. We breathe the same air as you players. And like in reality, we can marry and have children. My grandson is a result of that. Lu Kang was taken aback, astonished that marriage and procreation could occur in this realm. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If a player were to marry a native, would they be able to bear offspring? He pondered this conundrum for quite some time, unable to arrive at a conclusion. The village chief continued. My son was once the leader of our clan and the greatest player among us. At the height of his prowess, he even reached the semi-divine level, capable of traversing an entire star domain. Alas, our planet was ultimately consumed by the dark forces, and he perished alongside us. Upon arriving in this world, he felt a profound sense of guilt for betraying our trust, for failing our entire lineage. After ensuring our clan's safety, he ventured to the central continent, which you have undoubtedly seen. Lu Kang's mind conjured the image of the vast continent he encountered upon entering the game, a land infinitely larger than the novice realm of Orion where they currently resided. He nodded, acknowledging I have seen it. The village chief remarked. He believed that this game encompasses the entire universe, capable of harboring our souls and surely possessing a means to resurrect us. Thus, he took my daughter-in-law to the central continent in search of this resurrection method, wishing to revive our clan. Given the perilous nature of this journey, my young grandson was left behind. Lu Kang observed the necklace in the old man's hand, his mind swirling with speculation. The village chief, gazing at the necklace, was once again moved to tears. In this world, our essence is that of souls. Here, death signifies the obliteration of the spirit. We cannot revive, as you players do, but face true mortality. With a flourish of his hand, the village chief revealed a skill book. Thank you, Chief, Lu Kang replied, unable to refuse. Upon inspecting the book, his eyes widened in astonishment. Battle Intent, Level 1, Passive Skill. Upon entering combat, all your attributes will increase by 10. Requirement, Warrior Class. This passive skill grants a permanent boost of 10 to all attributes once combat begins. While the effects may not be immediately evident due to currently low attributes, the enhancement will become extraordinarily significant as attributes increase. Moreover, this is merely a level 1 skill. As its level rises, the degree of enhancement will undoubtedly grow. The potential strength of this skill is immense, even in the later stages of the game. Lu Kang felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed inappropriate to receive such a remarkable reward for merely acquiring the necklace. Yet, despite his reservations, his hand moved instinctively, slapping the book and learning the skill. My hand has a mind of its own. After Lu Kang mastered the skill, the village chief spoke again. Young one, since the little demons were teleported here, we have not received any news of them. Our village has sent numerous investigators, yet none have succeeded. I hope you can assist in investigating the little demons' whereabouts. Would you be willing? A notification echoed in Lu Kang's mind. Ding. Task discovered. Investigate the little demon's movements. Do you accept? Lu Kang's spirits lifted. He was thrilled to have a quest. Chapter 18. Not to boast. Lu Kang glanced at the task description. Task. Investigate the little demon's whereabouts. Description. Signs of little demons have appeared in Silver Moon Village. The village chief hopes you can uncover their movements. Reward. Experience points, 2 gold coins, minor skill stone. There is nothing of particular significance, except for that minuscule skill stone. Lu Kang cast a glance and discovered that it was a treasure that could enhance skill levels. Such a remarkable item exists? He had initially believed that skill enhancement could only be achieved gradually through personal effort, never imagining there was a shortcut. Even if it were solely for this minuscule skill stone, Lu Kang resolved to accept the task. He nodded affirmatively, stating, no problem, this is my duty. The old village chief smiled and replied, then I shall trouble you. Lu Kang promptly assured him it was no trouble, then bid farewell to the village chief and turned to leave the small courtyard. After a considerable time, the old village chief sighed, Ming, I'm truly sorry for you. Outside the village chief's courtyard, the players who were lingering began to question their existence. Ever since Lu Kang had entered the courtyard, they had been eagerly waiting to observe the spectacle. They even wagered on how long it would take before Lu Kang would be expelled. However, nearly half an hour had passed, and he had yet to emerge. This left them utterly bewildered. One player could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Could that fellow be dead inside?" Upon hearing this, the other's eyes lit up. It seemed quite plausible. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why he had not yet come out. Indeed, others had exited, so it was unreasonable for him to be any different. It appeared he must have perished within. Before this player could finish his thought, the courtyard door swung open, and Lu Kang swaggered out confidently. The onlookers widened their eyes, mouths agape in astonishment. As Lu Kang made his way to leave, they snapped back to reality and hurriedly rushed over. "Hey, wait a moment," they called out. Upon hearing their voices, Lu Kang turned to look. He observed several players jogging towards him, their faces brimming with eagerness. Lu Kang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it?" One chubby player smiled broadly and asked, "How on earth did you manage to come out alive from there?" Lu Kang realized that these players must have witnessed others perish in the village chief's courtyard, and now seeing him emerge unscathed, they were understandably perplexed. He chuckled lightly, "It's nothing. I merely have a task to complete." A task? The group gaped in disbelief. They were the type of exploratory players who prided themselves on discovering hidden quests in the novice village, aiming to soar to great heights. Many players shared their ambition. After all, the vast number of players battling monsters outside made leveling up extremely arduous and exhausting. A small subset of players, however, chose to tread a different path, dedicating themselves to uncovering hidden quests within the novice village to achieve fortune. Unfortunately, until now, no player had truly discovered such a hidden quest. Thus, when someone claimed to have one, it naturally astonished the group. Their eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Brother, what task are you undertaking? Can you share?" the chubby player asked, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Lu Kang glanced at them and shook his head. "You needn't bother thinking about it. It's beyond your capability." "Huh? Why?" Lu Kang replied with a smile. "Can you defeat a level 5 elite monster?" The players responded with bewildered expressions. A question mark slowly emerged in their minds. "A level 5 elite monster? Huh? Brother, please do not jest. I could easily perish even against a mere level 3 common creature." Lu Kang remarked, "This is indeed no boast. The quest item is dropped by a level 5 elite monster. If you cannot defeat it, then do not entertain the thought." Upon hearing this, several players exchanged glances, each resembling a deflated balloon, particularly the chubby one, who appeared utterly crestfallen. Observing their dejected demeanor, Lu Kang shook his head, stating, "Rather than idly waiting here for the quest, it would be more prudent to strive for leveling up. This game is intertwined with reality. Wasting even a moment is an irresponsibility towards oneself." With that, Lu Kang paid no mind to their reactions and turned to leave. His admonition stemmed primarily from the elder villager's earlier words, which had stirred something within him. Although he was uncertain of the demigod's strength, the ability to dominate a star domain implied an extraordinary prowess. The fact that such a formidable figure could not safeguard their own race weighed heavily on Lu Kang. This burden should not rest solely on his shoulders, should it? As fellow humans, should they not unite for self-preservation? Lu Kang naturally hoped for the presence of more strong individuals. Only then could their home world be secure. After replenishing his supplies, Lu Kang departed the village once more, intending to investigate the whereabouts of the little demon. He was unaware of the demon's location and had inquired with the village chief before his departure, who only knew it to be on the eastern side of the village, lacking any specific details. Given the vastness of the eastern side, searching would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Lu Kang possessed a clue from the blood fang he had previously defeated. The blood fang was described as a demonic wolf raised by the little demon's leader. As a pet, it should not stray too far from its master. Thus, starting his search from a location where he had slain the blood fang would likely increase his chances of discovering the little demon's trail. Lu Kang made his way to the site of the blood fang. The number of players on the eastern side of the village was steadily increasing. Many of those who had secured a spot in the public beta had evidently already entered the game. In the fields, even a 60-year-old man was entangled with a large black rat, while a 15 or 16-year-old child screamed in distress from a bite. The number of players in the forest had also surged. Even in the mountains, shadows of elite teams were now visible. Lu Kang arrived at the pile of rubble where the blood fang had once resided. Beyond the rubble stretched a continuous mountain range. Lu Kang chose to delve directly into the mountains. Along the way, he engaged in combat against the demonic wolves while searching for any signs of the little demon. Adorned in the blood fang's armor and having learned the will to fight, Lu Kang's combat prowess soared. Now, even a level 5 demonic wolf would only take away 2 drops of his health. He could face 4 demonic wolves simultaneously without concern. Mother need no longer worry about me attracting too many monsters. While battling, Lu Kang consciously employed his skills. Active skills required his engagement to enhance while passive skills, being inherently progressive, improve continuously. This was indeed a fortunate revelation. After half an hour of combat, Liu Kang felt a sense of relief at his foresight. He was grateful for having purchased a number of mana potions. Otherwise, he would find it quite challenging to enhance his critical strike level due to insufficient mana. Having traversed the outermost peaks of a mountain range, Liu Kang arrived at the entrance of a valley. Within the valley, numerous trees flourished, and the enchanted wild wolves had reached levels 5 and 6. Just as Liu Kang was about to charge in, he unexpectedly noticed a narrow path beside the stone wall of the valley. This path appeared distinctly different from those formed by nature. It bore clear signs of human intervention, which astonished him. Raising an eyebrow, he proceeded along the path. Chapter 19. Discovery of the Lesser Demon. The path wound its way between towering stone walls, leading into the unknown. After walking for several hundred meters, Liu Kang sensed that the path had widened slightly. Upon advancing a bit further, he suddenly halted. In the distance, he spotted two jet-black, humanoid creatures standing on either side of the path, each about 1.5 meters tall, adorned with sharp horns and fierce visages. Liu Kang discreetly cast a reconnaissance spell. Lesser Demon, Elite. Level, 5. Health, 400. Attack, 30. Description: the lowest tier of demons from the demon realm. Liu Kang was both astonished and elated. He was delighted to have finally found traces of the lesser demons, yet astonished that they were classified as elite. Both were elite. This indicated that the lesser demons were likely monsters of the elite template. However, despite his surprise, Liu Kang soon began to smile. For others, elite monsters might simply offer more experience and a chance to drop valuable items. But for him, it was a certainty that they would drop something worthwhile. Quickly, Liu Kang began to examine the drop list of the two elite monsters. As he had anticipated, the initial items on the drop list were green. Although the quantity of green items seemed somewhat less compared to those dropped by Bloodfang, Liu Kang was nonetheless quite pleased. Green items were undoubtedly valuable. He scrutinized the descriptions of these green items. One of the lesser demons dropped equipment and a material called Blood of the Lesser Demon. The other lesser demon surprised him with its drop. Minor attribute stone, endurance. Upon use, permanently increases endurance by 1 point. Drop rate, 0.0001. Attribute stones. A bold idea sparked in Liu Kang's mind. If elite monsters had a chance to drop attribute stones, could he not acquire numerous stones to elevate his attributes to extraordinary levels? It is said that immense strength can break through myriad spells. When his strength reached hundreds or even thousands, wouldn't he be able to annihilate monsters in an instant? And when his endurance soared to hundreds or thousands, who could possibly defeat him? The mere thought of this possibility filled Liu Kang with boundless joy. Was this truly the proper way to unlock designated drops? The elite monsters had 2 items to drop, allowing Liu Kang to select 2. The attribute stone was a given choice. After a thorough examination, Liu Kang selected his equipment. Among the options, 2 items were suitable for his use. The demonic battle axe boasted an attack power of 20, requiring a strength of 3, with a level requirement of 5 and a drop rate of 0.06. The demonic gauntlets, a piece of chainmail armor, offered a defense of 25, necessitating an endurance of 2, also requiring a level of 5. The demonic set, 24, would reduce damage by 2 points, while the demonic set, 44, would enhance damage by 5. The fact that the gauntlets were part of a set surprised Liu Kang, as the set bonus was quite impressive, providing a tangible reduction in damage and an increase in his own damage output. It was a comprehensive enhancement in both offense and defense. Since these were the only 2 suitable items for him, he chose the most expensive green staff from a loot. The demonic staff featured a magical attack of 20, intellect of 3, and a level requirement of 5, with a drop rate of 0.04. It must be said that the staff's attributes were exceptional. Any magic-based profession would undoubtedly find it immensely beneficial. It was likely that Wang and Chang would covet such an item. With his loot selected, the next step was to confront the 2 elite monsters. These elite foes dealt more damage than Bloodfang, and while Liu Kang's attributes had seen some improvement, he was cautious about facing both at once. However, Liu Kang had his own strategy. He picked up a stone and hurled it at one of the demonic creature's heads. The sound of the impact rang out sharply. The demon was stunned, turning to the direction from which the stone had come, only to see Liu Kang retreating. Enraged, the demon's eyes turned crimson as it brandished its sword, shouting "Intruder!" It charged towards Liu Kang, followed closely by its companion. Liu Kang dashed into a narrow path, an advantageous terrain that permitted only one person to pass. This meant that only one of the demons could reach him at a time. He sprinted along the path for several hundred meters before halting just before exiting. Turning to face the direction of the path, he saw the two demons pursuing him, one behind the other, their expressions twisted with rage. A smile crept across Lu Kong's face. His plan was falling into place. Previously, while battling Bloodfang, he had neither the Bloodfang armor nor the battle will skill, and had still managed to prevail. Now, he felt even more confident. With calculated strikes, he began to slash at the demon in front of him, using potions to maintain his health whenever he sustained damage. Meanwhile, the demon's companion, frantic and desperate, cried out, "Let me have a turn," as it pushed its fellow demon, attempting to break free and join the fray. Unfortunately, the narrow path restricted its movement. As the demon facing Lu Kong's health dwindled to a mere 100 points, it finally realized the dire situation. With a shriek, it attempted to flee. However, its companion would not grant it any mercy, refusing to yield as it was shoved and pushed. Witnessing this scene, Lu Kong could not suppress his amusement. He was merely concerned that if the demon escaped the path, it would complicate his handling of the situation. At present, it appears that this little demon is merely a low-level creature with a rather limited intellect. With just over 100 health points remaining, it was swiftly dispatched by Lu Kong, even more effortlessly than before. Initially, the demon attempted to flee without offering any resistance. But by the time it realized escape was futile, it was too late. With a piercing scream, the little demon collapsed, releasing 2 orbs of green light. The demon behind it erupted into laughter, finally relishing the prospect of engaging in combat. However, its mirth was short-lived. Upon realizing it was outmatched, it turned to flee. Lu Kong pursued relentlessly, delivering several blows that ultimately vanquished the little demon. He collected the spoils from both fallen demons, feeling quite pleased as he utilized a stamina attribute stone, subsequently donning the demon gauntlets and replacing his great sword with a battle axe. Grasping the axe handle, Lu Kong swung it a few times, noting that it felt somewhat unwieldy compared to his accustomed greatsword. After all, he had grown accustomed to the latter over time. Yet he dismissed such concerns. The battle axe boasted significantly higher damage. Even if it felt a tad clumsy, it was undoubtedly superior to the great sword he had been wielding. Once equipped, Lu Kong felt a surge of newfound strength. His curiosity piqued. He cautiously peered out from the exit to ascertain the situation beyond. Upon witnessing the scene outside, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 20. Could the captain have succumbed to madness? Beyond the exit lay an expansive basin, dotted with fortifications crafted from stone. Within this hollow, numerous little demons patrolled in organized squads. Particularly at the basin's center, Lu Kong discerned a colossal castle towering over 10 meters, its interior likely teeming with more little demons. Altogether, there must be at least several hundred of these creatures in the entire basin. Lu Kong employed his detection skill, discovering that all these little demons were elites, hundreds of elite little demons. Such a multitude of elite beings was a veritable treasure trove. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Player has discovered the little demon camp. Mission accomplished. It dawned on Lu Kong that he had previously slain 2 little demons without completing the task. It turned out that witnessing the little demon camp was a prerequisite for fulfilling the mission. Given the abundance of elite monsters here, he needed to enhance his own strength first. The mission promised a skill stone as a reward, a rather useful item. Casting one last glance at the little demon camp, he turned to depart. On his way back, Lu Kong shared the little demon staff in a small group chat with Wang Bing and Lu Chong. Wang Bing, Lu Chong both sent a flurry of friendly question marks. Lu Kong, bids are welcome. Lu Chong, 8 gold. That's my daughter's staff. Smoking with swagger. Wang Bing, 6 Lu Kong. Brother Wang, 6 is actually less than 8. Even elementary school students know this. Wang Bing. Wang Bing, I'm not even bidding. I am utterly astounded by Chong Ji's astonishing generosity. Who would have thought that a mere level 5 green staff could command a price of 50,000? Sobbing, Lu Kong, are you unable to rise to the occasion? Wang Bing, I have fallen. Lu Chong, hey, I may not possess much, but I do have an abundance of wealth. Lu Kong, Changge is incredible. Wang Bing, enough with the praise for Changge. Are you not the one who truly excels? You have astonishingly acquired 2 pieces of green equipment by now. I have yet to amass as many as you, even in white. Lu Chong, well, I am slightly better off. I have managed to secure 2 white pieces. Wang Bing, you're a lucky one indeed. Lu Chong, are you calling me lucky? What about our dear brother Lu? Wang Bing, perhaps he is playing with his lifespan? Lu Kong, feeling perplexed. I shall sell the next equipment to Changge. Smiling, Wang Bing, don't Lu Ge. I was merely jesting. Lu Chong, but to speak honestly, Lu Ge's fortune is truly remarkable. Obtaining 2 pieces of green equipment is something I envy greatly. Lu Kong, little demon gloves, little demon battle axe, Bloodfang armor, wearing sunglasses and smoking. Suddenly, the chat room fell into a profound silence. Lu Kang began to wonder if the two of them had disconnected. However, considering this was a cosmic server, how could they possibly disconnect? Just as Lu Kang pondered this, another message arrived. Wang Bing, father, please look at your poor child. Lu Changba, truly shameless, bringing disgrace to the Daxia army. Be cautious of the military baton. Wang Bing, how about I introduce you to my daughter? Both of my daughters possess stunning beauty. Wang Bing, Lu Kang, in a nearby forest. Wang Bing appeared as if he had seen a ghost, completely unresponsive even as the surrounding monsters attacked him. The nearby Xianyao troops were frightened. Captain? Oh no, could the captain be possessed? They swiftly defeated the monsters and surrounded Wang Bing. What are you doing? No, Captain. This is something we ought to ask you. What are you up to? You didn't react when a monster struck you. The vice captain lamented. Wang Bing's lips twitched as he glanced once more at the chat records. Subsequently, with an odd expression, he inquired, is it normal to drop green equipment at this point? The atmosphere thickened with an awkward silence as everyone exchanged glances. Jiangsu looked at Wang Bing and spoke. Captain, you cannot possibly be possessed, can you? How could green equipment drop? Even someone as fortunate as Mr. Lu has only managed to acquire one piece thus far. Wang Bing, one piece. He grimaced, then turned to the vice captain. Old Li, go and report that Lu Kang has at least dropped 5 pieces of green equipment. This is a conservative estimate. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. 5 pieces of green equipment. Captain, are you jesting? Indeed, how could that be possible? How could there be so many green pieces? We have only ever seen white equipment drop from elite monsters. Captain, you must truly be possessed. Get lost. I speak the truth. Old Li, go report it just as I said. Vice Captain Li Ming glanced at Wang Bing and inquired, Captain, are you truly reporting it this way? Upon seeing that Wang Bing was not jesting, Li Ming nodded and subsequently exited the game. They were tasked with conveying all pertinent intelligence from within a game. Following their previous report regarding the aerial and terrestrial data, the higher-ups had instructed them to focus particularly on the aerial and terrestrial aspects. After all, the drop rates were exceedingly abnormal. Should they establish a favorable rapport with the aerial and terrestrial entities, their military, the Great Xia, might just outpace the globe in terms of equipment in the future. Therefore, intelligence regarding the aerial and terrestrial entities held a high priority. In another mountainous region, Lu Chang stood to the side, observing the chat records with a myriad of expressions crossing his face. Beside Lu Chang, a skilled player, hired with monetary incentives, was diligently battling monsters, though most of the experience gained was absorbed by Lu Chang. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message in the chat room, shared with his 2 daughters. Lu Chang, Yuexin, I purchased a green staff for you, little demon staff. Lu Yuexin, thank you, Daddy. Ugh. A gentle smile spread across Lu Chang's face. His daughter Yuexin was indeed a thoughtful darling, filling him with immense satisfaction. Lu Yuexin, old man, how come there's another green piece of equipment? It wouldn't happen to be from that aerial and terrestrial entity again, would it? Her own green leather armor had indeed dropped from that very entity, and in the hours that followed, Lu Chang frequently sent new equipment to Lu Yuexin and Lu Yuexin, all of which had been acquired from the aerial and terrestrial drops. This had left Lu Yuexin with a profound impression of the name aerial and terrestrial. With such a frustrating drop rate in this game, how could this individual named aerial and terrestrial manage such high yields? Lu Yuexin found it utterly incomprehensible. Lu Chang, indeed. It is from aerial and terrestrial. By the way, Yuexin, you both are in your 2nd year now. You may consider dating. What about aerial and terrestrial? That lad seems quite decent and is rather handsome. Lu Yuexin. Chapter 21, The Sole Task. In a forest, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yuexin stared at the messages in the chat room, their smiles frozen in place. Although Lu Yuexin was somewhat curious about how aerial and terrestrial had acquired such an abundance of equipment, it was merely curiosity. They had yet to even meet the person, and their father was already attempting to entwine their fates. What a jest. Lu Yuexin scoffed. Father has truly gone too far. We are only in our 2nd year, and he is already trying to set us up? Lu Yuexin, usually more reserved, surprisingly concurred with her sister's sentiments, nodding in agreement. Father's actions this time are indeed inappropriate. We should at least understand someone before considering a relationship. Exactly. Lu Yuexin emphatically nodded while sending a message. How handsome could he possibly be? Lu Yuexin. She quietly turned to Lu Yuexin and inquired. Yuexin? Lu Yuexin innocently blinked. I'm just curious. Looking at a handsome guy doesn't cost anything. Lu Yuexin. Upon reading Lu Yuexin's message, Lu Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Was there hope after all? To be honest, Lu Chang genuinely believed that aerial and terrestrial was quite impressive, with a demeanor that is neither servile nor arrogant. And having observed several collaborations without any instances of price inflation, I find him to be a commendable individual. Given Lu Kang's innate talents, his future in the Great Xia will undoubtedly be promising. Lu Chang genuinely believes that if his daughter and Lu Kang were to find mutual affection, it would be a delightful outcome. Of course, while Lu Chang is eager to play matchmaker, he is also mindful of his daughter's feelings. Should she disapprove, he would not impose his will upon her. If it were to come to fruition, as her father-in-law, he would no longer have to worry about future provisions. Remarkably handsome, even more so than those celebrities. Are you intrigued? Lu Yueqing replied, "Oh no, I was merely asking out of curiosity." Lu Chang. Lu Yueqing interjected, "Father, please refrain from interfering in our relationship. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased." Lu Chang conceded, "Very well, but once we exit the novice village, I would like to arrange a meeting for you both, if that is agreeable." After a brief silence, Lu Yueqing and Lu Yueqing ultimately chose to acquiesce. Lu Chang beamed with joy. "I will send you the equipment shortly." Meanwhile, in the chat room shared by Lu Kang, Lu Chang, and Wang Bing inquired foster father, "If you happen to acquire any green equipment next, could you possibly sell it to us?" Lu Chang chimed in, "Good son-in-law, your father-in-law would also appreciate a share." Lu Kang, upon reading their messages, contemplated for a moment and decided that should he obtain green equipment, he would indeed sell some to them. For Lu Kang, the most pressing concern at present is the attribute stones, which are exceedingly rare and can be deemed a strategic resource. He has no intention of parting with them, planning to keep them for his own use. Selling some equipment to Lu Chang and Wang Bing would bolster the strength of the Great Xia, enhancing their resilience against any forthcoming demonic threats. With this thought in mind, he sent a message, "Certainly, I will sell to you once I have an excess." Wang Bing responded, "Thank you, foster father." Lu Kang observed their playful banter, bemused, knowing they were merely jesting. After several transactions, their relationship had grown amicable. He proceeded to the center of the village, glancing around the village chief's courtyard. Noticing that the players who had previously lingered there had vanished, perhaps off to level up by battling monsters. Upon entering the chief's courtyard, Lu Kang found the chief clad in a fresh, simple white robe, his once disheveled gray hair now clean and neatly arranged. The grime that had marred his face had vanished. Compared to the disheveled beggar he once appeared as, the chief now resembled a completely transformed individual. Lu Kang greeted Chief. He shook his head slightly. "I have already discovered the whereabouts of those little demons." "What? So soon?" The chief appeared astonished. Indeed, Lu Kang recounted the little demon encampment he had encountered. Upon hearing this, the chief's brow furrowed, worry etched upon his face. Lu Kang raised an eyebrow. "What troubles you?" The chief sighed and responded, "Young one, as you may know, the demons in this game originate from the demon realm." Lu Kang nodded in affirmation. The village chief continued, "They have opened the portal to the demon realm, entering our universe. Our clan was defeated by these demons, ultimately surviving only in the form of spirits within the game world. The demons, too, can infiltrate the game world. They will lay waste to all the indigenous cities and villages, rendering the players unable to receive assistance from the natives, thus depriving them of supplies and guidance, making advancement exceedingly arduous. If players find their progress impeded and their strength augmented slowly, what do you think will ensue?" Upon hearing this, Lu Kang's eyes widened, burdened by a profound heaviness. If the player's growth is sluggish while the invasion of demonic energy remains unchanged, then they may find themselves utterly hopeless in resisting this onslaught. The village chief gravely nodded. Indeed, the arrival of the lesser demons likely targets our Silver Moon village. Should we falter, the indigenous inhabitants will face total annihilation, while you players, though spared from death, will struggle in your endeavors to level up without supplies. Lu Kang furrowed his brow, surprised by the severity of a lesser demon situation. All his potions were procured from the apothecary. If the apothecary fell, it was easy to discern how drastically Lu Kang's leveling efficiency would diminish. While he might rely on potions dropped by monsters for sustenance, what are the others? Moreover, if the equipment repair shop ceased to exist, the durability of their gear would fail to sustain its excellence. The gathering spots for players would vanish as well. In the wilderness, they could be attacked at any moment. Should they die, they would face hours of inaccessibility. Should such a scenario unfold, the players of Silver Moon Village would find themselves in dire straits. Noticing Lu Kang's solemn expression, the village chief spoke. "I must rely on you now, young one. Find a way to obliterate that lesser demon camp. This could delay their onslaught. However, be forewarned, though the lesser demons are of a lower tier, they are still elite. It would be prudent to seek allies." Ding! Task discovered. Destroy the lesser demon camp. Will you accept? Lu Kang, upon hearing the system prompt, felt no surprise. This was evidently a subsequent quest, and it was likely to be exceedingly challenging. He glanced at the task description. Task: destroy the lesser demon camp. Unique. Description: the lesser demons are amassing their forces, preparing to seize Silver Moon Village and sever player supplies. The village chief hopes you can dismantle the lesser demon camp to hinder their assault. Note: this task is of extremely high difficulty. It is advisable to bring your companions. Reward: experience points, 10 gold coins, 10 attribute points, minor skill stone, x2, 50 reputation in Great Martial City, 500 reputation in Silver Moon Village. Lu Kang's eyes widened slightly. A unique quest indeed. Chapter 22. Yet another unique task. Lu Kang nodded earnestly. Rest assured, village chief. The matter of the lesser demon camp shall be entrusted to me. The village chief nodded. You have completed your previous task. Here is your reward. He produced a pale stone and handed it to Lu Kang. This is a skill stone. Upon use, it can elevate your skill level. The village chief elaborated on the skill stone. Lu Kang quickly accepted it, a smile gracing his face. Thank you, village chief. This also amounts to 2 gold coins, which serves as a reward. As for experience, the cosmic server will grant additional rewards. Upon the village chief's words, Lu Kang's experience bar surged dramatically, propelling him directly to level 5. Lu Kang's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing a broad smile. Truly, a task involving elites yields such bountiful experience, saving him several hours of arduous effort. At that moment, the village chief remarked, You have reached level 5 and may now seek out the tavern in the village to find Axe, the warrior mentor, who will impart skills to you. Hearing this, Lu Kang's smile broadened. Many players had attempted to locate profession trainers, only to be ignored by the natives, let alone learn new skills. It appears that one must attain level 5 to acquire skills. Lu Kang nodded eagerly. All right, I shall go at once. After departing from the village chief's humble abode, Lu Kang made his way to the tavern within the village. He had visited the tavern during his previous exploration, where food and drink were sold. Consuming food during breaks would hasten health recovery, but at that time, Lu Kang had lacked the funds to make a purchase. Later, once he had acquired some wealth, he opted for healing potions instead, as they offered instantaneous recovery, far more efficient than food. After all, Lu Kang was not particularly concerned about a few coins. Most patrons in the tavern were natives. Upon entering, Lu Kang observed several natives seated together, indulging in drink amidst the cacophony of laughter. A few players were present as well, either purchasing food or aimlessly wandering about, seemingly in search of quests. Just as Lu Kang stepped inside, a tavern attendant approached him and inquired, What would you like to eat, dear guest? Lu Kang was momentarily taken aback. The last time he had entered the tavern, the attendant had treated him as if he were invisible. Why was this encounter so different? If he were spending money, it would be understandable, but he had yet to spend a single coin. Then, Lu Kang pondered that perhaps his elevation to level 5 was the reason for this newfound attention. Nearby, other players appeared equally puzzled. Wasn't he a player? Indeed. Why would the attendant greet him so warmly? Hey, isn't that the lucky one? One player mused. Which one? Another queried. The one who always loots white items for monsters. Exclaimed yet another. It's really him. Incredible. Lu Kang overheard their chatter and felt somewhat bemused. What do they mean by incredible? Had he ever truly died? He refrained from elaborating further and simply asked the attendant, I am here to find Axe. Is he present? Ah, you seek Lord Axe. He is over there, enjoying a drink, the attendant replied, gesturing toward the table in the corner. A tall native was indeed consuming alcohol, surrounded by numerous barrels. Lu Kang expressed his gratitude and approached Axe. Upon reaching the warrior mentor, he greeted him with a smile. Hello, are you the mentor Axe? The village chief sent me to learn skills from you. Axe, slightly inebriated, raised his head, and Lu Kang then noticed a grotesque scar traversing his cheek. Axe belched and remarked, Level 5 already? Quite impressive for a lad. You say the village chief directed you here? A look of surprise flickered in Axe's bleary eyes. That old man had been in a state of decline for months, yet had managed to engage with you? How peculiar. Lu Kang smiled, understanding that he should not delve too deeply into the affairs of the natives. He merely said, It was the village chief who summoned me. Zhang Fu scrutinized Lu Kang and replied with a grin, Very well. Let us proceed to learn some skills. With a wave of his hand, a luminous screen materialized before them, displaying the skills available for Lu Kang to acquire. There was but one option. Charge. Level 1, the warrior charges towards the enemy at an astonishing speed, capable of stunning them for 1 second. Lu Kang's eyes sparkled. Did such a skill truly exist? A warrior capable of charging is a genuine warrior indeed. Unyielding, They strike down gods and Buddhas alike. However, learning this skill came at a steep price of 30 silver coins, an amount that many players might struggle to amass by level 5. Yet for Liu Kang, it was a mere trifle. He promptly chose to learn it. After acquiring the skill, Liu Kang expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Zhang Fu. I shall take my leave now." "Wait," Zhang Fu called out, prompting Liu Kang to look back in confusion. "What is it?" His eyes lit up. "A quest. Of course. He would undertake it. What do you require, Master?" Zhang Fu explained, "I am currently forging a weapon and require the spine of a boss-level enchanted tiger. If you could procure it for me, I will teach you my unique technique." Ding. Quest discovered. Materials for the weapon. Will you accept? Liu Kang glanced at the quest description. Quest. Materials for the weapon. Unique. Description. Zhang Fu needs the spine of a boss-level enchanted tiger to forge a weapon and hopes the player can assist in obtaining it. Note, this quest is extremely challenging. It is advisable to bring your companions. Rewards. Experience points and the unique skill book counterattack. Another unique quest. The reward was a unique skill. Liu Kang speculated that perhaps his own prowess had earned him this opportunity. With a smile, he assured, "No problem. I will procure it." The enchanted tiger is a level 8 to 9 creature, with the boss potentially reaching level 10. You still have a long way to go, so practice more. Zhang Fu advised. Liu Kang replied with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder, Master Zhang Fu." With that, he bid farewell to Zhang Fu and turned to leave. The surrounding players observed this exchange with wide eyes, their astonishment palpable. What? He already has a quest? It involves slaying a boss? Just imagine the rewards. They realized the magnitude of this quest. Isn't it outrageous that this expert is already level 5? There are hardly any players who have even reached level 4. Ridiculous. The most absurd part is that this expert has connections with the village chief. Enough. This is absurd beyond belief. Many players realized that their encounter with Liu Kang was laden with significant revelations. Connections with the village chief, reaching level 5, and receiving such an impressive quest. These thoughts bombarded their minds like a relentless barrage. "Oh no, forget about clinging to him for support," one young man exclaimed, slapping his thigh in dismay. "Do not dwell on it. I've already attempted to send a private message, but the esteemed individual has declined such communication. It seems that I shall not be able to rely on their support." A collective sigh of disappointment arose among the crowd. After acquiring some skills, Liu Kang made another trip to the apothecary, purchasing an additional 200 bottles of novice healing potions. He intended to venture to the imp camp to hunt elite monsters, necessitating a well-prepared supply. As for the task instructions that suggested finding companions, such advice was meant for ordinary players, given his current prowess. Facing a few elite monsters should pose no significant challenge. Should he encounter insurmountable difficulties, he could always enlist the help of Wang Bing and Liu Chang later. Chapter 23. Unleashing mayhem among elite monsters. Upon returning to the outskirts of the imp camp, Liu Kang readied himself to engage in battle. Given the presence of elite creatures within, he remained cautious and vigilant. Outside the exit, 2 patrol teams of imps were performing their rounds, each consisting of 3 imps, a warrior, and 2 scouts. Their attributes were comparable to standard imps. The warrior possessed slightly more health, totaling 450, while the scouts had 400 health but dealt 33 points of damage. Instead of launching an immediate attack, Liu Kang first utilized the skill stone awarded from a previous quest. Without hesitation, he applied it to the remarkable skill known as Battle Intent. Upon activation, Battle Intent ascended to level 2. Battle Intent, level 2, passive skill. Upon entering combat, all attributes will be enhanced by 20. Requirement, warrior class. The augmentation effect directly increased by 10, if each level grants a 10-point increase. Reaching level 10 would mean Liu Kang's attributes would double during combat. The potency of this skill is truly remarkable. Even with a mere 20-point enhancement at present, his strength attribute has risen by as much as 6 points. This is akin to the attribute boost provided by 2 or even 3 pieces of green equipment. Moreover, his other attributes have similarly improved. One could assert that this skill currently bestows an attribute enhancement equivalent to half a set of green equipment. Once his gear is entirely green, his attributes will soar even higher, resulting in even greater boosts. Feeling the surge of power within, Liu Kang clenched his fist, his confidence soaring. Even amidst a swarm of elite monsters, he was resolute in his ability to solo them. Subsequently, Liu Kang began to specify his desired drops. Among the 6 imp creatures, only one dropped an agility attribute stone, and the probability of such an occurrence was exceedingly low. Thus, it appeared that the chance of encountering monsters that dropped attribute stones among elite creatures was quite rare. Nevertheless, Having even this chance was a fortunate circumstance for Liu Kang. After designating the attribute stone, Liu Kang proceeded to select a new backpack. Im's cloth bag, excellent. Increases storage space by 15 slots. Drop rate, 0.004. This was a marked improvement over a standard bag. Liu Kang designated this as well. With the remaining items, he specified all equipment. In the realm of discovery, it has come to light that the Little Demon's ensemble comprises not only chainmail, but also leather armor. The majority of the drops from the Little Demon Scouts are indeed leather armor, which includes the Little Demon leather armor set. Meanwhile, the Little Demon Warriors yield a piece of chainmail, specifically the Little Demon Greaves, which are similarly designated by the protagonist. Following this, the protagonist, much like before when confronting two gatekeeping Little Demons, lured a patrolling squad and retreated to a narrow path to engage in a true test of valor. With a significant enhancement in attributes, coupled with the updated equipment, the protagonist's efficiency in slaying monsters surged remarkably. Within scarcely a minute, he could vanquish an elite Little Demon. In no time, the three Little Demons lay defeated. The protagonist adorned himself with the newly acquired Little Demon Greaves, witnessing yet another boost in attributes, with an increase of 3 points in strength. Furthermore, the set bonus mitigated damage by 2 points. Now, a single Little Demon's attack could only inflict 5 points of damage upon him. It is noteworthy that these are elite monsters. Striking him is akin to a mere brush. Yet, with a single axe swing, he could deal over 50 points of damage, even against elite Little Demons. It required no more than 8 or 9 strikes to bring one down. The protagonist no longer needed to exploit the terrain of the narrow path. He could boldly charge forth and forcibly dispatch 3 elite Little Demons. He discovered that each elite monster offered 5 times the experience compared to ordinary foes, thereby significantly enhancing his leveling efficiency. Steadily, he progressed, methodically eliminating the Little Demons outside the fortress. In addition to the Little Demon Warriors and Scouts, there were also Little Demon Archers and Little Demon Mages. The most troublesome among them was the Little Demon Mage, whose damage output was exceedingly high. A single fireball could inflict 20 points of damage upon the protagonist. Fortunately, the Little Demon Mage possessed low defense and a mere 300 points of health, making it manageable for the protagonist. Unbeknownst to him, the protagonist had already slain dozens of Little Demons. The bounty of green equipment was plentiful, nearly filling his backpack. This was after he had upgraded to a 15-slot backpack. Otherwise, it would have been full long ago. The Little Demon set he donned was now complete, consisting of the Little Demon chest armor, greaves, gauntlets, and boots. In addition to these 4 pieces, he had also acquired some miscellaneous items. His entire ensemble was now adorned in green. Moreover, he had collected 7 attribute stones, comprising 2 agility stones, 1 strength stone, 2 endurance stones, and 2 intelligence stones. He utilized them all, effectively elevating his level by more than 1. The enhancements these items provided were staggering. Now, a level 5 Little Demon Warrior could inflict only 2 points of damage upon him. Even the Little Demon Mages could manage no more than 12 points of damage. Conversely, his attacks exceeded 80 points each, allowing him to fell elite monsters in just 5 strikes. He was on the verge of entering a relentless mowing down mode. Just then, the protagonist abruptly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had spotted a minuscule skill stone in the loot list of one of the Little Demons. His heart raced with shock. Could elite monsters truly drop skill stones? As a player endowed with formidable skills, the protagonist understood precisely the magnitude of combat power that each skill enhancement could bestow. It can be said that the intensity of battle spirit at level 2 is entirely distinct from that at level 1. Moreover, the skill stones possess the capability to enhance abilities, rendering their value extraordinarily high. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Kang designated the drop of skill stones. After determining the other drops, he surged forward, wielding his axe to vanquish a squad of minor demons. Upon collecting the dropped items, he opted to utilize them immediately. The enhancement of skills, of course, speaks for itself. Battle Spirit. Battle Spirit, level 3. A passive skill that upon entering combat, elevates all attributes by 30. Requirement, Warrior Class. Observing the level 3 Battle Spirit, a smile blossomed on Liu Kang's lips, illuminating his face with joy. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, the attribute boost from level 3 Battle Spirit reached a remarkable 30. Given Liu Kang's current attributes, this enhancement was tantamount to bestowing upon him nearly an entire set of green gears worth of attributes. One can only imagine the formidable power this conferred. Liu Kang attempted to engage in combat. A minor demon warrior brandished a large sword and let out a fierce cry as it struck Liu Kang's chest. Both Liu Kang and the minor demon warrior fell silent. The minor demon warrior shouted, "Intruder formidable, let us attack together." Liu Kang revealed a sinister grin, brandishing his battle axe, and with a flurry of blows, he dispatched all the approaching minor demons without even resorting to healing potions. After gathering all the dropped items, Liu Kang discovered that his backpack was already full. Even if he discarded his previous white gear, he could not accommodate any more items. He glanced towards the depths of the minor demon camp, realizing he had progressed less than 1/5 of the way. Behind him lay 5 fortresses, the ground littered with the corpses of minor demons. Ahead, there stood a larger fortress, potentially housing stronger or more numerous monsters. After such prolonged combat, he was quite fatigued and could use a moment of respite, perfectly timed to sell off his equipment. He wondered what Wang and Chang would think upon seeing such a plethora of green gear. A smile crept on Liu Kang's face, content in the knowledge that regardless of their reactions, he would undoubtedly profit. Chapter 24. Who is this divine being? On the way back, Liu Kang initiated an inquiry in the chat group. Liu Kang, is anyone interested in green gear? Wang Bing, I am. Liu Chang, me too. Liu Kang, there are a total of 73 pieces, all level 5 green gear. How shall we price them? The chat group fell into silence. Neither of the two responded. Liu Kang. Just as Liu Kang sent a question mark, Wang Bing and Liu Chang unleashed a barrage of question marks in response. Wang Bing, father-in-law, are you serious about what you just said? How many pieces of green gear? How many? Liu Chang, good son-in-law, do you truly possess 73 pieces of green gear? You wouldn't dare deceive your old father-in-law, would you? Liu Kang, there are indeed 73 pieces, including green gear for various classes. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he sent another message. Oh, and there are sets as well. Liu Kang casually shared a set of leather armor from the minor demon ensemble. Liu Chang, I want that set, 30 gold. Wang Bing. Wang Bing, no, Liu Chang, must you be so competitive? As Wang Bing underwent an upgrade, his expression twisted grotesquely, resembling a ghoul. The players from the Rebirth army nearby observed this scene and instinctively distanced themselves from him. Ever since their captain fell under a curse, things had taken a turn for the bizarre. Wang Bing felt a sense of exasperation. After all, a mere set of 4 pieces of level 5 green gear demanded a staggering 30 gold, equivalent to 8 gold per piece. This price was utterly unbearable for the Rebirth army. Was Liu Chang attempting to monopolize the profits? Wang Bing had already contemplated instructing the Daxiao army to investigate the matter further. However, he merely entertained the thought. The Liu family wielded considerable power, and he certainly could not genuinely involve the Daxiao army in such an inquiry. Liu Chang remarked, for this set of equipment and its attributes, 30 gold is hardly excessive, is it? Wang Bing, you can't be serious about trying to exploit my son-in-law for free. Wang Bing replied, 6. Liu Kang, witnessing their exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that Chang'e would stand up for him to such an extent. Nonetheless, he understood Wang Bing's perspective. After all, the Rebirth army was an official entity, and with so many soldiers present, if each of the 30,000 were to acquire a set of minor demon gear at that price, their military budget would be entirely consumed. After contemplating, Liu Kang spoke up, Chang'e, let's be a bit more lenient. We are all from Daxia. Strengthening the Daxiao army ensures our safety, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Wang Bing felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude wash over him, his eyes reddening. Liu, my brother, for your words. I swear that anyone who dares to harm you shall find their head twisted off and used as a ball for your amusement. Liu Chang responded, since my esteemed son-in-law has said so, I have no objections. Liu Kang proposed, how about this? We are dealing with level 5 green gear. Let us set each piece at 50 silver, and for the full set of 4 pieces, let us agree on 3 gold. As for the weapon, we can negotiate separately. What do you think? The price Liu Kang offered was indeed quite generous. Wang Bing exclaimed, Father, you are truly my father. This price is 10 times lower than what Liu Chang suggested. Liu Kang replied, please, I fear your real father might come after me. Liu Chang added, that won't happen. Wang Yu would only skin Wang Bing alive and then make you his son. Liu Kang responded with confusion, that is unacceptable. What does everyone think of this price? Wang Bing asked, I have no objections. Thank you, my righteous father. Your son is eternally grateful. Liu Chang echoed, I certainly have no objections. Then it's settled, Liu Kang declared. Liu Kang was not averse to earning money. He simply understood that the future circumstances could be dire. With the impending invasion of demonic energy, Daxiao might soon face turmoil, and the entire Yuanxing might descend into disaster. Charging exorbitant prices at such a time could be construed as profiting from national calamity, which surpassed Liu Kang's moral boundaries. Earning is acceptable, but profiting from a national crisis is no different from being a brute. Wang Bing asserted, all right, I'm heading to the novice village right now. This is not mere white gear, but a complete set of green equipment. Yet, as he prepared to send his subordinates to procure it, both he and Lu Kang felt a twinge of unease. This left Lu Kang somewhat speechless. The map was vast, and if they relied solely on their feet to traverse it, who knew how long it would take? He wondered if there were any means for swift travel. Otherwise, their efficiency in leveling up would plummet, with a significant amount of time wasted on mere travel. One is the chairman of the Tianyue group, and the other is the captain of the Daxia Shimbird army. At that moment, the previously expressionless duo simultaneously brightened their eyes, revealing radiant smiles. Good son-in-law, over here. Foster father, I am here. Nearby, players were taken aback, their minds flooded with a barrage of questions. What on earth? Chairman Lu has a son-in-law. Which freeloading hero is so extraordinary? Indeed, that is Tianyue group. This move alone could save thousands of years of effort. A model for our generation. But is it not more absurd that Captain Wang is involved? He is the captain of the Shimbird army, part of the Daxia military. And he dares to call someone foster father? That is truly preposterous. Exactly. Wang Bing represents the Daxia military. Is it truly acceptable for him to address someone as foster father? Who is this divine being? The crowd buzzed with discussion, directing their attention toward the direction of Lu Kang and Wang Bing's focus. Soon, they beheld a remarkably handsome young man approaching. Every player widened their eyes in astonishment. They had seen handsome individuals before, but this young man was clad in an entire set of heavy chainmail, bearing a massive battle axe. His equipment appeared extravagantly opulent. Most players at this juncture might possess only 2 or 3 pieces of white equipment, with the rest being mere gray items. In comparison to this young man, they resembled refugees. Almost everyone present was fixated on Lu Kang. Is that the esteemed Lu Kang? What is the situation with his equipment? It looks incredibly impressive. Indeed, it seems there aren't even that many styles of white equipment. Could he possibly possess green gear? You may not be aware, but didn't you hear the news about Lu Kang learning skills? The skill instructor had already mentioned that Lu Kang possesses green equipment. He might well have several pieces of green gear now. Is that truly the case? Must there be such a vast disparity between individuals? I cannot comprehend it. Same here. Same here. A multitude of players felt an intense mix of emotions. This disparity left them unable even to feel envy. They were simply not on the same plane. Chapter 25. Sister, go and take him down. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Kang and Wang Bing approached Lu Kang. Wang Bing rubbed his hands in anticipation. Foster father, what do you think of the equipment? Lu Kang also looked at Lu Kang with eager anticipation. Lu Kang nodded, yes. We can trade now. He posted all the equipment in the chat room, and after a thorough tally, Wang Bing and Lu Kang engaged in fervent negotiations. Ultimately, Lu Kang acquired 2 sets of Little Demon cloth armor, 1 set of Little Demon leather armor, along with several miscellaneous items for mages, priests, and archers. The remaining equipment was all given to Wang Bing. This was also due to Lu Kang's consideration of the Shimbird army's influence on Daxia. Otherwise, he would not have so readily relinquished the items. For Lu Kang, selling to anyone was still selling. In total, there were 73 pieces of green equipment, comprising 13 sets of armor and additional miscellaneous items. The cumulative value exceeded 60 gold, which equates to an astonishing sum of 600,000. Moreover, when one accounts for the considerable earnings from the sale of various white equipment, Lu Kang's income has now approached a staggering 100 gold, a full million. At this rate, it will not be long before Lu Kang can settle his debts. Consequently, the 3 of them felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the surrounding players were rendered utterly astonished. They had certainly overheard the heated exchange between Wang Bing and Lu Kang, particularly the volume of Wang Bing's booming voice, which was impossible to ignore. Yet what had they heard? Dozens of green items? Each green item costing less than 1 gold? Their eyes turned a shade of envy as jealousy ignited a desire to supplant Wang Bing and Lu Kang on the spot. It was no wonder Captain Wang would refer to Lu Kang as a benefactor. If it were me, I would simply call him father. Indeed, it was clear. Who could have imagined that a mere sycophant could become Lu Dong's son-in-law? This was hardly a case of living off someone else's success. Brothers, dare to dream. Given the current state of the game, it is quite possible that in the future, Lu Dong might rely on the esteemed Lu Kang to elevate his standing. Lu Kang's achievements were truly remarkable. How could he possess such an abundance of green equipment? Who knows? Perhaps this is simply the legend of the village's prowess. Our team once had the fortune of defeating an elite mutated rat, which dropped a single white shoe. Can you imagine what Lu Kang must have acquired? The crowd felt a pang of envy. Wang Bing carefully stored the equipment and remarked with a grin, with these items, Our 7th team is surely the strongest in the 3rd Legion. Surely, the Legion commander will have no choice but to appoint me. Wang Bing was well aware of the significance of the Xianyao army to the Great Xia. Becoming the commander of the 3rd Legion would undoubtedly pave a prosperous path for him. Lu Kang glanced at Wang Bing and smiled. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, Brother Wang. Ah, what is there to congratulate? If it truly happens, it will be thanks to you, my benefactor. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to let me know. Wang Bing chuckled foolishly, his grin almost blinding. Thankfully, their team members were absent. Otherwise, they might have questioned their very existence. Lu Chang, standing nearby, was equally content, though he chose to say little. He merely inquired, by the way, I heard from other players that you accepted a quest to slay a boss monster, son-in-law. Lu Kang nodded. Indeed. The boss monster is no ordinary foe. If you require assistance, feel free to ask. Wang Bing chimed in. Our 7th team is always ready to help, whatever drops. They are all yours. We do not seek any experience. Lu Kang smiled. If the need arises, I will certainly inform you. Both Lu Chang and Wang Bing nodded in agreement. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Lu Chang remarked, I don't know. I find traveling cumbersome. The area where we need to hunt is already at level 4, and it takes nearly half an hour to reach each time. Wang Bing nodded in affirmation. We are in the same boat. Level 4, among the current players, was undoubtedly considered high. Observing their shared sentiment, Lu Kang abandoned his own thoughts. Subsequently, he bid farewell to the two and resolved to visit the apothecary to inquire about any items that might expedite his travels. Meanwhile, Lu Chang and Wang Bing planned to distribute the equipment. After the three departed, a throng of onlookers continued their animated discussions. Meanwhile, in another area of the novice village, Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing were diligently leveling up by battling level 4 monsters. At that moment, they heard the notification sound from the chat room. After defeating a monster, the two decided to take a break and peruse the chat history. Lu Chang, my dear daughters, can you guess what gift I have prepared for you? Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of smile. Could be another set of green gear that has excited their father so much. Lu Yueqing stroked her smooth chin, filled with anticipation. Lu Yuexin smiled gently. It must be. I wager it's another drop from Lu Kang. Lu Yueqing nodded and sent a message in the chat room. Green gear? Is mine or my sister's? Lu Yuexin curiously glanced at the chat. Lu Chang, little demon robe, little demon cloth boots. Lu Chang sent over a dozen pieces of green equipment in succession. Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing widened their beautiful eyes, gazing in astonishment at the equipment information in the chat. Lu Yueqing swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Sister, I think I'm seeing things. I see over a dozen pieces of green gear. Lu Yuexin blinked in disbelief. I feel the same way. They exchanged incredulous looks and fell silent for a moment. Then, Lu Yuexin playfully pinched Lu Yueqing's delicate cheek. Lu Yueqing exclaimed, That hurts. What are you doing, sister? This isn't a dream, is it? There really are over a dozen pieces of green gear. Lu Yuexin was taken aback. Lu Yueqing. She puffed out her cheeks and shot a glare at her teasing sister. However, her attention quickly shifted back to the green gear. It seemed to be real. With so many, could they all have dropped from Lu Kang? She decided to ask. Lu Yueqing. Father, these green items, they can't all be from Lu Kang, right? Lu Chang. What do you think? Surprised? Aren't you? Isn't my son-in-law impressive? Lu Yuexin. Lu Yueqing. The two young women's faces flushed. Lu Yueqing huffed indignantly. Father, you really haven't even met him yet, and you're already calling him son-in-law. Lu Yuexin blinked. If all of them are indeed from Lu Kang, then his soul talent must be exceptionally strong, with a promising future ahead. Lu Yueqing giggled. Then sister, you should make your move. As your sister-in-law, I won't have to worry about gear anymore. Lu Yuexin's cheeks turned rosy as she playfully threatened. Lu Yuexin, do you believe I'll hit you? Why don't you go after him? Then I, as your elder sister, would also be well equipped. Ha ha, spare me. The two immediately began to tease each other. Would these dutiful daughters truly be upset by their father referring to Lu Kang as son-in-law? Would they ignore their old father? Lu Chang felt a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 26, Little Demon Leader, Blue Items. Meanwhile, in another location, in the leveling area of the 7th team, Wang Bing looked sternly at the gathered players of the Xianbird Army's 7th team. I have something important to discuss with you all. Li Ming, Zhang Su, and others exchanged puzzled glances. Captain, what's the matter? Why the seriousness? Wang Bing cleared his throat and spoke. I just want to find Lu Kang, you all know, right? Yes, it's about the equipment trade. Isn't it? What kind of equipment could possibly make you so cryptic? Wang Bing took a deep breath. It's not just one piece of equipment. The crowd frowned in confusion. Li Ming, intrigued, asked, not one piece? What is it then? Other items? Wang Bing coughed again. You've misunderstood. It's not one piece of equipment. It's many pieces, all green equipment. The players of Xian Yao army exclaimed in excitement, rushing towards Wang Bing and clinging to his legs. Father. No, dear father. Please give me a piece of green equipment. I beg you. Good captain. My most esteemed captain. I don't ask for much. Just one piece will suffice. Seeing the players swarm towards him, Wang Bing felt an immense joy in his heart. His earlier call to Lu Kong as father was precisely to witness this moment. Suddenly, he had gained numerous sons and even a daughter. Wang Bing feigned seriousness and coughed once more before saying, All right, the army has its discipline. The principle of meritocracy need not be reiterated. These green equipment pieces are all level 5. Whoever reaches level 5 first shall claim the equipment. Oh, I forgot to mention there are sets too. The top player of each class will directly receive a full set. Wang Bing posted the attributes of the Little Demon set in the chat group of Team 7. The eyes of the players in Team 7 instantly glimmered with greed. They howled like beasts, immediately forming teams to level up. Wang Bing then turned to Li Ming. Lao Li, you know what to do next, right? Li Ming nodded, I know. I'll report it right away. Good. Wang Bing replied. I'll head to the mailbox to send a set of equipment to the third princess. All right, you go ahead. Meanwhile, in another novice village, the raven-haired Xia Yin stared at the message, narrowing her eyes as a glimmer of light sparkled within them. Lu Kong, truly an impressive individual. Lu Kong visited the potion shop and inquired with the shopkeeper about any items for travel. The shopkeeper informed him that after reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village, he could learn the capturing skill, enabling him to tame mounts. However, the skill was quite costly, priced at 50 silver each, and only available at the general store. After pondering for a moment, Lu Kong decided to purchase 4, spending 2 gold. After all, he wasn't too short on money. Efficiency was paramount. Subsequently, Lu Kong hastened towards the Little Demon camp, intent on continuing his monster hunting and leveling up. Upon arriving at the Little Demon camp, Lu Kong resumed his battle against monsters. As he ventured deeper, he encountered higher-level little demons, now facing level 6 foes. Yet, even at level 5, Lu Kong felt no pressure dealing with the level 6 little demons, as his equipment was exceptionally good and his skills were sufficiently powerful. Before long, Lu Kong had slain over 30 little demons, and a tiny skill stone dropped, just as he intended to continue using it on the battle intent skill. The system sent a notification. Ding! The battle intent skill can no longer be enhanced with minor skill stones. Please utilize a higher grade skill stone. Upon hearing this sound, Lu Kong realized that the enhancement of minor skill stones had its limits. However, he currently lacked access to more advanced skill stones. Thus, he could only allocate this minor skill stone to the enhancement of other skills. Lu Kong possessed 3 skills: Charge, Heavy Strike, and Basic Regeneration. After careful consideration, he decided to invest the skill stone in Basic Regeneration. He recognized that the difficulty of enhancing passive skills surpassed that of active skills. And given that passive skills are enduring, they likely provide greater benefits to the player. After using the skill stone, Basic Regeneration upgraded to level 2 Basic Regeneration. Level 2, a passive skill that restores 2 health points per second. As anticipated, the health restored per second increased by 1 point, effectively doubling the previous amount. If this rate of enhancement continued, reaching level 10 would result in a restoration of 10 health points per second, which was quite commendable. With this passive skill, Lu Kong could forego healing potions altogether. Subsequently, Lu Kong continued to battle monsters and level up. Before long, he arrived at a fortress that was significantly larger compared to others. After defeating the patrolling monsters outside, he peered into the interior of the fortress. He discovered an expansive hall within, populated by a pack of corrupted wolves. At the farthest end of the hall, a diminutive demon, wielding twin daggers, was feeding meat to one of the corrupted wolves. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow and cast a detection spell. To his astonishment, he found that all the corrupted wolves were elite entities, each with their own names, such as Big Flower, Little Tiger, and Blood Fawn. These elite corrupted wolves shared the same template as the Blood Fawn he had encountered earlier, possessing 400 health points and 29 attack points. Upon counting, he realized there were a total of 12 elite corrupted wolves. At the innermost part of the hall stood the diminutive demon, identified as a boss. Ganing, boss. Level, 6, health, 5,000. Attack, 90. Description, the small boss of the demon camp, responsible for training corrupted wolves to cooperate with the demons. Upon seeing these attributes, Lu Kong could not help but widen his eyes and gasp in disbelief. The creature's health was tenfold that of the level 6 elite monsters, and its attack was doubled. This revelation cast a shadow over Lu Kong's expression. Despite his excellent equipment and high attributes, bolstered by the 30 attribute enhancement from Battle Intent, Facing a boss like Ganing solo seemed daunting. For a moment, Liu Kang hesitated, contemplating whether to engage, though he doubted his chances of success. Perhaps it was worth testing the waters? However, if he failed to escape, it would mean wasting an hour of progress. In the midst of his indecision, he instinctively opened Ganing's loot list. The next moment, a dazzling array of blue and green light nearly blinded him. Such a plethora of treasures awaited him. Liu Kang inhaled sharply as he beheld the skill stones, attribute stones, and even skill books before him. A sense of astonishment washed over him. This boss monster was astonishingly bountiful. The first item on the drop list left him utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that this existed? Chapter 27, Challenging the Boss. Mount, Corrupted Wild Wolf? Excellent. Summons a corrupted wild wolf mount. Drop rate, 0.000000071. A mount indeed. Previously, the potion shop owner mentioned that only after reaching level 10 and acquiring the capture skill could one catch a mount. Yet, she never mentioned that mounts could also drop. The sole drawback was the rather meager drop rate. However, for Liu Kang, the drop rate was not a concern. Without a doubt, if he could defeat Jining, he would certainly secure this mount. It would significantly enhance his efficiency in traversing the map, making it an essential acquisition. The boss monster could drop 3 items. However, the blue items listed in the drop table exceeded 3 in number. Reluctantly, Liu Kang had to forego some. Ultimately, apart from the mount, he selected 2 additional items. Beginner Skill Stone. Once used, it can elevate skill levels. Drop rate, 0.0000018. This appears to be a more advanced skill stone compared to the minuscule skill stone, suitable for enhancing combat prowess. This would prove immensely beneficial for Liu Kang. The third item was a skill book. Wide Sweep, Level 1. Wielding a weapon. It launches an attack against all enemies in front, inflicting 150 damage. Learning prerequisites. Warrior class. This is a rare area attack skill. With this skill, Liu Kang's monster-slaying efficiency would experience a substantial boost. In addition to the skill book, there were numerous other valuable items akin to beginner attribute stones and excellent equipment. Liu Kang could only select 3. Regarding skill stones, he could obtain attribute stones from other elite monsters, rendering them less urgent. Regrettably, Liu Kang's aspirations were lofty, yet he lacked the confidence to slay a boss with such exaggerated attributes. The sight of so many treasures before him, yet being unable to claim them, stirred a restless longing within him. He glanced around his surroundings, then scrutinized the drop list of the corrupted wild wolf, hoping to discover a strategy to defeat Jining. He noticed that the only somewhat useful item was the green healing potion, which dropped from numerous elite monsters in the corrupted wild wolf's drop list. While this healing potion was slightly more potent than the ordinary ones, Liu Kang deemed it insufficient to conquer such a formidable boss. After all, this healing potion also had a 30-second cooldown. Were it not for that cooldown, Liu Kang would have felt more confident with just the healing potion. Presently, however, he felt it lacked a certain edge. Ultimately, Liu Kang found himself in an impasse. After much contemplation, he concluded that a viable strategy would be to level up to 6, don level 6 green equipment, and then enhance his attributes with the dropped attribute stones. Then, with the excellent apprentice healing potions in hand, he contemplated whether there remained any hope of vanquishing the formidable Jining. After all, Jining was not far from reaching level 6. Though the experience bar for level 5 was extensive, he had been diligently battling elite monsters. Thus his ascent was undoubtedly swift. Should he find himself unable to prevail even at level 6, he would first clear all the lesser creatures within the imp camp, which should elevate him to level 7, complemented by the attribute stones and new green equipment of level 7 that would surely drop at that time. He believed he would then stand a chance against Jining. If all else failed, he would have to seek assistance from Wang Bing and Liu Chan. With this thought in mind, Liu Kang cast a deep gaze upon the interior of the fortress before he circled around to the rear, continuing his quest against the monsters. As he passed Jining's fortress, he noted that the imps behind had already reached level 7, 2 levels above his own. However, in terms of attributes, they were worlds apart from the boss-level imps. Liu Kang could effortlessly dispatch several of them. Adhering to his usual practice, he accessed the imp's loot list. This time, he no longer sought high-value items. Instead, he focused on finding any drops that could aid him in defeating Jining. Soon, his eyes widened in surprise upon spotting an intriguing item. Apprentice Weakness Scroll, excellent. This can reduce the target's movement speed by 40 for a duration of 30 seconds. Note, the target's level cannot exceed 10. Drop rate, 0.0011. Previously, while he had encountered scroll-type items in the loot list, this particular slowing scroll seemed of little utility to Liu Kang. After all, he could charge through even a small squad of elite monsters without concern. Why would he need such a scroll? Moreover, its value was evidently less than that of similarly ranked green equipment. Thus, he had never designated it as a desired drop. However, upon seeing the scroll now, Liu Kang was struck by a bold idea. If it proved feasible, he might stand a considerable chance of defeating Jining. Even if he could not prevail, escaping would certainly remain an option. Without hesitation, Liu Kang designated the weakness scroll as a drop. In addition to the weakness scroll, he also designated the excellent apprentice healing potions. Aside from encountering attribute stones and skill stones, Liu Kang's other designated drops were limited to these two items. Ultimately, he vanquished dozens of imps, acquiring an agility attribute stone, a stamina attribute stone, and a skill stone. He continued to invest the skill stone into his basic regeneration, increasing his life recovery to 3 points per second. Notably, from his primary focus on the apprentice weakness scroll, Liu Kang amassed a total of 24 scrolls. He also obtained 30 bottles of the excellent apprentice healing potions. Furthermore, he achieved a level up, raising his level to 6. After donning the pre-prepared green equipment of level 6, Liu Kang allocated all his attributes to strength. Thus, he was well prepared for the final confrontation. Upon reaching Jining's fortress, Liu Kang meticulously selected all his desired loot items, ensuring that his inventory was fully stocked and ready. Ultimately, Liu Kang casually picked up a stone and hurled it at the head of a demonized wolf that was alarmingly close to the entrance. The creature let out a howl in response to the attack, prompting all the demonized wolves to lift their heads and turn their gaze towards Liu Kang at the entrance. Even Guning, who was tending to his pets, reacted similarly. Upon seeing Liu Kang, Guning's expression contorted into a menacing grimace. "Intruder, my little darlings, tear him apart." In an instant, all the demonized wolves charged toward Liu Kang, while Guning unsheathed his twin blades and charged in a frenzy. Surrounded by the ravenous wolves, Liu Kang pressed his back against the wall to guard against attacks from behind. Facing the front, he could block with his weapon or evade strikes to minimize damage. However, attacks from behind would be considerably more damaging. Soon, the claws of the foremost demonized wolves raked against his armor. To his astonishment, none of the blows penetrated his defenses. Liu Kang was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated such an outcome. Yet, he was not overly surprised. After all, he was clad in a complete set of level 6 gear, complemented by formidable attributes. Thus, it was reasonable that the attacks of these elite demonized wolves would fail to breach his defenses. Of course, this was merely a relative notion. For ordinary players, the assaults of elite demonized wolves will be nearly insurmountable. Chapter 28. Dancing on the edge of the blade, Liu Kang swung his battle axe, delivering a decisive blow to one of the demonized wolves, which resulted in a staggering critical hit that reduced the creature's health by nearly half. Resolutely enduring the onslaught of the other wolves, he continued to wield his axe with determination. Before long, he managed to slay one of the demonized wolves. "No, my little flower." Guning's anguished wail echoed as he beheld the fallen creature. His gaze turned bloodthirsty as he fixed his stare on Liu Kang. "Little darlings, avenge flower." Instantly, the demonized wolves howled in fury, their claws moving with increased ferocity. Liu Kang could distinctly feel the weight of their attacks intensifying, though they still failed to breach his defenses. Nevertheless, he sensed a marked increase in their strength. Furrowing his brow, he cast a detection spell on the demonized wolves, only to discover that their attack power had indeed risen by a single point. A chill ran down his spine as the realization struck him. If each demonized wolf's demise resulted in a corresponding increase in attack power for the others, then after slaying a mere 10, they could potentially breach his defenses. Oh, there were only 12 demonized wolves in total? That was manageable. Liu Kang pressed on, continuing to eliminate the demonized wolves one by one. With each wolf that fell, Guning would let out a mournful cry. Liu Kang cast a wary glance at Guning's attributes, fearing that he too would experience an increase in attack power akin to the demonized wolves. Fortunately, Guning's attributes remained unchanged. Otherwise, Liu Kang would have to contemplate a hasty retreat. An attack power of 90 is formidable in itself, and when augmented by an additional 12 points, it becomes a source of trepidation for Liu Kang, who fears he may not withstand such damage. Although Guning is filled with fury, he finds himself unable to strike Liu Kang directly, his beloved minions standing as a barrier. Frustrated, he can only howl in desperation. This gives Liu Kang ample time to methodically eliminate the demonized wild wolves one by one. As the last of the beasts falls, Guning seizes the opportunity to position himself directly in front of Liu Kang. With a swift flourish of his dual blades, he launches an assault. The speed of his strikes is astounding, leaving Liu Kang no time to evade, forcing him to absorb the blows. The numbers 12 and 13 flash before him, igniting a spark of alarm within. Such high damage. Following the initial 2 strikes, Gunning raises his blades once more, swiftly delivering 2 additional blows. In the span of a mere second, Liu Kang endures 4 attacks, losing approximately 50 health points. This realization gnaws at him. He cannot endure such onslaught. Fortunately, he refrained from recklessly confronting Gunning earlier, for had he done so, he likely would have met his demise by now. Liu Kang retrieves a weakness scroll and directs it towards Gunning. Instantly, a gray mist envelopes Gunning, a sign of the scroll's potency. Liu Kang deftly retreats, stepping out of Gunning's attack range. The foe's speed is reduced by 40, and though his agility remains high, he is now hindered. Observing Gunning pursuing him, a smile tugs at Liu Kang's lips. His strategy has borne fruit. In contrast to Gunning, Liu Kang's greatest advantage as a player lies in his ability to utilize healing potions to restore his vitality. This advantage must be exploited to its fullest extent. The moment he acquired the weakness scroll, a plan began to form in his mind, and it appears to be effective. After narrowly evading 2 of Gunning's strikes, Liu Kang pivots and, leveraging the length of his battle axe, swings down upon Gunning. Had Gunning been operating at his normal speed, Liu Kang feared the blow would miss entirely. Yet now, the axe connects solidly, dealing over 50 points of damage. Following this strike, Liu Kang continues to retreat, evading further attacks from Gunning. This dance of advance and retreat allows Liu Kang to exploit the reach of his axe in contrast to Gunning's dual blades, coupled with his speed, granting him the upper hand. Though Liu Kang is relatively inexperienced in combat, having engaged in battle for a mere 20 hours, he has garnered a modicum of experience. His lack of expertise does lead to occasional missteps, and he finds himself struck by Gunning's attacks, his health diminishing swiftly. However, Liu Kang possesses room for error. With approximately 300 health points, he can withstand several of Gunning's strikes. As his health wanes, he begins to consume potions, striving to maintain his vitality at its peak. He does not underestimate Gunning's capabilities. As a formidable boss, Gunning undoubtedly possesses powerful combat skills. Without managing his health judiciously, Liu Kang would lack a sense of security. This tactical engagement persists for over 2 minutes, during which Liu Kang successfully reduces Gunning's health by half. At that moment, Gunning bellowed, "Damn invader, meet your demise." The twin blades in his hands shimmered with a dark crimson glow. In the next instant, 2 arcs of blade light crisscrossed, striking fiercely towards Liu Kang. Although Liu Kang exerted every effort to evade, he still suffered a blow. The exaggerated damage numbers of 99 and 102 flashed before him, causing Liu Kang's health to plummet. A sense of dread washed over him. Fortunately, he had exercised caution earlier and managed his health well. Had he not, he might have perished in that moment. He never anticipated that a level 6 boss could be so terrifying. It was only Liu Kang who could withstand such an assault. Had it been any other player, they would have been slain within a second, even from a mere ordinary attack. Liu Kang's defense was formidable, bolstered by attribute enhancements and the attribute stones he had acquired, granting him greater basic stamina than many warriors fully dedicated to endurance. Coupled with his entire set of green gear, he could likely endure more than any player of his level. Even so, each strike cost him several health points, while others would surely suffer even greater losses. After the blade light skill, Gunning, astonished that Liu Kang had not yet succumbed, widened his eyes in disbelief. This is impossible. His fury intensified. Each attack now inflicted nearly 20 points of damage. Fortunately, Liu Kang had stocked up on an ample supply of superior healing potions, and, by maintaining distance, he could ensure his health remained secure. He increasingly evaded Gunning's attacks, and the fluctuations in his health became less pronounced. Seizing the opportunity, he accurately struck Gunning on the head with his battle axe. The exhilaration of dancing on the knife's edge surged his adrenaline, causing his heart to race. To his surprise, he discovered a newfound craving for combat, yearning for the thrill that danger presented. When Gunning's health dwindled to a mere 200, he unleashed the blade light skill once more. This time, the damage was even greater than before. Liu Kang was left with only 20 health points. Following the final blade light attack, Gunning appeared to exhaust his strength. Even his attacks diminished. With a series of axe strikes, Liu Kang depleted Gunning's health entirely. No, this cannot be. Gunning howled in despair as he collapsed to the ground. From his corpse, 3 blue orbs of light emerged. Chapter 29, System Announcement, A Collective Shock. Gazing at Gunning's lifeless body, Liu Kang, who had been tense for several minutes, felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. Mentally drained, he realized that only 2 weak scrolls remained in his possession. It was a narrow escape. Had Gunning possessed just a bit more health, it would have been Liu Kang lying dead instead. In those final moments, he dared not even blink, fearing that a miscalculated attack might prevent Gunning's health from dropping, and that he might exhaust his weak scrolls, ultimately leading to failure. Thankfully, the outcome was favorable, as he beheld the 3 blue orbs. Liu Kang's exhaustion was eclipsed by the joy of his reward. These were exquisite items indeed. As Liu Kang bent down to retrieve something that had fallen, a magnificent sound echoed through the skies. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding. Congratulations to player Liu Kang for achieving the first kill of a boss-level monster. Rewards: 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, 1 exquisite treasure chest, and 30 prestige points in Dao City. Yuanqing region announcement. Ding. Congratulations to player Liu Kang for achieving the first kill of a boss-level monster. Rewards: 40 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, 1 exquisite treasure chest, and 30 prestige points in Dao City. Liu Kang widened his eyes, bewildered, as he gazed up at the heavens. Wow, just a boss kill, and there's a system announcement? He touched his nose, pondering whether he had gained some notoriety. Suddenly, he recalled what the potion shop owner had mentioned about achievements. Was this an achievement? The first kill of a boss-level monster? Indeed, there were numerous rewards. A smile crept onto Liu Kang's lips. Beep, beep, beep. The messages in Liu Kang's chat channel rang incessantly. Upon checking, he found messages from several friends, including Wang Bing. Wang Bing, wow, father-in-law, you actually killed a boss monster. You're incredible. Did you solo it? Liu Chang, good son-in-law, what did the boss drop? You can sell what you don't need to your old father-in-law. Jiang Su, congratulations, Mr. Liu, for slaying the boss monster and gaining fame throughout Yuanqing. Li Mu, Mr. Liu is truly impressive, in admiration. Wang Bing, father-in-law, can I see the drops? Let me experience it. Liu Chang, good son-in-law, let us see what the boss monster dropped. Liu Kang chuckled and shared the information about the dropped items. Upon seeing 3 blue items, both Wang Bing and Liu Chang were left speechless. Wang Bing, wow, they're all blue. Liu Chang, they're all blue. We've never even dropped green gear, and you start getting blue items? Liu Chang, and there's even a mount. With this, traveling will be so much easier. I'm so envious. Wang Bing, is the skill stone for enhancing skills? I've never seen such a thing before. This is outrageous. I've worked hard just to upgrade my heavy strike to level 2. Liu Chang, and there's an area attack skill book. With that, good son-in-law's leveling speed will be much faster. After all, everyone else is just taking down one monster at a time. Having an area attack skill is like a dimensional strike. Wang Bing, this game is unplayable. The gap between players is becoming insurmountable. Liu Chang, this broken game. Seeing Wang Bing and Liu Chang's excitement, Liu Kang couldn't help but laugh. Daily task, showcasing brilliance 11. Liu Kang, is this all there is? What's there to be surprised about? Smug smile. Wang Bing, Liu Chang, both felt deeply wounded, their hearts riddled with despair. Wang Bing, father-in-law, acting like this will cost you friends. Liu Kang, so should I sell this green gear to Chang'e? Wang Bing, father-in-law, my dear father-in-law, even if you have no friends, you still have a son. Liu Kang, 6, while chatting with Liu Kang, Wang Bing, and Liu Chang. The entire player area of Yuan Star was suddenly enveloped by a system announcement. Players from Silver Moon Village widened their eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was it truly the renowned Liu Kang? Had he already commenced slaying bosses? Is this truly Beaver? I'm still merely at level 2, having yet to encounter even an elite monster. Liu Kang announced it over the broadcast. How impressive. I always knew Liu Kang was no ordinary individual. I am not surprised in the slightest. Meanwhile, in another village, Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing were battling a corrupted wolf. Suddenly, they heard the system announcement, leaving them momentarily stunned. Liu Yueqing nearly fell victim to the corrupted wolf's attack. In a flurry, they managed to defeat the creature, exchanging bewildered glances, their mouths agape in astonishment. After a brief silence, Liu Yuexin reached out to pinch Liu Yueqing's cheek. Liu Yueqing swiftly recoiled, gazing at Liu Yuexin with suspicion. Sister, what are you doing? Liu Yuexin blinked, lowering her hand. I merely wished to ascertain if this was a dream. Liu Yueqing retorted. So you thought pinching me would confirm that? She was exasperated, her frustration evident. Liu Yuexin chuckled. Quick, let's ask father what is happening. He shares a close bond with Liu Kang. Liu Yueqing rolled her eyes, sarcastically commenting. Indeed, so close that he calls him son-in-law. The two then inquired with Liu Chang, who was still engrossed in the 3 pieces of blue equipment dropped by Liu Kang. Upon hearing his daughter's questions, he relayed the news of Liu Kang soloing a boss and acquiring 3 pieces of blue gear. Instantly, Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing's eyes widened in shock, their astonishment deepening. Liu Yueqing, struggling to accept the news, exclaimed, soloing a boss monster. That's simply outrageous. Even Liu Yuexin frowned, utterly astonished. We find it perilous to even tackle elite monsters. How could he possibly solo a boss? Indeed, bosses are undoubtedly stronger than elites. The two could not fathom it, yet they were equally intrigued by the 3 pieces of blue equipment Liu Kang had obtained. With blue gear, Liu Kang's power would surely amplify, widening the gap between him and others. Could he possibly be some sort of network administrator from the Cosmic server? Liu Yuexin felt somewhat frantic. She had believed her own talent was impressive, yet the disparity felt insurmountable. In another novice village, Xia Yin, wielding her staff, was engaged in leveling up. Upon hearing the system announcement, her movements abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, the corrupted wolf lunged at Xia Yin. She evaded its attacks with the grace of a nimble butterfly, casting spells mid-movement to slay the beast. Coming to a stop, her face mirrored the incredulity of those before her. How could there be such a vast difference in soloing a boss? She glanced at the staff in her hand and the robe adorning her. Her equipment had all been purchased from Liu Kang. She had assumed that the gap between them would narrow, yet it appeared to be widening. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yin sent a message to Wang Bing. After leaving the novice village, please help me arrange a meeting with Liu Kang. I wish to see him. Chapter 30. Legendary Weapons. Not only in the Daxia region, but players from various territories, including the Barren Empire, the Lionheart Kingdom, and the Karadusi Kingdom, all gazed skyward. A tall man clad in battle armor, wielding a sword and shield, with golden hair, bore a look of astonishment on his face. Defeating a boss? How is that possible? Beside him stood several other players, equally astonished. Adam, how did that Liu Kang accomplish this? We attempted to defeat that boss and were annihilated within a minute. How could he succeed? After pondering for a while, Adam shook his head and remarked, truly, the oldest empire, Daxia, is a cradle of talent. However, we are not to be underestimated. What does it matter if Liu Kang takes the lead? Your potential only grows stronger with time, Adam. You will undoubtedly become the strongest player in our universe. The surrounding players looked at Adam with expressions of reverence. Taking a deep breath, Adam calmly nodded. For the glory of the Barren Empire. For the glory of the Barren Empire. In the Lionheart Kingdom, the princess, Alice Christian, donned a pure white robe, her beautiful, angelic face framed by golden locks. She gazed up at the sky, equally astonished. The members of the princess's guard exchanged glances, wondering, is the Lionheart King destined to witness another prodigy from Daxia? To defeat a boss so swiftly is indeed terrifying. Amidst the discussions of the princess's guard, Alice softly mused, the times always stand with Daxia. Others nodded silently, filled with envy, jealousy, resentment, and awe. For millennia, Daxia has perpetually stood at the forefront of the times, a position the Lionheart Kingdom can only aspire to. After conversing with Wang Bing and Liu Chong, Liu Kang utilized all the items he had acquired. Naturally, he applied the basic skill stone to his battle intent. As he had surmised, his battle intent improved once more, reaching level 4, with an overall attribute enhancement of 40. Liu Kang instantly felt himself grow more powerful. He also learned the skill sweep. Upon learning it, Liu Kang realized that this skill differed from heavy strike, possessing a cooldown of 10 seconds. Nonetheless, it remained a formidable combat skill, significantly enhancing his efficiency in monster hunting. As for the mount, it could be stored in his backpack and retrieved when needed. In addition to these, the system achievements granted Liu Kang rewards, 40 gold coins equivalent to 400,000, and 5 attribute points. After some contemplation, he allocated them to stamina. The recent experience of nearly being defeated by Gunning's skill left a lasting impression on him. He believed that bolstering his health would enhance his survivability. The small demon camp still had a vast area untouched by destruction, and there were surely more bosses within. Liu Kang resolved to remain cautious. At last, a refined treasure chest was placed within the backpack. Liu Kang discovered that this chest also possessed a drop list, which filled him with delight. Upon opening the list, he was astonished to find that the first item was a purple one. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, this was a refined treasure chest, and it even contained a purple item. What thrilled Liu Kang the most was that it was a great sword. Flame, legendary, attack 95, strength 9, stamina 7, with a 5 chance to inflict 100 points of fire damage on the target, required level 6. After perusing the attributes, Liu Kang gasped, feeling as though his lungs had turned cold. What does legendary truly mean? Tactical retreat. He glanced at the small demon battle axe in his hand. Small demon battle axe, excellent. Attack 26, strength 4, required level 6. The disparity was not merely slight. It was as if one belonged to the heavens while the other dwelled in the depths. Although there were other commendable items, such as a beginner's skill stone, a beginner's attribute stone, and even a magician's skill book, Liu Kang did not hesitate and decisively chose the Flame Greatsword. Had he possessed this great sword earlier, he would have easily dominated Ganing. While the other items were decent, they paled in comparison to the Flame Greatsword. Initially, Liu Kang thought he could select 3 items from the refined treasure chest. However, he soon realized that the system's rewards differed from the chests typically found in the wild, as he could only choose one. This effectively left him with no choice. After selecting the Flame Greatsword, he proceeded to open the chest. A sword, crimson as fire and measuring nearly 1.7 meters in length, materialized in Liu Kang's backpack. Upon taking it out, he immediately felt a searing aura emanating from the greatsword. To his astonishment, delicate flames flickered across the blade. Liu Kang smacked his lips in admiration. This was indeed a legendary weapon. Its appearance was undeniably impressive. He promptly equipped the weapon, strapping the Flame Greatsword to his back. Regrettably, he could not see himself wielding such a magnificent sword, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Surely, he must look quite heroic. After tallying his gains, Liu Kang checked the time. Only 1 hour remained until the 24-hour gaming session concluded. He resolved to continue the next day. Summoning his mount, a deep black demonic wolf appeared before him. Towering at 1.6 meters, the imposing creature was agile and prowled closely beside Liu Kang, growling softly. Liu Kang mounted the beast, and with a tug on the reins, the demonic wolf surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. However, as Liu Kang had never learned to ride, he found the experience somewhat jarring, his rear end suffering from the jolts. The speed of the demonic wolf far exceeded that of Liu Kang's running. What would have taken him close to an hour was accomplished in just 20 minutes as he arrived at the novice village. Outside the novice village, a throng of players was engaged in monster hunting and leveling up. When they saw a demonic wolf charging forth, they were taken aback. Yet, upon recognizing Liu Kang atop the wolf, their eyes widened in astonishment. Whoa, who is this formidable player? A wolf mount. How magnificent. This game actually has mounts. This is the first time I've seen one. It appears that this esteemed individual is none other than Liu Kang. Ah, it is indeed Liu Kang. No wonder he possesses a mount. Initially taken aback, the crowd's astonishment subsided upon realizing it was Liu Kang. After all, he is the very first to have vanquished a boss creature. What harm is there in having a mount? Wait, look at the weapon on Liu Kang's back. A keen-eyed player spotted the blazing great sword upon him. Upon witnessing the flickering flames along the blade, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be? Is my vision deceiving me? Can a weapon truly be a flame? What caliber of weapon is this? Is it green? What nonsense! Can a green weapon ignite flames? It must surely be blue. It ought to be blue, as Liu Kang had previously slain the boss, and this weapon must have been dropped by that very creature. Compared to the mount, their curiosity as players naturally gravitated towards the weapon. Each gazed enviously at Liu Kang's flaming greatsword, a blue weapon they could scarcely dream of. A mere green weapon would suffice for their wildest aspirations. Chapter 31. The Essence of the Game. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Liu Kang rode into Silvermoon Village atop a demonic wolf. Upon seeing Liu Kang approach on this fearsome mount, 2 individuals looked on with envy. The giant wolf steed, clad in armor, made Liu Kang appear as a triumphant general returning from battle. What man would not envy such spirited vigor? He chuckled. You all are quite prompt, aren't you? Isn't it to await you, my adoptive father? Wang Bing replied cheerfully, rubbing his hands together. How many green items did you acquire this time? Not many, just over 60, Liu Kang replied. Since subsequent encounters with elite monsters had yielded designated drops of scrolls and potions, the quantity of green equipment was somewhat diminished. However, upon hearing this, Wang Bing and Liu Chang were momentarily stunned. Over 60 pieces of green equipment, and he dares to call that few? Thus far, all the green items they had witnessed were those dropped by Liu Kang. Others had not even laid claim to a single green item, and yet he considered 60 to be a meager amount. This left Wang Bing and Liu Chang momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Liu Chang finally regained his composure and inquired, Good son-in-law, shall we trade now? Liu Kang nodded, certainly. The green items this time are of levels 6 and 7. Liu Chang, Wang Bing, they fell silent once more. Wang Bing, rendered speechless, exclaimed, Wait, we haven't even reached level 5 yet. How have you managed to obtain green equipment of levels 6 and 7? Liu Kang, equally innocent, responded, I am currently battling monsters of levels 6 and 7. It is beyond my control. Liu Chang and Wang Bing felt as though their hearts had been pierced by a sharp blade. Listen to him. Is this even humanly possible? They struggled against level 5 monsters, while he had already commenced his battles against those of levels 6 and 7. Is he even human? Liu Kang jested. If you don't want it, Brother Wang, I shall sell it to Brother Chong. No, please, adoptive father, I want it. Although they had yet to reach levels 6 and 7, hoarding the equipment would undoubtedly prove useful. With so many in the Xian Bird army, once their levels increased, they could simply equip themselves, which would be delightful indeed. Thus, the three swiftly concluded their transaction, given that this batch of equipment consisted of level 6 and 7 items. The price was notably higher compared to the level 5 green gear. Although the quantity was less than the previous occasion, the gold earned was, surprisingly, even greater. Lu Kong, feeling quite satisfied, tucked away the gold and completed the trade of all the equipment. At that moment, Lu Chong noticed a flicker of flame emanating from the weapon strapped to Lu Kong's back, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. Good son-in-law, why is your weapon ablaze? Wang Bing, overhearing this, was equally taken aback. He turned around and indeed saw the flame. His eyes widened in envy as he exclaimed, "Foster father, you can't be telling me your weapon is blue?" Lu Kong shook his head with a smile. Of course, it is not blue. Lu Chong and Wang Bing both breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Kong had obtained a blue item at this moment, their spirits would have surely plummeted. However, the next moment, Lu Kong's voice rang out again. Fortune smiled upon me. I opened a chest and obtained a purple item. Doesn't it look rather impressive? Lu Chong, Wang Bing, both stared at Lu Kong with disbelief, as if gazing upon a demon. The atmosphere grew suddenly quiet. Lu Kong chuckled. What is wrong? Wang Bing's eyes reddened, his voice trembling as he pointed at the massive sword on Lu Kong's back. You have a purple item? A purple one. Beside them, Lu Chong gulped. Good son-in-law, where did you open that chest? Might I also open one? Fear not for a purple item, but at the very least, hope for a blue one. Lu Kong replied with a grin. It was the reward chest announced by the system just now. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong and Wang Bing suddenly recalled the earlier system announcement regarding the rewards. Wang Bing furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Wait, the system announcement clearly stated it was a refined chest. Lu Kong nodded. Indeed, it was a refined chest. Lu Chong also recognized the inconsistency. Then how did you obtain a purple item? Isn't it normal for refined chests to yield purple items? Lu Chong, Wang Bing. The two gazed at Lu Kong, who appeared entirely unfazed, feeling an overwhelming urge to express their incredulity, yet found themselves at a loss for words. It was hardly normal for a blue chest to produce a purple item. Wang Bing and Lu Chong exchanged glances, sensing an inexplicable chasm of understanding between them and Lu Kong. Wang Bing, unwilling to delve further into this topic, lest it wound him deeper, turned to Lu Kong with curiosity. Foster father, what are the attributes of that purple equipment? Lu Kong, smiling, shared the attributes in the chat room. Wang Bing, Lu Chong, both widened their eyes in sheer astonishment. Wait, are these attributes for real? This is outrageous. Such attributes are simply unbelievable. With this kind of power, wouldn't it be possible to defeat opponents of the same level in a single strike? They were profoundly shaken. For the first time, it dawned upon them that this game perhaps lacked any semblance of balance. No, it would be more accurate to say that the essence of this game resembled a true world where anything was possible, and the notion of fairness was non-existent. As Lu Kong observed the astonished expressions of the two individuals, he was reminded of his own reaction upon first encountering the attributes of the Flame Greatsword. Such attributes indeed possess the power to drive any player to madness. Wang Bing, with a complex mix of emotions, remarked, "Is this what a legendary item looks like? How terrifying!" As a warrior, he comprehended the significance this weapon embodied. With Lu Kong's current equipment, coupled with this weapon and the skills he previously acquired, his monster-slaying endeavors would undoubtedly become a seamless affair. Wang Bing's regard for Lu Kong soared once more. Upon returning, it seemed he would have to rely heavily on Old Li again. He could hardly fathom the reaction of those above upon learning that Lu Kong had obtained a legendary weapon. Wang Bing dared not imagine it. Meanwhile, Lu Chong, after witnessing this weapon, became increasingly convinced of Lu Kong's boundless future. Such a remarkable young talent was someone his daughter must not let slip away. Lu Chong held great optimism for Lu Kong's prospects. Silently, he shared the weapon's attributes in the chat group with his two daughters, Lu Yuexin, Lu Yueqing. Both responded simultaneously with a flurry of question marks. Lu Yueqing, old man, please don't tell me this was dropped by Lu Kong. Lu Chong, indeed, are you envious? Lu Yueqing, envious? Ha, you underestimate me, old man. Lu Chong was taken aback. His daughter seemed unfazed by such a splendid weapon. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yueqing sent another message. I'm utterly jealous. Lu Chong, Lu Yueqing, Dad, my sister says she will win Lu Kong over. Lu Chong, really? Lu Yueqing, I did not. I never said that. Don't listen to Lu Yueqing's nonsense. She is the one who wants to win Lu Kong over. Seeing his daughters bicker, a smile crept upon Lu Chong's face. It was evident that both had developed a keen interest in Lu Kong, which he deemed a positive development. He feared indifference more than anything. Regardless of which daughter ultimately took a liking to Lu Kong, it would be a favorable situation for Lu Chong. He amused himself about how, as an old father-in-law, he would now play the role of an ally to his son-in-law. Truly, times had changed. At that moment, Wang Bing's somewhat irritating voice interrupted. Not to pry, Lu Dong, but why does it seem like you're grinning rather lewdly? What are you up to? Even with his thick skin, Wang Bing felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and replied, "It's nothing, just a thought crossed my mind." Wang Bing looked on skeptically, prompting Lu Chong to quickly add, "All right, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing ceased his inquiries. Lu Kong then chimed in, "Brother Wang, I'm logging off now." Wang Bing was taken aback. "You're logging off already? Isn't it too soon? I'm feeling a bit fatigued and wish to rest for a while." After battling monsters for over 20 hours, his mind was indeed weary. Wang Bing, hearing this, chose not to press further, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, rest well. I shall take my leave." After exchanging gold for Daxia currency, Lu Kong logged off from the game. Chapter 32. The Changes in Reality. A flash of white light enveloped Lu Kong's vision. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself reclining in bed. He turned his gaze around the surroundings, revealing nothing but a modest apartment of about 10 square meters, along with a familiar wooden bed. He hastily sat up and glanced at his mobile phone to check his bank account. The balance read to 102,912. Over 2 million. Of this amount, 1 million had been acquired through the sale of game currency, while the remaining funds were his salary. After sending money to his mother and paying the rent, only a little over 2,000 remained. However, he believed that the days of hardship would eventually pass. Lu Kong reclined on the bed, a look of relief spreading across his face. This was merely the first day. In just a few days, he would be able to clear all his debts. At that point, free of financial burdens, both he and his mother could finally breathe easy. After a brief moment of mirth, Lu Kong rose, checked the time, and realized it was already past 8 in the morning on the following day. 24 hours had elapsed in the game, yet only 12 in reality. What a wondrous cosmic game it was. He pondered for a moment before dialing his supervisor. The call connected swiftly, and a middle-aged man's voice echoed through. "Hello, Lu Kong? What's the matter?" "Supervisor, I wish to resign," Lu Kong stated directly. The supervisor's surprised voice responded, "Resign? Why so suddenly? Are you all right?" Upon hearing this, the supervisor sighed in relief and chuckled, "Make sure to complete the resignation formalities. You're not one of those beta testers for that online game, are you?" Lu Kong laughed. "How could I be? There are only 10 million players. I don't possess such fortune." "Well then, it seems a bizarre game has emerged, and the world is about to change," the supervisor rambled on before ending the call. Originally, Lu Kong intended to transfer money directly to his mother, but hesitated before proceeding. He decided to call her first to explain the situation, to avoid alarming her. It was a little past 8, and, judging by his knowledge of his mother, she had likely just finished her night shift and was now asleep. She wouldn't wake up until around 11, when she would prepare to return to work. There was still time, so Lu Kong resolved to head to the company to complete his resignation procedures. However, prior to that, he wanted to test the game's claim that he could bring items from the game into reality. Lu Kong first assessed his physical state and discovered that his strength and other attributes seemed significantly enhanced compared to before. This was due to his foundational strength improvement. He then attempted to open his backpack and found that he could extract all items, including his mount. Finally, he experimented with his equipment and discovered that he could choose to conceal it, which meant he could wear his gear in reality without being noticed. This was excellent news. At least it would provide him with a considerable degree of safety in this world that was soon to descend into chaos. Lu Kong donned all his equipment and chose to hide it. Consequently, his attributes received another considerable boost. He casually threw a punch into the air, producing a sharp whistle. It was akin to the prowess of a martial arts master. As Lu Kong pondered contentedly, having confirmed that the items from the game could indeed be brought into the real world, he stepped out with a sense of satisfaction. While riding the subway, he idly scrolled through the news on his phone. To his surprise, he found that the majority of today's headlines revolve around gaming, along with some initiatives from the Great Xia Ministry of Education Reform. Online gaming education officially incorporated into the basic education system. Player Management Bureau established. Just how significant is the impact of cosmic gaming? Great Xia is formidable. Official sources reveal that the first player to slay a boss-level monster is one of our own. National Guardian. A super player has emerged in a novice village of Great Xia. Lu Kong was astonished to see several articles mentioning him. A chill ran through him. Would his identity be exposed? With a heavy heart, he opened the news about the slaying of the boss monster. Soon, he exhaled in relief. Although it was acknowledged that someone had defeated the boss, Liu Kang's name remained undisclosed. Every instance of his name was replaced with peculiar black squares. He sighed in relief. Indeed, Cosmic Gaming was reliable. Then, with a strange sense of anticipation, he clicked on the article about the National Guardian. His intuition told him that this news was likely related to him and that Wang Bing fellow. As expected, within a novice village called Silver Moon Village, a super player favored by the goddess of fortune had emerged, boasting extraordinary luck. Reports indicated that the Xianyao army was collaborating with this unidentified player, and their captain humorously referred to the player as a guardian. It was rumored that if the esteemed player could sell him some green gear, he would also refer to him as guardian. At that moment, on the official Cosmic Gaming forum, many had already begun to address this player as guardian. Liu Kang gazed at the news with a rather peculiar expression. He searched the Cosmic Gaming forum, and it quickly loaded the platform. This was an official forum established overnight. It was divided into numerous modules, including various aspects of game intelligence, such as classes, races, and monster types, as well as channels for players to communicate, and even a connection to the Player Management Bureau. Players could apply to join the Bureau and become official personnel, enjoying the benefits that came with it. Liu Kang skimmed through the content and marveled at the efficiency of Great Xia. Then, he delved into the gossip section of the game. To his astonishment, 5 out of 10 posts were about him. These included system announcements regarding Liu Kang's slaying of the boss and speculations about his drop rates. Additionally, many players were playfully referring to him as Guardian. This made Liu Kang feel a tad awkward. How had he suddenly acquired so many sons and daughters? His embarrassment was palpable. Fortunately, no one knew his true identity. After finishing the gossip posts with a complex mix of emotions, Liu Kang glanced at other threads. Among the top posts, one titled At the Crossroads of the Era, Speculations and Insights on the Gaming Age captivated Liu Kang's attention. Upon clicking, Liu Kang discovered that the author had penned an extensive and densely packed treatise, nearly akin to a scholarly paper. As he perused the content, he realized that the author was indeed a player, and a highly skilled one at that, boasting an impressive level of 4, no less formidable than Wang Bing and his peers. This player had meticulously compiled the gaming information they had gathered and presented their own conjectures, offering insights that were exceedingly valuable. Every player, upon their initial foray into the game, must have heard tales of the invasion of the demonic energy. As they ventured into the novice continent, they surely beheld the vast, endless darkness at the southernmost tip of the continent. I surmise that this is the very essence of the demonic energy. This malevolent force resembles a virus, infiltrating the universe's immune system, while we, the players, act as the immune cells of this cosmic body. The universe's game allows us to embody players, facilitating our continual advancement, with the ultimate aim potentially being the eradication of these viral threats. I speculate that the virus possesses a high degree of transmissibility, and from the slightest clues, it can be inferred that before long, our world, too, may face an incursion of demonic energy. I urge everyone to prepare accordingly. Furthermore, I call upon all players to consider joining the Player Management Bureau. The times have changed, and uniting as a collective can foster mutual benefit, enabling us to progress further both in the game and in reality. Liu Kang mused. I initially thought this was an analytical post, only to find it devolving into an advertisement. I have grave suspicions that the poster may be an official representative. Soon, the subway arrived at his station. Liu Kang rose and navigated through the throng. He noticed numerous individuals engrossed in their phones, perusing updates about the Cosmic Online game. Clearly, everyone was keenly attuned to the developments surrounding the universe's online gaming. He even overheard whispers among the crowd, discussing the very same Cosmic Online game. Liu Kang couldn't help but marvel at how change manifests itself in myriad ways. Chapitre 33, Duc Suffet. Liu Kang's workplace was situated in the heart of Xianhai City, the financial and commercial nucleus of the metropolis, and the most bustling area in all of Xianhai. Upon disembarking from the subway, he found himself amidst a throng of people. A multitude of young men and women streamed out, hurriedly making their way to work. Liu Kang, however, ambled leisurely, observing the passing commuters as if he were a tourist. Once, he had been one of them, but with his recent resignation, he no longer felt the need to rush to the office. Upon exiting the subway station, he was greeted by a network of expansive streets, teeming with incessant traffic. Occasionally, a luxury vehicle sped by, eliciting envy from onlookers. As the center of Xianhai City, it was replete with affluent individuals. Just then, a striking red convertible made its appearance on the street, its engine roaring like a beast, drawing the attention of the crowd. Liu Kang's gaze followed suit. The car was occupied by two identical, stunningly beautiful young women, leaving the spectators utterly entranced. Such exquisite beauty is a rare sight to behold in reality. The allure of exquisite cars and beautiful women has always captivated the attention of many. The Viper sports car stands as one of the pinnacle brands in the realm of automotive excellence, renowned both in the vast expanse of the Great Xia and across the globe. The Crimson Viper, a limited edition, commands a staggering price in the tens of millions. Even when Liu Kang's parents were not facing financial ruin, this car remained an unattainable dream for him. Yet for Liu Kang now, it represents merely a few days' worth of income. He remained largely unperturbed, knowing he could acquire one for himself in the future. As the crowd continued to discuss the striking red Viper and the enchanting twin beauties, Liu Kang crossed the street and entered one of the towering edifices. After ascending in the elevator, he swiftly arrived at the company floor. Having previously informed his supervisor, Liu Kang's departure was seamless. He settled his final paycheck in the finance office, and, upon receiving his resignation certificate, he became a free man. Before leaving, his supervisor and colleagues treated him to lunch as a farewell gesture, a tradition within the company. Colleagues in technical positions often foster amicable relationships, and it was customary for the supervisor to host a farewell gathering for departing employees, referring to it as graduation. He retrieved his phone and dialed his mother's number. After a couple of rings, she answered. "Hello, son. What's the matter?" Hearing his mother's voice, Liu Kang instinctively smiled warmly. "Mom, I have some good news to share." On the other end, Du Shuifei, despite her weariness, was taken aback by his enthusiasm. "What good news? You sound so mysterious." Liu Kang continued. "Is anyone with you right now?" Du Shuifei, who worked part-time as a cleaner, noted that the house was empty. "No one is here, why?" Liu Kang replied. "You remember the Cosmic game from yesterday? I was selected for the public beta." Upon hearing this, Du Shuifei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really?" Her face lit up with joy. "I've been following that game. The treatment for beta testers has been excellent. I've heard some even become officials. This is wonderful news." Listening to his mother's excitement, Liu Kang cleared his throat and added, "Well, I did fairly well in the game, and I managed to earn some money to pay off debts." Du Shuifei paused, then sighed. "You should keep that money for yourself. I will figure things out on my end." "Mom, don't you want to know how much I earned?" Unimpressed, she and T considered that Liu Kang could earn a significant amount. After all, she had been aware of the game's challenging nature, recognizing that earning money would not be easy. Nevertheless, she inquired, "How much did you make?" 2 million. Du Shuifei, huh? Her nonchalant demeanor froze, her expression turning blank. She thought she had misheard and asked again, "How much?" 2 million. Du Shuifei. She glanced around, incredulous, and pinched her hand, feeling a sharp sting. This was no dream. She took a deep breath, surveyed her surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was near, she expressed her disbelief. "Is there really this much? Mother, how could I ever deceive you? But you are aware of the game's circumstances, so please keep this matter discreet." Du Shuifei was not an ignorant woman. She held a bachelor's degree and, through the trials and tribulations of years, had gained a profound understanding of the harsh realities of society. Nodding, she replied, "I understand. I understand." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked back her emotions. "My son has truly made something of himself." In recent years, following her husband's death, Du Shuifei had been burdened with immense debt, and life had nearly crushed her. It was only the support of her son that had prevented her from giving up entirely. To her astonishment, her son had managed to earn such a considerable sum in such a short time. The weight on her heart lightened considerably. On the other end of the line, Liu Kang felt his eyes welling up as he heard his mother's choked voice. Life had been exceedingly difficult for the two of them over the years. He chuckled, "Mother, I can earn this much in a single day. In just a few days, I'll be able to repay all the debts, and then you can enjoy life to the fullest. Once your debts are settled, you should consider your lifelong partner." She teased. Liu Kang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had previously been in romantic relationships. However, after his ex-girlfriend learned of his family's bankruptcy and the overwhelming debts, she had decisively ended their relationship. Romance was no longer a priority for him. Suddenly, he recalled Teacher Lu's comment about him being a good son-in-law. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the thought. "I will strive to find someone, but there is no need to rush, Mother. I'm still young. By the way, let me transfer some money to you." "Wait, keep some for yourself. Earning money today doesn't guarantee tomorrow's fortune. It's wise to set aside some funds for unforeseen circumstances." Hearing this, Du Shuifei smiled, her lips curving upward. All right, I understand. You go ahead and take care of your business." After ending the call, Liu Kang promptly transferred 2 million yuan to Du Shuifei via mobile banking. He still had around 100,000 left. Contemplating his living situation, Liu Kang decided it was time for a change. The current apartment was a partitioned space, segmented into 5 or 6 small rooms within a larger unit, and the soundproofing was less than adequate. Every night, he could hear strange noises emanating from different rooms, often disrupting his sleep. Previously, without the means to change his circumstances, he had endured it. Now that he had financial resources, he certainly would not deprive himself. Chapter 34. The Fated Benefactor. Liu Kang resolved to seek a new living environment, at the very least a private suite. He chose to move away from the suburbs. While the rent was cheaper there, the impending invasion of dark forces could lead to the emergence of monsters in the wilderness. The suburbs could not possibly match the safety of the urban center. Moreover, should any turmoil arise, life in the suburbs would become increasingly inconvenient. Liu Kang opted for a location relatively close to the city center, ensuring it was well-equipped with amenities and convenient transportation. He pondered a rather grave question. What if the agent or landlord was a player? Wouldn't he that exposes information? If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter much if Liu Kang's information were revealed, but if it fell into the hands of a player, his particulars could be disseminated. After all, he was quite renowned. Following the system announcement, it was likely that all players recognized him. Upon seeing his name, they would undoubtedly know who he was. This posed a significant risk. He decided to postpone any thoughts of changing his living environment until his strength had increased considerably, with no other pressing matters at hand. And as his body rested in reality while he played the game, Liu Kang did not feel fatigued. Aside from the initial mental strain from prolonged battles, he experienced no further discomfort. As for the mental pressure, after a morning of rest, he had fully recuperated. With no work obligations, Liu Kang found his days becoming rather leisurely. He lay on his bed, idly scrolling through his phone, watching short videos to pass the time. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a live stream. The host was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. What astonished Liu Kang was not merely her appearance, but rather the theme of her broadcast. This girl's luck has exploded. She participated in the public test of the Cosmic Online game, and in my adoptive father's Silver Moon Village. This revelation intrigued Liu Kang. He had not anticipated the existence of a public tester host. Typically, he did not watch live streams, as they were often overly edited with beauty filters, making it difficult to discern the true appearance of the person behind the screen. Despite the host's seemingly sweet and charming demeanor, resembling a stunning beauty, only she knew the extent of the technology involved. However, given the connection to the Cosmic Online game and the fact that this host claimed to be in Silver Moon Village, Liu Kang felt compelled to watch further. The comments from viewers on the screen were racing by at an astonishing pace. Wow, who is this newcomer? She is absolutely stunning. Destined Daughter, 666. This dog host's name clearly implies ill intentions towards the adoptive father. Dream on host. The adoptive father is mine. Liu Kang was taken aback. He then realized that the host's name was indeed Destined Daughter. What was this? Were people actually vying to be his adopted daughter? This was somewhat absurd, considering he had never even met this host. The host's voice was crisp, akin to a babbling brook, as she cheerfully declared, "Don't even think about it. With my beauty, if I encounter my adoptive father, I'd slide right over and cling to his leg. He wouldn't be able to shake me off." Liu Kang was a loss for words. This host was rather intimidating, contemplating a direct approach to clinging to his leg. The very thought of a woman sliding over to him and clinging to his leg in front of an audience sent chills down his spine. Such a scenario would be utterly mortifying. He chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Were live streamers really this comical nowadays? Sliding over like that. His adoptive father might very well be frightened to death. Clearly, she could easily be a beauty host, yet she chose to encroach upon the realm of comedic hosts. Didn't she? At that moment, a fan inquired, "To be frank, are you truly in Silver Moon Village? You wouldn't be a fraud, would you?" Hearing this, the Destiny Daughter's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course it's true. The streamer would never deceive us. Moreover, I have even seen my adoptive father from a distance. 666. Didn't you say you would slide when you saw him? Why didn't you slide? Upon encountering this question, the Destiny Daughter appeared disheartened, slamming the table in frustration. "Do you think I didn't want to? You have no idea what the scene was like." The fans became increasingly excited. What scene? To be honest, I'm a player as well, but unfortunately, I am not in Silver Moon Village. I'm quite curious about what my adoptive father actually looks like. Damn it, there are so many players. Why am I not among them? Without me, to be honest, it's hard for me to imagine that someone would be willing to recognize their adoptive father this way. It's simply absurd. You all don't understand it all. Do you comprehend the value of green gear in a Cosmic Online game? Do you understand the worth of hundreds of pieces of green gear? It was evident that the person above was also a player. I'm a player too, and let me tell you, up until now, I've only heard of my adoptive father dropping green gear. Do you grasp the significance of that? Hey, hey, the narrative is going off track. Streamer, please tell us. What was the scene like? With a love-struck expression, the streamer began. The scene was as follows. I was merely a level 3 newbie battling a demonized wild dog, when suddenly a demonized wolf charged at me from a short distance away. I was utterly stunned. Do you understand? I was genuinely petrified. For those unfamiliar, the demonized wolf is a level 4 or 5 creature. Given the streamer-esque equipment, encountering a level 4 monster could easily lead to death, especially while still engaged in combat. So guess what I saw? The fans erupted with excitement at the streamer's mysterious demeanor. Oh my gosh, don't keep us in suspense. Goddess, just tell the story without teasing us. The streamer refrained from prolonging the suspense, cleared her throat, and continued. I saw my adoptive father sitting atop the demonized wolf. That demonized wolf was his mount. Do you understand that feeling, everyone? A mount. My adoptive father actually has a mount. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. My adoptive father was clad in a full set of armor, and the weapon on his back was ablaze. The key point is, he looked incredibly handsome. Who can relate, my friends? It was as if the idol from my dreams had stepped into reality. Without a moment's hesitation, I wanted to slide over and squeal. After expending so many words, the streamer felt a tad parched. She took a sip of water to soothe her throat, her expression one of deep sorrow. Didn't someone just ask me why didn't he slide? The answer is, I was unable to outrun the demonized wolf, just as I was about to act. The wolf had already darted far away, leaving me no chance to catch up. Do you understand that feeling? The multitude of fans responded with a collective. Liu Kong observed the streamer-esque expression of profound distress and was nearly certain that she was indeed a player from Silver Moon Village. After all, to be honest, there are likely very few players outside Silver Moon Village who know about his demonized wolf mount. He let out a profound sigh of relief. Could it be that this individual genuinely intended to perform a sliding maneuver on him? Is there truly such an absurd person in this world? Liu Kong found it incomprehensible, yet he was deeply shaken. Chapter 35. Re-entering the game. The fans were utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. The players in the live stream room erupted in excitement. No way. A mount? Is this for real? My adoptive father actually has a mount now? A weapon engulfed in flames? What level of equipment could this possibly be? It can't be blue, right? Oh, why isn't my adoptive father in our novice village? I want to slide too. I want to slide. Regardless of whether they were players or not, the essence of humanity remains unchanged. In an instant, the chat was flooded with messages expressing the desire to slide, leaving Liu Kong with goosebumps. Humanity had become utterly insane. What? I'm human too? Is it because I'm not crazy enough that I feel so out of place with these people? The host, with a serious expression, declared, I, the charming lady here, vow that one day, I shall slide my way to my adoptive father. Liu Kong thought to himself, please don't do that. My adoptive father will truly be frightened. Just then, a message from a fan popped up. Based on the host description, it seemed that they were indeed a player. Host, aren't you worried that other players might come after you with such a high profile? Upon hearing this, many people echoed the sentiment. Indeed, this world is filled with peculiar individuals. What if there's a player with ill intentions? The host should exercise caution. Liu Kong wore a serious expression as well, sharing the concern that the host was perhaps being a bit too ostentatious. After all, if one's identity as a player were to be exposed, and should they incur enmity in the game, what if that person sought revenge in real life? However, the host laughed heartily, hands on hips, huh? Do you think the clever and resourceful me would overlook such possibilities? I have already joined the Player Management Bureau. I am now an official. Oh, by the way, I am currently the face of the Player Management Bureau, which means I am an official streamer. You all understand, right? If you wish to register as a player, hurry up. If you exceed level 3, you can apply to join the official bureau. Moreover, if you possess unique talents or skills, it's perfectly fine to be of a lower level. Liu Kong was left speechless. Really? Another advertisement? I thought the ads in the post were the limit. Even the live stream has advertisements. It seems worthy of praise that the great Xia keeps up with the times. No wonder I hadn't come across any live streams while browsing short videos. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon a streamer this time. Turns out they are an official. The fans were buzzing with excitement. No way, they are actually an official. The host is a great Xia official. Impressive. No wonder the host is so audacious and fearless. Great Xia is your backing, I understand now. Speaking of which, I'm also a level 3 player. Can I really join the official ranks? Upon seeing this message, the host nodded eagerly. Of course. Do you not trust our great Xia? Oh, by the way, I have a task I forgot to mention. The host playfully tapped her forehead and stuck out her tongue adorably. Regarding the invasion of dark energy, even those who are not players should take heed. If anyone notices anything unusual, it is imperative to report it immediately. The Player Management Bureau has already commenced the establishment of branches in major cities, which will be responsible for addressing the issue of dark energy invasion. Those applying to join the Player Management Bureau will take on these responsibilities in the future. She mischievously winked and cheerfully remarked, "Let me whisper a secret to you all. They're all leaders, responsible for overseeing military officials, and even the army. And they can collaborate with the Suanio army. You all know the Suanio army, right? The designated partner of my adoptive father. I'm going to apply right now. I'm level 4, I'll apply too." Wow, a level 4 expert appears. Incredible. You're already level 4. Following this, the host continued to interact with her fans, primarily promoting information about the online game. Additionally, she cautioned both players and the general public about the dangers and precautions concerning the invasion of dark energy. Liu Kang also understood that this destined adopted daughter was essentially a spokesperson for the Player Management Bureau. Of course, she was not an official spokesperson. Official representatives would be far more formal and composed. The Daxia government utilized the host to disseminate information regarding the changes brought about by the Cosmic online game in a more relatable manner. After observing for a while, Liu Kang ultimately decided to exit the live stream. Speaking out was out of the question. What if he were to be ridiculed? After browsing short videos, reading a novel, and playing a game for a bit, the night swiftly arrived. After having dinner, Liu Kang took a moment to rest. When the clock struck 8, marking the beginning of a new day of gaming, Liu Kang re-entered the game. A flash of white light enveloped him. This time, upon entering the game, it was different from his first experience. Liu Kang did not descend from the sky and was unable to see the central continent or the other novice continents resembling stars. He materialized directly in the novice village. Upon logging in, Liu Kang immediately scanned his surroundings, feeling somewhat anxious. He feared that someone might be influenced by that reckless host and rush over to ridicule him upon noticing his presence. Fortunately, while his arrival attracted the attention of nearby players, they remained relatively reserved and did not engage in ridicule. Liu Kang breathed a sigh of relief and mounted his demonic wolf steed. He planned to visit the potion shop first to purchase healing and mana potions, ensuring he was well equipped. The demonic wolf moved swiftly, and in no time, they arrived at the potion shop. Upon seeing the demonic wolf, the players waiting in line turned their heads in unison. It's the esteemed Liu Kang. What esteemed Liu Kang? Call him adoptive father. The adoptive father truly has a mouth. That's impressive. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Liu Kang thickened his skin and pretended not to hear. Just as he intended to cue, a player spoke up. Let the adoptive father go in first. How can we let him waste time waiting in line? He is the top player of Daxia. Yes. Let the adoptive father buy first. The stronger he becomes, the greater the chance we all have of acquiring equipment in the future. As the crowd parted ways, eager to let Liu Kang pass first, he hesitated momentarily. I can wait in line like everyone else. Your time is valuable too, he said. Oh, come now, father. No need to be modest. Someone urged. Indeed, father. Now that you have grown stronger, your contributions during the demonic incursions will surely be of greater significance than ours. Another chimed in. Please, go ahead. Upon hearing these words, Liu Kang fell silent for a moment before nodding. Then I'm grateful to you all. After a brief pause, he continued, since you hold me in such high regard, I shall ensure to reserve some green equipment for sale in the plaza in the future. The power of the Great Xia relies on the Shenbird army and formidable forces. Yet the strength of ordinary people is equally vital, is it not? At this proclamation, the atmosphere became hushed, only to erupt into thunderous cheers. Long live father. I love you, father. Wait, I should call you Godfather instead. Godfather, may I bear you children? Father is invincible. From now on, I shall be the most obedient offspring. Liu Kang was taken aback by the fervent reactions of the crowd, especially their exuberant comments, which left him feeling somewhat flustered. I implore you to exhibit a modicum of restraint. The title of father is rather awkward, he remarked. However, the crowd paid no heed to his words, laughing as if they were all addled. With no choice left, Liu Kang stepped into the apothecary. Chapter 36. Exaggerated monster-slaying efficiency boss. I'm here to buy potions. She looked at Liu Kang, her face lighting up with a smile. It seems you are quite respected among your kin. Liu Kang chuckled softly. It's merely that they hold me in high esteem. The apothecary owner sighed, thoughtfully. To be respected and anticipated brings its own pressures. When the demonic forces invade, your tribe may rely on you for survival. Contemplating this, Liu Kang smiled. I shall endeavor to do my best. The apothecary owner, about to speak, suddenly noticed the blazing sword strapped to Liu Kang's back. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, is it your weapon? A legendary piece of equipment. Liu Kang glanced at her, Surprised. You have a keen eye, boss. It is indeed legendary gear. The apothecary owner was taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. Wait, let me gather my thoughts. She rubbed her forehead, then stared at Lu Kang in shock. But you're only level 6. How could you possess a legendary weapon? This is illogical. Lu Kang blinked innocently. I obtained it from a treasure chest. What is illogical about that? The apothecary owner was stunned. You mean a system-rewarded exquisite chest? Exactly, Lu Kang nodded. The apothecary owner pondered in disbelief. An exquisite chest can yield a legendary weapon? Lu Kang grinned and nodded. Indeed, did I not just acquire one? The apothecary owner fell silent. Her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Lu Kang scratched his head. Are you alright, boss? Alright? How could I possibly be alright? The Silver Moon people were once players themselves. When did their entire tribe obtain their first legendary equipment? Was it not around level 20? And now look at this. Before me stands a level 6 novice, astonishingly wielding a legendary weapon. The apothecary owner can only lament the cosmic injustice of it all. A level 6 possessing such a weapon. Wouldn't that render them invincible against both gods and demons? She shook her head stiffly, muttering, it's nothing, just a bit frustrating. Turning her gaze to Lu Kang, she inquired, how is it that you possess such extraordinary fortune? If you can maintain this luck, there may indeed be hope for repelling the encroaching demonic forces. Lu Kang smiled, replying, I shall take your words as an omen of good fortune, dear proprietor. Enough chit-chat. Let us settle the payment for the potions, the apothecary insisted, keen to avoid further discussion, fearing her composure might shatter if she pondered this matter any longer. Nodding in agreement, Lu Kang purchased 300 novice healing potions and an additional 200 mana potions. After completing his transactions, he turned to leave, only to notice the peculiar expressions on the faces of the players queuing behind him. Their gazes were laden with an oddity that piqued his curiosity. He touched his face, wondering if something was amiss, yet found nothing. Casting a glance at the bewildered players, he departed. Once Lu Kang was gone, the apothecary called out sharply, Hurry, those purchasing potions. Her tone was uncharacteristically harsh, still reeling from Lu Kang's unexpected display. Their eyes met, and disbelief flickered between them. Did you hear that? It was a legendary weapon. Indeed. I thought my adoptive father's sword was merely exquisite. Who would have imagined it was legendary? Goodness, is this for real? I possess only 3 white-grade items. Not a hint of green equipment, and the thought of fine gear is a distant dream. What on earth is this legendary equipment? Conversations buzzed among the crowd, their minds reeling from the revelation. After restocking, Lu Kang mounted his demonic wolf and charged out of the novice village. As he entered the area of the demonized wild dogs in the forest, he remained exceptionally vigilant, wary of encountering the fated adopted daughter, should she be lying in wait. He would find himself in quite the predicament. Fortunately, he did not cross paths with her. In about 20 minutes, he arrived at the imp encampment. To his surprise, the monsters in the area had not respawned. It was known that creatures in other locales would refresh, so why were the imps different? Puzzled, Lu Kang pressed on, delving deeper into the imp camp to engage in combat. The imps encountered were all level 6 and 7, typically found in groups of 3, either patrolling, resting, or guarding their stronghold. Upon spotting Lu Kang, they screeched and charged at him. With the flame greatsword in hand, he swung effortlessly, dealing over 150 points of damage. Should he unleash his sweeping attack, the damage soared beyond 200. A critical hit would nearly obliterate 2/3 of an elite imp's health, if not more. Most astonishingly, during one instance, Lu Kang's sweeping strike coincided with a critical hit, triggering the sword's fiery effect and inflicting an additional 100 points of fire damage. The outcome was merely a skill. 3 elite imps ascended to the heavens instantaneously. If any players nearby had witnessed this, they would likely have been petrified with fear. Not to mention the other players, even Lu Kang himself was momentarily taken aback. The damage dealt was indeed outrageous. A single strike capable of obliterating elite monsters of the same level or even 1 level higher. Who could have anticipated such a feat? Meanwhile, the damage inflicted by the imps upon Lu Kang amounted to a mere 3 or 4 points, almost negligible in comparison. Lu Kang could be described as effortlessly mowing down foes, a stark contrast to the cautious demeanor he exhibited upon his arrival at the imp camp. He progressed through the ranks with unparalleled efficiency, dispatching monsters at an astonishing rate. In just 1 hour, Lu Kang had vanquished over 100 imps, despite a significant portion of that time being squandered on traversing the terrain, designating loot, and collecting corpses. These 100-plus imps yielded 13 minuscule attribute stones and 2 minuscule skill stones for Lu Kang. Additionally, considering the possibility of facing a boss monster in the near future, he designated several high-quality apprentice healing potions for loot. Simultaneously, He also specified the drop of some weakening scrolls and various other scrolls. Apprentice Shield Scroll, excellent. Grants 100 points of shield upon use. Lasting for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. Drop rate, 0.00122. Apprentice Strength Scroll, excellent. Increases strength by 5 points upon use, lasting for 10 minutes. Drop rate, 0.0021. Such scrolls were among the bounty, though regrettably, their appearance rate was not particularly high. Nonetheless, Liu Kang managed to acquire around 30 scrolls, with the weakening scrolls being the most abundant. He designated only 2 strength scrolls and 5 shield scrolls. The remaining loot consisted entirely of equipment, amounting to nearly 70 pieces of green gear. Liu Kang's inventory slots were now completely filled, leaving him in a state of despair. The efficiency of monster farming was excessively high, leading to an overwhelming drop rate, which was unfortunate as his slots were utterly insufficient. When would he be granted a higher-tier backpack? At the very least, a bag with several hundred slots would barely suffice for his needs. However, discarding such an abundance of green equipment would be too regrettable. Conveniently, Liu Kang had previously promised other players that he would sell some green gear at the square, thus providing ordinary players an opportunity to acquire them. Chapter 37. An unforeseen path. Upon using the city return scroll, a flash of white light enveloped Liu Kang. When the brilliance faded, he found himself in the square of the novice village. Around him, players were bustling about, hawking their wares. Contemplating for a moment, Liu Kang retrieved 10 pieces of green equipment and set up a stall of his own. Green equipment for sale. Hurry if you want it. His voice resonated through the square, and an eerie silence fell over the crowd. The atmosphere became almost unsettlingly quiet. Every player present, whether selling goods or shopping, turned their wide eyes toward Liu Kang. Hundreds of gazes fixated upon him, resembling the stare of the undead, sending shivers down his spine. The next moment, all the players surged toward Liu Kang. The stall owner had seemingly abandoned all hope as a frenzy of players rushed forward. Father, it's Father. He is selling green gear. Selling green gear. Father, I have a piece. Do you have any weapons? The stall was soon besieged, leaving no room for passage. At that moment, Liu Kang heard a voice that felt oddly familiar. Father, I'm here to cling to your leg. Liu Kang widened his eyes in disbelief, only to see a female player unexpectedly charge towards him, leaping to grasp his leg tightly. Liu Kang was taken aback, staring down at her innocent, wide eyes. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the outrageous streamer from earlier that day. What the hell? Is she serious? Does she not feel any shame? He hastily kicked his leg, urging, let go. Step aside. Yet, the streamer clung on with both arms and legs, causing an absurd scene as Liu Kang lifted his leg, and she bobbed along with it. The once frenzied players now stood frozen, all eyes glued to this bizarre spectacle. What on earth is happening? However, as they beheld the striking beauty of the female player clinging to Liu Kang, many male players felt a tinge of envy. To be embraced like that wouldn't be such a bad fate, after all. Meanwhile, the female players were incensed. Who is this little hussy? This is sexual harassment. Why is she clinging to my godfather? Let go. As more and more female players approached, their eyes burning with ire, Liu Kang sensed the gravity of the situation escalating. This could spiral into chaos. With a furrowed brow, he shot an exasperated glare at the streamer. Let go, or I won't be so polite. The streamer blinked innocently, then reluctantly released her grip, muttering, honestly, why are there so many shameless women? How dare they call my father godfather? Too. Liu Kang was at a loss for words. Who could rival her in shamelessness? He was momentarily stunned by her audacious behavior. With a stern expression, he warned, if you cling to my leg without my permission, do you believe I can invoke a system penalty? The system indeed had punishments for such conduct. He had received a notification just moments prior, yet he felt a twinge of compassion. It was evident from her live stream that the streamer held some respect for him, although her actions were exaggerated. He found it hard to be harsh. Hey, father, please don't. I couldn't help myself. I promise to ask for your permission next time. The streamer blinked her wide, innocent eyes, attempting to charm her way out of the situation. Liu Kang was bewildered. Did she really intend to have a next time? Feeling exhausted, he shifted the conversation, asking, do you wish to purchase green gear? Yes, she replied eagerly. Then please wait in line properly. I'm so close to you, father. I must be first, right? The streamer batted her eyelashes. At her words, Liu Kang's irritation surged. I just remembered, you harassed me, so I want to be selling you any green gear. She widened her eyes, as if struck by lightning. This was a path she had never envisioned. Originally, she thought that with her irresistibly charming appearance, her adoptive father would surely show her some tenderness. Perhaps if she exerted herself a little more, he would treat her kindly? But what was the current situation? Green gear and none for me. Father, no. The streamer suddenly wailed in despair. Other players cheered, especially the female players. This is how it should be. How dare this little minx embrace my adoptive father? She deserves it. Liu Kong waved his hand at the streamer. Go away. Don't interfere with my equipment sales. It would be best to drive this streamer away. As Liu Kong was not particularly adept at dealing with this type of woman, especially after his breakup with his ex-girlfriend. He had developed an instinctive wariness towards such shameless women. The streamer pouted, her adorable face wearing an expression of grievance. The nearby male players softened at the sight. A young man quickly stepped forward, saying, Miss, please don't cry. How about I give my chance to you? Several male players behind him nodded in agreement. Beautiful lady, I'll give you my opportunity. Can we be friends? Beautiful lady, mine too. The streamer glanced at the male player who had spoken, and her look of grievance instantly vanished. She placed her hands on her hips. Who are you? You're not my adoptive father, so don't bother me. The surrounding players were taken aback. Observers couldn't help but smirk. I think I just saw several lapdogs. Wow, what a pathetic display. Are they really willing to forego the chance to buy green gear? They likely hadn't anticipated that this woman would refuse. The male players who had spoken earlier felt incredibly awkward, especially as they sensed the gazes of those around them, which only fueled their anger. However, as novices, they couldn't attack. They could only glare at the streamer. No one dared to make a move. After her refusal, the streamer squatted before Liu Kong, her eyes wide, gazing at him. Liu Kong. The streamer blinked innocently. I didn't intend to buy anything. I'm just here to watch my father sell equipment. Liu Kong felt a bit helpless. Suit yourself. Let us start selling equipment. The second young player quickly stepped forward, a broad smile on his face. Father, I'd like to buy a piece of chainmail armor. 70 silver. The young man was taken aback. Huh? That is so expensive? Liu Kong. He stared blankly at the young man. This is level 7 green gear. Is that price really too high? The young man wore a flattering smile and asked, Could you lower the price a bit? Father, I only have 20 silver. You surely don't lack that small amount of money, right? Liu Kong. Nearby players? The streamer looked utterly speechless. Are you trying to take advantage of him? Father could clearly sell to the Xianyao army and Tianyu guild. He is kind enough to offer it to you, and you still expect a discount? Indeed, one must have some sense of fairness in life. To be honest, this price is not expensive. If you can't afford it, then don't crowd around. And let us be real, 70 silver is equivalent to 7,000 coins. How many players can afford that much? Wow, are you jesting? This game is intricately intertwined with reality, offering you the opportunity to acquire substantial green equipment for a mere 7,000 coins, and you dare to deem it expensive? Where do such fools come from? If you find it too costly, then be gone. Do not hinder my adoptive father from selling his gear. Indeed, the trading platform is so convenient now. One can simply purchase coins and acquire wealth. Ultimately, it seems you merely wish to morally coerce my adoptive father into offering you a discount, do you not? The type of individuals I disdain most in life are those who resort to moral extortion. How utterly revolting. Chapter 38. Lin Yingying. The facts reveal that the vast majority of individuals are perfectly normal, despite a few outrageous players mingling among them. Most players are aligned with Liu Kong. The youth intending to purchase equipment, under the barrage of public criticism, suddenly found his face flushed with embarrassment and was pushed aside. Moreover, several others wishing for Liu Kong to lower his prices fell silent as well. The remaining players, of course, were eager to buy the gear. After all, this was a level 7 piece of green equipment. Even if it cannot be utilized immediately, possessing it would render them formidable when the time comes. The attributes of the equipment at the stall were clearly visible. Which player, upon seeing these attributes, would not feel envy? Thus, the equipment was swiftly sold out. Although there was some contention, with Liu Kong present, everyone could only stand in line to make their purchases. Once 10 pieces were sold, Liu Kong began to pack up his stall, declaring, That will be all for now. I will be selling more equipment intermittently today, also at the square, so those who missed out can look forward to it. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened with excitement. Huzzah for our adoptive father, they exclaimed. But we need to grind monsters for experience. What shall we do? Should we find someone to keep watch? How could that be feasible? Who would watch over such reasonably priced green equipment when they could purchase it themselves? The crowd whispered among themselves, contemplating the circumstances of monster grinding. Ultimately, they had no choice but to disperse. Some continued to set up stalls, while others went off to hunt monsters. There were even players who reached out to those who had previously acquired green equipment, hoping to purchase it at a higher price. Liu Kong, however, chose to remain silent on the matter. For him, his only desire was to distribute this green equipment, enabling ordinary players to level up more swiftly. As for who ultimately resold the gear, or for how much, that was of no concern to Liu Kong. He glanced at the dog streamer, squatting nearby. A frown etched on his face. You're still here? The dog streamer grinned as she stood up. Hee hee, I merely wish to observe my adoptive father a little longer. You are truly handsome. Lu Kong replied with a blank expression, momentarily rendered speechless by her audacity. The dog streamer continued, Adoptive father, can we be friends? Lu Kong, maintaining his impassive demeanor, responded, I refuse. Who are you? I don't even know you. My name is Lin Yingying. Just call me Yingying. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow, perplexed by her implication. Come on, adoptive father, just add me. I promise to be obedient. If you tell me to go east, I won't venture west. If you tell me to catch dogs, I won't chase chickens. Remarkably rhythmic, wasn't he it? Lin Yingying stood proudly with her magnificent chest, brimming with confidence. Of course, I am the exceptionally clever Lin Yingying. It was only then that Lu Kong realized this dog-like streamer bore such a striking appearance, even within the confines of the game, where there was no concept of beautification. Thus, it could be said that this individual was indeed a beauty that could bring nations to ruin. However, her personality was rather eccentric. Lu Kong chuckled coldly. Isn't it just thick-skinned? Lin Yingying, slightly embarrassed, replied, Father, please don't flatter me so. I might get shy. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow, feeling that conversing with this character required the preparation of some stress relief medication, lest his blood pressure unexpectedly soar. Curiously, Lin Yingying gazed at Lu Kong and asked, Father, haven't you already sold all your equipment? Why are you still here? I am waiting for someone. Lu Kong replied calmly. At that moment, two beautiful women came jogging towards them. It was Jiang Su and Li Mu, while Wang Bing and Lu Chong had sent them over for a transaction, perhaps due to their exposure to an abundance of green equipment. Both Wang Bing and Lu Chong had become somewhat desensitized. Recalling the excitement they displayed the first time Lu Kong showcased green equipment, they had rushed over to trade. But after several instances, they had relaxed their approach and allowed Jiang Su and Li Mu to handle the transactions. When the two women reached Lu Kong, smiles adorned their faces. However, upon noticing Lin Yingying beside him, their smiles gradually faded. A woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that. Both Jiang Su and Li Mu were confident in their own looks. Yet upon seeing Lin Yingying, they felt a twinge of inferiority. How could she be so extraordinarily beautiful? Jiang Su merely sighed, but Li Mu sensed a significant threat. She had hoped that through their trading relationship, she could frequently interact with Lu Kong, perhaps even develop feelings for him and become his lover. Even if she did not become his official girlfriend, Li Mu considered it a worthwhile endeavor. However, now, observing the stunning Lin Yingying by Lu Kong's side, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. How long had it been? Already, such a beautiful woman was it, Mr. Lu sighed. At this rate, what chance did she have? In an instant, Li Mu's spirits dampened. Conversely, Jiang Su's thoughts were much simpler. She genuinely believed Lu Kong was a good person and felt fondness toward him. Yet, in comparison, her heart still belonged to the Shenbird army. Witnessing the presence of such an attractive and seemingly demure woman beside Lu Kong, Jiang Su felt a tinge of affection for Lin Yingying as well. Smiling, she said, Mr. Lu, this is Jiang Su reporting in. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. She looks so gentle. Lu Kong, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned. What? Girlfriend? This dog-like streamer? He thought to himself, You've no idea of her shamelessness, and you call her gentle? With a flat expression, Lu Kong replied, Jiang Su, you're mistaken. This person is not my girlfriend. At that, Li Mu's eyes lit up, instantly revitalized. Lin Yingying chuckled, Sister Jiang, you are quite lovely as well. I am Lin Yingying, the fated adopted daughter of my esteemed adoptive father. Li Mu stared at Lin Yingying in shock. Have modern girls become so extravagant? Just as she had revived, she collapsed once more. Lu Kong delivered a crisp tap to Lin Yingying's forehead, the sound resonating distinctly, indicative of a robust intellect. His expression remained stoic. Do not speak nonsense. Lin Yingying, feigning innocence, cradled her forehead in apparent distress. Witnessing their interaction, Li Mu felt a pang of sorrow. With such behavior, how could there not be a connection between them? Was her chance truly lost? Lu Kong, observing Lin Yingying's pitiful demeanor, silently scoffed. This woman was a master of theatrics. Her expression of grievance was nothing but an act. He remained unfazed, cold-hearted, and disinterested in her antics. Turning to Jiang Su and Li Mu, he proposed, Shall we strike a deal? Very well. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and Lu Kong acquired nearly 100 gold coins. After the exchange of equipment, Jiang Su smiled, Mr. Lu, I shall take my leave. Li Mu, equally listless, bid farewell to Lu Kong, Mr. Lu, goodbye. Her gaze lingered on him, imbued with a hint of melancholy. Lu Kong nodded. Yes, you may go. As the two departed, Lin Yingying, brimming with curiosity, exclaimed, "Father, I must tell you, that girl with the impressive bosom definitely has a crush on you. The way she looked at you, it was as if she wanted to pounce." Lu Kong raised an eyebrow. "The one with the impressive bosom? You mean Li Mu?" He sighed. "She did not pounce on me. It was you who did." Lin Yingying giggled. "Oh, father, you flatter me. Lu Kong repli de courtly. Fawed. I must level up. Hey, father, let's be friends?" "Absolutely not. Please, just add me." "Who are you?" "I do not know you." "I am Lin Yingying," she insisted earnestly. Lu Kong responded nonchalantly. "No." He mounted his enchanted wolf and dashed away, leaving Lin Yingying standing in place, momentarily stunned. "What? My father just ran off like that?" Before long, Lu Kong arrived before an even grander fortress. The last time he encountered such an immense stronghold, it housed the low-level demon lord, Gunning. Clearly, this place too was likely to contain a formidable creature. Lu Kong cautiously peered inside the fortress. Chapter 39, Strategic Items. The interior of the fortress featured a vast hall. At its center lay a magical array, surrounded by shimmering blue magical stones. A diminutive demon sorcerer, clad in a blue robe, stood at the heart of the array, eyes closed as if in meditation. The little demon sorcerer, standing at a mere 1.40 meters, was entirely black in hue, appearing quite unkempt. Coupled with the extravagant blue robe, it presented a rather jarring aesthetic. Lu Kong felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a boss monster. He discreetly cast a reconnaissance spell. Ice Hand Boss. Level 6. Health 4,000. Attack 110. Description: the small boss of the demon camp, responsible for commanding the demon sorcerers. Upon observing these attributes, Lu Kong couldn't help but smirk. These statistics were somewhat outrageous. Although his health was slightly inferior compared to Gunning's, the attack power was extraordinarily high. This Ice Hand was evidently a spellcaster. And for a physical armor class like Lu Kong, magical damage inherently surpassed physical damage. Such formidable attack power made Lu Kong feel a twinge of apprehension. Would he be able to withstand it? He glanced at his backpack, which contained nearly 40 weakness scrolls, along with a few shield scrolls, strength scrolls, and endurance scrolls. Additionally, he had over 40 bottles of excellent-grade apprentice healing potions. This was the extent of his preparations. While battling monsters, he had meticulously perused the entire loot list, and the only items that could assist him in combating the boss were these. If he couldn't prevail with this, he would have to abandon the boss for now, continue grinding to level up, and return to challenge it once he reached level 7 and acquired new equipment. For now, however, Lu Kong decided to give it a try. He understood that although magical creatures dealt significant damage, they also bore a rather fatal weakness. This vulnerability might well be the key to his victory over the monster. With a plan in mind, Lu Kong opened the loot list for the Ice Hand and began selecting items. Much like Gunning, the foremost item on the Ice Hand's loot list was also a blue-quality, exquisite item. The first item was surprisingly a skill book. Frost Gale Strike, Level 1. Unleashes a Frost Gale Strike on all enemies in front, dealing 120 ice attribute damage and slowing them down. Learning requirements: Mage. Drop rate: 0.000012. Another area attack skill. It must be said, this skill was quite powerful. Not only did it inflict considerable damage, but it also had a slowing effect. For Mage, this was a Kite Master's skill. Regrettably, warriors could not learn it. Lu Kong hesitated over whether to select this skill. It was clear how valuable this skill book could be, likely fetching several hundred gold without question. Ultimately, he decided against committing to it just yet and resolved to examine the other items first. The second item turned out to be a recipe, which surprised Lu Kong. Potion Recipe. Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion, Exquisite. Grants the ability to craft the Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion upon use. Learning requirements: Alchemist. Drop rate: 0.000013. Although he was uncertain about the effects of this Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion, Lu Kong had played his fair share of online games. He understood that potions, especially rare ones, were lucrative ventures in the gaming world. Some encounters were insurmountable without potions. Thus, the value of this item was exceedingly high. If one were to compare, this item's worth might even exceed that of the Frost Gale Strike skill book. No matter how powerful the Frost Gale Strike was, it benefited only an individual, whereas potions could be utilized by all players. As for the alchemist profession, Lu Kong had previously seen it mentioned in the official posts of the Great Xia on the Cosmic MMORPG forum. It was a secondary profession that could be learned from the potion shop owner, requiring the completion of tasks assigned by the shopkeeper. Indeed, Lu Kong could embark on the journey of mastering the alchemical profession. However, he hesitated, for the pursuit of a secondary vocation demands considerable time. If he were to delve into this craft, his monster hunting and leveling would undoubtedly slow. For Liu Kang, the essence of his soul talent would remain unutilized in such a venture, and it is this very talent that underpins his formidable prowess. Thus, he leaned towards foregoing this path. With the time he would spend studying, could he not instead conquer monsters and acquire valuable treasures? Although Liu Kang was not an alchemist himself, he found himself captivated by the potion formula, caught in a web of indecision. What if this concoction yielded remarkable effects, even qualifying as a strategic asset? While such an item might hold little value in the hands of a solitary player, what if it were traded to the Great Xia? The collective strength of all players in Great Xia could potentially surge due to a mere formula. Ultimately, with a firm resolve, Liu Kang decided to select the formula. As a denizen of Great Xia, he recognized that the invasion of demonic forces was not only a calamity for his realm, but for humanity as a whole. He could not solely focus on his own interests. When in adversity, one should cultivate personal virtue, and when prosperous, extend benevolence to the world. With his determination solidified, Liu Kang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He continued his examination. The third item was yet another novice skill stone. This choice was clear and required no deliberation. It would undoubtedly enhance his combat skills and, in turn, his overall strength. Following this, he encountered a selection of exquisite gear. To Liu Kang's dismay, most of the equipment was predominantly arcane in nature: staffs, robes, and sorceress boots, among others. The sight of it left him exasperated. Could this mischievous imp not offer even a piece of chainmail? Ah, so this little demon is a mage? Very well then. After searching diligently, Liu Kang discovered only a singular ring that suited him, though this ring augmented both stamina and intellect, attributes of which intellect was of little consequence to him. Stamina held some merit. Yet, the cost-effectiveness of this choice was rather lacking. Ultimately, Liu Kang opted for the first three items: the Cold Wind Strike, the Potion Formula, and the Novice Skill Stone. Once he had selected his spoils, Liu Kang utilized both the Strength and Stamina scrolls, resulting in a 5-point increase in each attribute. It was true that monsters also dropped scrolls for intellect and agility, but Liu Kang discerned that the scrolls for intellect, agility, and strength could not coexist. Only one could be held at a time. Naturally, he chose strength. Prepared for what lay ahead, Liu Kang approached the fortress entrance. The impish demon chief had an extensive field of vigilance. As soon as Liu Kang appeared at the threshold, the creature's eyes snapped open, shimmering with a blue glow. Liu Kang smirked and waved his hand at the icy hand. "Come, strike me if you dare." Enraged by Liu Kang's audacity, the icy hand seethed. "Invader, your demise is at hand." With a flourish of his staff, he conjured an icy arrow aimed directly at Liu Kang. However, Liu Kang deftly sidestepped, positioning himself beside the door. The icy hand lost sight of him, and its fury intensified. "Cowardly invader, Lord Icy Hand will soon find you." He dashed toward the entrance, fueled by rage. As the Ice Hand was, after all, a mage, his speed was rather sluggish. At that moment, Liu Kang leaned out, casually tossing a weakening scroll at the Ice Hand. Consequently, the Ice Hand's speed diminished even further. The Ice Hand felt a surge of indignation, his fury intensifying. With a fierce cry, he charged towards the gate. Just then, Liu Kang burst forth from the side of the gate, wielding his great sword with fervor, flames swirling in the air. Normal attack, heavy strike, sweep. In the span of a second, 3 strikes were delivered, inflicting damage values of 81, 199, and 122, with the heavy strike even resulting in a critical hit. This exemplified the advantages of high agility, coupled with his formidable equipment and the boost from his battle spirit. Liu Kang's agility attribute surpassed that of archers and assassins of the same level by a considerable margin. Within a mere second, he dealt approximately 400 points of damage. Such extraordinary damage left even the Ice Hand momentarily dazed. After all, he was a boss. To lose 1/10 of his health in a single second? What manner of intruder was this? However, Liu Kang paid no heed to the Ice Hand's furious howls. After completing his flurry of attacks, he turned and sought refuge behind the cover outside the gate. The Ice Hand, having just conjured an ice arrow, found himself once again deprived of Liu Kang's sight and could only angrily hurl it against the wall. With a resounding thud, the fortress wall echoed, a mist of frost emanating from the impact. He bellowed in rage, "Despicable intruder! You cannot escape." He took small, hurried steps, finally bursting through the gate. Upon spotting Liu Kang, the Ice Hand cackled with malevolence. "Aha! Your demise is at hand." Yet, before the Ice Hand could fully form his ice arrow, Liu Kang swiftly turned and retreated into the fortress, hiding beside an inner door, causing the Ice Hand to lose sight of him once more. The Ice Hand, having barely conjured his ice arrow, could not maintain it for long and was forced to hurl it angrily against the wall again. Just as he was about to charge into the fortress, Liu Kang peered out once more. A heavy strike followed by a normal attack. After 2 free hits, Liu Kang exhibited no greed, retreating back behind cover. This was the most critical vulnerability of the little demon mage. Unless armed with instant cast skills, a mage resembled an ordinary person wielding a firearm. As long as one remained behind cover, the gun could not reach them, could it? The ice hand was no different, for his ice arrows required casting time and were not instant. Liu Kang capitalized on that very interval. Frustrated, the ice hand charged through the gate once again. Yet, Liu Kang also surged out, passing by the ice hand and delivering another normal attack, followed by a heavy strike. The ice hand trembled with rage, roaring, "Enough!" In the next moment, a frost emanated from the ice hand, spreading outward in all directions. Liu Kang realized, to his dismay, that his feet were encased in ice. His expression changed. This was bad, but he watched as the ice hand maliciously conjured an ice arrow. The arrow sliced through the air, whistling towards Liu Kang. With his legs frozen, he could not evade and could only brace himself for the impending blow. The icy arrow struck Liu Kang, inflicting a tremendous amount of damage. 175. Liu Kang couldn't help but gasp in shock. On one hand, he was immobilized by the ice arrow. On the other, he was somewhat taken aback. Although he had anticipated that the ice hand's damage could be substantial, he never expected it to be this severe, despite having invested in stamina attributes. Along with enhancements from equipment, scrolls, and the amplification of his battle intent, his health barely exceeded 500 points. This meager vitality meant he could withstand only 3 ice arrows. Moreover, this ice arrow was merely the most basic attack of the ice hand. If it were a skill from the ice hand, Liu Kang truly doubted his ability to endure it. This left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Nevertheless, since the battle had commenced, retreat was not an option. With the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Liu Kang forcefully broke free from the frost encasing his feet. And as the ice hand conjured a second ice arrow, he swiftly sought refuge behind cover. Fortunately, Liu Kang had previously acquired 2 skill stones, both of which he allocated to the basic regeneration skill. Now, his basic regeneration had reached level 5, allowing him to recover 5 health points per second. Calculating the time, he could restore 150 points in 30 seconds, surpassing even the efficacy of a superior grade apprentice healing potion. This was one of the reasons Liu Kang dared to challenge the ice hand. After utilizing the skill, the ice hand once again transformed into a state of pursuit. Chasing after Liu Kang, he refrained from being greedy for damage. As long as the ice hand came into view, he would deliver at most 1 normal attack, followed by a heavy strike, both of which were instantaneous. If time was tight, Liu Kang might not even strike, preferring to maintain his health instead. After all, the ice hand's damage was exceedingly high. Being hit once would bring Liu Kang closer to death. The danger of confronting the ice hand was far greater than facing Gunning. Gunning's damage was not nearly as exaggerated, allowing for a higher margin of error. Liu Kang felt fortunate to have obtained the Flame Greatsword, which significantly enhanced his output capability. Even relying solely on normal and heavy strikes, he could deal nearly 200 points of damage with each hit. Furthermore, with the addition of sweeping attack every 10 seconds, the damage escalated even more. In less than 20 strikes, he could completely deplete the ice hand's health. Within just a minute, Liu Kang had reduced the ice hand's health by half. At that moment, the ice hand grew even more enraged, bellowing, "Come forth, my minion!" In the next instant, frost began to materialize around the ice hand, coalescing into a towering 2-meter-high giant made of ice blocks. Liu Kang's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a skill existed? He had no time for further contemplation as the giant roared and charged at him, with the ice hand trailing behind, ready to attack once more. Liu Kang cast a detection spell and discovered that the frost giant was also an elite template, boasting a health pool of 1,000. It unleashed a furious punch upon Liu Kang. Liu Kang what? Upon seeing the damage floating above him, Liu Kang was momentarily stunned. He silently glanced at the frost giant, taken aback by the sheer terror it evoked. I once thought this foe was formidable. Is this all there is? Liu Kang deftly evaded the frost giant's icy grasp, sidestepping behind obstacles to avoid its assault. Yet the frost giant relentlessly pursued him, charging forth even before its icy hand could reach him. Liu Kang casually inflicted several strikes upon the frost giant, preparing for the icy hand's approach with a combination of standard and heavy attacks, all while continuing to utilize the cover. The frost giant relentlessly hammered Liu Kang with fists the size of sandbags, but its inflicted damage paled in comparison to Liu Kang's automatic healing. Its furious roars echoed with a hint of despair. However, after but a few attacks, Liu Kang had depleted the frost giant's health entirely. With a mournful wail, it transformed into ice and fell to the ground, marking the end of its futile rage-filled existence. Cursed invader, your demise is imminent. Rise again, my servant. The icy hand, witnessing the defeat of its cherished minion, bellowed in fury and resurrected the frost giant once more. Roar! The frost giant resumed its ferocious onslaught, charging towards Liu Kang with its mighty fists. Liu Kang glanced at the bellowing frost giant, choosing to disregard it. Everything proceeded methodically. His primary focus was on attacking the icy hand, seizing opportunities to strike the frost giant whenever possible. However, he soon realized that the frost giant was immediately revived upon being felled by his blows. Thus, he decided to forego further attacks. Such exertions felt futile and emotionally draining. The immense damage from the blazing greatsword became evident. Within mere seconds, the icy hand's health dwindled to a mere 400. Sensing its life slipping away, the icy hand's expression twisted into a grimace, its eyes glowing with rage. Enough! It once more gathered frost. Liu Kang found himself immobilized by ice. Just when he expected the icy hand to launch another ice arrow, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The icy hand slowly conjured a sharp ice spear over a meter in length. Liu Kang's expression shifted. This was evidently a formidable attack skill. In haste, he activated a novice shield scroll, summoning a shield with 100 health points around him. The next moment, the ice spear whistled through the air and struck Liu Kang. Massive damage values floated above his head. Liu Kang felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. The ice spear pierced through him, leaving a gaping hole in his armor. The 100-point health shield shattered instantaneously. Observing his health plummet to double digits, Liu Kang felt a wave of anxiety. Fortunately, he had not been careless and had used the shield scroll at the first opportunity. Had he not summoned that 100-point shield, that blow would have surely eliminated him. The damage from this ice spear skill was excessively high. With no time to ponder, he swiftly consumed a superior-grade novice healing potion. The powerful impact of the ice spear shattered the frost binding his feet. Regaining his mobility, Liu Kang immediately sought refuge behind cover. However, Liu Kang soon discovered that after Ice Hand unleashed his ice spear, he seemed to have lost the ability to cast further spells. The diminutive, 1-meter-4 demon sorcerer gasped for breath, brandishing his staff and charging toward Liu Kang with a shout. He swung his staff heavily toward Liu Kang. An awkward silence enveloped the air. Liu Kang revealed a sinister grin, wielding his blazing greatsword. Normal attack, heavy strike, sweep. The damage numbers erupted above Ice Hand's head. 85, 101, 250. The final sweeping blow delivered a critical hit, inflicting a staggering 250 points of damage. Ice Hand's remaining health was instantly obliterated. His robe was torn apart, exposing his frail form as he let out a wretched cry and collapsed. It turns out that I, too, am destined for death. With Ice Hand's final words, 3 blue orbs of light floated away from his lifeless body. Liu Kang plopped down onto the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. That had been far too perilous. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately, not only with a weakening scroll, but also with various other types of scrolls. This preparation had allowed Liu Kang to barely defeat Ice Hand. If it had been anyone else, it would likely have taken 100 players working together to vanquish such a foe, perhaps even more. With Ice Hand's damage output, a single ice arrow could annihilate a player. Moreover, Ice Hand's defenses were quite formidable. Liu Kang wielded a legendary weapon and donned a full set of level 6 green gear. Coupled with the powerful enhancement skill of Battle Intent, Liu Kang's normal attacks could only inflict just over 80 points of damage. Most ordinary players might struggle to breach his defenses. Such a boss could only be defeated by sacrificing lives. Liu Kang shook his head. After a brief rest, he rose to collect the dropped items. Unfortunately, the system rewards for defeating a boss monster only applied to the first kill. Otherwise, he could have easily reaped attribute points and treasure chests. Liu Kang clicked his tongue in disappointment. He utilized a basic skill stone to further elevate his Battle Intent. Battle Intent, level 5, passive skill. Upon entering combat, all your attributes increase by 50. A 50-point boost. Combined with Liu Kang's already formidable attributes, he felt nearly invincible. He sensed his power surging once more. As for the skill book and potion recipe, Liu Kang shared the information about these 2 items in the small group chat with Wang Bing and Liu Chang. Wang Bing, Liu Chang. Almost instantaneously, Wang Bing and Liu Chang responded with a flurry of question marks, just as Liu Kang had anticipated. He could easily imagine their expressions upon seeing the details of these 2 items. A grin spread across his face. Daily quest. Manifesting miracles, 11. Wang Bing, father. Please. Dear father, I must have that skill book and recipe. You must sell them to me. At that moment, Wang Bing, who was leveling up in the mountains, was flushed with excitement, his body trembling slightly. A mage's group attack skill. This was absolutely essential. The third princess is indeed a mage. As the sole public tester of the game from the illustrious Xiao royal family, one can envision a future where the third princess ascends to the throne. If this skill book could be bestowed upon her, then Wang Bing would undoubtedly become a favored individual in the presence of the princess. Moreover, as a princess of the great Xia, when the time comes to lead her people against the encroaching demonic forces, she must possess unparalleled strength. This skill book serves as the finest testament to her might. Wang Bing's eyes began to redden with fervor. If that scoundrel Lu Chang dares to compete with him for it, he would not hesitate to lodge a formal complaint. He eagerly anticipated how His Majesty would handle that rascal. Lost in thought, a sinister grin emerged on Wang Bing's face. The nearby players of the Xian Yao army, witnessing his bloodshot eyes and malevolent smile, regarded him with confusion, likening him to a malevolent spirit. They exchanged glances, bewildered. This is bad. The captain seems to be increasingly possessed. Could it be the pressure? It was mentioned that after reaching level 10, the 3rd Legion would select a commander, and our captain likely wishes to vie for the position. Yet, surely the pressure cannot be that immense. With our current equipment, how could other teams compete against us? We are undoubtedly the core team of the 3rd Legion, without a doubt. But why? Who knows? Why don't you ask? Get lost. Why don't you go ask? Meanwhile, Lu Chang was diligently grinding experience with his leveling squad. Having procured a considerable amount of green gear from Lu Kang, his team was equally well equipped, nearing a full set of green items. Coupled with the fact that the players in his squad were experts, their efficiency in monster hunting was remarkable. Even without lifting a finger, his experience point soared. Before long, he felt he was on the brink of reaching level 6. At this moment, Lu Chang was equally astounded, gazing at 2 items in the chat room. As the chairman of Tian Yu Group, a conglomerate ranked among the top 30 worldwide, he was well-versed and composed. Yet, even he felt his heart race upon seeing these 2 items. The skill Cold Wind Impact had the potential to forge a mage of divine prowess in a short span. And he was indeed a mage. With this skill book, his monster hunting efficiency would skyrocket. As for the potion recipe, its value was self-evident. Being a businessman, Lu Chang possessed a keen commercial instinct, enabling him to discern the immense worth of this formula. Taking a deep breath, he was resolute in his determination. This item must not fall into the hands of that scoundrel Wang Bing. Perhaps he should have a private chat with his esteemed son-in-law? Why can't this wretched game allow for photo sharing? Otherwise, he could showcase the beauty of his 2 precious daughters to his son-in-law, ensuring the latter would be captivated. If there were good items, why not have his son-in-law present them to him? Lu Chang lamented deeply. Just as he was about to take the initiative, a message in the chat room caused his pupils to constrict. Wang Bing. Director Lu, let us not compete for this skill book anymore, shall we? That one is for mages. Upon reading this message, Lu Chang fell into a contemplative silence. If this skill book pertains to a priest or an archer, even if Wang Bing expresses such sentiments, he would still strive for it, as it is ultimately for the sake of his beloved daughter. In a typical competition, even if His Majesty were to become aware, he would likely be merely displeased without further comment. Lu Chang has faith in the Emperor's composure. However, when it comes to his own interests, Lu Chang hesitated. For the sake of his cherished daughter, he would not mind incurring the Emperor's wrath. Yet, for himself, he deemed it unworthy. With a sigh, he declared, "Very well, I shall not contend for the skill book, but you must offer a fair price for my son-in-law. Do not deceive him." Upon reading Lu Chang's message, Wang Bing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was aware that Lu Chang was a mage and feared he might contest for it. Seeing Lu Chang's message, Wang Bing was exasperated, muttering, "How could I possibly deceive my adoptive father? Is this old man trying to make me look bad in front of him?" Wang Bing responded, "Director Lu, your righteousness is commendable. I would never deceive my adoptive father. Please name your price, and I shall comply without hesitation." Chapter 42. The greatest sorrow is a heart that has died. Lu Kang observed the messages exchanged between the 2, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Who is this mysterious individual they referred to? It seemed they were engaging in a riddle of sorts. However, given their statuses, this individual must be of no ordinary standing. Nevertheless, Lu Kang had little interest in discovering their identity. After some contemplation, he interjected, 500 gold. Wang Bing responded, "Adoptive father, is that price not a tad low? Perhaps we should ask for a bit more? Otherwise, possessing the skill book leaves me feeling somewhat uneasy." This is a rare group attack skill for mages at the early stages. One can only imagine its value. Moreover, this skill will remain relevant for a long time, far surpassing the worth of equipment. To be frank, both Wang Bing and Lu Chong found 500 gold to be somewhat inadequate. Lu Kong was at a loss for words. Why did the price always seem to escalate? After some thought, he adjusted his offer. Then, let it be 600. Wang Bing replied eagerly, excellent. My adoptive father is truly generous. Lu Kong continued, what about the formula? What are your thoughts? Lu Chong responded, Wang Bing, I cannot relinquish this formula to you. Wang Bing countered, Director Lu, do consider that the potion formula is a strategic resource. Are you not willing to share it with our military? Lu Chong retorted, nonsense. Do not try that with me. My Lu family has connections within the military as well. If I acquire it, you can rest assured that the price for the Xianyao army will be at cost. However, I will not let it go. Seeing Lu Chong's firm stance, Wang Bing understood that he could not pressure Lu Chong any further. Nonetheless, the potion formula was exceedingly valuable, and Wang Bing felt compelled to contest for it. Taking a deep breath, he called out to Li Ming, who was currently engaged in monster hunting. Old Li, come here for a moment. Wang Bing did not elaborate further, but directly sent Li Ming the details of the potion formula in a private message. Upon reading it, Li Ming's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What on earth is this? His loud exclamation drew the attention of nearby players from the Xianyao army. Wang Bing shot them a glare. What are you staring at? Focus on your monsters. Turning back to Li Ming, he added, this was dropped by my adoptive father. You understand what I mean, right? Li Ming struggled to swallow, his eyes filled with fervor. This formula must be a treasure. We must secure it. This can serve as the foundation for our 7th team. The issue lies with Lu Chong. He is in collaboration with his adoptive father. Li Ming's eyes widened in indignation. That old scoundrel Lu is exceedingly oppressive. I shall gather my men and smash his Tianyue group. Wang Bing cast a sidelong glance at Li Ming. Go ahead, do it now. Li Ming. The two exchanged bewildered looks, and the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Li Ming chuckled dryly. Captain, I was merely jesting. Can we not take this so seriously? He is not a fool. After all, the Lu family is a premier clan in the Great Xia, and Tianyue Group is a colossal taxpayer in the nation. How could he possibly lead a charge against Tianyue Group? Is he courting death? Wang Bing rolled his eyes. I thought you might actually possess such audacity. Li Ming grinned. My courage, dear captain, certainly surpasses yours. Wang Bing felt a nagging discomfort, but couldn't pinpoint its source. He dismissed it and got back to business. Let us discuss serious matters. You need to contact the leaders of the Xianbird army and notify the higher-ups. Ask them to approve a larger quota of gold coins. I believe our current amount is insufficient. Li Ming? He appeared utterly perplexed. But captain, don't we still have a quota of 1,000 gold coins? That should suffice, shouldn't it? Wang Bing presented the information for the skill book Cold Wind Impact. Li Ming's eyes widened once more. Wow, incredible skill. The nearby players from the Xianbird army glanced over, exchanging puzzled looks and whispering among themselves. Why does it seem like the vice captain is also becoming somewhat possessed? Indeed, it feels rather eerie. Amidst their hushed discussions, Li Ming turned his gaze to Wang Bing, his breath quickening. How much does it cost? Wang Bing gestured with his hand. 600 gold. Originally, my adoptive father suggested 500, but I couldn't bear to let him sell it for so little, so I convinced him to raise the price. Li Ming felt on the verge of tears. Damn it, my adoptive father is truly a god. This extraordinary skill is only 600 gold. I can't believe it. Wang Bing nodded. Indeed, my adoptive father is remarkably generous. Li Ming, captain, you are wonderful too, for purchasing such a divine skill for me. Li Ming was, after all, a mage. Wang Bing. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Wang Bing regarded him with an expression of disbelief. Li Ming, did you leave your brain at home today? What nonsense are you thinking? This divine skill was bought for you. Do you even deserve it? Wang Bing could no longer contain his laughter. Li Ming. His face was one of incredulity. Wasn't it for me? Wang Bing sneered. Do you want it? Li Ming nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. You should speak with the third princess and ask her to grant it to you. Li Ming. It suddenly dawned on him that the third princess was also a mage. Wasn't she? Wait a moment. Li Ming's eyes widened in realization. He pondered a serious matter. The third princess is a mage, and so am I. If there are any exceptional items for my adoptive father in the future, would it not be out of my reach? Li Ming felt as if his mind had gone blank. This game does not offer the option to delete a character. There is only this one account, and one must either play or not. Naturally, Li Ming dared not abandon it. But how on earth is he supposed to navigate this? Surely, he cannot compete with the third princess for items. Can he? Li Ming's eyes were reddened with tears. Wang Bing, witnessing Li Ming's genuine sorrow, was momentarily taken aback. Oldly, surely you don't mean to cry? That would be rather embarrassing. Li Ming rubbed his eyes, overwhelmed with sadness. Captain, do you think I will ever have access to good things in the future? Wang Bing pondered for a moment, shaking his head earnestly. No, it seems not. So go ahead and cry. Li Ming inhaled deeply and replied, I will go speak with the person in charge and discuss the situation. The greatest sorrow is when one's heart becomes utterly desolate. At that moment, Li Ming felt as if his heart had died. It's all right if it helps. Just let it out. There's no shame in it. Wang Bing reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. I appreciate your kindness. Meanwhile, Lu Chang was also aware that this was a formidable challenge. He expressed in the chat room, Good son-in-law, I too need to arrange some funds. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow at the seriousness of their conversation. He had merely intended to sell a few coins. Did it warrant such a commotion? Isn't this a bit excessive? Just give me a price. As long as it's acceptable for both parties, we can proceed. Wang Bing interjected, Adoptive father, we cannot do that. This is a premium level potion formula. One can easily deduce its value. We cannot simply sell it. Lu Chang added, Wang Bing makes a valid point. We cannot allow our own to suffer losses. Don't you agree, good son-in-law? Wang Bing retorted, Lu Dong, your audacity knows no bounds. Our adoptive father hasn't even mentioned making you his son-in-law, yet you insist on it every day. Don't you feel any shame? Lu Chang chuckled. I prefer not to converse with my grandson. Wang Bing was taken aback, realizing that he referred to Lu Kong as his adoptive father while Lu Chang called him son-in-law. It dawned on him that he was being viewed as the younger generation. This infuriated him. How dare this old fellow take advantage of him? He was determined to seize the formula this time. Otherwise, he felt like a dog. Chapter 43. Bold and Unruly. Lu Kong observed the squabble between the two and decided not to dwell on it further. Handle it as you wish. I will continue my monster hunting. After a brief respite, Lu Kong intended to resume his quest for experience. The experience gained for boss monsters was nearly 100 times greater than that of ordinary ones. After defeating 2 boss monsters and a multitude of elite creatures, Lu Kong was nearing level 7. At this pace, if he cleared the entire imp camp, he should be close to level 8. This would expedite his ascent to level 10. Lu Kong's goal for the day was to annihilate the entire imp camp and complete the old villager's task. Thus, he wielded his blazing great sword and continued his onslaught. At present, Lu Kong could even engage 2 teams of imps simultaneously. With his sweeping skill, his monster hunting speed was exceptionally rapid. Moreover, with a level 5 basic regeneration skill and healing potions, Lu Kong's health remained robust. Before long, he had vanquished nearly 100 imps, which yielded 2 minor skill stones, 10 attribute stones, along with various green equipment and scrolls. Lu Kong utilized the minor skill stones to elevate his basic regeneration to level 6. However, further enhancements would require higher grade skill stones. In a state of helplessness, Lu Kong began to apply his modest skills to the sweeping attack, elevating it to level 2. Sweep, level 2, wielding a weapon, it strikes all enemies in front, inflicting 170 damage. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. It must be said that the potency of the sweep skill significantly surpasses that of the heavy strike. An increase of 1 level remarkably augmented the damage by 20. The only slight drawback is the cooldown period. Nevertheless, due to its ability to affect multiple foes, Lu Kong resolved to prioritize enhancing the sweep skill henceforth. At that moment, messages from Wang Bing and Lu Chang began to arrive in succession. Upon inspecting them, Lu Kong discovered they were prepared. Wang Bing agreed. My adoptive father has the final say. I bid 500 gold coins. Lu Chang, is that all? 700. Wang Bing, 800. Lu Chang, 900. Watching the two engage in their bidding war left Lu Kong somewhat astonished. The price of this formula exceeded his expectations, having surged to 900 so swiftly. It is worth noting that the Frost Strike had only sold for 600. Of course, this was partially due to Lu Kong's own reluctance to raise his bid. The bidding was far from over. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chang called out a staggering 1,200 gold coins. Upon hearing this price, Wang Bing's eyes widened with intensity. The funds Li Ming had managed to secure amounted to only 1,000 gold coins. Coupled with their remaining 400 gold coins, they could bid a maximum of 1,400. Given Lu Chang's fervor, even that might not suffice. Wang Bing appeared utterly dumbfounded. Not only him, but Li Ming, who had been closely monitoring the situation, was equally taken aback. The Tianyue group was exceedingly wealthy. In a comparison, they were utterly outmatched. With gritted teeth, Wang Bing declared, "No, let's give it another shot." He continued to raise his bid. 1,003. Lu Chang remained unfazed. 1,004. Wang Bing exclaimed, "Damn it." Lu Chang replied, "Kid, have you resorted to cursing now that your funds can't compete?" Wang Bing was left speechless. Lu Kong interjected, "Brother Wang, perhaps we should concede. After all, Brother Chong is one of the wealthiest individuals in the Great Xia. To be honest, he never anticipated such a high price." It was not that Lu Kong deemed it unworthy. Rather, his intention for the specific formula was merely to enhance the strategic reserves of the Great Xia. He had not given much thought to the actual selling price. Wang Bing fell silent, wavering in his decision. At that moment, Lu Chong added, "By the way, aside from the 1,400 gold coins, I will also grant you 10 of the profit from the potion sales." Lu Kong? Lu Kong responded, "Brother Chong, there is no need. This price is truly excessive. Honestly, I never expected it to reach such heights." Lu Chong insisted, "No, it's settled. We are still uncertain about the potion's effects. If it proves to be highly effective, selling it for 1,400 gold coins may even be a loss. How could your father-in-law allow you to suffer such a loss?" Lu Kong fell into contemplation. Although he did not take Lu Chong's repeated reference to himself as father-in-law too seriously, it was undeniable that Lu Chong was genuinely considerate of him. After a moment of silence, Lu Kong ultimately nodded. "Since Brother Chong insists, I shall not decline. One should cherish the kindness shown by others." Wang Bing never anticipated that Lu Chong would possess such audacity. He sighed and ultimately shook his head at Li Ming, uttering, "It's not feasible." Upon hearing Lu Chong's price, Li Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "It's no surprise that Director Lu can manage such a vast enterprise. He's incredibly generous." Indeed, in a flash of white light, he suddenly materialized in the novice village square. The next moment, a large head appeared before Lu Kong, startling him into retreat. To his astonishment, it was Lin Yingying. Lu Kong, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you still here?" Lin Yingying, with a triumphant smile, replied, "I've been waiting for my adoptive father." Lu Kong, taken aback, asked, "You've been waiting here all this time?" He had been hunting monsters for nearly 2 hours. "And she had remained there the entire duration?" Lin Yingying nodded affirmatively, declaring, "I shall not rest until I add my adoptive father as a friend." Lu Kong felt a headache coming on. This audacious girl was not only shameless, but also tenacious, refusing to let go. However, he remained curious. "How did you know I would appear here?" He couldn't help but admire Lin Yingying's cleverness. He, right? With such an astutely intelligent and irresistibly adorable adoptive daughter. Wouldn't you consider having one? As she said this, Lin Yingying batted her innocent large eyes at Lu Kong, emphasizing her cuteness. In her own assessment, Lin Yingying rated her performance a 99, deducting a single point for fear of becoming arrogant. Surely, her adoptive father wouldn't be able to resist her charm now. Would he? Yet, Lu Kong remained expressionless, responding, "If your eyes are dry, log off and apply some eye drops." Lin Yingying was momentarily stunned, her expression frozen in confusion. Was it possible that her adoptive father struggled to find a girlfriend? How could he not see the charm of such an adorable daughter? Suddenly, a serious thought struck her. Could her adoptive father be afflicted with the legendary condition of face blindness? If that were the case, her irresistibly cute appearance would lose its advantage. Lin Yingying felt as though she had been dealt a heavy blow. Noticing Lin Yingying's despondent demeanor, Lu Kong asked, "What is wrong with you now?" She glanced at him and queried, "Do you have a problem?" Lu Kong, exasperated, retorted, "You're the one with the problem." Lin Yingying perked up, gazing at him with anticipation. "You don't have face blindness, do you?" Lu Kong, speechless, replied, "I'm just an ordinary, normal person. I don't have any of those bizarre conditions." Lin Yingying was somewhat skeptical and asked, "Am I pretty?" As she leaned closer, hoping for a better view, Lu Kong thought, "How audacious! Does she dare to disrupt my peace of mind?" Lin Yingying's eyes lit up instantly. Surely, her adoptive father must think she is beautiful. She reveled in her own thoughts. "You're the one with the problem." Lu Kong, shaking his head, added, "This time, I'm selling equipment, and considering your earlier remarks, you're not included." Lin Yingying's smile gradually faded. "No, adoptive father." Her mournful voice echoed throughout the square, drawing the attention of all players around. Chapter 44. Your man is about to be stolen. Upon recognizing Lu Kong, the players' eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. The news of Lu Kong selling green equipment in the square had already spread far and wide. Now, the crowd had significantly increased, with many hoping to test their luck. To their astonishment, they had indeed encountered Lu Kong. A throng of players clustered around him, encircling him in eager anticipation. "Father, are you selling equipment?" Lu Kong nodded. "Yes, I am selling equipment. Please line up one at a time." Immediately, the eager buyers began to form a queue. As before, Lu Kong produced 10 pieces of green equipment to sell. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying watched in anguish as others snatched up the gear, her heart shattering with each purchase. "Oh dear, my equipment. Father, how could you be so cruel?" She was on the verge of tears. Before long, all the green equipment was sold out. Lu Kang glanced at the despondent Lin Yingying and chuckled. How do you feel? Next time, instead of lurking about, just buy the equipment directly, and you would have gotten it. Lu Kang sighed. What destiny are you talking about? Lin Yingying beamed. I've declared it myself. Lu Kang replied. You truly have the thickest skin, don't you, Lin Yingying? Hee, am I not exceptional? Lin Yingying's smile broadened. Lu Kang raised an eyebrow. I was not complimenting you. Lin Yingying paid no heed, reveling in her own audacity. Just then, Lu Chong and Wang Bing approached. Father, you arrived so quickly. Wang Bing waved as he jogged closer. Impressive. I know that item. It's quite expensive. I think it costs several dozen silver, right? I couldn't bring myself to buy it. Wang Bing grinned. Lu Chong nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather pricey. One could purchase a piece of green equipment with that. However, this was in the realm of the game. Although the trading platform allowed for gold transactions, the gold was limited in quantity, as it was obtained through player sales. Mere wealth did not guarantee acquisition. Even Lu Chong had to be frugal with his expenditures. At that moment, Wang Bing noticed the demure Lin Yingying beside Lu Kang and expressed his surprise. Wow, father, is this the mother? She is truly beautiful. Lu Chong also noticed Lin Yingying next to Lu Kang, and his heart sank. Oh no, my good son-in-law has another woman. Does this mean I, as the father-in-law, am about to be sidelined? My precious daughter, you are being stolen away. Lu Chong felt a weight of concern as he scrutinized Lin Yingying. He could not deny that even he found her strikingly beautiful, only slightly less so than his own two beloved daughters, especially with her obedient demeanor. Lu Chong believed Lu Kang would certainly be fond of her. This realization deepened Lu Chong's unease. Just as he had begun to support his beloved daughter, she was swiftly being snatched away. Lu Chong could not muster a smile. Hearing Wang Bing's comment, Lu Kang replied, somewhat exasperated, Brother Wang, stop joking. I'm not close to her. Upon hearing this, Lu Chong's eyes lit up as if the once gloomy sky had been illuminated. Not close. That's wonderful. However, Lin Yingying's words caused Lu Chong's heart to plummet from the heavens to the depths of despair. Adoptive father, I am your fated adopted daughter. Wang Bing, taken aback, gazed at Lu Kang in astonishment, not expecting that such a handsome and charming adoptive father could be so playful. His thoughts drifted to Jiangsu and his own team, realizing that the beauty scheme had faltered so soon, merely the second day into its execution. Yet, a sudden idea sparked in Wang Bing's mind as he glanced at Lu Chong, his heart swelling with joy. How could this old chap still dare to call himself a father-in-law? Who would have thought? Haha, both of your daughters have yet to begin, and already someone has swooped in. Wang Bing felt an overwhelming urge to leap in celebration. Lu Kang cast a sharp glance at Lin Yingying. You won't be included in the next round of equipment. Lin Yingying, incredulous, exclaimed, what? So soon? Is that the shocking part? Was this fellow already anticipating that she would have no opportunity next time? Lu Kang was equally surprised, realizing that this person had a clear understanding of their positioning. Lin Yingying adopted a defiant stance, declaring, even so, I am still the fated adopted daughter. No green equipment will force me to yield. A triumphant smile spread across her face. If you say it like that, perhaps there's a chance. On the sidelines, Lu Chong had encountered many people in his lifetime. Observing the dynamic between Lin Yingying and Lu Kang, he sensed an unusual tension between them. A glimmer of sunlight began to pierce through the clouds that had shrouded his heart. This girl, it seemed, was truly not Lu Kang's girlfriend. Lu Chong exhaled a sigh of relief, yet a sense of crisis brewed within him. With the appearance and capabilities of a good son-in-law, Lu Kang was undeniably alluring to these young ladies. If this continued, it could become perilous. However, both of his daughters were currently absent from Silver Moon Village, leaving him unable to facilitate their communication with Lu Kang. This thought left Lu Chong feeling somewhat despondent. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message in the family chat group. Dear daughters, your man is about to be snatched away. Lu Yueching replied, what? Which vixen dares to steal my sister's man? Just watch me tear her apart. Lu Yueching interjected. Lu Yueching, are you looking for trouble? Lu Yueching retorted, sister, this is not the time for infighting. Our brother-in-law is at risk of being taken. Lu Yueching corrected her. It's brother-in-law indeed. Father, does Lu Kang have a girlfriend? Meanwhile, Lu Yueching and Lu Yueching exchanged glances in the chat room. Though they had never met Lu Kang, they were intrigued by the praise their father often bestowed upon him, coupled with Lu Kang's dramatic demeanor. The two had already resolved to meet him and forge a friendship upon exiting the novice village, but they never anticipated hearing such news today. Their eyes met again, and as twin sisters, they both sensed a mutual discontent. Lu Yueching remarked, sister, you claim you have no feelings for Lu Kang? I can see you're upset. Lu Yuexin smiled gently. Because Lu Kong is my brother-in-law, I certainly do not wish for him to be taken away. Lu Yuexin teased Lu Yuexin, saying, "Ah, woman, your name should be contradictory heart." Lu Yuexin, puzzled, thought to herself, "Where did you learn such nonsensical phrases?" Lu Yuexin replied, "I heard in a drama I watched recently. But let us not dwell on that, sister. Let us see what the old man has to say." Lu Yuexin nodded in agreement. The two of them watched the chat group intently. To their astonishment, Lu Chong remained silent. Lu Yuexin widened her eyes, questioning, "What does this old man mean? Is he teasing us?" Lu Yuexin pondered, "Perhaps he is busy?" Chapter 45, A Tremendous Gain, The Final Castle. Indeed, Lu Chong was preoccupied. Lu Kong had lost patience with Lin Yingying's audacity. He could not be bothered to engage with that troublesome woman and proceeded to negotiate with Wang Bing and Lu Chong instead. The skill book for Cold Wind Impact was traded for 600 gold, while the recipe was priced at 1,400 gold plus a 10% profit. Excluding the profit share, the transaction alone amounted to over 2,000 gold, equating to a staggering 20 million in cash. After yesterday's earnings, Lu Kong had already amassed over 20 million just as the second day of the game commenced. The speed at which he was earning seemed surreal, akin to a dream. However, Lu Kong understood that the primary reason for his wealth was his unique soul talent. The drop rate for green equipment was exceptionally low. Most players would be fortunate to acquire even one piece after defeating hundreds or even thousands of elite monsters. Yet for Lu Kong, it was a guaranteed drop. Moreover, the bosses were defeated through his gradually accumulated strength, employing strategies beyond the imagination of ordinary players. The items dropped by these bosses also had an extremely low drop rate, making them exceedingly precious. Although it may seem implausible that Lu Kong could earn over 20 million in just over a day, it was, in reality, quite rational. Currently, Lu Kong was in high spirits. With this newfound wealth, he could settle his parents' debts, bringing relief to his mother. In addition to the 2 blue pieces of equipment, he traded the remaining green gear to Lu Chong and Wang Bing, earning several dozens of gold. However, after recently acquiring 2,000 gold, the mere dozens felt insignificant. Lu Chong and Wang Bing hastily bid farewell to Lu Kong to deal with the skill book and recipe they had obtained. Watching them depart, Lu Kong smiled. Since his parents' company had gone bankrupt, the heavy burden that had weighed on him was finally lifted. Lin Yingying, noticing Lu Kong's light-hearted smile, blinked and remarked, "Foster father, you seem quite happy." Lu Kong was taken aback and turned to her, asking, "You haven't left yet?" Feeling cheerful, he found Lin Yingying's presence less bothersome. With her arms crossed, she smiled triumphantly, saying, "Of course, I'm waiting for you to add me as a friend." Lu Kong sighed, feeling a slight headache returning. He rolled his eyes and replied, "Well, you may continue to wait." "Oh, foster father," she urged, "since you're so happy today, shouldn't we celebrate?" Lu Kong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yingying, inquiring, "Is adding friend your way of celebrating?" Lin Yingying responded with a thumbs up, exclaiming, "As expected of my adoptive father, you're even smarter than I am." She added, "Off I go. I must slay some monsters." Lu Kong summoned a demonic wolf and mounted it. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying, with a forlorn expression, lowered her head and sighed. She shuffled slowly to the side and squatted down, saying, "Then I shall await your next visit, adoptive father." Lu Kong, observing her pitiful demeanor, felt a headache coming on. Damn it, this girl is like gum stuck to my shoe. However, perhaps due to the relief of a long burdening debt finally dissipating, his mood was surprisingly light. Seeing Lin Yingying's sad visage softened his heart a little. He clicked his tongue and relented. Fine, I'll add you as a friend." Lin Yingying looked up, her innocent eyes wide with hope, and implored, "Adoptive father, are you serious? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lu Kong, exasperated, replied, "What on earth would I gain by deceiving you?" Lin Yingying pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, "Your beauty?" Lu Kong raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps it's best to reconsider that." "Adoptive father, I was mistaken. It is your beauty that I covet." Lu Kong maintained a stoic expression, retorting, "Do not covet what you cannot have. I am an unattainable man for you." In the end, Lu Kong chose to add Lin Yingying. The moment the connection was established, Lin Yingying sprang up joyfully, exclaiming, "Ha! I knew it. I'm the destined adopted daughter." Lu Kong was momentarily taken aback by her exuberance. Hadn't she just been sorrowful? He paused and asked, "Were you just pretending?" Lin Yingying's eyes widened in surprise. Her pride had come too swiftly. She exclaimed, "No, I was genuinely sad. But now that I have your contact, my sorrow has vanished." Lu Kong scrutinized Lin Yingying, unsure of the truth behind her words. Yet, considering her audacious nature, it was likely that she had been acting. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was in a good mood today. "I'm off to level up," Lu Kong declared, waving his hand dismissively. Goodbye, adoptive father. You're invincible. You're amazing. Lin Yingying showered him with flattery as she waved enthusiastically. Subsequently, Lu Kang continued to hunt monsters in the imp camp. With the imps not respawning, he encountered far fewer obstacles. He had now ventured deep into the central area of the imp camp, where fortresses dotted the landscape, all surrounding the most central castle. Lu Kang surmised that the castle must be the largest stronghold within the camp. In this area, the number of imps had significantly increased. Originally, the imps gathered in teams of 3. Here, they had escalated to groups of 7. Each team comprised imp warriors, archers, assassins, mages, and shamans. It was without doubt a formidable ensemble of elite monsters. The coordination among these teams was far superior to that of the previous trio of imps. The shamans possessed healing abilities, making battles all the more troublesome. Fortunately, Lu Kang's prowess has significantly surpassed that of his earlier days when he first entered the realm of the minor demons. Even when confronting 7 elite minor demons simultaneously, Lu Kang effortlessly prevails. As he continues to vanquish the minor demons, he quickly ascends to level 7. His attributes receive yet another enhancement, granting him 2 free attribute points, which he allocates entirely to stamina. As a player, he is acutely aware of his fragile health. The final stages are likely to be quite ferocious, and Lu Kang harbors a slight trepidation of being swiftly eliminated. During his endeavors, Lu Kang has slain over 300 minor demons, acquiring an abundance of exceptional healing potions, various scrolls, and an array of green equipment. Remarkably, he even discovers a list of drop rates for minor demons that includes exquisite blue gear. This marks the first occasion he has encountered blue items in the drop lists of elite monsters. Having dispatched nearly 1,000 elite minor demons, it is evident how low the probability of such an occurrence is. The exquisite blue gear he obtained is a rare ring, which is precisely suited for Lu Kang's current capabilities. Each player may equip 2 rings, 1 necklace, and 2 trinkets. Aside from a ring he previously glimpsed in the drop list of the Ice Hand, he had not encountered any others until now. To his astonishment, he finds one amidst the minor demons, and it is blue. Minor Demon Bone Ring, exquisite. Strength 6, Stamina 6, required level 7, drop rate 0.0000022. This exquisite ring bestows a total of 12 attribute points, nearly equivalent to the attributes gained from leveling up twice. It almost rivals Lu Kang's legendary greatsword, though it lacks the special effects of legendary equipment. Nevertheless, it remains an impressive acquisition. Naturally, Lu Kang chooses to claim the drop and has already equipped it. In addition to the gear, Lu Kang has acquired 22 minor attribute stones and 4 minor skill stones. He has utilized all the attribute stones, effectively augmenting his attributes by an additional 22 points, coupled with his battle-intense skill, which enhances his combat state by 50. This equates to an extra 11 points of attributes. In total, Lu Kang has effectively gained 33 additional attributes. Among players below level 10, it is likely that few, even with gear, could rival his foundational attributes. As for the skill stones, Lu Kang has also employed them all. Initially, he intended to invest them all in the sweep skill, but upon elevating it to level 4, he found that he needed to use basic skill stones for further enhancement. Consequently, he allocated the remainder to the heavy strike skill, bringing it up to level 4 as well. Now, Lu Kang's skill damage amplification has become significantly more formidable than before, representing a tangible enhancement to his combat capabilities. After several hours of monster grinding, Lu Kang finally arrives before the Grand Castle. He gazes at the imposing structure, takes a deep breath, and strides forward into its depths. Chapter 46, The Exquisite Set. The castle comprises 3 levels. The first level features a grand hall, flanked by 2 staircases leading to the second level. In the center of the hall, 5 minor demons await. In the center stood the towering little demon, reaching a height of approximately 1.7 meters, clad in obsidian armor. He bore upon his back a formidable black battle axe. Flanking this little demon were 4 other demon shamans. Lu Kang immediately unleashed a reconnaissance spell. Gugu Chief. Level 7. Health 6,000. Attack 95. Description: Captain of the Little Demon Camp's Guard. Lu Kang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To his surprise, the first level of this castle hosted chief. Could it be that every level contained a chief? The mere thought of this thrilled Lu Kang. A chief signified exquisite equipment and valuable items, embodying strength and wealth. Lu Kang opened Gugu's loot list. At the forefront lay a black and blue battle axe. Regrettably, the weapon in Lu Kang's possession far surpassed the quality of this exquisite item. Had it not been for the blazing greatsword, he would undoubtedly have chosen it. The second item was a novice skill stone. This was an obvious choice. Following were beginner attribute stones, exquisite equipment, and superior healing potions, among other treasures. The exquisite gear particularly delighted Liu Kang. Little Demon exquisite chestplate, exquisite. Chainmail, defense 177, strength 6, stamina 6, required level 7. Little Demon set, 24 reduces damage taken by 8 points. Little Demon set, 44 increases damage by 12 points. Drop rate, 0.087. An exquisite chainmail set, an upgraded version of the Little Demon set. Apart from the greatsword in his hand, Liu Kang possessed an exquisite ring, while the rest of his gear was merely green in quality. Previously, both Jin Ning and Ice Hand had exquisite equipment suitable for him, yet their other valuables held too great a price. Liu Kang had no choice but to opt for items of greater worth. However, what could be said of Gugu? While he lacked particularly precious schematics or skill tomes, he possessed the most suitable set of chainmail for Liu Kang. Liu Kang felt quite satisfied. He promptly selected 2 pieces of the Little Demon Exquisite set, including the chestplate and a pair of Little Demon Exquisite leggings. Although there were additional chainmail components in the loot list, Liu Kang was only permitted to choose 3 items. The Novice Skill Stone was a must-have, leaving him to select just 2 more. Nevertheless, acquiring these 2 pieces would complete one of the set bonuses, which was already quite commendable. Liu Kang remained pleased. Afterward, Liu Kang selected the drops from the Little Demon Shamans and charged forth. Compared to Ice Hand, engaging Gugu was notably simpler. After all, Gugu was a melee warrior. Although Gugu's defensive capabilities far exceeded those of Ice Hand, Liu Kang's strikes only dealt around 60 points of damage. Furthermore, Gugu's attack was formidable, and his health surpassed that of Ice Hand by 2,000. However, Liu Kang employed a weakening scroll, rendering the encounter akin to walking a dog. The only inconvenience lay in the 4 shamans healing him. Yet, such minor troubles posed no challenge to Liu Kang. Liu Kang pushed Gugu away and swiftly rushed to eliminate the small demon shamans. Although the 4 shamans combined their healing powers, they were no match for Liu Kang wielding the flame greatsword. Even with their collective efforts, their healing was insufficient. Once Liu Kang dispatched all 4 small demon shamans, the remaining Gugu, though seething with rage, was reduced to mere prey. Liu Kang deftly kited him to his demise using a weakness scroll. During the encounter, Gugu attempted a whirlwind slash. However, his sluggish speed rendered him incapable of catching up to Liu Kang, resulting in a futile attack that was almost comical. With Liu Kang's final sweeping strike, a scream escaped Gu Ji's lips as he fell heavily to the ground. From his lifeless body, 3 azure orbs floated into the air. The entire battle lasted no more than 2 minutes, and Liu Kang emerged without breaking a sweat. After collecting the loot, he immediately donned the new equipment, significantly boosting his attributes. The set bonus reduced incoming damage by 8 points, rendering elite monsters nearly harmless. As for the skill stone, Liu Kang wisely invested it in battle intent, raising it to level 6. The enhancement was as impressive as he had anticipated, an increase of 60. Another substantial boost that filled Liu Kang with delight. Once organized, Liu Kang ascended the side staircase to the 2nd floor. At the top, he found a corridor lined with rooms, culminating in a black iron door. As he traversed the corridor, he noticed 6 or 7 small demons in each room. Naturally, Liu Kang would not let them escape, charging in to engage. He discovered that the level 7 small demon elites could inflict a maximum of only 2 points of damage, often failing to breach his defenses. This was the allure of his finely crafted armor. Of course, Liu Kang's exceptional attributes and enhancement from his battle intent played a crucial role as well. Other players lacked Liu Kang's formidable stats. Even with identical gear, they could not render elite monsters ineffective. Liu Kang mused about whether similarly crafted armor awaited him below. If he could acquire the complete set effect, enhancing his damage by 12 points, he would truly be invincible. Having cleared the rooms along the corridor, Liu Kang finally stood before the imposing black iron door. The Cosmic MMORPG differed significantly from conventional games. In typical games, monsters had a limited aggro range, even if a powerful boss resided behind the door. Pushing it open would likely go unnoticed. However, in the Cosmic game, opening the door would undoubtedly attract attention, signaling the onset of battle. Liu Kang was still unaware of the foes that lay within. Engaging was inevitable. Thus, he prepared himself. First, he utilized strength and stamina scrolls to restore his health to full capacity, then took a deep breath before pushing open the great door. The creaking sound echoed as the black iron door swung wide, revealing the state of the chamber within. It was a room of approximately 100 square feet, adorned with numerous animal skulls hanging on the walls as decorative elements. At the far end of the chamber stood a wooden table, upon which lay several documents crafted from parchment. Behind the table, a diminutive demon was intently gazing at Liu Kang, gripping a longbow with an arrow nocked and ready to unleash. Whoosh! The bowstring twanged, sending forth an arrow that sliced through the air with a piercing sound, striking Liu Kang squarely in the chest. 81. Liu Kang raised an eyebrow upon seeing the damage. Acceptable, perhaps, given that he was a range class. It was only logical to take cover. He swiftly concealed himself behind a partially opened black iron door, which served as an immediate shield. Then, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. As the footsteps drew nearer, a smile crept across Liu Kang's lips. He surged forward to execute a series of attacks, a basic strike, followed by a heavy blow, and a sweeping assault. Just as he planned to continue using the cover, he was startled to discover that the little demon wielded two short swords, which struck him with alarming precision. 34. 32. Liu Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this creature capable of both ranged and melee attacks? He momentarily found himself at a loss. How could he contend with an opponent that excelled in both ranges? Chapter 47. Hide and Seek. With little time to ponder, Liu Kang hastily employed a weakness scroll to slow his adversary. While evading attacks, he cast a reconnaissance spell. Akelin, Chief. Level 7. Health 5,000. Attack 95. Description: the deputy commander of the Little Demon Camp and the leader of the scouts. This foe's attack power was on par with that of the previous Gugu. Fortunately, he had recently acquired 2 pieces of the Little Demon Artisan set. Otherwise, the damage inflicted would likely have been far greater. Nevertheless, Liu Kang felt an immense pressure. He could utilize a high-quality healing potion once every 30 seconds, restoring 120 health points, and with a basic regeneration effect, he could recover an additional 180 health points in the same time frame. Altogether, he could regain 300 health points within 30 seconds. At this moment, Liu Kang's sole strategy was to mitigate or evade as many of Akelin's attacks as possible, thereby prolonging his survival. Previously, he had relied on his attributes and equipment to withstand assaults, combined with exploiting weaknesses to achieve the defeat of the chief. Now, he had to rely solely on his own fortitude. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently. While counterattacks were secondary, evading Akelin's strikes was paramount. Thankfully, the slowing effect had impacted Akelin, and although his attack speed remained unchanged, his overall offensive momentum was affected, affording Liu Kang better opportunities to evade and defend. However, if Liu Kang maintained distance, Akelin would sheath his sword and draw his longbow to fire once more. This forced Liu Kang to remain in close quarters. Akelin's attributes were evidently superior, and his movements were lightning fast. Despite Liu Kang's utmost efforts to evade, he still found it impossible to dodge every attack. Watching his health dwindle bit by bit, a heavy weight settled within Liu Kang's heart. Could his maiden encounter be drawing to a close here? His gaze swept across the surroundings, in search of a means to break the stalemate. As Liu Kang's eyes traversed the corridor, inspecting each room, a sudden jolt of inspiration surged within him, culminating in a bold idea. While fending off Akelin's attacks, Liu Kang began to move toward the room on his left. Once both he and Akelin had entered the room, Liu Kang dashed out, racing towards the furthest small room on the right. The corridor was not lengthy, and he swiftly reached the doorway of the room. It was then that he noticed Akelin had exited the previous room. Drawing his longbow, Akelin loosed an arrow towards Liu Kang. With a deft sidestep, Liu Kang slipped into the room just in time for the arrow to whistle past and embed itself into the wall, the tail still trembling. Liu Kang exhaled in relief. He now had a few precious seconds to breathe. During this interval, he could employ his basic regeneration to restore health, while also waiting for the cooldown period of his novice healing potion to elapse. He glanced toward the door. To his relief, Akelin was approaching at a jog, albeit considerably slowed by the effects of a weakness scroll. 3 seconds. It would take approximately 3 seconds to traverse the distance from the innermost room to his current location. In that brief span, Liu Kang could recover 18 points of health, and the cooldown of the healing potion would also diminish by 3 seconds. Yet suddenly, Liu Kang recalled his earlier oversight. There were a total of 12 rooms along the corridor. If he had sought refuge in another room before Akelin had exited, would Akelin not have to search each room one by one for him? As long as he remained undiscovered, Liu Kang would have ample time to recuperate. With this realization, Liu Kang's eyes gleamed with determination. He now knew how to vanquish this formidable foe. Just then, Akelin burst into the room, his expression seething with fury. Little mouse. The game is over. The small room was too confined for Akelin to wield his bow, forcing him to advance with dual swords drawn. Liu Kang retaliated with a basic attack, executing a powerful strike followed by a sweeping motion. 1, 2, 3, 101, 149, 201. The trio of strikes dealt a staggering total of 450 damage. Given Akelin's health, it would take merely 13 more strikes to bring him down. However, the sweeping attack bore a cooldown of 10 seconds, extending the duration of the confrontation. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, the total time required would not exceed 2 minutes. If Liu Kang could endure this critical window, victory would be his. After the flurry of attacks, Liu Kang deftly evaded once more, luring Akelin deeper into the room. He suddenly bolted toward the exit. This time, he did not seek to maximize distance, but rather moved into one of the adjacent rooms after covering a span of 3 rooms. Before entering, Liu Kang cast a glance back at the doorway of Akelin's room, relieved to see he had yet to emerge. After a moment's pause, Akelin's enraged voice echoed, "Little mouse, where are you?" Then, Liu Kang heard the footsteps of Akelin as he entered each room. He smirked and glanced at his health bar, which was slowly regenerating. At this moment, Liu Kang's base stamina reached 26 points, augmented further by the attributes from his equipment. His overall attributes totaled an impressive 53 points. Coupled with a 60% increase in combat intent, Liu Kang's health had surged to over 800. The previous battle had drained more than half of his health, leaving him with just over 300. He decided to proceed cautiously to avoid provoking Akerin into using his skills. If Akerin unleashed his formidable abilities, this amount of health would be utterly insufficient. After approximately 10 seconds, Liu Kang noticed Akerin standing at the entrance of the room, catching sight of him hiding behind the door. Akerin immediately revealed a sinister grin. "Hee hee. Little mouse, I have found you." He charged at Liu Kang with his long sword raised. Liu Kang swiftly activated a shield scroll for himself and retaliated with a normal attack, followed by a heavy strike. Afterward, he darted out of the room, continuing their game of hide-and-seek. Soon, Liu Kang heard Akerin's frustrated roar echoing through the air. Once he had devised a strategy, the subsequent events unfolded with ease, lifting the weight from Liu Kang's heart. It then struck him that he had yet to claim the loot from the battle, waiting for Akerin to find him again. Liu Kang opened his loot list, only to be disheartened. The spoils were rather meager. The finest item was merely a beginner's skill stone, followed by some decent equipment and items, including a longbow, a short sword, and a small demon's exquisite set. However, the exquisite set was leather armor, which left Liu Kang feeling rather disappointed. Fortunately, he discovered a ring among the loot. Malicious ring, exquisite. Stamina 6 with a certain probability of poisoning the target, inflicting 30 points of poison damage. Required level 7, drop rate 0.085. This ring, enhancing stamina and damage, proved to be quite practical for him. After some contemplation, Liu Kang ultimately chose the exquisite longbow, along with the beginner's skill stone and the malicious ring. Once his choices were made, he resumed his game of hide-and-seek with Akerin. His health continued to recover gradually, thanks to the shield, while Akerin's health plummeted rapidly. When Akerin's health reached half, he finally unleashed his skill. A green aura enveloped his twin swords, striking Liu Kang and inflicting a potent poison. The toxin was severe, causing 30 points of damage per second for 10 seconds, totaling 300 points. Fortunately, Liu Kang's health was sufficiently high to withstand the onslaught. As Akerin's health dwindled to a mere 500, he became utterly frantic, dramatically increasing his attack speed. In just 1 second, he managed to unleash 6 attacks, startling Liu Kang. Thankfully, Liu Kang did not confront him directly. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand such a barrage. He merely needed to continue evading. At last, with a final normal attack, Liu Kang vanquished Akerin. Chapter 48. A reunion with legendary equipment. Liu Kang exhaled a breath of stale air, revealing a faint smile. Initially, he believed he was facing imminent demise. Fortunately, the environment here was conducive to battling this formidable boss. Otherwise, he truly felt he might not prevail. After collecting the spoils, Liu Kang equipped the venomous ring, thereby adorning himself with 2 rings. He then utilized a primary skill stone to elevate his combat will level. With his combat will now at level 7, his attribute enhancement reached an impressive 70. Coupled with the newly donned equipment, Liu Kang's health exceeded 900 points. It wouldn't be long before he surpassed the 1,000 mark. Remarkably, he was only level 7, yet his health was on the verge of breaking 1,000. Was this fair to others? Hardly. Oh, was it he himself who was unbalanced? In that case, all was well. As for the exquisite longbow, Liu Kang intended to sell it shortly, so he stowed it away for the time being. After a brief respite, Liu Kang ventured into Akelin's chamber. He discovered a pathway leading upstairs behind the wooden table. As he passed the table, Curiosity compelled him to glance at the parchment. That fleeting glance widened his eyes in astonishment. The parchments contained information regarding Silver Moon Village. Lu Kang approached and picked up the scattered parchments. They featured maps of the vicinity surrounding Silver Moon Village and details about the distribution of nearby monsters, among other things. Furrowing his brow, he recalled the village elder's words when he first accepted this mission. The elder had mentioned that the little demons were plotting the destruction of Silver Moon Village. Previously, he and T grasped the gravity of the situation, but now, confronted with such detailed information, Lu Kang's anxiety surged. The demon encampment had gathered such extensive intelligence on Silver Moon Village. If they indeed launched an assault, they might very well succeed. Contemplating this, Lu Kang gathered the parchments. Although he was uncertain if there were backups, these documents could not be left in the hands of the little demons. He surveyed the room once more, seeking any new useful items. Soon his eyes brightened. In the corner, he spotted a wooden chest. Chests were evidently scarce in the game. Lu Kang had only encountered 2 thus far. This chest appeared more opulent than the previous one. Upon examining the loot table, he discovered the highest tier item contained within was of excellent quality. Instant joy surged through him. The chest held numerous items, but Lu Kang could only select 3. Ultimately, he chose a primary skill stone and a pair of lockchain boots. Demon iron shoes, excellent. Strength 5, endurance 6, required level 7, drop rate 0.003. The last item was a little demon's exquisite robe, which he could not utilize. These 3 items held the greatest value. Lu Kang immediately equipped the demon iron shoes and planned to apply the skill stone to enhance his combat will. However, Lu Kang was somewhat taken aback to discover that upon reaching combat will level 7, he would require a higher tier skill stone for further advancement. With no alternative, Lu Kang had no choice but to apply the basic skill stone to the basic regeneration, elevating it to level 7, which restored 7 health points per second. This was quite commendable. Within 30 seconds, he could recover 210 health points, far surpassing the efficacy of the superior quality apprentice healing potions. After tidying up, Lu Kang ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he peered in, discovering a vast chamber on the 3rd floor. The room was somewhat dim, with a central bonfire flickering amid the interplay of light and shadow. In the innermost part of the room sat a towering figure clad in black armor upon a stone chair. This was evidently the final adversary. Lu Kang discreetly cast a detection spell. Maglon, high-ranking boss. Level 7. Health 10,000. Attack 130. Description: Commander of the Imp Encampment, tasked with gathering intelligence on Silver Moon Village. Gasping, Lu Kang nearly inhaled all the air around him. 10,000 health points and an attack power of 130. What kind of being was this? He was utterly astounded. This creature was significantly stronger than the previous bosses he had encountered. Furthermore, this entity was classified not merely as a boss, but as a high-ranking boss. This must signify a creature of greater strength than a typical boss, yet still beneath the apex level of bosses. A sense of trepidation washed over Lu Kang. He wondered if he could possibly contend with such a formidable foe. However, observing Maglon clad in full armor with a massive sword beside him, it seemed likely he was a melee class. Glancing at his own 995 health points, along with his substantial armor, he pondered, perhaps there was hope? One must attempt, for if he were to perish, it would only cost him an hour of time. With determination, he resolved to engage. Lu Kang refreshed his stamina and strength scrolls, then opened Maglon's loot list. The resplendent purple glow at the top nearly blinded him. Another piece of legendary equipment. Berserker's Necklace, legendary. Strength 12, stamina 8, 10 physical lifesteal, required level 7, drop rate 0.00012. Lu Kang could hardly contain his excitement, nearly leaping in joy. A lifesteal item. With his formidable attack, acquiring this equipment would allow him to almost effortlessly dispatch lesser boss monsters. Moreover, this item augmented his attributes by a remarkable 20 points, and coupled with his battle intent enhancement, that amounted to 34 points. The potential boost this equipment could provide was staggering. Truly, it was legendary. His heart raced, and his eyes gleamed with fervor. This equipment must be acquired. Lu Kang then turned his attention to the subsequent items on the list. Soon, he felt a surge of exhilaration again. Greatsword Mastery, Level 1. Upon learning this, you will wield the greatsword with greater proficiency, and while using it as a weapon, your damage will increase by 10. Learning requirement, Warrior class. A skill, moreover, one that was exceptionally suited to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided that this was also a must-have. The third item was a letter. The letter from Maglon. This is a letter received by Maglon, containing news of a demonic assault on Silver Moon Village. The drop rate, is remarkably high at 304. Nevertheless, Liu Kang intends to select this item. It is evident that this pertains to a quest. To ignore it would be absurd. After making his selection, Liu Kang confirmed his status once more. Satisfied that all was well, he charged into the chamber. Maglon, who had been feigning sleep in a stone chair, awoke at the sound. Upon seeing Liu Kang approach with his great sword, he was immediately filled with rage. Intruder, how dare you come here? Where are my loyal subordinates? At this, Liu Kang revealed a sinister grin, akin to an evil villain. Your subordinates are dead. I shall soon send you to join them. Maglon's face contorted with fury. You seek death. He grasped the great sword leaning against the chair and charged at Liu Kang. As Liu Kang prepared to engage, he noticed flames erupting from Maglon's great sword, as if he wielded a conflagration. Liu Kang's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of skill is this? Fortunately, this skill appeared to be melee. Maglon was still advancing towards him. Liu Kang quickly utilized a weakness scroll. Ding! The target's level exceeds the scroll's effectiveness. Duration reduced to 20 seconds. Movement speed reduction effect diminished to 30. Chapter 49, A New System Announcement. Liu Kang paused at the system's alert, his expression shifting slightly. It seemed the high-ranking boss was nearly beyond the scroll's range of effect. A sense of relief washed over him. It had not completely surpassed it. Until now, he had relied on the weakness scroll to defeat boss monsters. Had it become ineffective, he would have been utterly defenseless against Maglon. Though the effect was somewhat diminished, it was not entirely futile. Liu Kang could feel that Maglon's speed had noticeably decreased after being weakened. Such a pace could hardly keep up with him. Liu Kang advanced, delivering a powerful strike, followed by a flurry of regular attacks and a sweeping blow. 72, 47, 99. The damage numbers elicited a grimace from Liu Kang. Truly, he was facing a high-ranking boss, a warrior clad in chainmail. Was he ever so resilient? His trio of strikes had never before yielded such meager damage. At that moment, Maglon swung his blazing great sword towards Liu Kang. The flames danced through the air, swift and mesmerizing, tracing a brilliant arc. Liu Kang barely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain coursing through him. 180, 120. Two significant damage indicators floated above Liu Kang's head, sending a chill down his spine. One was the physical damage from the great sword, the other the burn damage from the flames. Combined, these inflicted a third of his health in an instant. Was this not comparable to the skills of other bosses? Was it truly so outrageous? Liu Kang quickly deduced that the flames engulfing the greatsword were likely a skill, possibly a persistent one. This suggested that every strike from Maglon inflicted skill damage. An overwhelming prospect indeed. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Liu Kang instinctively retreated. Maglon's attack speed was astonishingly swift, even wielding such a hefty weapon. The second strike was already aimed at Liu Kang. The flames grazed the tip of his nose, and he could feel the searing pain of the fire. 30. Damn! Liu Kang inhaled deeply and promptly consumed a healing potion. Utilizing his level 7 basic regeneration, he began to recover his health. After 20 seconds, he activated a weakness scroll again to prevent its effects from dissipating. At that moment, he still had not launched a second attack. Approximately 30 seconds later, once his health had sufficiently replenished, he advanced and executed a 3-hit combo. Immediately after this series of strikes, Liu Kang retreated. Despite his efforts, he still endured another attack, suffering around 300 points of damage. Calculating roughly, Liu Kang realized he could attack every 30 seconds, inflicting approximately 220 damage each time. To vanquish Maglon, he would need nearly 50 strikes. This indicated a consumption of 75 scrolls. Glancing in his backpack, he felt a slight relief. He was a planner at heart, always preparing for the unforeseen. During his earlier foray into the castle, he had collected various scrolls, particularly the weakness scrolls, of which he still possessed over 100. The shield scrolls were also quite valuable. They could prove life-saving in critical moments, and he had gathered more than 50 of those as well. Remaining strength and endurance scrolls numbered around 20. With such scrolls, he was adequately equipped for a protracted battle. Furthermore, given that he still had some shield scrolls that could absorb 100 points of damage, the number of weakness scrolls he needed to expend would be reduced. Regrettably, the shield scrolls could only be used once every minute. Had they a cooldown of 30 seconds, it would have been even more advantageous. Despite this disappointment, Liu Kang decisively utilized a shield scroll for his next attack, absorbing 100 points of damage. This strategy would expedite his defeat of Maglon. It was indeed a drawn-out confrontation. During his calculations, Liu Kang had overlooked the potential for critical damage, as well as the fire damage effects from the blazing greatsword and the poison damage from the malevolent ring. In practice, He observed that Maglin's health was diminishing more rapidly than he had anticipated. After 7 minutes, Liu Kang had managed to reduce Maglin's health to about half. At that moment, Maglin raised his head and roared, "Cowardly wretch, why do you not dare to face me?" With a thunderous stomp, the entire room trembled. A violent shockwave emanated from Maglin, crashing heavily into Liu Kang. He felt a profound agony, as if struck by a truck. His body was hurled backward, crashing against the wall. 799. Liu Kang gazed at the damage displayed above his head, his heart quaking in disbelief. What kind of damage is this? He had no time to ponder further. Enduring the pain, he sprang to his feet and fled, for Maglin was already charging towards him. Remarkably, his speed had returned. The skill he had just employed could eliminate negative effects. With a deft maneuver, he ensnared Maglin with a weakening scroll, narrowly escaping the range of his attack. He was drenched in cold sweat, for his health had dwindled to just over 100. Had Maglin laid a finger on him, it would have been his end. Fortunately, he managed to escape at the last moment. Afterward, Liu Kang did not rush to attack. Once he had fully restored his health, he resumed his assault in a methodical manner. This time, to avoid being defeated in an instant, he even opted not to use the shield scroll, choosing instead to invest a bit more time. Each time before striking, he ensured his health was at its peak. Luckily, the battle proceeded without further incident. Maglin did not resort to that earlier skill again. As Maglin's health dwindled to a mere 1,000, his expression twisted into a fierce grimace. "Fire, protect me," he bellowed, raising his hands. The flames in the center of the room roared to life, seemingly imbued with a consciousness of their own. The inferno surged forth, engulfing Maglin, adorning him with a fiery armor. Liu Kang's eyes widened at the spectacle. What an astonishing skill. Why isn't it his? However, it appeared that this skill was not offensive, which brought Liu Kang some relief. His greatest fear was that Maglin's final skill would be excessively powerful. Otherwise, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. Now reassured, Liu Kang continued his assault, soon realizing the effects of the skill. As he attacked Maglin, he found that not only did he endure the blows from Maglin's great sword and burning assault, but the fiery armor also retaliated against him, each instance costing him 100 health points. This meant that every attack he launched resulted in a loss of 400 health points. It was absolutely terrifying. Liu Kang felt numb. If it were anyone else, would they truly be able to overcome this? Even at level 10, with superior equipment, it would be no guarantee of victory. Of course, for Liu Kang, although the damage was heightened, the absence of burst damage merely required him to invest a bit more time. Ultimately, with a final strike, he depleted Maglin's last vestige of health. "Damn invader, the Lord will avenge me." Maglin howled in a bitter lament, his robust figure, towering at nearly 6 feet, crashing heavily to the ground. From his corpse, 3 luminous orbs emerged, precisely the items dropped. Liu Kang let out a sigh of relief. What an exhilarating encounter. Thankfully, he had triumphed over this foe. At that moment, a grand and resounding voice echoed from the heavens. Galaxy Region announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Kang for his first successful defeat of a high-tier boss monster. Rewards: 100 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, 1 exquisite chest, and 50 prestige points in the Great Martial City. Chapter 50, making him the Prince of the Lionheart Kingdom. The system announcement echoed 3 times, plunging all novice villages in the Yuanxing region into silence once more. Subsequently, a cacophony of astonishment arose from each of these villages, as discussions regarding Liu Kang surged forth in waves. The Baran Empire, the Lionheart Kingdom, the Karadusi Kingdom, the Shuiying Kingdom, and others, high-ranking players within each realm halted their monster-slaying endeavors. Although they were not gathered together, the expressions of these elite players mirrored one another, disbelief. Adams and his team had just triumphed over a level 4 boss with the assistance of hundreds of players, reveling in their victory for but a brief moment before the system notification announced Liu Kang's feat of defeating a high-tier boss. Is this really true about that dying fellow? This is utterly outrageous, one exclaimed. Indeed, we had to resort to sheer numbers to take down a single boss. Yet he managed to vanquish a high-tier one all on his own. How is that even possible? Adams wore a solemn expression, gripping his staff tightly, his palm pale. He too struggled to comprehend how Liu Kang had accomplished such a feat. The Baran Empire had devoted nearly all its premium resources to his support, and he was already adorned with a considerable amount of green gear. Coupled with level suppression, the damage he dealt to bosses barely exceeded 30 points. If he were to face a boss alone, victory seemed entirely out of reach. Yet that Dian had achieved it. Even Adams, brimming with confidence, felt a tinge of defeat in this moment. In the Lionheart Kingdom, the eldest princess, Alice Christian, narrowed her eyes, lost in contemplation. Her attendant, perplexed, inquired Your Highness. What occupies your thoughts? With a gentle smile, Alice replied, I am pondering whether, upon exiting the novice village, we might discuss a partnership with that Lukong. You are the esteemed eldest princess of the kingdom. Naturally, you can propose a collaboration with Lukong, the attendant responded respectfully. Alice chuckled softly, I believe so. But tell me, if I wished for him to become the prince of the Lionheart Kingdom, would he consent? The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment. The title of prince was bestowed upon one who would become the husband of the princess, implying that the princess harbored intentions of marrying this dying individual. For a moment, the attendant found it difficult to fathom. Your Highness? Surely you jest? Alice narrowed her eyes and shook her head. The times have changed, although we face no immediate dangers. When the demonic forces invade, the Lionheart Kingdom will undoubtedly find itself in turmoil. As a royal princess, if sacrificing myself can safeguard the kingdom, I would willingly do so. The attendant stammered, but she was at a loss for words. Alice spoke, as if elucidating her thoughts to both the attendant and herself, softly stating, The game has only just begun, yet Lukong has already slain a high-tier boss. You have witnessed the strength of bosses. High-tier ones are certainly even more formidable. His ability to defeat one single-handedly indicates that his prowess is on an entirely different plane from ours. With him by our side, the Lionheart Kingdom should remain secure. The maid's eyes were slightly reddened. But this will only cause distress to Your Highness. Alice smiled gently. Though I'm a princess, I'm also a woman and have an affinity for the strong. Yet, you are unaware of the appearance and character of that man from the Great Xia. Alice playfully tossed her golden hair, which shimmered like fine sand, and chuckled. I merely jest. Look at how tense you've become. The maid blinked in surprise and nodded in realization. Oh, you startled me, Your Highness. Alice squinted at the azure sky and exhaled. Let's depart. Where shall we go? Your Highness? To strengthen myself, of course. If I do not wish to rely on others to safeguard the Lionheart Kingdom, then I must strive on my own. The maid widened her eyes and clenched her small fists. Regardless, I will remain by your side until death. Delia, your loyalty is beyond doubt. In the novice village of the Great Xia, Xia Yin faced a pack of demonic wild wolves roaring as they charged towards her. Her expression remained unchanged as she waved her staff, unleashing an endless gust of pale, icy wind that struck the demonic wolves. Instantly, hundreds of damage points floated above them, and their speed significantly diminished. Xia Yin stepped back, awaiting the cooldown to end before unleashing another icy blast. After several attempts, all the demonic wolves fell, howling in defeat. Xia Yin took a breath and sat upon a clean stone, surrounded by the carcasses of the demonic wolves. She gazed at the sky, her expression somewhat complicated. It's you again, Lukong. The icy skill she wielded was sold by Lukong at a remarkably low price, as were all her equipment. Not only she, but many players in the Xian Bird army possessed green equipment, primarily obtained from Lukong. Thanks to these green items, the players of the Xian Bird army were significantly stronger than ordinary players, boasting higher leveling efficiency and ranking among the elite tiers. All of this was due to Lukong. With him around, it was indeed a blessing for the Great Xia. Xia Yan's emotions were tumultuous. She could foresee that once everyone surpassed the novice phase and stepped out of the village, all factions in the Yuan Star would likely extend an olive branch to Lukong. Would he still remain in the Great Xia then? How could they possibly keep him? Lost in thought, Xia Yan sat amidst the corpses of wolves, resembling a stunning statue, creating a wild yet bizarrely beautiful tableau. Following the system announcement, Lukong's private messages chimed incessantly. He chose not to check them immediately, instead picking up his belongings and equipping the bloodthirsty necklace. The necklace slot that had previously been empty was now filled, significantly enhancing his attributes. Subsequently, Lukong learned the Greatsword Mastery. Upon acquiring this skill, he felt a surge of information flooding into his mind, as if this knowledge was inscribed in his very genes. Lukong had grown accustomed to this sensation during his skill acquisition. To Lukong's astonishment, as he wielded the great sword, he felt a remarkable sense of mastery over it. This sensation was not akin to that of a novice having just begun to engage in combat with the sword for merely 2 days. Rather, it resembled that of a seasoned warrior who had practiced for a year or two. Henceforth, the likelihood of being evaded or thwarted by monsters during battles would surely diminish. A smile graced his lips, reflecting his satisfaction. Undoubtedly, the potent passive skill had significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Next came the letter from Aglon. Upon opening it, Lukong discovered that the text within consisted solely of symbols, rendering it utterly incomprehensible to him. Subsequently, he settled down to rest and opened the chat interface to review his private messages. Chapter 51. Wang Bing also wishes to cry. Lukong's circle of friends was rather limited, Aside from Wang Bing and Lu Chong, it included only Li Mu, Jiang Su, and Lin Yingying, whom he had just added today. A quick glance at the messages revealed that Li Mu and Jiang Su had been relatively quiet, merely offering standard congratulations. However, Li Mu's messages included a few extra comments, such as Mr. Liu is truly remarkable, and Mr. Liu is both handsome and formidable. I wonder who will benefit from him in the future. In contrast, Lin Yingying's messages were abundant. Father, you are my idol. Father, what level of monster is a high-tier boss? Father, are high-tier bosses significantly stronger than regular bosses? Father, how did you manage to solo the boss and the high-tier boss? Father, you are simply too handsome. I admire you immensely. I'ma send you summings. Father, what valuable items do high-tier bosses drop? Lu Kang was left exasperated. This girl was a veritable fountain of questions, asking about everything. He replied, stop thinking, it's giving me a headache. There are indeed many valuable items. He casually sent her a bloodthirsty necklace. Lin Yingying? As soon as Lu Kang sent the message, Lin Yingying bombarded him with a series of question marks. Ignoring her, he exited the chat and turned his attention to the conversation with Wang Bing and Lu Chong. Their discussions were similar, beginning with congratulations for Lu Kang, followed by various expressions of envy, and culminating in inquiries about whether he had any rare items for sale. They both vividly remembered the skill books and recipes Lu Kang had sold previously. Thus, Lu Kang decided to share the 2 blue pieces of equipment he had recently acquired in their group chat, Demonic Engineer's Longbow and Demonic Engineer's Robe. As soon as the 2 items were revealed, Lu Chong leaped up, his breath quickening. A bow and a fabric robe. Both were exquisite. Were these not perfect gifts for his 2 beloved daughters? If he managed to obtain these items, his daughters would surely be overjoyed. Perhaps they would even give him a shoulder massage in gratitude. The thought ignited a fierce determination in Lu Chong's eyes. He would have those 2 pieces of equipment. Gods be damned. I shall slay any who stand in my way. Lu Chong declared, the longbow for 120 gold and the robe for 100 gold. On the other side, Wang Bing gazed at the 2 pieces of blue equipment, his breath quickening in excitement. It was their first encounter with blue gear available for purchase. The attributes of the equipment were simply drool-worthy. With such gear, their strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Furthermore, after delivering the skill book to the 3rd princess, it was evident that she regarded him as one of her own. If he were to present her with the blue cloth robe this time, she would surely elevate his status. The longbow was acceptable, but he absolutely had to secure the cloth robe. Just as Wang Bing was about to place a bid, he caught sight of Lu Chong's price and nearly choked on his own blood. Wang Bing, Lu Dong, are you serious? This is merely a level 7 blue piece of equipment, and you're offering 100 gold for it. Equipment, skill books, and formulas are not the same. This is time-sensitive. A level 7 blue item, even if superior to a level 10 green one, wouldn't be vastly more powerful. This gear would only be useful up to level 12 or 13 at most. That was Wang Bing's most optimistic estimate. To demand such an outrageous sum for such a short duration of use, 1 million. Has Lu Chong lost his mind? According to Wang Bing's assessment, the cloth robe should be worth no more than 50 gold. This price was simply unacceptable. Even if he were willing, he had to consider the cost-effectiveness. After all, the Xianyao army was not comprised solely of him. Spending 100 gold on a single blue item was less advantageous than acquiring 100 green items, which could equip numerous comrades. Lu Chong, normal bidding, if you want it bid. If not, don't complain. Wang Bing's lips twitched, but ultimately, he refrained from placing a bid. The price was exorbitant. Wang Bing, fine. You win. Lu Chong, good son-in-law. Or shall we transact? Wang Bing, foster father. Do you have any other green equipment? Lu Kong, yes, I have dozens of green items. Wang Bing, then I shall send Jiangsu over. Lu Chong, good son-in-law. Besides these 2 pieces of blue equipment, is there nothing else? Didn't you mention there were higher-tier bosses? Aren't there any valuable items you can't use? Lu Kong, bloodthirsty necklace, greatsword mastery, both of which I can utilize, so I kept them for myself. Lu Chong, Wang Bing. Upon seeing the purple equipment and the exceptional passive skills, both men fell into silence. Lu Kong grinned, relishing their astonishment, which was precisely why he had shared the information with them. Were they envious? They ought to be. Lu Kong feigned innocence. Why are you both silent? Lu Chong, I shouldn't have asked that question. Wang Bing, my heart aches. Good heavens. The enhancement these 2 items could provide is immense. I want them too. Wang Bing, being a warrior himself, suddenly jolted, struck by a grave realization. Previously, Oldie had mentioned that the 3rd princess was a mage, leaving him to wonder if he would no longer have access to valuable equipment. Now he recalled that his foster father was also a warrior. Surely, he would benefit from good items. Good items would undoubtedly be used by his foster father. Good grief. Was he in a worse predicament than Old Li? Wang Bing's eyes were reddened, and he finally understood why Lao Li had wanted to cry before. Now he too felt the urge to weep. Li Ming, who was nearby, was startled by Wang Bing's expression and exclaimed, "Captain, what's wrong? You look as though you're about to cry." Wang Bing turned his head, glared at Li Ming, and retorted, "Get lost. Go deal with your own troubles." Li Ming was left utterly bewildered. He had shown concern for this fellow, yet was met with such hostility in return. A player from the Suanio army remarked, "Deputy Captain, I told you so. The captain is becoming increasingly possessed." Li Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, it does seem like he's under some spell. Lukong, observing the chat screen, could already envision the two of them lamenting dramatically. He grinned, satisfied, and exited the chat room. It was then that he noticed Lin Yingying had sent numerous messages. Lukong opened them to read. Lin Yingying, foster father. Is this for real? Purple equipment. I've never seen such a high-tier item in my life. You're amazing. Just seeing purple equipment has made my life complete. Where have you been, my clever and invincible foster father? Are you ignoring your adorable foster daughter? Should I send some cute noises your way? Tink, tink, tink. Upon reading Lin Yingying's messages, Lukong couldn't help but chuckle. Your life is rather undervalued if merely seeing purple equipment brings you such fulfillment. Lin Yingying, oh, have you finished your tasks, foster father? Hee hee, but it's purple equipment. Up until now, ordinary players Haven T even had green equipment, and I certainly Haven T. I initially planned to buy green equipment from you, but ended up with nothing. Lin Yingying, is this real? Long live my foster father. You're unbeatable. How could there be a foster father as wonderful as you? Lukong, being human, felt rather pleased by her words. After sending his reply, he turned his attention away from the chat. He allocated the 10 points of free attributes awarded by the system into his stamina. The near-death experience had left a psychological shadow on him. Currently, his attack power was sufficient. What he feared most was being eliminated in an instant. Then, Lukong rubbed his hands together, preparing to open the treasure chest gifted by the system. Chapter 52, The Powerful Legendary Accessory. Lukong opened the drop rate list for the treasure chest. As he had anticipated, the first item was still a dazzling purple. Once again, it was a legendary piece of equipment. Lukong examined the equipment details, his eyes widening in astonishment. Song of Life, legendary. Accessory, stamina 14. When receiving a fatal blow, immunity to this damage is granted, and 2,000 health points are restored. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Required level, 7. What a powerful legendary item. The addition of 14 stamina speaks for itself, but the most significant aspect is the special effect. Immunity to a single fatal attack, coupled with health restoration. A recovery of 2,000 health points nearly exceeds Lukong's total health. Most ordinary players currently possess only around 200 to 300 health points, meaning this could allow an average player to recover 10 times. Although the cooldown period is somewhat lengthy, this is an exceptional life-saving feature, and to think it is merely an accessory. At this moment, Lukong had no accessories, so he promptly equipped himself. With the enhancement of battle intent, his health had already exceeded 300. This is the allure of superior gear and advanced skills. Lukong mused. Turning around, he noticed Lin Yingying standing beside him. Lukong was taken aback. You're still lingering here, aren't you? Realizing the situation, he added, then queue up. I'm about to start selling equipment. Setting up a makeshift stall, Lukong displayed 10 pieces of gear. Green equipment for sale, he called out, prompting all nearby players to rush over, their eyes gleaming with desire. Upon seeing the green gear on the stall, they swallowed hard, unable to believe their luck. ISNT, the adoptive father, incredible. In just a few hours, he has sold green equipment 3 times in square, and each time it was 10 pieces. Indeed, this was only what he sold to them. He must have sold even more to the Shameless army and the Tianwei guild. What extraordinary fortune does he possess to acquire such an abundance of green equipment? Perhaps it is related to the system announcement he made earlier? With mentions of bosses and high-level leaders, he might have discovered a gathering place for elite monsters. It's a possibility, but where could it be? Don't even think about it. Even if there are elite monsters, can you defeat them? Last time, my 5-man team faced an elite demonic wild dog, and 3 of us perished. How many lives do you possess? Upon hearing this, the players who were once curious about where Lukong was hunting elite monsters calmed down. Indeed, most players lack the capability to confront elite monsters at this stage. Only those who had reached level 5 and learned their first professional skill could dare to challenge them. It seems the Shameless army has discovered a wolf valley, rumored to be teeming with elite monsters. how exhilarating it must be for them, wielding the adoptive father-s equipment and leveling up rapidly. Everyone was filled with envy. If only they could acquire as many green items as the adoptive father, they too could take on elite monsters. Alas, they were merely the military of the Great Xia. There was little they could do. Amidst the discussions, Lu Kong began selling the equipment. Naturally, the first to approach was Lin Yingying. After inspecting the gear, she grinned and said, "Adoptive father, I want this green staff." Lu Kong glanced at her. "You're a mage?" Lin Yingying nodded vigorously. "Yes." Lu Kong handed her the green staff. "This weapon is a bit pricey, 1 gold. Do you have the funds?" He eyed her with some skepticism. With a proud demeanor, Lin Yingying placed her hands on her hips. "Adoptive father, you underestimate me. I am now an important figure in the Player Administration Bureau, and I can even stream. I'm not short on cash." She leaned closer to Lu Kong, teasingly asking, "How about I support you, adoptive father?" Lu Kong, feeling a headache coming on, gently pushed her head away. "Don't forget, the equipment you're buying is from me." Lin Yingying was momentarily stunned, then realized that Lu Kong probably earned more than she did, causing her spirits to sag. The plan to support her adoptive father had failed. After completing her purchase, she wandered off. After receiving 1 gold from Lin Yingying, Lu Kong promptly sold equipment to others. Players eagerly paid for the gear, expressing their gratitude to Lu Kong with utmost respect. "Thank you for your hard work, foster father." Soon, all 10 pieces of equipment were sold. Most players were left empty-handed, lamenting and pleading for Lu Kong to sell more. Lu Kong shrugged. "This is all I have for now. Perhaps I will increase the quantity in the future. The main issue is my backpack is too small. Each piece of equipment occupies a slot, and I can only store so much. I must reserve gear for Wang Bing and Lu Chong, and producing 10 pieces is already my limit." Hearing this, the other players could only depart in disappointment. Lin Yingying, who had been waiting beside Lu Kong, chuckled. "Foster father, you are truly kind. You really don't have to concern yourself with them." Lu Kong folded his stall and replied calmly, "I was merely bored while waiting for someone and decided to keep myself occupied." Lin Yingying pouted. Foster father, you are so self-deprecating. You clearly wish for ordinary players to grow stronger, yet you say such things." Looking at Lu Kong, her eyes sparkled with admiration, finding him increasingly charming. As Lu Chong and Jiang Su had yet to arrive, Lu Kong glanced at Lin Yingying. "Aren't you leaving? I want to keep you company." "Foster father," Lin Yingying asserted with certainty. "How could the rightful daughter allow her foster father to remain here all alone? That would be too pitiful." Lu Kong raised an eyebrow. "Could you refrain from implying I'm like a discarded puppy?" He was momentarily struck by a humorous thought before inquiring, "By the way, you mentioned you are with the Player Management Bureau?" "Indeed, I am the publicity minister, the external representative." Lin Yingying tilted her head back, beaming with pride. "It's mainly because I am irresistibly adorable. They believe my streams will surely be successful." "Ah yes, you are impressive and adorable," Lu Kong replied dismissively. He then probed further. "What do you think of the Player Management Bureau? Are there any restrictions for players?" Although Lu Kong had his reasons for tolerating her presence, partly due to her clinginess and partly because she was connected to the Player Management Bureau, he was genuinely curious about the current stance of the Great Xia towards players. Lu Kong was not one to appreciate constraints. Possessing such formidable talent and a promising future, he had no intention of joining the Player Management Bureau. Nevertheless, he sought to comprehend the official perspective on players, as it would inform his future development plans. Upon hearing his question, Lin Yingying paused for a moment before responding. "Restrictions from the Player Management Bureau? There are none. As long as you register your information, it typically suffices to have a certain level. If your level is high, you can even join the Bureau, earning a substantial salary, several tens of thousands. Is that all?" Lu Kong inquired. Lin Yingying contemplated briefly. "Yes, that is all. Once registered, no one oversees you. You can choose to join the Bureau or not. Overall, I feel the environment is quite lenient. It seems His Majesty holds a friendly attitude towards players." Lu Kong nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yingying pondered. "All right. If one possesses talent, the higher-ups will provide special care." Lu Kong raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. "What kind of special care?" Chapter 53. The Heartfelt Struggles of the Village Chief. It pertains to equipment and such. They are prioritized for supply, and any resource request can also be made, with salaries being considerably higher. I heard of an elder who possesses the talent to enhance the success rate of equipment forging, and he is almost revered like a living Buddha. Whatever he desires is granted. Lu Kong expressed surprise. The treatment is indeed generous. Lin Yingying chuckled gleefully. "I assenti it?" She continued, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "In fact, I also possess a talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be entrusted with such significant responsibilities at the Player Management Bureau." Lu Kong glanced at Lin Yingying in astonishment. You have talent? Is that true?" Lin Yingying immediately pouted, vexed. Why are you looking at me like that, adoptive father? My talent is indeed formidable. It's just that I cannot utilize it at present. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Kong found this possibility plausible. After all, streaming aimed at ordinary netizens could be considered a FA for the Player Management Bureau. Public opinion is immensely crucial in the digital age. The fact that Lin Yingying is tasked with such a role either indicates her profound background or her commendable talent. With this realization, Lu Kong felt more at ease and curiously inquired, "What is your talent?" Lin Yingying glanced around, leaning in conspiratorially. "I can't tell, just anyone. Even within the Player Management Bureau, very few are aware." Lu Kong, speechless, gently pressed Lin Yingying's head down. "Why do you always come so close? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Lin Yingying retorted indignantly. "How could that be? I'm such a sweet and adorable girl. Not the kind of woman who would be so lascivious." She swiftly changed the subject. "Let us discuss talents, shall we, adoptive father? You go ahead." Lin Yingying sent Lu Kong a private message revealing her talent attributes. Lu Kong glanced at it, astonished. "This talent is indeed impressive. Summoning enhancement. Your summoned entities gain a 100 increase in all attributes, and the number of summons is increased by 300. Goodness. Such a significant enhancement to the attributes of summoned entities, along with an increase in the number of summons. If Lin Yingying truly has summoned entities, it would mean that each one is nearly on par with high-level players. If the summoned entities themselves are sufficiently powerful, that would be extraordinary. This was the first time Lu Kong had encountered someone else's soul talent, and he hadn't anticipated it to be so potent. Lu Kong contemplated, realizing he had perhaps underestimated other players. With formidable talent backing them, many players' strengths should not be dismissed lightly. However, Lu Kong is not like the others. His talent signifies that he can acquire various rare and unique resources, complemented by an abundance of attribute stones and skill stones. His talent grows stronger as time progresses, even though he is already quite formidable now. "What do you think, adoptive father? Isn't it quite impressive?" Lin Yingying beamed. Lu Kong nodded. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable." Subsequently, Lin Yingying appeared somewhat dejected. "It's a pity this wretched game lacks any guides or an official website. How am I supposed to summon anything? I still have no clue. Perhaps I need to reach the novice village to find a solution. Without summoning items, my talent is utterly useless." Lu Kong nodded thoughtfully, speculating. "Perhaps in the future, you could transition into a summoner or something of that sort. By then, you'll be quite powerful." Upon hearing this, Lin Yingying chuckled and nodded in agreement. "That's precisely what I was thinking." She widened her eyes and looked at Lu Kong, exclaiming, "When that time comes, how about I assist you in battles, my adoptive father? If you tell me to strike east, I won't strike west. I'll send my minions charging in for a fierce attack." Lu Kong, taken aback, was surprised by her inclination towards violence. His expression remained stoic as he replied, "Never mind. I'm a good person and do not engage in fights." Lin Yingying's face fell in disappointment. "All right then." Suddenly, she seemed to have an idea and looked at Lu Kong with anticipation. "My adoptive father, since you inquired about the Player Management Bureau, are you considering joining? If you do, I believe His Majesty would surely want to meet you personally, and you might even become the head of the Bureau." Lu Kong shook his head. "I merely asked out of curiosity. I have no desire to join the Player Management Bureau." Lin Yingying's spirits sank further. "Oh." At that moment, Lu Chong and Jiangsu approached. Lu Chong's expression was somewhat anxious. After all, those were two precious daughters' blue equipment. How could he not be worried? Upon seeing Lu Kong, Lu Chong's eyes lit up with a smile. However, upon noticing Lin Yingying beside Lu Kong, his smile faltered. "A vixen indeed?" Lu Chong silently relayed the situation to Lu Yuexin and Lu Yueqing. "Good son-in-law, I have arrived. Let us trade. Mr. Lu." Lu Kong nodded at Lu Chong and Jiangsu before initiating the trade. The two pieces of blue equipment cost 220 gold, along with various other green items, totaling over 300 gold, another 3 million in hand. Lu Kong felt quite pleased. He had already saved money for repaying debts, so this was pure profit. Unfortunately, the little demons at the demon camp do not respawn. Otherwise, he would go there daily to farm and rake in the cash. It wasn't just money. The same applied to equipment. He still needed 2 pieces to complete his little demon engineering set. Lu Kong felt a twinge of regret. After trading with Lu Chong and Jiangsu, Lu Kong bid farewell to Lin Yingying and mounted the enchanted wolf, heading towards the small courtyard of the old village chief. The courtyard gate remained wide open, yet no one was wandering outside anymore. Lu Kong dismounted the enchanted wolf and entered the courtyard. The village chief, dressed in clean cloth attire, brightened upon seeing Lu Kong and smiled. "Little one, I heard the system announcement. Did you defeat the little demons? Liu Kang nodded yes. I defeated the commander at the little demon camp. The old village chief regarded Liu Kang with a complex gaze, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Liu Kang, puzzled, asked, Village chief, what's the matter? Why do you look at me like that? The old village chief sighed. I was merely reflecting. Today marks the second day of your race's public testing, correct? The following day, the ability to vanquish high-level bosses was truly astonishing. Liu Kang was taken aback. Is it really that difficult to defeat high-level bosses in just 2 days? The old village chief, visibly perturbed, felt as if his heart had been pierced. With a twitch of his lips, he expressed his frustration. It isn't merely a matter of difficulty, to my knowledge. No race has accomplished such a feat. Liu Kang, somewhat surprised, pondered. Am I really that formidable? The village chief, exasperated, felt reluctant to continue the conversation, fearing it might lead to further irritation. He retorted sarcastically, Yes, indeed, you are remarkable. Flattered, Liu Kang felt a tad embarrassed. Curiously, he inquired, By the way, chief, how long did it take your race to defeat its first high-level boss? The chief, with a forced smile, replied, Can we perhaps change the subject? Chapter 54. The instance emerges, a system announcement from the Hunter continent. Noticing the chief's sour expression, Liu Kang deemed it wise to shift the topic. He asked, Chief, I've eliminated all the little demons in the demon camp. Does that mean I've completed the task? Indeed, that certainly counts as completion. As soon as the old chief's words fell, Liu Kang's experience points surged significantly, bringing him closer to level 8. Additionally, he received 10 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, along with 2 minor skill stones and various reputation rewards. Silver Moon Village is well known, and Dahu City is likely the main city beyond the novice village. Liu Kang felt these rewards were quite commendable. With satisfaction, he allocated all his points to endurance. Coupled with the battle intent enhancement, Liu Kang's health exceeded 1,500. As for the 2 minor skill stones, he invested them entirely in the newly acquired Greatsword Mastery. Greatsword Mastery, Level 3. Upon learning this skill, you will wield the Greatsword with greater proficiency, increasing damage dealt by 30 when using a Greatsword as a weapon. The damage boost is permanently applied when using the Greatsword. Given Liu Kang's current attack capability, this increase is immensely significant. Just as he completed the task, the system announced once more. Yuanqing Region Announcement. Ding. Player Liu Kang has completed the unique main quest, officially unlocking the Silver Moon Village instance, Demon Camp. Yuanqing Region Announcement. Ding. Player Liu Kang has completed the unique main quest, officially unlocking the Silver Moon Village instance, Demon Camp. Hunter Continent Announcement. Ding. Congratulations to Yuanqing player Liu Kang for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Rewards: 30 free attribute points, 1 class skill chest, 200 reputation with Dahu City, and 20 reputation with Shinga City. Hunter Continent Announcement. Ding. Congratulations to Yuanqing player Liu Kang for being the first to complete the unique main quest. Rewards: 30 free attribute points, 1 class skill chest, 200 reputation with Dahu City, and 20 reputation with Shinga City. The 2 system announcements rang out in succession, creating a sensation throughout the Yuanqing region. All players were left in a state of disbelief. Just moments ago, 1 announcement had echoed, and now 2 more followed. How could anyone possibly continue playing the game under such circumstances? In the Barren Empire region, Adams, accompanied by hundreds of followers, once again vanquished a formidable leader, resulting in the acquisition of 2 green items and 1 white item. A smile spread across Adams and his fellow players as they exclaimed, Another pair of green items. Splendid. As long as we continue to acquire gear, the gap between us and the aerial forces will inevitably diminish. At that point, surpassing them will merely be a matter of time. Alas, the Barren Empire is destined to lead humanity into a new era of evolution. They celebrated exuberantly. However, a series of system announcements abruptly stilled their merriment, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence. Following a moment of hushed disbelief, players began to voice their incredulity. Is this game even playable? What is the situation with that Daxia player? Hasn't it been less than an hour since the last system announcement? How could there be 2 so soon? Indeed, this game is exceedingly unfair. Why is it that only that Daxia player has received system notifications until now? Did he purchase a property within the system? Is that even relevant? This is a dungeon, the very first dungeon in the game. The players from Silver Moon Village rejoiced, realizing they shared the same novice village as the aerial forces, yet had access to a dungeon to conquer. Indeed, farming dungeons will surely be more efficient for leveling up and acquiring gear than grinding outside. The players from Silver Moon Village are truly reaping the benefits from the aerial forces. With this advantage, they will likely become the strongest novice village in the entire Yuans. Indeed, I am utterly envious. Adams and his few exceptionally gifted companions wore expressions of disbelief. Exchanging glances, a blonde beauty beside Adams swallowed hard and turned to him. Adams, do you still have confidence in surpassing him? Adams was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a tall, slender young man beside him widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Something is amiss. Look at the second announcement. It concerns the entire Orion continent." Adams and his companions stared wide-eyed at the system announcement, and soon realized that it indeed pertained to the entire Orion continent. They exchanged complex expressions. Adams exhaled deeply, his demeanor turning serious, regardless of the circumstances. "We must persist in our pursuit. Only surrender equates to true failure. As long as we strive to chase after them, we remain on the path." The others exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement. Another young man timidly suggested, "Looking on the bright side, with the aerial forces being so formidable, when the demonic invasion occurs, having a tall figure to rely on might make things easier for us. That is not necessarily a bad thing." This statement caused the corners of their mouths to twitch. With their pride, they should not have entertained such thoughts, yet they found the speaker's reasoning surprisingly compelling. In the Lionheart Kingdom region, Alice and her entourage of princess guards had only just begun to engage in battle when a system announcement brought them to a halt. The players exchanged bewildered glances. Delia turned to the silent Alice beside her and murmured, "Your Highness, I suddenly feel that if the aerial forces were to become princes, it might not be such a bad thing." "Alice?" She glared at Delia with a head full of dark lines. "Delia, where's your loyalty?" Delia stuck out her tongue. "I shall forever remain loyal to your Highness, but with someone as formidable as Liu Kang. Wouldn't it be beneficial for you if he were to become a prince?" Who was it that just said they hadn't even met the person, nor knew their character? Alice scoffed repeatedly. Delia averted her gaze slightly. "I was too young to understand earlier. Someone as strong as Liu Kang surely cannot be unattractive." Alice shot Delia a speechless glare. "Stop spouting such nonsense and focus on leveling up. How can our Lionheart Kingdom rely on others? True strength lies in our own power." Delia blinked innocently. "That may be so, but it seems your Highness has turned a bit red." Silence. At that moment, Xia Yin, who was busy grinding, was momentarily distracted by a system notification and nearly got killed by a monster. She quickly retreated, using several frost impacts to eliminate the creature. Without taking a moment to recover, she chose to log off immediately. She had to inform her father, the Emperor, about this matter. She was at a loss regarding how to approach Liu Kang. Surely, her father's wisdom could provide her with clarity. Liu Kang, Liu Kang. How remarkable it is that such a talent has emerged in the Great Xia. Given his capabilities, would the entirety of Great Xia be able to accommodate him in the future? Perhaps the entire universe would be his stage. Ever since the emergence of the cosmic server, Xia Yin harbored no doubts about humanity's ability to enter the universe in the new era. When that time comes, facing other races may be when Liu Kang truly shines. What role will Great Xia play in that scenario? Chapter 55, Epic Skills. In the mountains, Liu Chang was discussing the matter of the young girl beside Liu Kang with Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing. "Dad, it's their freedom to choose whom they wish to interact with. Why are you so anxious?" Liu Chang replied, "That simply cannot be. Liu Kang is my chosen son-in-law." Liu Yueqing exclaimed, "Wow, old man, you're saying that in front of us? We haven't even consented yet." Liu Yuexin added, "Exactly. Dad, you say this every day. We're both unmarried women. Aren't you worried about our reputations?" Liu Chang retorted fiercely, "Who dares to tarnish the name of my daughters? I would eliminate them all." Liu Yueqing responded, "Father is formidable. Thumbs up." Just then, the system announcement rang out repeatedly. Liu Chang stood there in shock. Wow. The usually calm Liu Chang couldn't help but curse. He typed furiously in the chat, "Look, a continent announcement. Such generous rewards. A dungeon has been opened. I told you my son-in-law would surely achieve greatness. Look at him now, he is already quite impressive. What more do you have to say?" Liu Chang was filled with pride. When had his judgment ever been wrong? He had sensed that Liu Kang was extraordinary. He never imagined he would prove to be this remarkable. The opening of a dungeon meant that the players from Silver Moon Village could now engage in dungeon runs. What is a dungeon? Elite monsters, bosses, all filled with elite gear. Liu Chang's face flushed with excitement, while Liu Yuexin and Liu Yueqing fell into a contemplative silence. Exchanging glances, Liu Yueqing blinked and remarked, "Sister, this Liu Kang seems quite formidable, doesn't he?" Liu Yuexin nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. She then smiled and inquired, "Are you intrigued?" Liu Yueqing crossed her arms defiantly. "Certainly not." Liu Yuexin nodded again. "Neither am I." The two of them remained silent, gazing intently at one another. Lu Yueqing then added, "However, Father mentioned that once we leave the novice village, we should meet him in person to get to know him better, right?" Lu Yueqing assented. "Yes, Father has said so. Since he believes this, we must take it seriously." "You are right, sister. By the way, who is that Lin Ying? I think she might just be a passerby." "I think so too." Lu Kong had not anticipated that merely accepting a quest would lead to such an explosive outcome. He was well aware of the little demon camp, but he never expected to unlock a dungeon. Lu Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant he could acquire more green and blue equipment, which were valuable assets. Furthermore, he could finally complete the Little Demon Engineer set he had yet to gather. Lu Kong noticed an introduction for the Little Demon Camp dungeon in the system. He opened it to discover that it was a 25-person dungeon, only available for a single run each day. He had yet to use his attempt for today, indicating that he could venture in right away. Perfect for leveling up and acquiring gear. Eagerly, Lu Kong shifted his focus to another aspect: system rewards. A total of 30 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all of them to stamina. Now, his base stamina had reached an astonishing 68 points. It is worth noting that with each level gained, even if all 2 free attribute points were assigned to stamina, plus an additional point from leveling up, it would only amount to 3 points. To achieve 68 points, one would need to be around level 20. Lu Kong was only at level 7, yet he possessed such extraordinary base attributes. It was simply absurd. Coupled with the attributes from his equipment and the enhancement from his battle intent, Lu Kong's health had surpassed 2,000. With his current strength, he could withstand the onslaught from several bosses at the front of the Little Demon Camp. In addition to the 30 free attribute points, there was also a class skill treasure chest. Lu Kong discovered that it too had a drop rate list. With anticipation, he opened it. To his astonishment, the first item was golden. Lu Kong's eyes widened in disbelief. An epic treasure, a skill chest containing an epic skill book? He hurriedly examined the skill. Heart of the Warrior, level 1. A passive skill that allows you to grasp the essence of the warrior's path, enhancing all attributes by 10, increasing damage dealt by 10, boosting movement speed by 5, and reducing damage taken by 3. Learning requirements: warrior class, battle intent level 5. What a powerful skill, with an all-encompassing enhancement, boosting attack power, reducing damage taken, and increasing movement speed. The potential was truly remarkable. However, Lu Kong was somewhat taken aback by the learning requirements. To his surprise, there were stipulations beyond merely being a warrior class. Battle intent. It had to be at level 5. It dawned on Lu Kong that not all skills could be learned directly. Certain abilities required prerequisites. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had cultivated his battle intent, now at level 7. Otherwise, even with the skill warrior's heart, he would have been unable to learn it. Lu Kong's thoughts drifted to other players. They relied on skill stones to enhance their battle intent, utilizing several novice skill stones. Others lacked such treasures. Even if they possessed the battle intent skill, it would likely take an eternity for them to elevate it beyond level 5. For them, acquiring Warrior's Heart would be a formidable challenge. Lu Kong speculated that without skill stones, a typical warrior player would need to reach dozens of levels to elevate their battle intent to level 5. Truly, the requirements for such an epic skill were exceedingly high. With a sense of admiration, Lu Kong decisively chose the Warrior's Heart skill. There was no need for further deliberation. Upon unlocking the treasure chest, the skill book appeared in Lu Kong's inventory. He promptly selected to use it. A wave of disorientation washed over him. He found himself transported to an ancient battlefield, desolate and forsaken. The howling winds echoed across the field, littered with corpses and shattered weapons. At the center stood a towering figure clad in tattered armor, wielding a broken sword, gazing at the swirling abyss of black mist above and roaring defiantly. Fight to the death. Lu Kong felt a fire ignite within his chest, as if he had transformed into that solitary warrior, bellowing at the relentless black fog. For a fleeting moment, his spirit was entranced, only to awaken and discover he still stood in the village chief's courtyard. The chief regarded him with an expression akin to witnessing a ghost. After several deep breaths, Lu Kong emerged from the profound experience. With curiosity, he inquired, "Chief, what is it? Why do you look at me like that?" The chief stared at Lu Kong for a long moment before slowly uttering, "You must be a monster." Lu Kong replied, "No, chief. How can you speak so harshly?" The chief, appearing utterly astonished, exclaimed, "Harsh? I wish to berate the heavens. You have comprehended Warrior's Heart before even reaching the first tier. Are you not a monster?" Chapter 56. The Letter from the Little Demon Lord. Now it dawned on Lu Kong. He offered a modest smile. "I merely had good fortune, having just opened the treasure chest and obtained the skill book." The chief retorted, "I am well aware you acquired the skill book. I am not deaf and heard the system announcement. What I cannot fathom is why you could extract the most precious item from a professional skill treasure chest. Moreover, your battle intent has already exceeded level 5. As a high-level player from a once-dominant race, the chief clearly possessed some understanding of the warrior's path. He knew that mastering warrior's heart required the prerequisite of level 5 battle intent. Just yesterday, I bestowed upon this young lad the skill book for battle intent. Yet, within a mere day, he has ascended to level 5? Is this still humanity? Surely, this fellow cannot be the progeny of some celestial race, can he? The village chief was beset by questions. The events of today have profoundly challenged his long-held perceptions of cosmic gaming. Upon hearing the chief's words, Liu Kong offered a modest smile. Perhaps it is merely fortuitous? Yet this transcends the realm of mere luck, does it not? The chief scrutinized Liu Kong, as if attempting to see through him, before shaking his head. You must possess an extraordinarily potent soul talent, one that even eludes my comprehension. This is advantageous for both you and your kind. I hope you wield it wisely. Soul talent is the quintessential secret for any player. And although the chief has become a specter within the cosmic online realm, detached from reality, he had no intention of probing further. Liu Kong nodded earnestly. Ishel? Thank you, chief. The chief sighed, his expression a tapestry of emotions. I truly envy you humans of the Origin Star. Just on the second day, you have already accessed a dungeon. This will significantly accelerate the growth of the players in Silver Moon Village. Young lad, this is all thanks to your efforts. Liu Kong chuckled modestly. You flatter me, chief. I merely completed a task. By the way, chief, why was the little demon camp previously devoid of monsters, yet has now transformed into a dungeon? Liu Kong recalled that when he had previously cleared the little demon camp, the demons did not respawn upon their demise. It was surprising to discover it had now become a dungeon, leaving Liu Kong somewhat perplexed. Regarding this matter, as a novice player, you need not concern yourself with the details. However, since you have inquired, I shall elucidate. The little demons in the camp were authentic demons from the realm of magic, invading the world. Upon their demise, they vanished from the game world and thus did not respawn. The current dungeon, however, is a reconstruction by the cosmic server based on the fallen little demons. Although the monsters within still appear as little demons, they are in essence creatures fabricated by the cosmic server, representing a fundamental distinction. Upon hearing this, Liu Kong understood. No wonder the little demons disappeared upon death. They were indeed real demons. In truth, such dungeons are not scarce throughout the gaming world. Once you depart from the Orion continent and venture to the central continent, you will encounter numerous such dungeons. The chief smiled. Liu Kong nodded slightly. Subsequently, he recalled the letter and the parchments detailing information about Silver Moon Village that the little demon commander had dropped. He retrieved the letter and the parchments, presenting them to the chief. By the way, chief, I discovered these in the little demon camp. Perhaps you should take a look. The chief accepted the parchments, and upon reading the information contained therein, his expression shifted subtly. He then opened the letter to examine its contents. As he read, the chief's countenance drastically altered. Noticing this, Liu Kong furrowed his brow. Chief, what troubles you? The chief slowly lowered the letter, exhaling a deep breath, his demeanor darkening ominously. We are in grave trouble. Upon hearing this, Liu Kong furrowed his brow. However, he had already sensed something amiss upon receiving the letter and was not overly surprised. What grave trouble was this? The minor demons that had invaded the vicinity of Silver Moon Village had established a small demon lair, and the camp you previously destroyed was merely a forward outpost. The correspondence you provided was written by the demon lord within the lair to the minor demon commander. They would launch a full-scale assault on Silver Moon Village in 5 days. Liu Kong was momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated significant trouble, he did not expect it to be of such magnitude. He hastily inquired, Village Chief, is the demon lair formidable? Can it conquer our Silver Moon Village? If Silver Moon Village falls, the players here will find it exceedingly difficult to level up. The village chief cast a sidelong glance at Liu Kong. If we were still alive, then these minor demons would indeed pose little threat. The problem is, we are already dead, and now we remain as mere lingering souls. Our strength far diminished compared to our former selves. Resisting the invasion of the demon lair will be quite challenging, especially considering the demon lord, who is at least a level 10 boss and possesses formidable power. A level 10 lord must be of a higher tier than a high-ranking chief, right? Maglon, being merely a level 7 high-ranking chief, is already so powerful. How strong could a level 10 lord be? Despite Liu Kong having grown significantly stronger, he still felt a pang of unease. He glanced at the village chief and asked, What level are you now? I'm also a level 10 lord. The village chief replied. Upon seeing Liu Kong's eyes light up, he helplessly rolled his eyes. Do not place your hopes on me. At my age, I may not even be a match for the Demon Lord. Moreover, a demon lair may house more than one lord. You understand? Wait, what? There are multiple lords within a single lair? How on earth is one supposed to play this game? The village chief tightened his grip on the letter and said, "This matter requires your assistance, players. We cannot defend Silver Moon Village relying solely on our villagers. However, if you players can join us, there is still hope." Lu Kang nodded. The players will certainly come together to defend Silver Moon Village. After all, if Silver Moon Village falls, the players will have nowhere to resupply, and that alone would drive everyone mad. The village chief agreed. Indeed, with your letter, we at least know that the demon lair is about to launch an attack, giving us time to prepare. By the way, young one, I need you to assist me further. If you can locate the position of the demon lair, we can prepare our defenses more effectively, increasing our chances of withstanding this assault. Can you help me find the location of the demon lair? Ding. Quest discovered. Locate the demon lair. Will you accept? The system's notification chimed, and Lu Kang's eyes brightened. Another quest had arrived. He quickly turned his attention to the quest details. Quest. Locate the demon lair, unique. Description. The minor demons are set to launch a full-scale attack on Silver Moon Village in 5 days. The village chief hopes that players will find the location of the demon lair in order to strategically arrange our defenses. Note, this task is exceedingly challenging. It is advisable to gather your companions. Reward. Experience points, 30 gold coins, 15 free attribute points, 1 beginner skill stone, 60 reputation in the Great Martial City, and 600 reputation in Silver Moon Village. Chapter 57. Tactics? What tactics? Yet another unique quest. Lu Kang has realized that the quests pertaining to the little demon are likely to possess singularity. Perhaps it is due to Lu Kang obtaining the unique necklace from the very beginning that everything thereafter has become a quest of uniqueness. He accepted the quest and nodded, stating, "No problem, I will locate the little demoness lair." The old village chief nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words with the village chief, Lu Kang departed from the chief's small courtyard. He pondered for a moment, concluding that the news of the little demon's impending attack on Silver Moon Village should be communicated to other players. It would be prudent for everyone to be prepared. As Lu Kang opened the chat interface, he was greeted by a plethora of messages. He understood that his previous 2 system announcements had stirred the players into action. Scanning through the messages, he found them rather trivial, filled with comments such as, "Isn't my adoptive father incredible? You didn't buy a house in the system, did you? Why are all the announcements yours? And Mr. Lu, you are amazing." Among them, messages from Lin Yingying were the most numerous, significantly outpacing the others. Their influence in Silver Moon Village allowed them to conveniently notify all players. The news of a monster siege was alarming. If Silver Moon Village fell, even a novice village would be at risk. This revelation left several players dumbfounded. Wang Bing and Lu Chong fervently patted their chests, assuring that they would relay this information to everyone. Wang Bing planned to rally all players under the banner of the Great Siam military to ensure a coordinated online presence. Lu Kang was, of course, pleased with this arrangement. "By the way, adoptive father, we have discovered a boss here. Could you join us in the fight? All the loot will belong to you, and if you have no use for it, you may sell it to us privately," Wang Bing messaged. Surprised by this news, Lu Kang did not anticipate that Wang Bing and his group had found a boss. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as players' levels gradually increased. They had ventured deeper into the mountains, thereby enhancing the likelihood of encountering bosses. Yet, he was taken aback by Wang Bing's generosity. Offering all the loot to him, the term seemed rather outrageous. Little did Lu Kang know that the Emperor of Xia had been focusing keenly on matters within the game world. The 2 system announcements he had just made were also known to the Emperor. The 3rd princess, Xia Yin, had spent over 10 minutes in the Emperor's study, and upon her departure, she bore his commands. The supreme commander of the Rebirth army had become Xia Yin, with all resources now under her purview. Moreover, everyone was required to show sufficient respect to Lu Kang, with any potential conflicts strictly forbidden, and any interests must prioritize Lu Kang. This news had also reached Wang Bing, who understood the magnitude of the upheaval such an edict would cause within the Rebirth army. However, he also comprehended that Lu Kang truly deserved such treatment. As a player from Silver Moon Village, Wang Bing was among the first to recognize Lu Kang. He was well aware of Lu Kang's formidable strength and the numerous miracles he had created. Therefore, he was determined to execute the Emperor Xia's orders without fail. Consequently, favorable conditions emerged. Lu Kang sent a message, "I want all the drops. Is that really necessary? Let's do this. Give me what suits me, and you can have a rest." Wang Bing replied, "No way. Father, aren't you looking down on me? Without you, we would probably only obtain green equipment from the boss, which is not as good as buying from you. With your presence, blue items are a sure thing, and if Liu Chong doesn't compete with us, those blue items would be ours. In fact, we would be the ones profiting. Wang Bing continued, Father, I must say, you are too generous towards me. This simply won't do. You need to be a bit stricter. Based on the Emperor Xiao's command, Wang Bing discarded all sense of propriety. Liu Kong gazed at the message, bemused. He was merely considering Wang Bing's interests. Why such a strong reaction? He merely felt that, without Wang Bing, he would not have discovered this boss. To him, the dropped items were essentially a windfall. Nonetheless, since Wang Bing had voiced his sentiments, Liu Kong chose not to refuse. All right, send me the location. I shall come over now. Sure thing. Wang Bing sent his location via private message. Liu Kong realized that Wang Bing was situated deep within the mountains to the west of the village. He mounted his enchanted wolf steed and hastened towards Wang Bing's indicated position. The distance from Wang Bing's location to the small demon camp was roughly equivalent, perhaps even slightly closer. In about 20 minutes, Liu Kong arrived at Wang Bing's vicinity. It was a vast canyon, littered with the corpses of enchanted wolves. Wang Bing, Jiang Su, and several members of the Xian Bird Army were already waiting for Liu Kong at the canyon's entrance. Upon seeing Liu Kong approach, Wang Bing and the others welcomed him. Wang Bing cast a somewhat envious glance at the enchanted wolf steed and remarked, Father, you have it so good. Riding a mount makes travel so much faster. It takes us an hour to get here every time. Liu Kong chuckled. After reaching level 10, you can capture your own mount. Just endure a little longer. Wang Bing sighed, that is still far off. The experience required to level up in this wretched game is excessive. It will likely take several more days to reach level 10. He then added, since you are here, Father, I'll have someone make room for you. As he spoke, his gaze swept over to a tall, slender youth. Wang Ke Yu stepped back. In his heart, he felt somewhat reluctant. It was a rare opportunity to team up with his father. Just like that, it was gone. The captain was too ruthless. Wang Bing laughed. Captain, allow me to introduce. This is Li Ming, the vice captain of the 7th team. You know Jiang Su, and this is Feng Qi and Song Xiujie. One by one, Wang Bing introduced them, and the players being named gazed at Liu Kong with fervent admiration, their calls of father almost causing Liu Kong to lose himself. It felt quite peculiar to suddenly have so many sons and daughters. Liu Kong nodded at the crowd and then inquired of Wang Bing, where is the leader? Inside. Wang Bing replied, this place is called Wolf Valley, a den of the enchanted wild wolves. The leader is a wolf king. We immediately thought of you, our foster father. In truth, given the strength of their 7th team, and with so many players adorned in abundant green gear, defeating a leader should pose no challenge. However, as Wang Bing pointed out, the manner in which Liu Kong engaged the leader would differ entirely from their own approach. Should Liu Kong take the lead, the spoils would undoubtedly be far superior. With Wang Bing's guidance, the group ventured into Wolf Valley. They soon reached the heart of the den, where a desolate clearing lay before them, dominated by a colossal black enchanted wild wolf, the Wolf King. Liu Kong cast a detection spell. Enchanted Wild Wolf King leader, level, 6 health, 4500 attack, 90 description, the ruler of Wolf Valley. This creature's attributes were even lower than those of the minor demon leader. Liu Kong then opened the loot list. The preceding entries were still a sea of blue. Upon inspection, he found the treasures rather meager. He sifted through them and ultimately selected 3 items. Basic skill stone, a fine dagger, bloodthirsty wolf fawn, and fine chainmail bracers, demon wolf bracers. The first and third items were usable by Liu Kong, though the second was not. Foster father, how shall we proceed? The decision rests with you. Wang Bing and the others looked at Liu Kong, their eagerness palpable. Liu Kong pondered briefly before asking, is there a healer among us? Wang Bing nodded. Yes, the priest has learned the healing spell at level 5. Liu Kong smiled. Very well, I shall engage. Just ensure the healer restores my health. The rest of you manage yourselves. What? Wang Bing and the others were momentarily taken aback. Isn't this a battle? Shouldn't we strategize? Was he truly just charging in recklessly? Before they could fully process this, Liu Kong charged forth. As a fundamental warrior skill, the charge had modest quality and its stunning effect on the leader was fleeting. In that brief moment, Liu Kong had already struck. He unleashed a basic attack, executing a heavy strike followed by a sweeping attack in a swift combo. 310, 461, 1,313. The sweeping attack resulted in a critical hit, dealing over 1,300 damage. Altogether, he inflicted more than 2,000 damage, instantly reducing the Wild Wolf King's health by nearly half. This astonishing damage left Wang Bing and the others in a state of shock. They stared at the floating numbers, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. What has happened? Am I seeing things? Why did its health plummet by half all at once? That was a filthy number. I just saw it damage exceeding 1,300. The players of the Xianbird army gasped in astonishment. They rubbed their eyes to confirm they were not mistaken, and as they beheld Liu Kang's silhouette, it was as if they were gazing upon a deity. A level 7 player dealt over 2,000 damage in an instant. We are all human. Why have you evolved in secrecy without us? Wang Bing and his companions finally comprehended why Liu Kang had merely instructed them to observe. With such damage inflicted, what need was there for their intervention? The manner in which Liu Kang dispatched the leader was akin to slicing through vegetables. Was this the embodiment of his adoptive father's formidable strength? Wang Bing murmured to himself. As a fellow warrior, he felt akin to a fool wielding a sword, while his adoptive father resembled a deity of war. Not only Wang Bing and the others, but even Liu Kang himself was taken aback by the magnitude of the damage he dealt. He then recalled that he had acquired the great sword mastery skill, which provided a 30 increase in damage. Additionally, he had learned the heart of a warrior, which besides enhancing all attributes, granted another 10 damage boost. Cumulatively, it was no surprise that he was capable of such damage. The Wolf King howled in agony from Liu Kang's assault, its eyes turning a furious crimson, and its claws shimmering ominously with a red glow. It frantically swung its forepaws at Liu Kang, leaving a flurry of crimson claw marks in the air. With the mastery of the great sword at level 3 and through relentless combat, Liu Kang's battle experience had far surpassed that of a mere novice. Instinctively, he took a step back and parried with his great sword. The clang of metal echoed as the sounds of clashing steel resounded. Numbers floated above Liu Kang's head. 6, 4, 5. A sequence of 6 numbers appeared, amounting to a mere total of less than 40 points of damage. Seeing Liu Kang sustain injury, the gathered priests had initially intended to heal, but upon noticing that his health had only diminished slightly, they were left dumbfounded. Wow, is this real? Look at our father's health, exclaimed a demure priestess, her mouth agape in astonishment. Others quickly shifted their attention to Liu Kang's health bar. What? Am I seeing things? Over 2,000 health points. This can't be right. Why does our father have over 2,000? This is absurd. Are we truly playing the same game? The players of the Xian Niao army began to question their very existence. One level 5 warrior, in disbelief, muttered, I've maxed out my stamina and donned a full set of green gear, yet I barely have 500 health points. Why does our father's health exceed mine by such a margin? It was not merely a matter of health. Had they not witnessed the damage inflicted by the Wolf King? It was a mere single digit. A single digit. Was this creature truly a boss monster? How could its damage resemble that of a mere kitten? Indeed, a boss monster capable of inflicting only single-digit damage? How exaggerated must our father's defenses be? The group exchanged glances, unable to fathom the reality before them. Meanwhile, the priests, invigorated by the situation, began casting healing spells, determined to restore Liu Kang's health. Even though he would be fine without their aid, they felt compelled to heal their father. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. They were resolute in their endeavor to provide full support. At the very least, their healing was of use, unlike others who merely spectated. However, before their spells could be completed, Liu Kang launched another offensive. A heavy strike followed by a normal attack. 624, 445, 100. The priests then observed 3 healing values floating above Liu Kang's head. 62, 45, 10. To their astonishment, they realized that Liu Kang's health was fully restored. The priests were left utterly bewildered, as every healing spell they cast displayed a result of 0. Others present also witnessed this peculiar scene, their minds swirling with questions. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Soon, Wang Bing's voice broke the stillness. But who is it, really? His words echoed the unspoken thoughts of everyone present. The true essence of the battle was not the Wolf King, but rather Liu Kang himself. How could this possibly work? Listening to the Wolf King's pitiful cries, they felt a twinge of sympathy for the beast. It seemed as though he had become a mere automaton. Liu Kang, however, felt a surge of excitement within. The vampiric effect of the bloodthirsty necklace was indeed formidable. He had truly reached a point where he could endure against a boss and strike it down. Liu Kang's agility was equally impressive. Not only was his critical hit rate high, but his attack speed was also remarkably swift. Even wielding a heavy sword, he could deliver 2 strikes in a single second, complemented by a powerful blow that could be unleashed once per second. In less than 10 seconds, before the cooldown of his second sweeping attack had even elapsed, and before the Wolf King could utilize a skill that would reduce its health to 10, Liu Kang forcibly vanquished the beast. As the final blow descended, the Wolf King let out a mournful wail and collapsed to the ground. 3 blue orbs floated away from the fallen creature. Normally, The appearance of 3 exquisite items would have filled Wang Bing and the others with immense joy. However now, as they gazed at the head-level Wolf King that had fallen within mere seconds, a profound silence enveloped them. They all recognized that Lu Kong's strength was on an entirely different plane compared to other players. He had surpassed them by an insurmountable margin. With their green equipment, Wang Bing and his companions had already begun to boast in front of their fellow Suanio soldiers. In truth, they had indulged in this boasting quite often. They once believed their prowess to be among the pinnacle within the entire Yuansheng realm, which had led to a sense of pride bordering on arrogance. Now, witnessing Lu Kong's capabilities, they felt their previous behavior was nothing short of childish. The chasm between them and their adoptive father felt like an unfathomable abyss, utterly devoid of a visible end. How could they have been so complacent with such meager abilities? It was truly ironic. After defeating the Wolf King, Lu Kong noticed an unsettling stillness behind him, prompting a sense of curiosity. He turned to find Wang Bing and the others wearing expressions of confusion. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Wang Bing hurried over, grinning broadly. "Your adoptive father truly lives up to that title. This strength is such that even a boss-level Wolf King couldn't last 10 seconds. You are incredibly powerful." Lu Kong rolled his eyes in response. "Do you ever tire of such flattery?" "Tire? I could praise you for a lifetime." Lu Kong retorted, "That sounds a bit off, doesn't it? Please, you're not a beauty. I certainly don't wish to hear your praises for eternity." Wang Bing was taken aback, and then his lips twitched as he realized the inappropriateness of his words. He hastily glanced at the 3 azure orbs nearby, diverting the conversation. "Truly worthy of being my adoptive father. Your craftsmanship is indeed exquisite. Please, do take a look at what we've uncovered." Lu Kong nodded, retrieving the 3 items and discreetly sending them to Wang Bing. The skill stones, which Wang Bing had seen Lu Kong mention before, did not surprise him. However, the sight of 2 finely crafted pieces of equipment lit up his eyes, one of which was a superior-grade chainmail wrist guard. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Bing exclaimed, "You're like a true father to me. To think you bestowed upon me such a remarkable wrist guard. I adore you." Lu Kong, bemused, retorted, "What are you thinking? That wrist guard is for me. All you get is a dagger." Wang Bing's expression froze in disbelief. Chapter 59, Bone-Eating Grass. Once again, Wang Bing was reminded of Lu Kong's warrior profession. Despite the splendid equipment before him, he found himself unable to claim it, and sorrow surged within him like an unrelenting river. Yet, he had no choice. After all, the adoptive father takes precedence. With a heavy heart, he conceded, "Very well then. By the way, how much do you wish to sell this dagger for?" Lu Kong pondered for a moment and replied, "Since it was you who located the boss, I wouldn't have obtained anything otherwise. As for the price, I shall only ask for a token amount. 40 gold will suffice." Wang Bing's face lit up with joy, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. "You are truly generous, adoptive father, although 40 gold still amounts to a substantial sum. This is a superior grade piece of equipment, with attributes far surpassing that of green gear. Furthermore, it is an exceptionally rare weapon. To me, this price is undoubtedly a bargain." "Then, let us proceed with the transaction," Wang Bing affirmed eagerly. After completing the trade, Lu Kong smiled and added, "In the future, should you encounter any bosses or the like, feel free to seek my assistance. I would gladly help you defeat them." For Lu Kong, this endeavor had been quite advantageous, as he had effectively acquired a blue item and a novice skill stone without any cost. Skill stones were currently in high demand for him, given that he possessed an array of skills, many of which remained underdeveloped. Soudainly, Lu Kong contemplatait la notion. Once he exited the novice village, he could negotiate with some high-level players to assist them in battles, thereby increasing their drop rates, while also acquiring valuable items like skill stones. A win-win situation. Absolutely. If there is a boss, I will be sure to inform you at the very first opportunity. Wang Bing nodded vigorously, as this was precisely what he desired. If left to their own devices, the likelihood of them acquiring a blue item from a boss was uncertain. Later, Wang Bing sought to invite Lu Kong to tackle the minor demon camp together, but Lu Kong declined. He had intended to solo the challenge, as it would yield greater experience and equipment without the need for division with others. After bidding farewell to Wang Bing, Lu Kong departed from Wolf Valley. His next plan was to clear the minor demon camp that day, level up, and obtain more skill stones and attribute stones to enhance his strength. After all, he still had 2 unique quests at hand, one from the warrior mentor involving the defeat of a level 10 demonized tiger boss, and the other concerning the search for the minor demon lair. Both tasks are of considerable difficulty, and Lu Kong feels the need to enhance his abilities first. The mana potions he previously purchased are nearly depleted. At the entrance of the apothecary, a multitude of players are queuing, and upon sighting the iconic mount, the enchanted wild wolf, they immediately recognize Lu Kang's arrival. After all, he is the only one in the novice village who possesses a mount. Instantly, the players enthusiastically clear a path. The Guardian is here. The Guardian is here. Make way for him. Indeed, in 5 days, the little demon will assault the city, and we must rely on the Guardian for protection. Let us not waste his time. Hearing this, Lu Kang is somewhat astonished by the efficiency of Lu Chong and Wang Bing. He anticipated that they would learn about the demon's impending siege so swiftly. He nods in gratitude to the friendly players and strides into the apothecary. The apothecary owner, Hong Yang, is as leisurely as ever seated behind the counter. Upon seeing Lu Kang, she arches an eyebrow and remarks, well, look who has the time to visit my humble shop. Lu Kang, feeling slightly exasperated, responds, boss, that's a bit two-faced, don't you think? After all, I'm one of your best customers. Just a jest, Hong Yang chuckles, scrutinizing Lu Kang with a glimmer of intrigue. I never imagined that within just 2 days, you would have garnered so many system announcements. You truly are extraordinary. Lu Kang smiles modestly. I've merely been fortunate, though this luck is somewhat within my control. With a mischievous grin, Hong Yang proposes, I have a task for you. Would you care to undertake it? Lu Kang pauses. Is it a potion master's task? I think I'll pass. I have no intention of becoming a potion master. Hong Yang rolls her eyes. With your capabilities, undertaking such a simple task would be a waste. I could hardly allow you to engage in something so devoid of challenge. Lu Kang nods in agreement, but senses something amiss. Why does this feel like he is being exploited for his labor? However, if Hong Yang implies that there is a worthwhile task, it suggests there are valuable rewards, which certainly piques Lu Kang's interest. What task? He inquires. I need to concoct a potion, requiring an herb known as bone erosion grass, which can only be found in areas saturated with death energy. To the north of our village, deep within the mountains, lies an ancient necropolis. Could you assist me by searching for it? Hong Yang smiles. Ding. Task discovered. Bone erosion grass. Would you like to accept? Lu Kang glances at the task description. Task. Bone erosion grass. Unique. Description. In preparation for the impending siege by the little demon, the elderly village chief has entrusted the apothecary, Hong Yang, to concoct a potion named Soul's Bloom for emergency purposes. Hong Yang hopes you will venture to the necropolis north of the village to help her locate the primary ingredient. Bone erosion grass. Note, this task is of extreme difficulty. It is advisable to bring your companions. Rewards, experience points, and spirit fruit, green snake fruit. Soul's Bloom? The name of this potion seems rather ominous. Surely, the old village chief does not intend to resort to self-destruction alongside the demon lord if they cannot prevail. Lu Kang furrows his brow, feeling a weight in his heart. In the eyes of Lu Kang, the old village chief appeared as a pitiful figure, his race on the brink of extinction, his soul lingering, his son and daughter-in-law vanished, and his grandson deceased. If it were to come to sacrificing this unfortunate elder's life for the survival of Silver Moon Village, it would indeed be a tragedy of profound proportions. Of course, this was merely Lu Kang's speculation. Perhaps the old chief was simply in possession of a potion to enhance his strength. The quest, undeniably, was one he would undertake. With a smile, Lu Kang nodded. No problem, I shall help you search. The matchmaker smiled in return. I appreciate your assistance. What shall we procure? 300 bottles of mana potions. After exiting the apothecary, Lu Kang hurried directly to the small demon camp dungeon. The introduction of the dungeon indicated the location of the camp, which was the same one Lu Kang had previously discovered. Along the way, he utilized the beginner skill stone dropped by the Wolf King. As for which skill to enhance, the choice was clear. Although Lu Kang had several skills in need of improvement, the most vital was undoubtedly the recently acquired Warrior's Heart. This skill was incredibly comprehensive and offered significant amplification. Fortunately, the beginner skill stone could elevate the level of Warrior's Heart. Warrior's Heart, level 2. Passive skill, you have grasped the essence of the warrior's path. Enhancing all attributes by 20, increasing damage dealt by 20, augmenting movement speed by 10, and reducing damage taken by 6. A substantial and comprehensive enhancement, bringing great satisfaction to Lu Kang. Before long, Lu Kang arrived outside the small demon camp. On the narrow path outside the canyon, he noticed a considerable number of other players, most of whom were at level 5. Small demon camp needs healers. Must have ample healing capabilities. Small demon camp seeks a warrior. At least one piece of green gear required. Don't tell me you have none. My adoptive father sold 30 pieces today. Small demon camp. What the adoptive father? One high-tier player, who was calling out, widened his eyes upon spotting Lu Kang and exclaimed. Instantly, the players gathered outside the small demon camp turned their attention to him. Chapter 60. Is the adoptive father a deity? Seeing Lu Kang, the eyes of the players sparkled with excitement. It was indeed the adoptive father. Who would have thought he had come to clear the dungeon as well? Isn't that obvious? Have you forgotten who discovered this dungeon? Without the adoptive father, we wouldn't even have the opportunity to run it. Is the adoptive father just one person? Can he take me along? I am willing to do anything. Some female players, believing themselves to be quite attractive, openly expressed their desire. Who doesn't know of Lu Kang's formidable prowess? This dungeon was discovered by him, coupled with his terrifying drop rates. If he were to take them along, they might even secure blue gear. Most importantly, aligning with Lu Kang would undoubtedly lead to a bright future. Lu Kang glanced at the enthusiastic crowd and noted that a few of the eager female players were indeed quite good-looking. However, he was no lecher, and there was no need to gather mere decorations. He simply smiled and said, "Everyone do your best. There are 5 bosses in the dungeon. If you can overcome them, there will be a significant upgrade in equipment." Upon hearing these words, many players' eyes sparkled with excitement. A clever young man promptly exclaimed, "Father, it's me. We've met before." Lu Kang glanced at him, finding him somewhat familiar, likely a high-level player encountered during a previous monster hunt. "What is it, Father? Could you share with us the skills of the bosses? If it's inconvenient, just disregard my question." Lu Kang paused, contemplating. Indeed, sharing information about the boss's skills would significantly ease their battles. If these players could enhance their strength, it would undoubtedly benefit Silver Moon Village in the impending fight 5 days hence. With a smile, Lu Kang replied, "No problem, I'll inform you about the boss's skills." The crowd was taken aback by Lu Kang's willingness to share. Understanding the boss's skills was crucial during combat. Lu Kang could have easily sold this information to affluent players, yet he chose to share it freely. Everyone was momentarily stunned. They realized they could never have done the same. The previously speaking young man's eyes glistened with gratitude. "Thank you, Father." The others quickly followed suit with their expressions of thanks. Lu Kang smiled and added, "In the future, if other players inquire, I hope you will relay this information to them directly. This way, everyone can grow swiftly." Many players nodded gravely in agreement. "Rest assured, Father, I will definitely post about it on the official forum." One declared, "I will also inform the newcomers." With a satisfied nod, Lu Kang proceeded to divulge the skills and information of the 5 bosses to the eager players. Upon learning that the final high-ranking boss possessed a staggering 10,000 health and 130 attack power, along with a fiery counterattack, everyone was left dumbfounded. "How on earth can we defeat this?" they exclaimed. Not only was the dungeon limited to 25 participants, but even if 250 players were present, they would still fall short. Their gazes toward Lu Kang transformed entirely. How had he managed to vanquish such a formidable high-ranking boss? This was no ordinary father. He was practically a deity. After sharing the information, Lu Kang remarked, "Well then, the rest is up to you." With the majority of players' current equipment, facing the bosses may be challenging. However, there are plenty of elite monsters within. You can begin by farming the lesser creatures to enhance your gear, and perhaps then you might see some hope. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Once he had shared all he knew, Lu Kang entered the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon was located at the previous spot of the little demon camp, now transformed into a mirror-like vortex, leading into the world of the dungeon. As Lu Kang stepped inside, the players exchanged glances, buzzing with speculation. Could Father be a deity? He was able to defeat such a powerful high-ranking boss. They wondered. The teams already inside are in for a challenge. These bosses are clearly not meant to be defeated by mere mortals. Indeed, it seems only the Tianyue team and the Shameless army stand a chance against the first 2 bosses. The subsequent ones may prove too daunting even for them. "How long do you think it will take Father to clear the dungeon?" one inquired. "I'm not sure. Isn't there a record for dungeon completions? We'll find out when the time comes." Beside the dungeon, a stone tablet stands tall, chronicling the completion times of players. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. This serves as both an incentive and a promotional tool for the players. Moreover, the top 3 completionists receive corresponding rewards. For the average player, even those who possess high-level skills, such rewards remain a distant dream. The leading teams do not hesitate to claim their spots. Surely one of them belongs to the revered Father, while the other 2 are undoubtedly the Tianyue Guild and the Suanio Army. I plan to join the Tianyue Guild once it is officially established, hoping to acquire some of Father's equipment, which would be quite advantageous. Ultimately, I also intend to join the Suanio Army, given its affiliation with the Dacia military, which likely surpasses the Tianyue Guild in strength. The Suanio Army is formidable, yet being a military organization, it probably enforces stringent discipline. I prefer a bit more freedom, hence my inclination towards joining Tianyue Guild as well. A group of elite players has already begun to deliberate their future paths. At that moment, a young man who had previously conversed with Luqua timidly remarked. If only father could establish a guild, I would definitely be the first to join. The surrounding chatter abruptly fell silent. Startled, the young man glanced around and noticed everyone staring at him with peculiar expressions. He felt a chill run down his spine. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? No, you were right. How do we not think of that? What if father does create a guild? Should we ask him when we see him next? That's a solid plan. If father establishes a guild, we must join. The elite players buzzed with excitement at the prospect. Meanwhile, Luqua had already entered the dungeon and commenced battling foes. In stark contrast to his initial struggles during his first encounter with this dungeon, he now wielded unparalleled prowess. The elite little demons were utterly incapable of breaching Luqua's defenses, inflicting 0 damage. He attracted the little demons, allowing their futile attacks to land upon him as he prioritized selecting loot. He chose skill stones and attribute stones first, and if those were unavailable, he opted for a few scrolls, selecting only green equipment thereafter. Once he had gathered a significant number of little demons, around 20, Luqua unleashed a sweeping attack, resulting in a flurry of substantial damage notifications. The minimum damage registered was over 700, and with critical hits, it soared to an impressive 1,005. Given that these elite little demons only possessed 400 or 500 health points, a single strike sent them all sprawling to the ground. Luqua began gleefully collecting the equipment. He then repeated his strategy, attracting little demons, selecting loot, sweeping them away, and gathering more gear. This cycle continued as he swiftly dispatched 200 to 300 little demons, arriving before the fortress of Jenning, all within a mere 10 minutes. Most of that time had been consumed by selecting loot, navigating the terrain, and collecting items. Chapter 61. Lu Chong, I Wish to Be Alone. Standing outside the fortress of Jenning, Luqua did not rush to enter and engage in battle. He meticulously assessed his harvest. The green equipment was nearly at full capacity, alongside an assortment of scrolls, exceptional grade novice healing potions, 2 diminutive skill stones, and 12 tiny attribute stones. Lu Kong discerned a troubling trend. This time, the loot drop list from the monsters was not as bounteous as before. The probability of encountering diminutive skill stones and attribute stones had significantly diminished compared to prior encounters. Nevertheless, these acquisitions were still commendable for Lu Kong. He utilized all the attribute stones, followed by the diminutive skill stones. His current skill set included basic regeneration, heavy strike, battle intent, sweep, charge, greatsword mastery, and warrior's heart, a total of 7 skills, far surpassing the average player. Having exhausted the diminutive skill stones he had previously acquired, he found that basic regeneration, battle intent, and sweep could not be enhanced further with the diminutive skill stones. He then attempted to upgrade warrior's heart, and, as anticipated, being an epic level skill, it too could not be augmented with diminutive skill stones. As for greatsword mastery, he had previously elevated it to level 3 using 2 diminutive skill stones received as quest rewards. Now it could only be enhanced with basic skill stones. Consequently, Lu Kong's options were limited to enhancing either heavy strike or charge. Since charge did not inflict damage, he decided to wait until he had a surplus of diminutive skill stones before enhancing it, opting instead to advance heavy strike. Previously, he had elevated heavy strike to level 5 using diminutive skill stones. Now, with the use of 2 skill stones, heavy strike surged to level 7. Heavy strike, level 7 executes a powerful attack dealing 190 damage, an increase of 20 in damage output. However, since heavy strike was solely a single target damage skill, its enhancement was not as significant as that of sweep, rendering it only marginally beneficial. For single target engagements, it provided a slight boost. As for the equipment, it certainly paled in comparison to what Lu Kong possessed, and he intended to sell it all later. After dealing with Guning, he would venture out of the dungeon. Lu Kong glanced back at Guning and chose his loot. The drop list still featured blue equipment at the forefront, yet there was little of value. After some deliberation, he ultimately selected basic skill stone, the one-handed sword dog training stick, and the chainmail belt, malicious waste. He then proceeded to select the drops from Guning's little treasures before charging in. Upon seeing Lu Kong enter while feeding the little treasures, Guning erupted in rage, shouting, "Intruder! Little treasures, tear him apart." Instantly, a host of corrupted wild wolves lunged toward Lu Kong with fierce howls. A sinister smile crept across Lu Kong's face as he charged at Guning. When surrounded by Guning and the corrupted wild wolves, he swung his blazing sword in a sweeping arc. The flames of the blade unleashed a torrent of substantial damage. In an instant, all the corrupted wild wolves collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Guning momentarily fell into a daze. He surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn about and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Ah, my little treasures, you have perished so tragically. Listening to the chaos, Liu Kang felt as though he had become a despicable villain. Damn invader, I shall slay you. Gunning charged at Liu Kang, brandishing two long swords. During their previous encounter, Liu Kang had to rely on a weakened scroll to contend with Gunning. However, this time, Liu Kang faced the onslaught head-on. The damage inflicted by Gunning's strikes was reduced to mere single digits, while Liu Kang consistently struck at Gunning's vital arteries, dealing triple-digit damage, with critical hits soaring into four figures. The amount of health Liu Kang siphoned from his foes surpassed the damage he sustained. In less than 10 seconds, Gunning's health was entirely depleted, collapsing with a wail. Compared to their last encounter, this battle felt as effortless as if he had activated a cheat. Well, Liu Kang mused, perhaps he truly did possess a cheat. His soul talent bore a striking resemblance to one. After collecting the fallen items, Liu Kang equipped the malevolent waist binding and utilized a basic skill stone. Initially, he intended to enhance his warrior's heart, but the system prompted him that a higher-level skill stone was necessary. This indicated that even a basic skill stone would not suffice for that upgrade. Feeling somewhat vexed, Liu Kang lamented that while high-level skills were advantageous, their enhancement was rather cumbersome. Ultimately, he decided to invest the skill stone into Greatsword Mastery, elevating it to level 4 with a damage increase of 40. Consequently, Liu Kang's damage output received a further boost. Following this, he began to gather items dropped by the corrupted wolves, only to find his backpack overflowing. With a sigh of resignation, he reluctantly abandoned several lower-value scrolls. My backpack is still a tad small, Liu Kang muttered. However, he had no immediate means to acquire a larger one. In light of the current scenario, elite creatures of a higher level might yield more substantial backpacks. The lesser demons in the upcoming demon lair could potentially drop some as well. And perhaps the land of the undead held similar possibilities? Liu Kang resolved to complete the dungeon before exploring those options. For now, he intended to venture out and sell his equipment. Liu Kang posted the recently acquired exquisite one-handed sword, dog training stick, in the chat room with Wang Bing and Liu Chang. In the next moment, both were bombarded with notifications. Liu Chang exclaimed, "Good son-in-law, have you encountered the boss again?" Wang Bing chimed in, "Wow, what a formidable one-handed sword. I absolutely adore it. I want it so badly." Liu Kang replied, "I'm currently grinding in the Lesser Demon Camp dungeon. This is the first drop." Liu Chang responded, "I'm also in a dungeon. This cursed dungeon is incredibly challenging. The minor monsters are manageable with our 25 players, but Gunning is simply insurmountable. Each time we slay a corrupted wolf, the others go berserk. With so many corrupted wolves, the warriors can't withstand the onslaught, let alone the high damage from Gunning. We've faced total party wipes multiple times. Thankfully, deaths in the dungeon don't count as normal deaths, so there's no hour-long resurrection timer. Otherwise, it would be utterly hopeless." Observing Liu Chang's barrage of complaints, Liu Kang scratched his head, feeling somewhat unable to empathize. After all, for him, Gunning was merely a matter of a few strikes. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of individuals cannot be comprehended by others. Wang Bing, but adoptive father, didn't you just arrive at the little demon camp? I heard you just entered when I came, and you've already defeated the first one. Liu Chang, good son-in-law, how long have you been in the dungeon? Liu Kang glanced at the system time. Almost 11 minutes. Liu Chang, Wang Bing. The two slowly formed a question mark, especially Liu Chang, who at that moment began to question his very existence. What a joke. He had been struggling for nearly an hour and had not even defeated the first one. Yet Liu Kang completed it in 10 minutes? Could it be any more outrageous? Liu Chang, good son-in-law, did you solo it? Liu Kang, yes. Liu Chang, sighs and smokes. All he wanted now was to be left alone. Wang Bing, sighs and smokes. Compared to Liu Chang, who was on the verge of a breakdown, Wang Bing was somewhat better off. He had already experienced a mental explosion when he saw Liu Kang battling the Wolf King. Although he had anticipated Liu Kang's prowess, he was still taken aback by how extraordinarily capable he was. 10 minutes to defeat the first. Was there any hope left for others? Liu Kang, wait. Have you strayed from the topic? Do you want this one-handed sword? Liu Chang, 120 gold. Wang Bing. Liu Chang, I, Wang Bing, cannot stand against you. Although he estimated that he might not have a chance at the two-handed weapon, given that his adoptive father needed it, he could still wield a one-handed sword as a warrior. Yet, before he could even place a bid, Liu Chang snatched it up. How is this fair? Can someone explain how to play this broken game? Chapter 62. Collaboration with the Player Handling Bureau. Liu Chang, if you can't afford a bid, then don't speak. Wang Bing. He was furious to the point of stomach pain. How could this old fellow, with no respect for his elders, use money to suppress a younger generation? Is this even humane? Lu Kang, by the way, I have some green equipment. Is anyone at the dungeon entrance now? I'll step out for a trade. Lu Chang, we just exited. We'll grab the equipment and then head back. Although Lu Chang had purchased a considerable amount of green gear from Lu Kang, equipping all 25 individuals was still quite challenging. Now is the perfect time for a fresh batch of gear. Of course, the most crucial were the blue items to be allocated to their assassins or warriors, as it might just be possible to eliminate the minor monsters before the tank faltered. Then, tackling the boss would become significantly simpler. Wang Bing, we just entered the dungeon. Adoptive father, wait, we'll come out too. Lu Kang, Alahite. While Lu Kang chatted with Wang Bing and Lu Chang, he walked towards the dungeon exit. Just then, Lu Kang suddenly noticed a message from Lin Ying. Upon opening it, he raised an eyebrow. Lin Ying, adoptive father, can you acquire a substantial amount of equipment from the dungeon? Our player handling bureau is also interested in collaborating with you to purchase some green gear. Price is not an issue. Lu Kang was somewhat surprised. ISNT, the player handling bureau, also an official entity? With the cooperation of the Rebirth army. What brings you here to join the fray? Lin Ying, it's quite unavoidable. Although we are all official entities, the equipment of the Rebirth army is prioritized for them, leaving us with little to no green equipment. Thus, we have no choice but to seek your assistance, dear adoptive father. Fortunately, your clever adopted daughter managed to add you as a friend earlier. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for us to approach you directly for collaboration. Lu Kang could already envision Lin Ying's triumphant demeanor. He smirked, realizing that competition indeed exists between different systems. While both the Rebirth army and the Player Management Bureau are official organizations, it is evident that they are also rivals. For Lu Kang, there is little distinction between selling to the Rebirth army and the Player Management Bureau. However, having collaborated with Wang Bing for an extended period, he contemplated and remarked, "For now, I can only provide you with 10 pieces of green equipment. The rest must be traded with Wang Bing and his team, gradually increasing the quantity." He understood from reading posts in reality that the Player Management Bureau operates similarly to a police station, addressing the daily affairs concerning the invasion of demonic energy. If their strength were to falter, it could adversely affect the lives of ordinary people, thus selling some equipment to them could be beneficial. At the very least, a stronger Player Management Bureau would contribute to societal stability. Lin Ying, 10 pieces are already quite generous. Thank you, adoptive father. Lu Kang, I suspect you're taking advantage of me. Lin Ying, not at all. Adoptive father, I am currently grinding through a dungeon. Once you finish, please let me know, and I will join you right away. Lu Kang, I was just about to head out. Lin Ying, I'll be there immediately. In another realm of the Little Demon Camp's dungeon, a group of players gazed at Lin Ying with bated breath, scarcely daring to make a sound. Upon entering the dungeon, they realized just how arduous it was to conquer, let alone fighting. Even battling minor monsters posed a threat to their lives with their dull gray and white equipment. The prospect of defeating formidable foes was utterly unattainable. They also cast envious glances at Lu Kang's equipment. Yet, Lu Kang consistently collaborated with Wang Bing and Lu Chang, occasionally distributing equipment to ordinary players, leaving them with no chance to seize it. With so many eager players watching, the news that Lin Ying had added Lu Kang as a friend ignited a spark of hope, as they wished for her to negotiate a collaboration with him. Lin Ying considered this possibility, believing it worth attempting, as collaboration would incur no loss for her adoptive father and could present another opportunity for partnership. However, she did not guarantee success, as she would undoubtedly side with her adoptive father should he be unwilling. To her surprise, her adoptive father indeed agreed to sell 10 pieces of green equipment to the Player Management Bureau. It seemed her adoptive father still held a place in his heart for his astute and irresistibly charming daughter, didn't he? Observing the shift in Lin Ying's expression, the crowd's eyes brightened. Minister Lin, what's the verdict? Did he agree? Minister Lin, our Player Management Bureau is counting on you. Without this, we won't stand chance. Lin Ying's lips curled upwards, hands on her hips. My adoptive father has agreed. In the future, we will also have share, albeit only 10 items each time. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and soon they erupted into cheers. 10 items are indeed remarkable. This signifies a stable source of green gear. If we accumulate them gradually, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger. Yes, indeed, Minister Lin is formidable. It's astonishing that even the adoptive father could be persuaded. Lu Kang is notoriously impervious to persuasion. Countless beauties have offered themselves, yet he remains indifferent. Lin Ying chuckled, feeling quite proud. Just then, a middle-aged man remarked, Minister Lin, we owe you a great debt this time. I never expected that our player management could establish a cooperative relationship with the adoptive father. I've heard that Tianyue and Suanio's military have acquired numerous rare items through the adoptive father, which far surpasses mere equipment. If we too have the opportunity to obtain such treasures in the future, it would be splendid. It was indeed peculiar to hear a young man referred to as the adoptive father by a middle-aged man, yet everyone found it quite normal. After all, most players in Daxia now address Liu Kang as their adoptive father. He is simply too formidable. Others share the excitement, and a fair maiden suddenly recalled, "Oh yes, I heard that Tianyue obtained a potion formula from the adoptive father, and their alchemists have already begun to brew it. Isn't Uncle Wang blessed with the talent for forging? If the adoptive father manages to acquire blueprints for equipment forging, and we could procure them, that would be delightful." Upon hearing this, a lively discussion ensued. Even Lin Yingying's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, she pondered whether Uncle Wang crafting some equipment might adversely affect the adoptive father's business. That wouldn't be beneficial for him. Lin Yingying glanced at her colleagues and discreetly sent a message to Liu Kang. Upon reading Lin Yingying's message, Liu Kang was perplexed. What nonsense is this? Would another forging affect his business? What a jest. Even if he defeated countless monsters, it would not suffice to supply all players. How could it possibly have an impact? Furthermore, the quality of the items he dropped likely exceeds what an ordinary forger could produce. Lin Yingying texted, "Adoptive father, might this have any effect on you? If it does, we should refrain from selling." Liu Kang found himself both amused and bewildered. It's fine. There will be no impact. However, he hadn't anticipated that Lin Yingying would be so considerate of him. Though the dogged streamer might be a bit shameless, this quality didn't irk him. That has settled then. If the adoptive father acquires these fine items, may I compete alongside Wang Bing and the others? Liu Kang contemplated this and deemed that increased competition could only benefit him. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about the player who had mastered the forging talent. Should he indeed forge standard equipment, it would hold immense significance for all players in Daxia and even the entire Yuanqing. Relying solely on his dropped equipment would not suffice to arm all Yuanqing players. Thus, he did not decline the offer. "No problem. Who is your supervisor? I will add him to the trading group." Lin Yingying replied, "I can take charge of this matter." This is indeed a splendid opportunity to draw closer to her adoptive father, and Lin Yingying would never relinquish such a chance to another. Not even the director. Liu Kang was taken aback that Lin Yingying was entrusted with such responsibility. Could this individual truly manage? Without further contemplation, Liu Kang added Lin Yingying to the trading group of Wang Bing and Liu Chang. Upon noticing a new member, both Wang Bing and Liu Chang were startled. Liu Chang exclaimed, "What is this? How did Lin Yingying join the group?" Wang Bing reacted, "What the? Lin Yingying? Surely, you're not here to compete with us for equipment, are you?" Chapter 63, The Art of Changing Faces. Wang Bing felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing Lin Yingying in the group. After all, the Player Management Bureau had previously discussed with him the possibility of acquiring some of his equipment. Yet, with the Xianyao army struggling to meet its own needs, how could he possibly share with the Player Management Bureau? Naturally, he declined. However, he never anticipated that Lin Yingying would directly approach her adoptive father and even be included in the trading group. Wang Bing suddenly turned to Liu Kang, lamenting, "Father, please do not divide our equipment quota. We are barely managing as it is." Liu Kang reassured him, "Do not worry, it's merely 10 pieces. And she was brought in because the Player Management Bureau possesses players with unique talents. There might be items they can utilize." Upon hearing this, both Wang Bing and Liu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. 10 pieces of equipment was an acceptable compromise, especially since their allocation far exceeded that of the Player Management Bureau. Yet, as Liu Kang continued, both Wang Bing and Liu Chang felt a pang of unease. The valuable items of Liu Kang were already insufficient for the two of them, and now there was an additional contender? Wouldn't competition become even fiercer? Even though Liu Chang was affluent, money could not fully translate into gold coins, given the limited production of gold. If a true contest arose, he could not guarantee victory over both parties. Liu Chang, while walking toward the dungeon's exit, clenched his teeth in frustration. Lin Yingying was indeed a cunning vixen. He never expected his good son-in-law to be swayed by her. However, Liu Chang's thoughts were merely fueled by his emotions. He recognized that as Liu Kang's power and renown grew, the number of factions seeking collaboration with him would undoubtedly increase. It was unrealistic for him and Wang Bing to monopolize Liu Kang's resources, which weighed heavily upon Liu Chang. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he turned to his middle-aged aide, which areas in the novice village yield a higher drop rate for materials or gold coins. This was his assistant, Nangong Li, a former executive of a major corporation who had been lured to Tianyue Group by Liu Chang's generous offer. At present, Nangong Li assisted Lu Chong in managing the Tianyue Guild. Nangong Li replied, I have compiled statistics on the current player leveling zones. Non-humanoid monsters drop materials exclusively, with no gold coins. However, materials can be sold at the village's general store. Conversely, humanoid monsters drop both gold and materials. Generally speaking, for farming gold, humanoid monsters offer a higher cost-performance ratio. Nearby areas with humanoid monsters include the Goblin Mine and the Merman Lake, where copper coins are likely to drop. What's wrong? Are gold coins becoming scarce? Lu Chong nodded, furrowing his brow as he remarked, now that my good son-in-law's possessions have become increasingly known, it seems that in the future, without some funds, acquiring such items might prove difficult. Nangong Li, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thought to himself how thick-skinned the new supervisor was. After all, Lu Kong and your daughter have never met, yet he continues to call him good son-in-law without a hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, being his superior, Nangong Li refrained from further comment. He responded, I understand. I will organize a dedicated gold harvesting team. Excellent. On the other side, Wang Bing and Li Ming were likewise engaged in discussion. The arrival of Lin Yingying weighed heavily upon their minds. It appeared that in the future, there would be an increasing number of collaborators with the adoptive father, and they needed to prepare more funds. Wang Bing expressed his concern. Li Ming nodded in agreement, stating, I will apply for an additional quota from above. As Lu Kong emerged from the instance, Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying's teams awaited him. Sparks flew between the three teams, especially Lin Yingying's, as they were newcomers, drawing the scrutinizing glares of Lu Chong and Wang Bing's teams, who would wish to share their green equipment. Each face bore a frown, clearly displeased. Although Lin Yingying's team comprised members from the Player Management Bureau, they were originally a recruitment of ordinary citizens from the public. Under the oppressive gaze of the military and corporate giants, they trembled in fear. A delicate young girl whispered, Minister Lin, with the way they are looking at us, it feels like they want to do us harm. Lin Yingying also shrank back, taken aback by their ferocity. To be honest, she felt a bit anxious. While she had a thick skin, she was not fearless. How would I know? You all insisted that I speak to the adoptive father. I don't care, you stand at the front. Just as Lin Yingying intended to slip back, she spotted Lu Kong stepping out. Her eyes brightened, her footsteps halted, and a sweet smile, one that none of the previous team members had witnessed, graced her face. Adoptive father. The multitude of players from the Player Management Bureau exclaimed in bewilderment. What is this? A dirty trick, and she can change her expression at will? They soon realized that Lu Chong and Wang Bing also transformed their expressions, each wearing a smile. The earlier tension seemed but an illusion. Everyone stood in astonishment, each having mastered the art of changing their demeanor. Lu Kong approached with a smile, saying, You all are quite quick. Lu Chong replied helplessly, There's no choice. Without equipment, we can't defeat the first enemy. Wang Bing added, We only just entered. Who knew you would finish the first enemy so swiftly, adoptive father? Lu Kong chuckled, Let us trade. Thus, Lu Kong commenced the transaction. When Lin Yingying and the others heard that a blue one-handed sword was up for trade, their eyes nearly popped out. Wow, truly worthy of being the adoptive father. Starting to trade exquisite equipment already? I don't even possess a green item. Lin Yingying, filled with eagerness, thought, exquisite equipment. If I could get my hands on that, it would surely be powerful. She hurriedly inquired, Adoptive father, how much for the exquisite equipment? As she spoke, she playfully blinked her eyes. Lu Kong feigned ignorance and calmly stated, 120 gold. Lin Yingying and the others were taken aback, their minds slowly forming a question mark. How much? 120 gold. Isn't that 120,000? Although the Player Management Bureau also had official funds at their disposal, such exorbitant equipment was utterly beyond their means. Lu Kong glanced at Lin Yingying and the others, smiling. Do you want it? Lin Yingying chuckled awkwardly. We can't afford that. Let's settle for some green equipment instead. Wang Bing sneered repeatedly. Their Shinbird army had a higher budget compared to the Player Management Bureau, yet even he could not afford it, let alone Lin Yingying. Lu Kong was indifferent. Aside from blue equipment, he traded some green gear as well, amassing around 200 gold in total. With nearly 3,000 gold in his possession, he essentially held a fortune of 30 million. During the transaction, other players who were forming parties looked on with envy and jealousy, yearning for green equipment themselves. Unable to withstand the pitiful gazes of these players, Lu Kong left 10 pieces of equipment for ordinary players, which were quickly snatched up. Afterward, he bid farewell to his companions and re-entered the dungeon. As before, Lu Kong made his way through effortlessly to the second ice hand. Along the way, he once again collected various green equipment and other items. This time, fortune smiled upon him as he obtained 3 minor skill stones. Initially, he intended to use them all on his Heavy Strike skill. However, to his surprise, after using 2, Heavy Strike leveled up to level 9, and the system prompted him that a higher grade skill stone was required. Liu Kang raised an eyebrow. After all, Heavy Strike was a fundamental skill. He found it absurd that it required a basic skill stone for further advancement. There were still many skills that could be enhanced with basic skill stones. Naturally, he would not squander them on Heavy Strike and decided to save the remaining minor skill stone for later use, applying it instead to Charge. With level 2 Charge, its range increased slightly, and the cooldown time reduced by 1 second. Originally, Charge had a cooldown of 20 seconds, so with this enhancement, it would likely become 10 seconds at max level. This was quite beneficial, as it would enhance the warrior's mobility, while battling monsters might be manageable. Once they left the novice village, potential player versus player combat could become crucial. Upon encountering the Ice Hand, Liu Kang had initially been eager to acquire a recipe for Frost Impact and a potion, but upon checking the list, to his dismay, both items were absent. It dawned on him that indeed, the dropped items in dungeons were not as plentiful as those found in the wild. It was also possible that those demons were genuine adversaries, resulting in a higher drop rate upon defeat. Fortunately, the basic skill stones remained, and he opted for those without hesitation. For the rest, Liu Kang selected a blue staff and a blue cloth robe. He found no suitable equipment for himself. The Ice Hand's defense and health were inferior to that of Jen Ning. With a swift charge, Liu Kang executed a 3-hit combo that depleted the creature's health by 500. The Icy Hand was struck into a state of bewilderment, and soon thereafter, a few swift strikes resulted in its demise. Liu Kang casually posted 2 pieces of mage equipment in the trading group. Wang Bing, Liu Chang, Lin Yingying, stunned. The 3 were caught off guard. Following the customary question mark, Wang Bing could no longer restrain himself. Wait, adoptive father, hasn't he only been about 10 minutes since then? You've already defeated the second boss. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, is so impressive. In admiration, Liu Chang gritted his teeth. What man could withstand such adoration from a young girl? This little girl is quite the enchantress. My dear daughter, your father is on the verge of collapse here. Chapter 64. I must undertake a difficult task. Liu Kang. Is anyone interested? Liu Chang. Staff 120 gold. Robe 100 gold. Liu Chang felt confident that this round was secure. Yet to his surprise, Wang Bing had a different perspective. Wang Bing. Staff 130 gold. Robe 110. Lin Yingying trembled at the quoted prices. Over 1 million in gold. How could these people possess such wealth? It was utterly absurd. As a mage herself, she certainly desired the blue mage equipment. However, with such exorbitant sums, even selling herself wouldn't suffice. Although the player management had certain allowances, it was evident that this wouldn't apply solely to her. Lin Yingying, I can't afford it. Liu Chang, astonished that Wang Bing had made a bid, inquired, Wang Bing, have you come into some money this time? Wang Bing smirked repeatedly. This time, I'm bidding for that esteemed individual. I've already reported to her. She desires all the magical equipment. Not long ago, Xia Yan had issued him a strict directive. Whenever suitable equipment or items appeared in Liu Kang's possession, he was to compete with all his might. As the third princess, Xia Yan had her own little treasury. She had no need to tap into the funds of the Xian Bird Army. With Xia Yan's command, Wang Bing felt emboldened and prepared to rival Liu Chang. Liu Chang frowned, sighing inwardly. Indeed, the competition was intensifying. Staff 140, robe 120. Wang Bing continued to raise his bid, and the prices for the equipment soared. Eventually, Liu Chang shockingly called out 2 million for the staff and 1,800,000 for the robe. This made Wang Bing furrow his brow. Although he had the third princess's orders, those prices were exorbitant. He felt somewhat out of his depth. Hold on, let me consult. With that, Wang Bing privately messaged Xia Yan the prices. While battling monsters, Xia Yan couldn't help but frown upon hearing the quoted figures. Liu Chang, though somewhat dissatisfied, she recognized that the two were competing legitimately, so she could not voice her discontent. Abandon the staff. Let us focus on the robe. Anything within 250,000 is acceptable. Xia Yan issued her command. Wang Bing promptly complied. Staff is off the table. Robe 200 gold. Liu Kang observed the 2's bidding with a smirk. One could only say that the wealthy were indeed extravagant. Though high-quality equipment was commendable, Liu Kang, having frequently acquired it, did not find it particularly precious. The fact that it sold for such a staggering price of 2 million was astonishing. To him, it was merely a matter of defeating a boss. Upon hearing Wang Bing's words, Liu Chang comprehended that the third princess had already made a concession. He pondered for a moment, then sighed. The staff could be given to his precious daughter, Yue Xin, and she had already procured a robe of light armor last time. As for himself, even with green equipment, he could manage. He certainly could not deny the third princess any semblance of dignity. Lu Chong declared, no need for the robe. Thus, the transaction was settled, with both pieces of equipment fetching an exorbitant price of 200 gold coins each. Lin Yingying, who had been attentively following the proceedings, was left astounded. Her adoptive father was truly a genius at making money. Defeating a single boss had netted him 4 million. She had originally considered supporting her adoptive father, but that was clearly no longer feasible. Lu Kong remarked, I'm heading out now. Those trading green gear should hurry. Lu Chong replied, good son-in-law, I will also be exiting. Wang Bing added, we will arrive shortly. Lin Yingying exclaimed, adoptive father, I will come over myself. Lu Kong made his way back towards the entrance of the dungeon, having already reached the second area. However, he found himself at a loss. After all, his drop rate was quite high. Should he let Wang Bing and the others send someone into the dungeon to gather the equipment? Lu Kong contemplated this possibility. Nevertheless, if he teamed up with others, the experience would have to be shared. In the time it would take to do that, he could have already completed the dungeon. With this thought, Lu Kong devise d'aplomb. He sent a message in the trading group. I have an idea. Let me know what you think. Lin Yingying responded. Adoptive father's idea is also my idea. I support it unconditionally. Lu Chong felt a sense of exasperation. Indeed, she was quite the cunning one, with Lin Yingying's eager demeanor. Were his two daughters truly rivals? What thoughts did his good son-in-law have? Wang Bing inquired, adoptive father, could it be that you have another grand scheme? Lu Kong shared his thoughts with them. You can send someone over to join me in the dungeon for the purpose of trading. Lin Jingnin eagerly volunteered. Me. I'll come myself. Lu Chong interjected, good son-in-law, let me take on this arduous task myself, as a model. Wang Bing insisted. I cannot bear to watch my comrades pick up equipment alone. If I do not venture into hell, who will? All three were exhilarated. What a joke. Despite only receiving 20% of the experience, with Lu Kong's efficiency in monster farming, the rate of gaining experience would undoubtedly surpass that of other teams by leaps and bounds. Such a fortunate opportunity was certainly meant for them to relish. Lu Kong did not anticipate such enthusiasm from Lin Yingying and the others. He smiled. In that case, after we conclude the transaction, I will team up with you. Lin Yingying exclaimed, that's wonderful. I get to team up with adoptive father. My life is complete. Lu Kong could not help but jest. Your life seems rather inexpensive, doesn't it? Lu Chong, feeling uncomfortable, decided to exit the chat group, preferring to avoid the spectacle. After leaving the dungeon, Lu Kong, as before, completed the transaction. Subsequently, Wang Bing, Lu Chong, and Lin Yingying all exited the team. Lin Yingying and Lu Chong were fine. They had already informed their team members. As the boss, Lu Chong naturally had the final say. Lin Yingying was uniquely suitable for this task, as she was the only one familiar with both the Player Management Bureau and Lu Kong. Furthermore, she could not possibly forsake such an opportunity, which presented an excellent chance to draw closer to Lu Kong, who would dare to compete with her. She was determined to seize it. Although the players from both teams were enviously glaring, there was little they could do about it. However, Wang Bing did not disclose this to his teammates. Wang Bing's sudden withdrawal from the team left Li Ming and others momentarily stunned. Captain, why did you suddenly leave the team? Lu Kong inquired, puzzled. Lu Chong and Lin Yingying shared similar expressions of bewilderment, gazing at Wang Bing. Was the task truly so arduous? It seemed excessively challenging. Unbeknownst to them, upon hearing that Wang Bing was about to undertake a difficult endeavor, each of them immediately objected. Captain, how can you take on such a task? We are many. We can manage it. Exactly. Captain, you are the soul of our 7th team. What will we do without you? Li Ming looked at Wang Bing, visibly moved. Captain, what does this matter? Let us brothers discuss it together. Wang Bing hesitated, feeling awkward. Lu Chong, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, it's nothing significant, just teaming up with my esteemed son-in-law to gather some equipment and trade in the dungeon. Li Ming and the others. Their expressions of concern gradually faded, replaced by fierce glares directed at Wang Bing. Damn it, this truly is quite an arduous task. Chapter 65, Encounter with a Skill Book. Li Ming and the others gazed at Wang Bing with reddened eyes. Captain, this kind of grueling task is not suited for you. Allow me to handle it. Jiang Su argued vehemently. Captain, trading with Mr. Liu has always been my responsibility. How can you take that on? Seeing his comrades so adamant, Wang Bing shot a resentful glance at the cheerful Lu Chong and then sternly declared, am I the captain, or are you? This is an order. It is settled. He invoked his authority as captain to assert dominance. Li Ming and the others rolled their eyes at Wang Bing, but they had no recourse. Ultimately, Lu Kong included all 3 of them in the team. All right, let us enter the dungeon. Lu Kong led the way, guiding Wang Bing and the others into the instance. This time, They finally witnessed how Liu Kang executed the dungeon runs. He effortlessly led all the elite little demons, and after completing one wave, he unleashed a sweeping attack, causing 2 to 3 dozen elite little demons to fall simultaneously. The damage, ranging from 7 to 800, even exceeding 1,000, was truly astonishing. For the current players, dealing 20 points of damage to elite monsters was already remarkable. Yet, Liu Kang's damage output was something they had only dared to dream of before. Lin Yingying watched with starry eyes, exclaiming, "No wonder he is my adoptive father. He is truly impressive." Liu Chang became even more convinced of Liu Kang's capability. Having only begun the game 2 days prior, Liu Kang possessed such formidable strength, and his future potential was undeniable. He even worried that his 2 daughters might not be worthy of someone like Liu Kang. The advent of the cosmic online gaming era signifies that prowess within the game is a reflection of strength in the real world. Such individuals, barring unforeseen circumstances, are destined for meteoric success. Only Wang Bing, having previously witnessed the might of Liu Kang during their encounter with the Wolf King, remained unfazed. The trio, observing Liu Kang's every elite monster kill yielding 2 green orbs, was left in a state of numbness. Wang Bing mused, "Now I understand why my adoptive father trades equipment after defeating each boss. With this drop rate, he couldn't possibly be the server's administrator, could he?" Liu Chang and Lin Yingying nodded in agreement, as this drop rate surpassed their comprehension. Lin Yingying blinked. "Are we merely spectators here? It feels a bit awkward to let my adoptive father do all the work." Liu Chang rolled his eyes. "Oh please, is she pretending? A good son-in-law sweeps through them effortlessly. There's no need for us to intervene." Lin Yingying considered this and chose to remain silent. Soon, Liu Kang had slain over 100 monsters. Aside from the attribute stones, skill stones, and scrolls he could utilize, he traded all other equipment on the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying and her companions had all purchased the Imp's backpack that Liu Kang had dropped, granting them the same ample storage space. Together, they could carry a significant amount of items, alleviating Liu Kang's concerns about inventory as he continued to farm monsters, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, his strategy proved effective. Before long, Liu Kang led Liu Chang and the others to the central castle. Liu Chang's eyes widened at the towering 3-story fortress as he inquired, "Good son-in-law, is this the final area of the Imp camp?" Liu Kang nodded. "Yes, it has 3 levels, each housing a boss, with the highest level featuring an advanced boss." Wang Bing, intrigued, remarked, "This is a perfect opportunity to observe the boss, making it easier for us to tackle it ourselves later." Lin Yingying and Liu Chang concurred with eager nods. Shortly, the trio entered the first floor and were met with the sight of the Imp Guardian Captain, Gu, accompanied by 4 Imp Shamans, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. What the heck? 4 healers and 1 warrior? This boss has 6,000 health and an attack of 95? How on earth are we supposed to defeat this? They were left dumbfounded. Just facing Gu alone was already a formidable challenge, especially with the added advantage of 4 healers. They could easily dispatch all players one by one. Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded slightly. If they could obtain a few fine pieces of equipment, the main tank might withstand the damage. Furthermore, with a priest to heal, there was a glimmer of hope to overcome Gu. However, that was a concern for later, not the present. As for Liu Kang, he had already chosen his desired loot, a beginner skill stone and the remaining 2 components of the Imp's engineering set. This would allow him to complete the Imp's engineering set. Lin Yingying, brimming with excitement, asked adoptive father, "How do we proceed?" Liu Kang replied with a smile, "You all can simply watch from the sidelines." Upon finishing his words, Liu Kang charged directly towards Gu, launching a swift 3-hit combo. With a sweeping motion, the blade's radiance cut through all the minor demons, including Gu. For little demon shamans fell lifelessly, leaving only Gu standing. Subsequently, Liu Kang merely employed heavy strikes combined with regular attacks. Although Gu's damage output was relatively high and inflicted several points of health loss on Liu Kang, it was lamentably still less than the amount Liu Kang could recover through his own lifesteal. After patiently awaiting the cooldown of his second sweep, Liu Kang unleashed another 3-hit combo, and Gu collapsed to the ground. The entire process was effortless and enjoyable. Wang Bing had mentally prepared himself, while Liu Chang and Lin Yingying were left utterly dumbfounded. The atmosphere fell silent, and Liu Chang murmured, "Wait, isn't this the boss? It just died?" He even questioned whether he was dreaming. How could the boss perish so swiftly while Liu Kang remained unscathed? Surely, this was not much more challenging than battling ordinary creatures. Wang Bing cast a sidelong glance at Liu Chang. "What did you expect?" Lin Yingying was practically bursting with excitement. "Father, you are incredible. Truly worthy of being my father. Even if I possess talent, Once I summon my own creatures in the future, I will likely pale in comparison to you. I must strive diligently to follow in your footsteps and improve. In her heart, Lin Yingying vowed to make great efforts. Upon Gu Ji's demise, 3 blue orbs of light materialized, capturing the attention of the trio. Father, quickly, take a look. Is there anything we can use? Wang Bing rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. Naturally, Lu Kang was aware of what had dropped, yet he could not reveal it prematurely. After picking up the items, Lu Kang posted the 3 pieces in the trading group. Upon reviewing them, Lin Yingying and Lu Chang felt somewhat disappointed. None of the items were suited for their use. Meanwhile, Wang Bing's eyes widened in envy. Wow, an exquisite level armor set. Such impressive attributes. These stats are astonishing. Wang Bing looked at Lu Kang with a pitiful gaze. Father, do you have this set? If you do, could you let me have it? Lu Kang chuckled. As it happens, I don't have it. I need all 3 pieces. Wang Bing. In that moment, Wang Bing could almost hear the sound of his heart shattering. After equipping the remaining 2 pieces of the minor demon armor set, Lu Kang now donned mostly exquisite gear, including 3 legendary items. It was worth noting that this was merely the second day. With such equipment, Lu Kang was likely unparalleled across the entirety of the Hunter's continent. The 4-piece effect of the minor demon exquisite set enhances damage by 12, which meant Lu Kang's ensuing damage would become even more formidable. As for the junior skill stone, Lu Kang had initially intended to apply it to greatsword mastery. Unfortunately, the system indicated that a higher level skill stone was required for that. Therefore, he decided to use the junior skill stone on his sweep ability, which was no exception. The sweep skill ascended to level 6, increasing damage by 250. Lu Kang grew even stronger. Ascending to the 2nd floor, they cleared the remaining minor demons from the small rooms before arriving at the black iron door. Lu Kang instructed Wang Bing and the others to stand back, lest the boss target them. Lu Kang stepped forward and pushed open the door, only to be met with an arrow swiftly flying toward him. In that moment, Lu Kang's agility had markedly improved compared to before. He took a step back and managed to parry the arrow with his great sword, albeit barely. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and the damage sustained was minimal, prompting a smile to grace Lu Kang's face. Indeed, he had grown significantly stronger, not solely in attributes but also in combat skills. He refrained from rushing in and instead opened the loot list. Upon viewing its contents, Lu Kang was momentarily taken aback. He had previously presumed that the dungeon boss would not yield valuable items, yet he quickly realized his error. At the top of the list was an exquisite skill book. Chapter 66, Efforts to Assist a Wingman. Green Venom Arrow, Level 1. Launches an arrow imbued with green venom at a target, inflicting 50 damage per second for 6 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Learning requirement, Archer. This is a formidable single target skill, amounting to a total of 300 damage, albeit with a somewhat lengthy cooldown. Nevertheless, it remains powerful. Unfortunately, it is an archer's skill. Had it been applicable to him, it would have granted Lu Kang yet another formidable attack option. Without hesitation, Lu Kang chose the skill book, recognizing its high value. In addition to the skill book, he selected a basic skill stone and a pair of green leather gauntlets. After making his selections, Lu Kang charged forward. With swift, decisive strikes, he dispatched Akelin. Compared to the earlier days, when he had to chase the boss around and maneuver through various rooms to secure a kill, this encounter was remarkably effortless. Given ample time to unleash his attacks, Lu Kang could deplete the boss's health in just 10 seconds. He collected the 3 items without delay. The basic skill stone was for his own use, upgrading his sweeping attack to level 7, increasing its damage output to 270. As for the green venom arrow skill book and the leather gauntlets, Lu Kang naturally shared them in the trading group. Upon seeing the 2 items, Lu Chang's eyes gleamed with envy. Lu Yuqing was an archer. If he could procure that skill for her, how delighted his precious daughter would be. Good son-in-law, I'll offer 1,000 gold for the green venom arrow. Lu Kang was momentarily stunned. He had only sold the Frost Strike for 600 gold previously. In his estimation, the value of Frost Strike was actually higher than that of green venom arrow, as it was an area attack skill with a slowing effect. Although green venom arrow dealt significantly more damage, it was solely a single target attack with a longer cooldown. Having earned nearly 3,000 gold that day, excluding the green venom arrow and the leather gauntlets, as well as the high-tier boss drops, Lu Kang felt he could amass 4,000 gold upon completing this dungeon. A staggering 4 million. Such wealth rendered Lu Kang somewhat numb. This was merely the second day. If he so desired, with the treasures acquired from the game, Lu Kang could easily become the wealthiest individual in the world. He suddenly realized that money seemed to him merely a numerical value. Consequently, Lu Kang did not place much importance on the price of skill books. Rather, it was the collaboration with Lu Chong that brought him a sense of comfort. Lu Chong consistently made an effort to consider Lu Kong's interests, even going so far as to offer a substantial sum of gold along with a profit share of 10% for the recipe of the apprentice frost resistance potion. Fearing that Lu Kong might incur a loss, Lu Kong took note of all this in his heart. Upon hearing Lu Kong's words, Lu Chong was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in disagreement. How can that be? We three should compete fairly. There is no need for my esteemed son-in-law to favor me. Lin Yingying shook her head. Director Lu, I cannot accept that. Although the green poison arrow is formidable, 600 gold is already more than sufficient. I would prefer to use the money to purchase equipment recipes, which is what I desire most. Wang Bing was inclined to buy it, but considering what his adoptive father had just said, he felt that making an offer now would be akin to slapping his adoptive father's face. Such a thing was utterly unthinkable to Wang Bing. He chuckled. Last time, Brother Chong, you let me have it. This time, I shall let you have it as well. We are even now. Lu Kong laughed. Brother Chong, seeing as they are not interested, let us settle on 600. Lu Chong was momentarily bewildered. After years of navigating the business world, he had never encountered someone like Lu Kong in trade. While others complained of insufficient profits, Lu Kong seemed almost fearful of excessive gains. With a hint of melancholy, he looked at Lu Kong. I say, esteemed son-in-law, conducting business this way will leave you utterly exploited in the outside world. Lu Kong was speechless. Brother Chong, I am not a businessman. To me, skill books are not particularly rare. Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying were momentarily at a loss. The truth of his words struck a chord, leaving them somewhat pained. Upon reflection, Lu Chong calculated that, in just under 2 days of gameplay, Lu Kong had already amassed nearly 40 million. This was merely the early stage of the game. At this rate, once he left the novice village, Lu Kong's earning efficiency would surpass even that of Tianyue Group. Lu Chong felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the gaming era was transforming everything, including the very means of earning. He nodded with a smile. Very well, I shall not hold back. Consider it my esteemed son-in-law's tribute to his old father-in-law. Lin Yingying thought, what father-in-law? This old fellow is shameless. Lu Kong rolled his eyes in exasperation. While Lu Chong had many admirable qualities, his penchant for such jokes was somewhat tiresome. However, he refrained from commenting further. Are you all bidding for this leather armor? Lu Chong called out, 200 gold. Wang Bing exclaimed, damn it, Lu Chong, I shouldn't have let you have it. You're bidding 200 gold again. He had been contemplating purchasing a blue piece of equipment for himself. Yet here Lu Chong was making another swift bid. This was not equipment for a mage. Princess 3 would certainly not want it, leaving it for their 7th team to purchase. Wang Bing thought it utterly absurd to expect their 7th team to spend 200 gold on a blue piece of equipment. Lu Chong chuckled, declaring, I must acquire equipment that my precious daughter can use, no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing was utterly speechless. What a ridiculous daughter-slave. Lin Yingying was taken aback. She had just discovered that Lu Chong was indeed a devoted father. Was he not being overly indulgent? Moreover, it appeared that Lu Chong was intent on orchestrating a connection between his daughter and her foster father. Lin Yingying's lips twitched, and she nearly inquired whether Lu Chong was in need of another daughter. It wasn't merely a matter of wealth. The prospect of a bond with the foster father seemed quite appealing. Ultimately, Lu Chong spent 800 gold to acquire 2 pieces of archer equipment. After the transaction, Lu Kong remarked, we're facing the final boss, just upstairs. Let's proceed. All right. The trio followed Lu Kong upward. Along the way, Lu Chong cheerfully shared his recent purchases in their family group chat. Lu Yueqing immediately responded with enthusiasm. Wow. Dearest Dad, I love you. Lu Chong couldn't contain his joy. It had been so long since he had heard his beloved daughter express her affection for him. Tears of happiness welled up in his eyes. Lu Yueqing thought to herself, how enviable. My sister is about to soar. Lu Yueqing exclaimed, hee hee. With such powerful skills, I'm bound to take off. Old man, did Lu Kong drop this as well? Lu Chong replied, indeed. We were running dungeons with Lu Kong, and he obtained the equipment from the boss. Lu Yueqing remarked, how wonderful. Why does our novice village have any dungeons? Both Lu Yueqing and Lu Yueqing expressed their envy. Lu Chong continued, speaking of that skill book, Yueqing, I intended to bid 1,000, but do you know what Lu Kong said? Lu Yueqing asked, what did he say? Lu Chong replied. Upon learning that it was for his precious daughter, Lu Kong proactively lowered the price to 600 gold. Do you understand the implication? I've been discussing you two with him, and it's evident that he harbors some fondness for you. You must keep up the good work. Lu Chong inwardly sighed, recognizing the effort it took to support both sides. If this endeavor were to bear fruit, he, as a father and father-in-law, would certainly indulge in a few more drinks. It was quite exhausting indeed. Meanwhile, Lu Yueqing and Lu Yuexin, upon seeing the messages, widened their eyes in astonishment. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Lu Yuexin pointed out, "Sister, your face seems a bit flushed." Lu Yuexin replied, "Oh, perhaps it's just a bit warm." Lu Yuexin mused to herself, glancing at Lu Yueqing's leather armor, wondering how she could feel warm in such light attire. Suit yourself, she thought. Chapter 67, Bringing People to the Announcement. At this moment, Lu Kong and his companions had reached the highest floor. At the staircase, Lu Kong peered into the room, finding Maglon still slumbering in a stone chair. He turned to the three behind him, stating, "This one possesses area of effect attack skills. You need not approach. I will handle it alone." Upon hearing this, the trio's eyes widened. An area attack skill? Wouldn't that make the battle exceedingly challenging? Wang Bing rubbed his hands together, his eagerness palpable. "Foster father, may we examine its attributes?" Lu Kong shrugged, "You may inspect it yourselves." The three individuals immediately unleashed their detection spells. Upon witnessing Magrin's exaggerated attributes, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Wang Bing candidly remarked, "How terrifying." Meanwhile, Lu Kong opened the drop list. A string of blue items greeted him, causing a tinge of disappointment to wash over his heart. Alas, there were no legendary equipment pieces to be found. The last time there had been a legendary item, it was undoubtedly due to the actual presence of a minor demon. Nevertheless, true to form, what Magran dropped was still quite commendable. The first item was yet another potion recipe. Potion recipe, Apprentice Fire Resistance Potion, fine, upon use. It allows the learning of the crafting method for the Apprentice Fire Resistance Potion, with the prerequisite of being an alchemist. Drop rate, 0.00000193. Upon seeing this potion, Lu Kong suddenly recalled something. The Fire Resistance Potion was likely intended to mitigate fire damage, since most of Magrin's skills dealt fire damage. Possessing this potion would perhaps instill a glimmer of hope for ordinary players facing him. Furthermore, Lu Kong recollected the previous encounter with the Ice Hand. The potion dropped from the Ice Hand was the Apprentice Frost Resistance Potion. If one had that potion, wouldn't battling the Ice Hand become significantly easier? Deep in thought, Lu Kong realized that now was not the time for such musings. He continued to make his selections. Afterward, there were no other noteworthy items. Lu Kong opted for a fine-grade shield, Minor Demon Shield. For the third item, he naturally selected the basic skill stone. After making his choices, Lu Kong stepped out of the stairwell and charged directly at Magran. Magran's damage output remained exceptionally high, even with Lu Kong's impressive gear and nearly 100 points of stamina, which significantly boosted his defense. Magran's strike still managed to deplete over 130 points of his health. Although this was a marked reduction from before, it was still formidable. Fortunately, that was the extent of it. Lu Kong even found it unnecessary to use a weakening scroll with his current combat skills. He adeptly utilized his great sword for blocking or evasion, supplemented by life steal, healing potions, and the recovery effect of basic regeneration, allowing him to stabilize his health without much difficulty. The clash of swords resonated throughout the room, and flames flickered in the dim light. Both Lu Kong and Magran possessed attributes far exceeding those of ordinary individuals, and their speed was significantly enhanced, rendering their battle intensely fierce. However, a glance at their health revealed that Lu Kong consistently maintained over 90 points, while Magran's health plummeted like an avalanche, unable to halt its descent. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Ying observed the duel intently. As they witnessed Magran's health rapidly declining, Wang Bing muttered, "Seeing my adoptive father fight so effortlessly. I thought I might be capable too." Lu Chang glanced at Wang Bing. "If you think you can, then step up." Wang Bing smirked. "Do you think I lack the courage?" Yet, before he could advance, he heard Magran's furious roar. Subsequently, a violent wave of rage surged forth, forcing Lu Kong to retreat repeatedly. At the stairway, the three individuals were swept by a terrifying whirlwind, as if they were about to be lifted off their feet. Above their heads, numbers exceeding 300 floated simultaneously. Among them, Wang Bing, possessing the highest health, barely exceeded 500. In an instant, their health plummeted to alarming levels, leaving their faces pale. "What kind of damage is this?" Wang Bing exclaimed, hastily pouring a healing potion down his throat. Lin Ying and Lu Chang quickly followed suit, using their own healing potions. Wang Bing's face reflected a mix of gratitude and dread. "Thank goodness I didn't rush out, or I would have been finished. My adoptive father would have laughed himself to death." Lin Ying trembled slightly. "Isn't this too powerful? Just a graze and I'm nearly dead. If I face him directly, what would the damage be?" Lu Chang pointed at the damage number hovering over Lu Kong's head, his expression unchanged. "Look, 298 points of damage. Lin Yingying and Wang Bing exchanged bewildered glances. They were hit from such a distance and suffered over 300 damage from mere brush, while Lu Kang, standing right in front of them, barely sustained less than 300. Wang Bing's lips twitched. That's my adoptive father, a celestial being, not an ordinary person. He cannot be used as a benchmark. Lu Chang replied. If you wish to know how much damage an ordinary person would take, why not try it yourself? Get lost. I'm not going. You go if you want to. Wang Bing retorted. That old man is quite the trickster. Following Magellan's roar, Lu Kang was pushed back a few steps. However, compared to being launched away earlier, he had grown significantly stronger. After a brief period, Magellan employed a fire armor. It was insufficient to withstand Lu Kang's assault, ultimately being slain by a flurry of Lu Kang strikes. Nevertheless, the burning effect of the fire armor proved formidable, leaving Lu Kang with only 70 health remaining. Truly, he was a formidable opponent, a high-tier boss. Lu Kang picked up the 3 glowing orbs that had dropped. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Star Origin Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to players Lu Kang, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying for successfully clearing the dungeon for the first time, earning 50 gold, 10 free attribute points, 30 reputation in Great Martial City, and 300 reputation in Silver Moon Village. Silver Moon Village Area Announcement. Ding! Congratulations to players Lu Kang, Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying for being the first team to clear the Little Demon Camp dungeon, earning 20 gold, 3 free attribute points, 1 exquisite treasure chest, and 100 reputation in Silver Moon Village. 2 system notifications rang out in succession, leaving the players within Silver Moon Village astounded. What? Another system announcement? Is it the adoptive father? Then it's all fine, just a normal occurrence. Wait a moment. Why are there others too? Lu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying. Lu Chang is Lu Dong, right? Wang Bing is the captain of the Xianbird army, and Lin Yingying seems to be that dog streamer. I heard she is with the Player Management Bureau. Goodness, someone has managed to latch onto the adoptive father's coattails, getting him to take them into the dungeon. I'm so envious. Why was it me who clung to the adoptive father's leg? The players buzzed with excitement, especially the high-level players gathered at the dungeon entrance, their eyes brimming with envy. The prospect of a system announcement coupled with such generous rewards was beyond their wildest dreams. Just moments ago, they witnessed Lu Kang and several others entering together. Now, upon seeing the generous rewards bestowed upon Wang Bing and his companions, jealousy consumed them, tearing them apart. Had they known earlier that they should have been more brazen, pleading with their guardian to form a team, perhaps they would have been among those announced. Alas, even if one clings to the guardian's favor, it is unlikely they would be included. Meanwhile, the members of Wang Bing's team fell into a profound silence, their regret palpable. Why didn't they persist a little longer? If only they had held on, perhaps their guardian would have taken them along. The atmosphere within the Xian Niao army grew eerily quiet. Li Ming spoke softly. Once we log off, let us confront Wang Bing and assess the situation. Thus, the entire 7 squad of the Xian Niao army formed a team to confront Wang Bing in a different region of Yuan Star. Although they could not hear the announcement of the first place in the Novice Village dungeon, they caught wind of the initial announcement. The reactions from various factions were intense. They had grown desensitized to Lu Kang's announcements, but this time was different. This time, besides Lu Kang himself, 3 others were also acknowledged. Did this imply that Lu Kang could bring others to prominence? The rewards for each announcement were substantial, not to mention the freely allocated attribute points, which were a guaranteed boon, if only they could persuade Lu Kang to elevate them as well. At this moment, whether it was Xia Yan, the Lu sisters, Alice, or high-level players from other kingdoms, thoughts swirled around this possibility. Once they exited the Novice Village, perhaps an alliance with Lu Kang could be considered. At the very least, fostering a good relationship with him might lead to an invitation to prominence at some point. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Wang Bing and his companions also heard the system announcement. Their eyes widened at the sight of the additional 13 attribute points, coins, and exquisite treasure chests, excitement coursing through them. Wang Bing's voice trembled with disbelief. Wow. Guardian, you are incredible. I, Wang Bing, have finally made it onto the system announcement, and the rewards are so bountiful. This is amazing. Lu Chang, equally astonished, exclaimed, my good son-in-law, we owe this all to you. I never imagined such splendid rewards. Lin Yingying gazed at Lu Kang with starry eyes. Guardian, you've helped me acquire so many wonderful things. I don't even know how to repay you. Just say the word, and I shall do anything. Lu Chang shot a glare at Lin Yingying. Shameless vixen, this isn't about repayment. You're just dreaming of sweet possibilities. Lu Kang glanced at Lin Yingying. No need for repayment. After all, teaming up with you is part of the transaction, so consider this a benefit. Lin Yingying's spirit sank. Lu Chong, however, found solace in this exchange. His good son-in-law was indeed quite principled. Marvelous. Just moments ago, he had worried that Lu Kong might agree to something unreasonable, but now a sense of relief washed over him. Lu Kong, of course, had no intentions of entertaining fanciful notions, although Lin Yingying was indeed attractive. How long had he known her? In less than 2 days, having only met through the game, one might wonder what ulterior motives this individual harbors. Moreover, even if Lin Yingying truly harbors no hidden intentions, it is currently unsafe for Lu Kong to meet her in reality. Lu Kong has no plans to reveal himself in the real world in the short term. Safety is of paramount importance. He intends to disclose his true identity only when his strength is sufficiently formidable. Given the pace of his enhancement, it shouldn't take long. Lu Kong chuckled, suggesting they should utilize the system rewards first. Upon hearing this, the 3 others awoke from their reverie and promptly began allocating their attribute points. Initially, Lu Kong planned to invest all his points in his stamina. However, when his stamina reached 100 points, a notification from the system interrupted him. Ding. Due to the influence of the life essence of the Yuan Star humans, your stamina has reached the current tier's maximum limit. To continue enhancing, please advance to the next tier as soon as possible. Stunned, Lu Kong pondered the implications of the life essence's influence. He had envisioned an endless potential for enhancement. However, with his other 3 fundamental attributes only in the 30s, he was far from reaching any limits. There was no need for haste. By the time he reached level 10 and approached tier advancement, it was likely that his 4 attributes would not yet be maxed out. He allocated the remaining 4 free points into strength. Meanwhile, Lu Chong and the others did not have to worry about hitting any limits, as their base attributes, aside from their primary focus, were likely below 20. The 3 quickly finalized their attribute allocations and began discussing the exquisite treasure chest. Wang Bing had initially considered trading the exquisite chest to Lu Kong, hoping his adoptive father would assist in drawing a prize. After all, his father's luck was legendary and surely would yield something valuable. Unexpectedly, the system's reward proved to be bound, usable only by himself. How awkward. Wang Bing glanced at Lu Chong and Lin Yingying, grinning as he exclaimed, "The moment of truth has arrived. Let us see what treasures we might uncover. Shall we compete?" Lu Chong remained composed, stating, "My luck has always been quite favorable." Lin Yingying expressed some trepidation, admitting, "My luck seems rather average." Lu Kong, curious, observed the 3, thinking it was his first time witnessing others open rewards. "I too wish to see what you unveil from your chests." They each proceeded to open their chests. Lu Chong's lips curled into a smile, revealing his satisfaction. "Luck is on my side. I have drawn a blue equipment piece." He shared the item in the group chat. Soul boots, exquisite. Cloth armor, defense 41, intelligence 5, stamina 4, required level 6. Lu Kong was taken aback. He anticipated a blue item would be revealed. Brother Chong truly has good fortune. Lu Chong smiled broadly, but at that moment, Lin Yingying gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "I can't believe I drew this." She posted her item in the group chat, leaving Lu Kong and Lu Chong in shock. It was, astonishingly, a skill book. Brutal Strike, level 1. Unleashes a savage blow, inflicting 180 damage, with a 10 chance to stun the target for 1 second. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Learning requirement, Warrior. Lu Kong was astonished to discover that Lin Yingying's fortune surpassed his expectations, as she had obtained such a formidable skill book. It not only dealt damage, but also had a stunning effect. Although the probability was merely 10 at level 1. It was reasonable to assume that it would increase with higher levels. Lu Kong felt a strong desire to purchase it from Lin Yingying. This skill was perfectly suited for him, while Lin Yingying, being a mage, had no use for it. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yingying initiated a trade with him. She chuckled, "Foster father, this skill book is ideal for you. I shall gift it to you." Lu Kong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "For me? But you are the warrior. This skill book is better suited for you." Lin Yingying blinked, looking at him with a hint of confusion. "Could it be that you possess this skill, foster father?" Lu Kong shook his head, surprised. "You wish to give it to me?" Lin Yingying nodded affirmatively. Lu Kong was somewhat dumbfounded. "I could easily purchase it for 1,000 gold. Lin Yingying immediately expressed her discontent. "That won't do. As the destined adopted daughter, how could I accept your money? If you can use it, I must certainly give it to you." Lu Chong, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of foreboding. Whoa, this girl has a cunning mind. She is employing such tactics to win the favor of a potential suitor? He interjected, "Isn't this putting the suitor in debt?" Lin Yingying, this is not proper. Lin Yingying glanced at him, blinking innocently. I do not require my foster father to owe me anything. Lu Kang pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this? If I come across a skill suited for you in the future, I shall gift it to you. He understood that Lin Yingying's talents leaned towards summoning, and if he were to find a suitable skill for her, he could simply pass it on. He genuinely desired the brutal strike. It was evidently a potent skill. Lin Yingying giggled, then considered a gift from my foster father. Lu Kang sighed, no, it is a trade, an exchange of goods. Lin Yingying did not argue. In her mind, it was a gift, regardless. Lu Chang felt increasingly uncomfortable witnessing this exchange. This little girl is crossing the line. Try to steal a suitor right in front of me. Sensing the situation was amiss, he quickly shifted the topic. By the way, Wang Bing, what did you obtain? Why are you so quiet? At that moment, others noticed Wang Bing standing still, as if he were a statue. Lu Kang felt puzzled. Brother Wang, are you all right? Wang Bing looked despondent. This is impossible. It cannot be. The three exchanged glances, bewildered. Lu Chang, sensing the tension, smirked. What did you get? Show us. Wang Bing silently regarded him, then resignedly revealed his item. Apprentice healing potion, excellent. The sight of the green healing potion rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. In the midst of such silence, Wang Bing felt deeply insulted. Why aren't you speaking? What does your silence mean? Lu Chang could not help but chuckle, unable to contain himself. Lin Yingying turned away, her shoulders trembling. Lu Kang's lips twitched slightly as he quietly opened the list of drops from the exquisite treasure chest. As before, the top item was a legendary one. Previously, Lu Kang had only chosen legendary items and hadn't paid much attention. This time, however, he glanced through the drop list and finally understood why both Lu Chang and Lin Yingying possessed exquisite items. It turned out that the exquisite treasure chest awarded by the system had a significant proportion of exquisite items, boasting over a 50% chance of obtaining such treasures. The remaining items were all green quality. One could only say that the system's treasure chests were indeed quite generous. As for the novice healing potion that Wang Bing had drawn, it was at the very bottom of the drop rate list with a probability of 0.12. Lu Kang's lips twitched again as he silently remarked, "It's all right, you're still quite impressive." Statistically speaking, drawing a novice healing potion was even more difficult than obtaining an exquisite item. Wang Bing had reached a certain height, a different level of prowess altogether. Chapter 69, Exorbitant Prices, 6,000 Gold. Upon hearing Lu Kang's consolation, Wang Bing seemed to transform into a gray-white statue, dissipating in the wind. He was utterly despondent, squatting on the ground in silence. Lin Yingying, however, curiously looked at Lu Kang and asked, "Adoptive father, why don't you open a chest and see what you can get?" Lu Kang smiled and replied, "Sure." He casually selected the top legendary equipment. Crazed Warrior's Cloak, legendary. Cloak, strength 13, stamina 10, with a certain probability of increasing attack speed by 20, required level 8. Drop rate, 0.00000089. The cloak was precisely the equipment piece that Lu Kang lacked. He casually posted the equipment in the trading group. Lin Yingying, Lu Chang, Wang Bing. The three of them were left dumbfounded. Wow, another legendary piece. Adoptive father, your luck is incredible. Lin Yingying exclaimed repeatedly. Lu Chang nodded in agreement, utterly astonished. Good son-in-law, how many legendary items do you have now? Lu Kang glanced at the flame greatsword, bloodthirsty necklace, Song of Life, and added the newly acquired Crazed Warrior's Cloak. For items. Hiss. All three gasped in disbelief. Wang Bing was on the verge of tears. Why is my luck so poor? Why am I stuck with green items? Lu Kang consoled him. Perhaps there are fewer green items in the chests, and your luck is quite good, allowing you to obtain such a rare item? Wang Bing, with a mournful expression, replied, "Adoptive father, please stop comforting me. If you continue, I might just jump off a building." Very well, Lu Kang acquiesced. Lu Chang then shifted the topic. By the way, good son-in-law, what items did you get? They all looked at Lu Kang with eager anticipation. That had been the final drop, so the item should not be too shabby, right? Lu Kang smiled and said, "I won't post the primary skill stone, but these are the remaining two items." Lu Kang presented the recipe for the little demon shield and the flame resistance potion. Upon reviewing the details, the three individuals widened their eyes, their breaths quickening with excitement. The shield is an essential piece of equipment for any warrior pursuing a defensive path. It can be considered the cornerstone of protection. Not to mention, this little demon shield alone enhances armor to a degree that rivals nearly a quarter of Lu Kang's own. One can only imagine the formidable defense this shield offers. With it, the main tank of their team would undoubtedly find it much easier to withstand enemy assaults. The trio understood this well, their eyes glinting with envy. As for the flame resistance potion, its significance was even more pronounced. Wang Bing and his companions had witnessed firsthand the devastating fire damage. With this potion, their success rate in battles would be significantly improved. Moreover, it was not only them who would benefit. Other players would also be eager to acquire it. The market for such a potion would be vast. Lekong smiled and remarked, "By the way, Chong, the second one is an ice mage little demon. Your ice resistance potion might come in handy. You could have some made and lead a team to test it out." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong's eyes sparkled with joy. "I'll arrange it immediately. If it works, we'll have a reliable source of equipment." This was undeniably excellent news. Wang Bing, standing nearby, was envious and smirked. "Chong, you previously mentioned that the ice resistance potion would be sold to us at cost." Lu Chong shot a glance at Wang Bing, somewhat annoyed. "The current production is still limited, and the herbs needed are found in higher level areas. We might not even have enough for ourselves. Once we have a surplus, I'll consider selling to you." Upon hearing about the ice resistance potion, Lin Yingying could hardly contain her excitement. She quickly inquired, "Director Lu, could we purchase some of that potion for our player guild? We'll buy it at market price." Lu Chong chuckled inwardly, amused by how this young lady was competing for his attention while trying to persuade him to sell the potion. He replied with a feigned smile, "Oh, little Lin, as you can see, the current production isn't sufficient to provide for your player guild at this time." Lin Yingying huffed internally, realizing that Lu Chong seemed to favor her due to her relationship with her guardian. If he won sell, so be it. I'll just cling to my guardian and drive him mad. Meanwhile, Lekong interjected, "Let us discuss the prices for these two items." Instantly, sparks ignited in the eyes of the three. The importance of these items for their team was immense, and they were clearly unwilling to concede. The wealthiest among them, Lu Chong, promptly declared for the shield 200 gold. For the recipe, 300 gold plus a 10 profit. Wang Bing grimaced internally, silently cursing Lu Chong for his wealth. Nevertheless, he knew he had to respond. The significance of these items was too great to ignore. Gritting his teeth, he countered 210 gold for the shield. 400 gold plus a 10 profit for the recipe. Lin Yingying, however, was remarkably decisive. "I don't want a shield. I'll offer 800 gold plus a 20 profit for the recipe." Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lekong exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Lin Yingying's unexpectedly high bid. As Lin Yingying observed Lu Kong's astonishment, she graced him with a sweet smile, saying, "Hee, earning for our adoptive father is akin to earning for our own family." Lu Chong, his forehead lined with frustration, retorted, "Young lady, one must not speak carelessly. Who is in your family? The formula costs 2,000 gold plus a 25% profit share. The shield is priced at 230 gold. He could not afford to raise the price too high, which left Lu Chong in a state of discomfort. It seemed imperative for him to expedite the arrangements for the gold farming team, for otherwise he would be at a disadvantage when competing for valuable items. Meanwhile, Wang Bing, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. Were these two not out of their minds? Collecting gold coins was notoriously challenging. Why did it seem as if they were stumbling upon gold coins, as if they were mere trifles? He muttered, "Never mind. You two can bicker over the potion formula. I'll bid 250 for the shield. That's my final offer. If you want to bid higher, strong brother, I shall concede." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong hesitated. His supply of gold coins was limited, and acquiring more would require time. If the prospective son-in-law had any other valuable items, he would find himself in a predicament without sufficient gold. He contemplated saving some coins for unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, Lu Chong wavered on whether to continue participating. After deliberation, he shook his head and declared, "Forget it. I shall forego the shield." Lin Yingying had no interest in the shield from the outset, her focus entirely on the formula. Within the Player Management Bureau, various players were present, especially those dedicated to life professions, outnumbering both the Rebirth army and the Tianyue Guild. She had no doubt that the potion formula would find its market. As for the price being exorbitant, after all, it was her adoptive father's earnings. Profit was profit. The only concern was her limited gold reserves. The Player Management Bureau, being a newly established official entity, despite receiving the attention and support of Emperor Xia, still lacked the foundational depth compared to the Rebirth army. After partnering with Lu Kong, Lin Yingying had applied for subsidy, but it amounted to a mere 3,000 gold. The production of gold coins was severely constrained, and the real currency limit was indeed higher. Unfortunately, since it could not be exchanged for gold coins, that real currency was rendered useless. Lin Yingying's strategy was to seize the moment to purchase the formula, certain that it would not result in a loss, while planning to use the remaining funds to acquire forging blueprints, which were her most pressing need. If the price of the formula was excessively high, it could jeopardize her ability to purchase the forging blueprints, leaving her at a loss. When Lu Chong bid 2,000 gold, Lin Yingying bit her lip. Ultimately, she calmed herself and shook her head, saying, "Forget it, I shall not proceed." Although she yearned to procure items from her adoptive father, she was, after all, the minister of the Player Management Bureau and could not act recklessly. As an adult, she understood the importance of moderation. Hearing Lin Yingying's withdrawal, Lu Chong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had she bid higher, he would have felt somewhat uneasy. Lu Kong, on the other hand, stood in a state of shock, astonished that the price for the formula had escalated to such heights. Combined, they had surpassed 2 million, not accounting for the profit share. The speed at which money was generated left Lu Kong utterly astonished. He nodded, saying, "Since that is the case, let us proceed with the transaction." Upon completing the deal, Lu Kong found himself in possession of 6,000 gold coins, an amount he had never amassed in his entire lifetime, even when considering his previous existence. He then declared, "All right, we have finished the dungeon. Let us exit." The three companions nodded in agreement and followed Lu Kong out. Lu Kong intended to undertake the task involving the bone erosion grass, as he was already familiar with its location. However, he was still unaware of where to find the demonized tiger, a requirement for the warrior mentor's quest. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to the trio, inquiring, "By the way, do any of you know where to find the demonized tiger?" Chapter 70, The Land of the Undead. The three paused at his question. "Demonized tiger? We have yet to encounter one," Wang Bing replied slowly. Lin Yingying and Lu Chong nodded in agreement, indicating they had not come across it either. Lin Yingying smiled, saying, "I will notify the player's liaison. If anyone has encountered the demonized tiger, I will inform you, my adoptive father." Wang Bing and Lu Chong also expressed their intent to keep an eye out. Lu Kong smiled and nodded. "That would be greatly appreciated. Such is the advantage of connections. If I were to search alone, the vast expanse surrounding Silver Moon Village would take an eternity, even on a demonized wolf. With assistance, the task becomes considerably easier. By the way, I plan to undertake a task shortly, and I may require someone to facilitate the exchange of equipment. You could arrange for someone to assist." Lin Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can we go ourselves?" Lu Chong and Wang Bing looked at Lu Kong with eager anticipation. Given that this dungeon run had only lasted a mere 10 minutes, the experience they gained was significantly higher than before. If they could accompany Lu Kong to battle monsters, their leveling speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Lu Kong, exasperated, replied, "What are you thinking? It's not feasible within the dungeon. Every time I venture out, it takes considerable time. You can only enter the dungeon as a team, but outside, you can roam freely." The trio's spirits dampened, and they felt quite dejected, having hoped to gain experience alongside Lu Kong. Wang Bing finally spoke, "Very well, I will arrange for Jiang Su to continue trading with you, my adoptive father." Lu Chong expressed his intention to have Li Mu join as well. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying blinked expectantly at Lu Kong, asking, "Where will you be doing your task, adoptive father?" "I will hunt nearby, and then come to collect the equipment myself." Lu Kong, exasperated, responded, "Aren't you concerned about your own leveling? Such remarkable potential should not be squandered." Upon hearing this, Wang Bing and Lu Chong exchanged surprised glances at Lin Yingying. To be praised by Lu Kong for her exceptional talent indicated that Lin Yingying indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Lu Chong felt an increased sense of pressure. This young lady was not only proactive, but also gifted. Would any suitor be able to withstand such competition? He hoped Lu Kong would quickly reach level 10 and exit the novice village. This way they could part ways. And when his two precious daughters emerged from the novice village to face off, Lu Chong felt quite confident in their abilities. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yingying felt a tinge of disappointment. "Oh, then I shall practice nearby and have someone assist with the trade when the time comes." Lu Kong shrugged nonchalantly. "Do as you wish. I am heading to the necropolis to undertake a quest." The three of them were utterly bewildered by the mention of the necropolis, having no knowledge of it. However, they were aware of the direction to the north of the village. Lin Yingying nodded, her face beaming with a smile, indicating her intention to venture north to slay monsters and level up. As for Lu Chong and Wang Bing, they naturally had their own matters to attend to. The four of them engaged in casual conversation before swiftly exiting the dungeon. As they stepped out, Wang Bing and his companions immediately sensed a barrage of envious gazes directed their way. The trio was taken aback. Once they discerned that the eyes belonged to high-level players outside the dungeon, they breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Bing, puffing out his chest with a smug expression, chuckled. "These people are simply envious. Envious of my association with my foster father that grants me rewards." Lu Chong, with a stoic expression, interjected, "Enough of that. Pass me the healing potions." Wang Bing was momentarily struck silent, his heart pierced by her words. Lu Kong chuckled lightly, Well, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Foster father. Lin Yingying waved cheerfully at Lu Kong. Wang Bing and Lu Chong also bid farewell to him. Lu Kong mounted his demonic wolf and galloped towards the northern direction of the village. Seated atop the imposing demonic beast, clad in a heavy, fearsome set of imp armor. With a scarlet cape billowing behind him, Lu Kong resembled a general on the battlefield. Lin Yingying gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "No wonder he is my foster father. He looks so dashing." Lu Chong shot a glare at Lin Yingying before turning to leave, while Wang Bing remained in contemplative silence. The environment to the north of the village was starkly different from that of the east. Not far from the village entrance lay a flowing river, spanned by a broad wooden bridge. Beyond the bridge stretched vast expanses of wasteland, leading further away to a series of hills. The hills were predominantly barren, scattered with rubble and sparse grass, presenting a stark contrast to the vibrant life found in the eastern village. Instead, it exuded an air of desolation. Numerous low-level players could be seen battling monsters in the wasteland, but upon entering the hilly terrain, the presence of players diminished significantly, as this area was designated for monsters above level 5. Lu Kong understood that most level 5 players had flocked to the imp camp to engage in dungeon runs. This was a common trend, given that the dungeon was populated with elite monsters that guaranteed the drop of white items, with the possibility of green items providing a windfall. Most importantly, since the bosses in the imp camp resided within the fortress, players could circumvent the bosses and farm the lesser beasts outside, where elite monsters were abundant, yielding substantial experience points. Clearly, farming elite monsters proved to be far more rewarding. Were it not for the limitation of one run per day in the imp camp, Lu Kong suspected that many players would remain entrenched in the dungeon indefinitely. The demonic wolf sped forth rapidly, and Lu Kong seized the opportunity to slip past the monsters before they could react. Soon, he delved deeper into the hills. After nearly half an hour of running, he encountered monsters that had reached level 7. The terrain grew increasingly desolate, with patches of decaying gray soil appearing before him. In no time, Lu Kong beheld an expansive stretch of gray land ahead. Upon this land, numerous gravestones stand sentinel, and countless spirits meander. Lu Kong, upon witnessing these apparitions, nearly retched. The game is astonishingly realistic. Every sense remains unmitigated, and the atmosphere is pungently acrid. The specters manifest as skeletal forms and zombies, still adorned with flesh, within which writhing maggots can be discerned. Lu Kong's gaze fell upon a zombie, its eye dangling precariously, swaying with each movement. He felt a chill run down his spine. For those faint of heart, confronting monsters here would likely lead to a frightful demise. Even horror films pale in comparison to this experience. Fortunately, Lu Kong possesses a commendable fortitude, and with his attributes, even if true phantoms were to appear, they would have to endure a few slaps before retreating. Lu Kong cast a probing spell. Silver Moon Skeleton, Elite. Level, 7. Health, 580. Attack, 40. Description: once a human of the Silver Moon, now corrupted by necromantic forces, transformed into a skeleton. Lu Kong's eyes gleamed with delight, a smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, it was yet another elite monster, signifying the promise of valuable loot. Ecstatic, he promptly accessed the drop list, selecting equipment, skill stones, attribute stones, and more. Although the Silver Moon skeletons and zombies had reached levels 7 and 8, they proved no challenge to Lu Kong's defenses. With ease, he lured a dozen monsters and executed a sweeping attack, vanquishing them all. Following this, he collected the spoils and continued selecting from the drops. The elite monsters of levels 7 and 8 yielded substantial experience. During his recent dungeon run, Lu Kong finally ascended to level 8. However, even now, engaging level 8 elite monsters, particularly in groups, his experience bar progressed at a glacial pace. If even he found leveling arduous, how long would it take the average player to reach level 10? 10 days, perhaps even half a month? This game is exceedingly challenging. Yet, he reflected, this game indeed correlates with real-world attributes. Transforming an ordinary person into an extraordinary being in such a time frame is already quite remarkable. As Lu Kong pressed forward, it wasn't long before his inventory approached capacity. Fortunately, Jiang Su, Li Mu, and Lin Yingying, whom he had summoned, arrived, following the map. The troublesome aspect was that the monsters' levels were somewhat elevated. However, clad in green gear, they had no trouble dealing with ordinary foes 1 or 2 levels higher. As for the elite spirits of the necropolis, Lu Kong had already dispatched them, so they need not worry. Time passed, and Lu Kong advanced, slaying every elite specter within sight. He remained mindful of his quest to locate the bone-eating grass. Regrettably, In this land of the undead, not a single blade of grass could be found. It was utterly devoid of life. Liu Kang was at a loss regarding where to discover this elusive herb. Just then, he spotted a grayish-white stone mausoleum ahead, its grand entrance ajar, flanked by two armored skeletal warriors. He blinked in astonishment. These skeletons appeared somewhat different. Chapter 71. The Effects of Max-Level Skills. Silver Moon Skeleton Warrior, Elite. Level, 8. Health, 640. Attack, 45. Introduction. Once a guardian of General Silver Moon, it has transformed into a skeletal warrior due to the corruption of necromantic forces. Upon reading this description, Liu Kang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The name General Silver Moon immediately signified a formidable presence, associated with an array of treasures that Liu Kang would certainly not overlook. With a swift motion, he dispatched two skeletal warriors and stepped into the entrance of the tomb. Inside the tomb's entrance lay a staircase descending into the depths, flanked by torches that flickered with a dim, yellow light, casting an interplay of shadows and illumination akin to phantoms in procession. The sound of Liu Kang's armored boots resonated crisply against the steps as he descended. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered a vast burial chamber filled with an assortment of open coffins, within which undead elites aimlessly roamed. These undead elites included skeletal warriors, skeletal mages, and skeletal archers, all formidable level 8 adversaries. This was indeed a splendid area for monster farming. Liu Kang's eyes gleamed with excitement. The concentration of elite monsters presented a challenge that would likely overwhelm ordinary players. However, with his exceptional attributes and area attack skills, he realized that farming here would expedite his leveling process. The demon camp could only be farmed once a day, and the monsters there range from levels 5 to 7, which were becoming somewhat insufficient for Liu Kang's advancing level. He was in dire need of a new farming location, and this one seemed perfect. Thus, Liu Kang embarked on a delightful journey of monster farming. The burial chamber spanned approximately 30 to 40 meters, teeming with 2 to 3 dozen undead elites. He swiftly gathered them in one wave and executed a sweeping attack, annihilating them all. At the far end of the chamber stood the entrance to another tomb. Some chambers featured multiple doors leading to different burial sites. As he progressed, Liu Kang cleared 5 or 6 chambers before entering a particularly expansive tomb. This chamber was littered with decaying corpses and repulsive, grayish soil. At the far end loomed a notably large figure, grotesquely overweight and marked by stitches, seemingly stitched together from several bodies. The bloated corpses exuded a foul stench, with putrid fluids oozing from the ghastly wounds, infested with writhing maggots. Liu Kang nearly retched at the sight. While ordinary undead were already repulsive, this abomination was even more grotesque. He cast a spell of examination. Idiot boss. Level 8. Health 7400. Attack 110. Introduction. The favored pet of the necromancer Mudu. Liu Kang was taken aback. What on earth? A pet? This grotesque thing? He gazed incredulously at the mound of rotting flesh before him, utterly bewildered yet profoundly astonished. He had never fathomed that someone's sense of aesthetics could be so peculiar as to consider such a creature a pet, and even bestow upon it an adorably whimsical name. He silently scoffed and quietly opened the loot list. In the next moment, Liu Kang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Among the dropped items, several were quite suitable for him. Undead warrior armor, fine. Male armor, defense 202, strength 7, stamina 8, required level 8. Undead warrior set, 26 health 10. Undead warrior set, 46 health regeneration 6 per second. Undead warrior set, 66 damage reduction of 10 points. A new fine-grade male armor set. Liu Kang was currently equipped with a minor demon engineering set, ranging from levels 5 to 7, while he himself had already reached level 8, making his current gear somewhat outdated. With the availability of an 8-level set, he was undoubtedly pleased. In addition to the armor, there were also leg armor components. In fact, this drop included not only male armor components, but also those of leather and cloth armor, though Liu Kang had no use for them, and thus opted for the male. Apart from the chest and leg armor, Liu Kang chose a basic skill stone. Subsequently, he charged forward. As he approached the dull-witted foe, the nauseating stench made Liu Kang's face turn pale. However, this was a boss, and Liu Kang could only endure the foul odor as he swung his flame greatsword repeatedly. Previously, he had not used the basic skill stone dropped by Maglon on the barbaric strike. Based on his experience, the early levels of fine-grade skills could be enhanced using minor skill stones, and using a basic skill stone would be a waste. The only skills he could still upgrade with a basic skill stone were the heavy strike and basic regeneration. The basic regeneration was no longer particularly useful for Liu Kang, as he had already acquired lifesteal. Thus, he applied the basic skill stone to Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike, max level, executes a powerful attack, dealing 220 damage, with a 30 increased critical hit chance. The Heavy Strike reached level 10, attaining its maximum level, and the damage increase reached 220, all of which were anticipated by Liu Kang. However, he was taken aback when the skill unexpectedly manifested an additional effect. It enhanced the critical hit chance of the Heavy Strike by 30. Liu Kang speculated that skills reaching maximum level might possess special effects. Furthermore, this special effect seemed quite potent. It was worth noting that Heavy Strike was merely a basic skill, yet it exhibited such a formidable special effect. Other skills should not be lacking in strength either, right? This prompted Liu Kang to remain vigilant, considering that if possible, he would prioritize leveling up skills to their maximum to acquire special effects. This would elevate the skills to a new realm. As for the Barbaric Strike, the minor skill stones he had previously acquired from defeating skeletal elites had also upgraded this skill to level 4. Barbaric Strike, level 4, executes a savage blow, dealing 210 damage, with a 40 chance to stun the target for 1 second, cooldown time of 15 seconds. In comparison to Heavy Strike, Barbaric Strike truly lived up to its fine-grade status, being significantly more powerful. The damage at level 4 was nearly comparable to that of the maxed-out Heavy Strike. Unfortunately, it would require basic skill stones to enhance it further. At this moment, the blazing great sword in Liu Kang's grasp, shimmering with sword light, descended upon Adai. A sequence of ordinary strikes, heavy blows, brutal assaults, and sweeping attacks transformed what was initially a trio of strikes into a quartet. The number sword, 302, 1,224, 649, 1,733. For hefty damage, figures erupted forth. Among these, the heavy blow and sweeping attack each triggered critical hits. The total damage reached a staggering 4,000. This exaggerated damage caused Adai's health to plummet by more than half in an instant, such as the effect of high skill levels. Liu Kang's attack skills each boasted substantial damage amplification, and coupled with his own formidable attributes, the resultant damage was nothing short of terrifying. And this was still against an 8th level boss, not particularly weak in defense. If it were a less formidable boss, Liu Kang's damage would likely have soared even higher. Was this not a tad excessive? Indeed, but given that the absurdity stemmed from him, Liu Kang felt that a little more absurdity was hardly an issue. However, soon enough, Liu Kang found himself unable to maintain his mirth. His terrifying offensive power, accompanied by sword light, shredded Adai's bloated flesh, with viscera and maggots spewing forth. Liu Kang? Ugh, damn it, he retched violently. For heaven's sake, was he resorting to such spiritual attacks because he couldn't win? Liu Kang's armor was splattered with viscera, his face pale. He had never experienced anything so repulsive in his life. Adai in pain howled, "You hurt, Adai. Adai will chop you to pieces." Wielding a small kitchen knife, he launched an attack against Liu Kang, with wounds still gushing forth with grotesque fluid. Liu Kang's expression shifted dramatically. He dodged the spewing liquid while continuing his assault. It must be said, the 30 critical hit chance from the heavy blow was extraordinarily potent. Coupled with the critical hit chance provided by Liu Kang's current agility, he found himself landing a critical hit once every 2 or 3 attacks. In mere seconds, he reduced Adai to a mass of pulpy flesh. Gazing at the fallen Adai, Liu Kang disregarded the glowing orbs on the corpse and bent over, retching repeatedly. Why on earth did this wretched game have to be so realistic? Fortunately, after a while, the liquid on his battle armor, just like the monster's blood, was refreshed. Liu Kang felt somewhat better. With a hint of disdain, he approached and collected the orbs from the ground. Chapter 72, Jiangsu's Speculation. After donning 2 pieces of the Undead Warrior set, Liu Kang's attributes from the Little Demon set were dismantled. Although he lost the damage enhancement from the complete 4-piece Little Demon set, he gained an additional 10 health points. However, the attributes of the Undead Warrior set were inherently stronger than those of the Little Demon set. Overall, it represented a notable enhancement. Liu Kang casually posted the 2 discarded pieces of the Little Demon Artisan set in the trading group. Instantly, it provoked exclamations of astonishment from Liu Chang, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying. Wang Bing, also a warrior, was nearly driven into a frenzy with excitement. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he would take off instantly. Naturally, Liu Chang and Lin Yingying were equally envious. After all, the 2-piece Little Demon set, which reduced damage by 8 points, was incredibly practical and with sufficiently robust attributes. Equipping it to the main tank would undoubtedly enhance their resilience significantly. Liu Chang had a strong desire to purchase, but unfortunately, having recently spent a considerable sum on a formula, his current gold reserves were insufficient. Ultimately, Wang Bing acquired the two-piece set. Wang Bing was filled with exhilaration. With the two-piece Little Demon Artisan set combined with the Little Demon Shield, the main tank could undoubtedly withstand the onslaught. We would also be able to challenge the previous two bosses. Liu Chong felt a twinge of envy. If only I had a bit more gold, I would let you bask in your glory. While sending messages, Liu Chong turned to Nan Gongli. Have the gold farming teams been arranged? Nan Gongli nodded. It has already been organized. Alas, I never expected my good son-in-law to produce such an exquisite set. Yet, I find myself unable to purchase it. Liu Chong lamented deeply. At this moment, Lin Yingying curiously inquired, by the way, adoptive father, if you sell this equipment, what will you use for yourself? Liu Kong shared the two-piece Undead Warrior set in the group chat. Instantly, the trading group fell silent, followed by a barrage of question marks from the three members. Liu Kong was immensely pleased, taking joy in his moment of glory. After closing the chat group, Liu Kong applied the beginner skill stone to his barbaric strike. The stun probability of barbaric strike had reached 50, with a 50% chance to stun the target. This was already quite advantageous in battle. Liu Kong continued to delight in monster hunting. After vanquishing several crypts, Liu Kong encountered a chamber housing a boss. It was a skeletal warrior clad in black armor, wielding a blazing greatsword. Haika boss. Level 8. Health 7600. Attack 110. Description: a warrior among the Silver Moon humans, corrupted by the breath of the undead upon death, transforming into a lost soul, tamed by the necromancer Mudu who arrived here. Liu Kong raised an eyebrow. This necromancer Mudu again. Who exactly is this individual? It seems he is also within this tomb. This must have originally been a burial ground for the Silver Moon humans. It is unfortunate that it has been tainted by the aura of the undead and even attracted a necromancer to enslave the souls. Gazing at the pale soul fire burning in Haika's eye sockets, Liu Kong pondered whether his soul still resided within the skeletal frame and if it endured endless torment. Shaking his head, Liu Kong decided not to dwell on it further. He opened the loot list and discovered something intriguing. The bosses within this tomb appeared to drop the Undead Warrior set. Previously, Adeo had dropped the chest piece and leggings, while his Haika dropped the helmet and shoulder pads. As Liu Kong still lacked a helmet and shoulder pads, he decisively selected them. As for the final slot, he reserved it for the beginner skill stone. Haika's strength was comparable to Adeo's, with slightly stronger defenses. However, it made little difference to Liu Kong. In his view, Haika was even easier to defeat. After all, at least this Haika was not as bothersome. Haika's skill was to summon skeletal warriors, but unfortunately for Liu Kong, with a sweeping strike, everything was obliterated. As for Haika's skill when health dropped to 10, Liu Kong did not witness it. As with a critical strike followed by a regular attack, he dealt over 15 points of damage to Haika. He had not even had the chance to unleash his final ultimate move before collapsing. Liu Kong expressed his regret and guilt. Picking up the fallen equipment, he immediately donned it. As for the primary skill stone, he continued to invest it in his savage strike, elevating it to level 6, thereby enhancing both its damage and stun duration. After vanquishing Haika, Liu Kong persisted in clearing the tombs. As he delved deeper, the level of the undead foes reached 9, surpassing his own level by 1. However, for Liu Kong, this was of little consequence. He activated his unparalleled skill and swept through the foes with ease. The elite monsters dropped an abundance of loot, necessitating that he summon Li Mu and his companions for trading. Upon arriving at the tomb, Li Mu, Jiang Su, and a young player named Fang Qi were all taken aback by the eerie atmosphere. Jiang Su, being a soldier, maintained her composure, while Li Mu appeared somewhat pale, needing to stay close to Jiang Su for reassurance. Fang Qi, though not overly timid, also showed signs of apprehension. As they traversed the ground littered with the bodies of level 8 and even 9 elite undead, their initial fear gradually transformed into a numbing shock. How was it possible that Liu Kong had annihilated so many elite undead in such a brief span of time? Soon, they would witness Liu Kong's true strength. As they approached him, they observed him executing a sweeping attack that instantaneously dispatched 20 or so undead. Staring at the fallen level 9 elite undead, the three were momentarily stunned, particularly Li Mu, whose eyes glistened with admiration. "Mr. Liu," she exclaimed, rushing towards him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Liu Kong felt a tinge of bashfulness under her scrutiny. Was it commonplace for beauties to be so bold nowadays? Jiang Su and Fang Qi followed behind. Jiang Su saluted Liu Kong with her trademark seriousness. "Mr. Liu." Fang Qi, an ordinary individual who had recently joined the Player Management Bureau, looked at Liu Kong with unabashed admiration. Having played numerous online games, he understood the challenges inherent in this one, which made Liu Kong's prowess all the more impressive. The disparity in skill left Fang Qi overwhelmed with admiration rather than envy. In truth, it was not only Fang Qi who admired Lu Kang. Every member of the Player Management Bureau held him in high regard. Some were already admirers, while others had been influenced by Lin Yingying, who could be considered Lu Kang's most ardent fan, often mentioning her adoptive father. She had even contemplated forming a support group for him and was actively soliciting opinions from others. Whenever transactions with Lu Kang occurred, it was always the members of the Player Management Bureau who eagerly vied for the opportunity. Fang Qi was fortunate to be among them, his skills earning him this chance. Of course, the distance traveled often cut into their leveling time, but there was compensation, priority access to green equipment. This was undoubtedly one of the reasons for their enthusiasm. Adoptive father, we have arrived. Lu Kang nodded slightly. Let us trade. After the transaction, his backpack was once again empty. At this moment, Jiang Su glanced around. Her curiosity piqued. Mr. Lu, where exactly is this place? Lu Kang shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be a problematic area left behind by the invasion of the undead in Silvermoon Village. Jiang Su pondered for a moment before speaking. Mr. Lu, I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its validity. Lu Kang smiled. Please, share your thoughts. Jiang Su's eyes sparkled. Mr. Lu, when you initially found the little demon camp, did you not also advance by fighting your way through? Upon hearing this, Lu Kang was taken aback, his eyes widening slightly. Wait a moment. When the little demon camp was destroyed, did a dungeon not emerge afterward? Could this place be the same? A peculiar expression crossed Lu Kang's face. If that were the case, perhaps Silvermoon Village would gain yet another dungeon. Lu Kang felt a twinge of regret. What a pity. Li Mu finally found an opportunity to interject. What does Mr. Lu regret? Lu Kang replied with a smile. I regret that discovering the dungeon does not come with system rewards. Otherwise, I could have brought you along to earn some rewards. After all, these three had been running around tirelessly. To him, it was merely a casual task. Unfortunately, the last time they discovered the little demon camp dungeon, there were no rewards. Even if this truly were a dungeon, it likely would not yield rewards either. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Mu and the others stiffened, a pang of pain striking their chests. They felt as if they had missed out on millions. It was truly heart-wrenching. Chapter 73. Encountering the unique item again. The three departed, disheartened. Lu Kang shook his head and continued to slay monsters. As he cleared one tomb after another, he ventured deeper, discovering that only a single path remained. Following it, he arrived at the innermost tomb. It was a hall approximately 100 meters in diameter. At the far end of the hall stood a tall platform, upon which rested a metallic seat. Seated on the chair was a skeletal figure clad in dark armor, wielding a great sword. Flanking the hall were 8 elite undead, each representing different professions such as warriors, mages, and archers. They stood in silence, resembling statues. Lu Kang cast a detection spell. Unluo, high-level boss. Level 9. Health 15,000. Attack 160. Description: in life, he was a general among the humans of Silvermoon. Buried in this place, the necromancer Mu Du arrived here and transformed him into his most prized bodyguard. Another high-level boss. Moreover, the stats are rather exaggerated. A staggering 15,000 health and 160 damage. Even Lu Kang could not help but furrow his brow, uncertain if he could withstand the fight. He decided to give it a try. If he couldn't withstand it, he could always resort to using a weakness scroll. He still had some weakness scrolls on hand. Lu Kang opened the loot list, and soon his eyes lit up, revealing a faint smile. As he anticipated, upon his first encounter with a high-tier boss, the loot dropped was indeed remarkable. The first item was a purple legendary artifact. However, Lu Kang felt a tinge of disappointment as it was not an equipment piece, but rather a skill stone, specifically an intermediate skill stone. Although the absence of equipment was somewhat disheartening, the intermediate skill stone held substantial value for Lu Kang at this stage. Many of his formidable abilities required such stones for enhancement. Without hesitation, Lu Kang decisively opted for the intermediate skill stone. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon another item that piqued his interest. Equipment Blueprint, Glimmering Greatsword, fine. Upon usage, one can learn the forging method for the Glimmering Greatsword. Prerequisite: Blacksmith. Drop rate: 0.0000021. To his astonishment, it was indeed an equipment blueprint. Much like potion recipes, equipment blueprints are exceedingly precious treasures for crafting professions. One could easily surmise that this item could fetch a considerable sum. Lu Kang recalled the elder from the Player Management Bureau, who possessed a talent that enhanced forging success rates. If that elder were to acquire this blueprint, he could likely forge numerous glimmering greatswords, which would undoubtedly benefit the entire realm of Daxia. Lu Kang selected this blueprint, leaving only one item remaining. and he was ready to make his choice. Basement key. Unique. This key could be used to unlock the door to the basement. Once again, it was a unique item and moreover, a key to access the basement. Liu Kang thought back to the descriptions of the 3 bosses he had encountered, particularly that of the undead mage, Mu Du. It was likely that the basement housed that very character. Unique items are inherently valuable, and thus, Liu Kang felt no inclination to hesitate. After making his selections, he proceeded to gather the drops from the nearby undead guardians. With that completed, he stepped confidently into the Grand Hall. The undead's vigilance was not particularly extensive, and given the spaciousness of the hall, neither the guardians nor the boss on the platform seemed alerted. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Kang initiated his attack. He swiftly dispatched all the undead guardians on either side and collected their drops before charging toward Enluo atop the platform. Upon noticing Liu Kang, Enluo's soul fire blazed fiercely in his eyes. Rising to his full height of over 2 meters, his imposing figure became evident as he lifted his great sword. Enluo bellowed, "Impudent thief, do not dare to act so recklessly." With a powerful leap, he descended from the platform, his great sword raised, launching a downward strike towards Liu Kang. A wisp of grayish-black mist emanated from the sword, and the overwhelming pressure sent a shiver down Liu Kang's spine. A skill, indeed. As a high-tier boss, Enluo commenced with a skill right from the outset. Liu Kang had no time to evade, forcing him to raise his blazing great sword to parry Enluo's assault. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonated as Liu Kang felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing the stone floor beneath to fracture in spiderweb-like patterns. He staggered back, managing to dissipate much of the impact. Nevertheless, his hands still felt somewhat numb and sore. 394. A substantial amount of damage floated above Liu Kang's head, leaving him momentarily astonished. It is noteworthy that he successfully blocked the attack. Nonetheless, he still sustained considerable damage. Had he taken the blow directly, the repercussions would have been far greater. Truly, he is a formidable level 9 elite boss. The damage inflicted upon him is simply outrageous, especially given that he is 1 level higher. After deflecting the attack, Liu Kang advanced with determination, wielding his blazing greatsword in a fierce strike aimed at Enluo. However, to Liu Kang's astonishment, even in death, General Silvermoon exhibited remarkable combat experience. The greatsword in his grasp swung repeatedly, successfully parrying Liu Kang's strikes one after another. The clashing of swords resonated in a symphony of metallic echoes. 120, 227, 245, 521. Due to the blocks, the damage Liu Kang dealt was significantly reduced. His previous 4-hit combo, which normally inflicted 4,000 damage on other bosses, now only resulted in a mere 1,000. This disparity arose not only from the blocks, but also from Enluo's inherently robust defenses. While Enluo's skill damage was exceedingly high, his regular attacks were manageable for Liu Kang. After being blocked, they only inflicted a little over 100 damage. Moreover, after enduring such prolonged combat, and with an enhancement in agility, Liu Kang was able to evade some attacks, rendering the damage he received tolerable. Even though Liu Kang utilized healing potions, combined with his basic regeneration and the 4-piece set bonus from the undead warrior providing 6 health points per second, his health continued to dwindle slowly. Nevertheless, the rate of decline was still bearable. The cooldown for the sweeping strike was 10 seconds, while the cooldown for the brutal strike extended to 15 seconds. During the cooldown periods of these two skills, Liu Kang could only rely on ordinary attacks and heavy strikes to inflict damage. Consequently, Enluo's health decreased at a sluggish pace. After nearly 30 seconds, Liu Kang's health dipped below half, while Enluo still retained 60% of his vitality. Liu Kang then produced a weakening scroll and cast it upon Enluo, subsequently reverting to his familiar strategy of kiting. At this juncture, Liu Kang's health had surpassed 3,000, and with the aid of his basic regeneration coupled with the undead warrior set's effects, he regained 13 health points per second. With the assistance of a high-quality apprentice healing potion, it wasn't long before Liu Kang's health was fully restored. He then resumed his assault on Enluo. As Enluo's health fell below 50%, the flames of vengeance ignited in his eyes, and he seethed with fury. "I am immortal." He raised his greatsword, and in the next moment, fragments of bone surrounded him. These bone shards seemed to possess consciousness, absorbing Liu Kang's strikes. Each attack from Liu Kang was thwarted by a bone shard, reducing the damage to a mere 20 points. This revelation left Liu Kang wide-eyed in astonishment. What an astonishing defensive skill. Fortunately, Enluo's bone shards were finite, limited to just 10 pieces. After absorbing 10 strikes, they vanished without a trace, failing to alter the course of the battle decisively. However, as Enluo's health dropped below 50%, he increased the frequency of his initial attack skill. The pressure on Lu Kang's health intensified. Thankfully, with the weakening scroll, this did not pose a significant challenge for him. It is merely a matter of investing a little more time. After a minute, Enluo's health dwindled to 10. The soul fire in Enluo's eyes blazed more fiercely. Gray-green mist swirled around his great sword. My soldiers, fight for me. Fight for the Silver Moon. Slay the evil before us. The gray-green mist thickened. Footsteps echoed as skeletal elites emerged one by one from the fog, responding to Enluo's call. Lu Kang, bemused, thought to himself, the Silver Moon humans have long perished. You are the true evil now, are you not? Even in death, you still stir. Words of the wicked cannot sway my resolve. Lu Kang's remarks seemed to enrage Enluo further. In a fit of fury, he charged at Lu Kang alongside the skeletal elites. Chapter 74. That stroke of golden radiance. Enluo's offensive prowess appeared to have surged, forcing Lu Kang to retreat repeatedly. The minor creatures posed little threat to Lu Kang, and with a sweeping strike, he obliterated them all. The massive damage from his attack restored his health entirely, saving him considerable time in the fray. From the gray-green mist, more minor creatures continued to emerge, seemingly unending. Although their pace was slow, any ordinary player team would find it troublesome to contend with both the minor foes and the enraged adversary. However, for Lu Kang, it was rather effortless. With a pained shriek, Enluo shattered into fragments of bone, cascading to the ground. As Enluo perished, the gray-green mist gradually dissipated. Lu Kang exhaled, advancing to collect the 3 items that had fallen. Yet, the moment he grasped them, the pale soul fire flared unexpectedly. Lu Kang paused, gripping his blazing greatsword, eyeing the soul fire warily. The fire surged, transforming into the visage of a middle-aged Silver Moon human. Lu Kang furrowed his brow, regarding this apparition with caution. The specter gazed back at Lu Kang, his expression gentle, adorned with a smile. He bowed slightly and spoke softly. I am Enluo. Thank you, my friend, for liberating my soul from endless torment. Lu Kang was taken aback, scrutinizing the middle-aged spirit before him. To think this was Enluo, the bones scattered on the ground. He chuckled lightly. It was merely a stroke of fortune, no need for gratitude. Lu Kang added with a smile, now that your soul is free, it is time for you to disperse. Enluo's expression turned grave. There is still one matter that weighs upon me. Lu Kang, intrigued, inquired what matter. Enluo's countenance darkened with indignation. The torment I endured was wrought by a necromancer who resides in the crypt's basement. I implore you to slay that necromancer and avenge me. I shall impart to you my most potent skill. At these words, Lu Kang's eyes brightened. A quest. He nodded vigorously. Certainly, I had intended to confront that necromancer regardless. Ding. Quest discovered. Eliminate the culprit. Will you accept? Quest. Eliminate the culprit. Unique. Description. General Enluo of the Silver Moon wishes for you to vanquish the culprit, the necromancer Mudu, to honor the tormented souls of himself and the Silver Moon warriors. Note 1. The time limit for this task is half an hour. Note 2. The difficulty of this task is exceedingly high. It is advisable to bring your companions. Reward. A certain amount of experience points and the skill Copperskin Ironbone. Lu Kang smirked. Once again, it is a unique task. The reward is, astonishingly, a skill book of exquisite quality. Quite impressive indeed. However, the only drawback is that the time limit for the task is merely half an hour. Without further ado, Lu Kang nodded seriously. I understand. Which way to the basement? Enluo pointed to the metallic chair on the high platform and spoke. The entrance is beneath the chair. You possess the key. The keyhole is located on the left armrest of the chair. Once you unlock the entrance, you may enter the basement. Upon hearing this, Lu Kang was momentarily taken aback, deep in thought. So, this task requires him to acquire the key to the basement to activate it, does it not? Otherwise, even if Enluo's spirit were to emerge, without the key in Lu Kang's possession, he would be unable to unlock the basement door. If he cannot open the door, naturally, there would be no way to defeat that necromancer. Mudu, consequently, the task would not materialize. Lu Kang felt a surge of delight. Indeed, he was fortunate to have chosen a unique item. This effectively equated to obtaining a refined skill, along with a substantial amount of experience. A splendid bargain. Lu Kang nodded. I understand. He glanced at his backpack. The key was a long hexagonal cylinder. Ascending the high platform, he noticed a hexagonal recess on the left armrest of the metallic chair. He inserted the cylinder into the recess, and it fit perfectly. Gripping the cylinder, he twisted it, and with a series of clicking sounds, the ground beneath the chair began to rotate, moving aside and revealing a passageway beneath. The passage featured descending stairs, flanked by torches. Strangely, the flames burning on the torches were not red, but a pallid hue, creating an exceedingly chilling atmosphere. Lu Kang raised an eyebrow and stepped towards the basement. Descending the stairs, he soon reached the end, which opened into a vast cavern. Stalactites hung down from above, while stalagmites sprouted from below. In the center of the cavern stood a platform, etched with a sickly green magical array. Surrounding the array were various skulls adorned with runes. Seated cross-legged at the center was a young man clad in a black robe, his face as pale as death. The young man emanated a grayish-green glow, exuding an aura of coldness. Lu Kang quietly concealed himself behind a stalactite and cast a detection spell. Mudu, high-tier boss leader. Status, advancing. Level, 10. Health, 75,000. Attack, 250. Description: an apprentice necromancer from the Pale Sect, a wanted criminal in the great martial city, hidden within this land of the undead. Hoping to advance to the next tier, Lu Kang was taken aback. He gazed at Mudu's attributes, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. What on earth? A mage with 75,000 health. And what is this absurdity of 250 attack? This wretched game is utterly ridiculous. Isn't it? It is incredibly unfair to present such an outrageous task. How is one supposed to overcome this? Lu Kang felt a chill creeping into his heart. His gaze flickered as he stared at the imposing Mudu before him, hesitating momentarily. Under normal circumstances, Lu Kang doubted his ability to defeat the creature in front of him. Even if he could maneuver into a favorable position, it would be futile. Yet, observing Mudu's current state sparked a flicker of hope within him. It was in the midst of advancement. If he could interrupt this progression, it should have some effect on its condition, right? Typically, a boss monster of level 10 would not possess such a high health pool. The creature S tier also indicated this fact, suggesting that Mudu was indeed a boss. If it were to advance to the next tier, it would become a lord. It was merely a step away from that transformation, which explained the exaggerated health and attack power. But what if Lu Kang could disrupt its advancement? His eyes glimmered with determination. If the impact were negligible, Lu Kang would essentially be doomed, left to await his demise. The weakening scroll had already diminished its effectiveness against high-tier bosses, rendering it most likely useless against Mudu. He wouldn't even be able to escape. However, if it were effective, a creature of such high caliber would surely drop valuable items, wouldn't it? With this thought in mind, Lu Kang opened Mudu's loot list. At the top of the list, a brilliant golden glow caught his eye, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. He steeled himself. He was determined to take this chance. Chapter 75, Slaying the Lord. Wails of the Damned, Epic, Accessory. Each attack ensnares the target in Wails of the Damned, inflicting 50 points of death damage per second, lasting for 1 minute, with a maximum stacking of 20 layers. Required level, 10. This equipment left Lu Kang utterly awestruck. With each layer inflicting 50 damage, stacking up to 20 layers would mean 1,000 damage per second. This effect could persist for a minute. If he managed to stack it fully, even without attacking, he could deal 60,000 damage to his opponent within that time. Even accounting for some damage mitigation from defenses, it remained immensely powerful. Truly, this was an epic-grade item. Though it possessed only this singular effect, it was straightforward and brutally effective. Despite having encountered numerous impressive items, Lu Kang now found himself yearning for this equipment. In addition to this epic item, there were several other purple-grade pieces and even unique items. The abundance of treasures was nearly overwhelming, causing Lu Kang to salivate at the prospect. Mark of the Pale Brotherhood, Legendary. A proof of membership in the Pale Brotherhood, presented to the guards of Dahu City for rewards. Mudu's Insignia. Unique. Mudu is a wanted criminal in Dahu City. Acquiring his insignia allows one to claim a reward in Dahu City. Although the exact nature of the rewards remained unknown, one could be assured that unique items would not be lacking in value. The Mark of the Pale Brotherhood, tied to in-game factions, would likely yield worthwhile rewards in Dahu City as well. After considering this, Lu Kang selected both items. Initially, he believed this was the end of his choices. However, to his surprise, he discovered that he could select one more item. Lu Kang was taken aback, but after a moment's contemplation, he grasped the implication. As Mudu is already in the process of advancing to a lord, it is likely classified as a lord-level monster, with its drops calculated according to the 4 items from such creatures. This, of course, is advantageous for Lu Kang. Upon examining the other legendary items, most of which are legendary equipment, he found himself at a loss, as these legendary armaments were predominantly suited for mages, including peculiar items like the skull that could only be utilized by the necromancer class. To Lu Kang, they were utterly useless. Ultimately, he chose a mid-level skill stone. After selecting all 4 dropped items, Lu Kang intended to prepare for what lay ahead. Previously, Enluo had dropped a mid-level skill stone that Liu Kang had yet to use. He directly applied it to the heart of the warrior. As an epic-level skill, it is the most comprehensive and powerful. Upon reaching level 3, its effects were significantly enhanced. Heart of the Warrior, level 3. Passive skill. You have comprehended the essence of the warrior's path, granting a 30 increase to all attributes, a 30 increase in damage dealt, a 15 increase in movement speed, and a 9 reduction in damage taken. With these attributes, Liu Kang's health successfully surpassed 4,000 in combat. The reduction in damage and increased movement speed greatly benefited him during the skirmish, perhaps becoming the key to victory. After some contemplation, Liu Kang also utilized the novice scrolls for strength and stamina, as well as a shield scroll. Although it merely added 100 points to his shield, it was better than nothing. After exhausting these resources, a sense of worry lingered within Liu Kang. After all, if he were to perish, it would cost him an hour of game time. However, upon further reflection, should he succeed, not only would he acquire numerous treasures, but also a skill book. The risks were substantial, yet worth the gamble. If one were to hesitate at every turn, opportunities presented would slip away. Taking a deep breath, Liu Kang's gaze sharpened. Gritting his teeth, he charged directly towards Mudu within a magic array. However, just as he approached the outer edge of Mudu's magic circle, it suddenly radiated a green luminescence, accompanied by the piercing wails of vengeful spirits. The green apparitions lunged at Liu Kang. As they passed through his armor and flesh, a chilling sensation gripped him. A substantial damage number floated above his head. 1022. Liu Kang's lips twitched. Before the battle had even commenced, he had already lost a quarter of his health. Nevertheless, his expression quickly turned resolute. With an arrow knocked, it must be loosed. In his charge, Liu Kang collided forcefully with Mudu within a magic array. Mudu had just opened his eyes, unprepared for any action, when Liu Kang's blazing great sword descended in a flurry of strikes. Normal attack, heavy strike, savage blow, sweeping attack. Perhaps due to Mudu's ongoing advancement, being in the basement and under the protection of the magic array, he had no defenses whatsoever. Each strike was a crimson critical hit. 822, 1690, 1883, 1876. In less than a second, the blazing great sword sliced through the air, and Mudu directly lost 6,000 points of health. This brought a sigh of relief to Liu Kang, for it seemed that Mudu's defenses were not particularly formidable. However, this amount of health was not lethal for Mudu, who boasted over 70,000 health points. Yet in the next moment, Mudu's eyes turned crimson, veins surfacing ominously. "Damn it, you bastard. Look at what you've done." "Ah!" he roared, the gray-green mist swirling around him as he coughed up blood, revealing grotesque fissures upon his body. Ding! The necromantic spell reflected upon Mudu from your ambush has backfired, inflicting severe damage, reducing all attributes by 50, rendering him immobile for 30 seconds. Liu Kang's eyes instantly brightened. What? 30 seconds of immobility. Such a fortuitous turn of events. He swung his great sword vigorously, delivering successive blows upon Mudu, whose expression was one of sheer rage. Simultaneously, Liu Kang cast a detection spell upon Mudu. Mudu, high-ranking boss leader. Status: severely wounded from backfire, unable to act. Level 10. Health: 37, 500. Attack: 125. Description: an apprentice necromancer from the Pale Brotherhood. A wanted criminal in Dao City, lurking in this land of the undead with aspirations to advance to a higher tier. Liu Kang's mouth nearly split from ear to ear. Not only did he have 30 seconds of immobility, but even if that time did not exist, given Mudu's current attack attributes, the over 30,000 health points would pose no challenge to Liu Kang. Of course, Mudu had no chance left. Liu Kang realized that against an immobile Mudu, he could land critical strikes with every blow. His health was not merely declining, it was collapsing entirely. In just over 20 seconds, Mudu's health was completely depleted. With a look of bitterness, he glared at Liu Kang. I, damn you. Amidst his furious growls, Mudu lost all vitality. Liu Kang gazed at the corpse on the ground, quite angered. This fellow had died, yet still had the audacity to curse. Truly impolite. However, upon seeing the 4 orbs of light, 1 gold and 3 purple, emerging from Mudu's body, Liu Kang's ire dissipated. Despite his rudeness, he was undoubtedly wealthy. Considering the plethora of treasures he had dropped, Liu Kang decided to overlook the transgressions and not hold a grudge. With delight, Liu Kang attempted to equip the Soul's Sorrow accessory. Ding! Player level insufficient to equip this item. The smile on Liu Kang's face froze. Oh, he had forgotten that he was only level 8. How could he possibly equip a level 10 accessory? He felt foolish. He had taken down a level 10 boss at level 8, but what good was it if he couldn't even use the loot? At that moment, a resounding system announcement echoed once more. Universal Star Region announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Liu Kang for his first-time defeat of a boss-level monster. Rewards, 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, 1 legendary treasure chest, and 150 prestige in Dao City. Announcement from the Yuanqing region. Ding! Congratulations to the player Liu Kang for achieving his first kill of a Lord-level monster. Rewards include 200 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, 1 legendary treasure chest, and 150 prestige points in Dao City. The system notification resonated throughout the Yuanqing region. All human players, regardless of their location, were momentarily stunned. Chapter 76, The Most Beautiful Memory. What? What'd I just hear? Did I mishear? A lord. Liu Kang has actually managed to kill a lord already? How is that even possible? In the Barren Empire region, Adams and a group of elite players were utterly astonished. Of course, they had garnered a significant haul of green equipment. However, they were still struggling to defeat high-tier bosses. If high-tier bosses were this formidable, one could only imagine the strength of a lord. How on earth did Liu Kang accomplish this? They were completely bewildered, feeling utterly outmatched. Beside Adams, a tall, slender youth with golden hair bitterly laughed. When the system announcement first echoed, they recognized Liu Kang's prowess, yet did not feel a sense of insurmountable disparity. At that moment, they were brimming with confidence, believing themselves to be on par with anyone else. Yet, as the system notifications continued to emerge, their self-assurance gradually crumbled. The strength demonstrated by Liu Kang far surpassed their expectations. Even Adams wore a somber expression, murmuring to himself, "What sort of extraordinary talent does he possess? How could he be so powerful?" Not only in the Barren Empire, but throughout the Lionheart Kingdom, the Calidus Kingdom, and various other nations within Yuanqing, the strongest players were abuzz with conversation. Even within the Daxia Kingdom, players from numerous prominent families and corporations were all contemplating how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Liu Kang. To have slain a lord merely the second day after the open beta launch was truly extraordinary. Beyond the players, local inhabitants from various novice villages and main cities were also looking up at the sky. In the Dao City Lord's Mansion, a strikingly beautiful woman with silver hair and a magnificent silver horn stood with her hands clasped behind her back at the window. She was a city lord of Dao, City of Munang, gazing out at the azure sky. Her golden vertical pupils shimmered with intrigue. It was only the second day of the novice public test in the Hunter's Continent, yet a player capable of slaying a lord-level monster had emerged. The human inhabitants of Yuanqing had never before heard of such a being from this region. If this prowess could be sustained, the future would be remarkable indeed. She murmured to herself, lost in contemplation. Many local powerhouses shared Silva Moonhan's thoughts. Liu Kang's name had officially entered the purview of the local forces within the game. Liu Kang himself was equally astonished to receive another system notification. He had initially assumed this did not constitute a genuine lord. If it were a true lord, a system notification after the kill would certainly be expected. Yet this creature was still in the process of evolution, wasn't it? Could this even be counted? Liu Kang had never anticipated such fortuitous luck. He felt a sense of delight within, as vanquishing this Mudu required hardly any effort, akin to receiving a reward without toil. At that moment, the communication system of Liu Kang emitted a series of beeps. One could easily surmise that Wang Bing and his companions were likely in a state of frenzy. Liu Kang chuckled to himself, dismissing their concerns. He had a task to complete, after all, and it was bound by a time constraint. He hastily exited the basement. Upon stepping outside, Liu Kang spotted Anluo waiting, his expression fraught with anxiety. When Anluo saw Liu Kang emerge, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "My friend, how did you return so swiftly? Could it be that the necromancer has already advanced?" Anluo retained some memories, recalling that the necromancer had come to this place in pursuit of a first-level breakthrough. Liu Kang too was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Anluo and inquired, "Did you not hear the system announcement? That shouldn't be the case. The old village chief and the others should have been able to hear it, right? Why is it that Anluo cannot? Was it possible that his existence in this world had been extinguished, leaving only a wisp of his soul, thus rendering him incapable of hearing?" Upon hearing Liu Kang's words, Anluo froze, and then realization dawned upon him. His eyes widened in disbelief. "System announcement? You have already slain that necromancer?" Liu Kang nodded affirmatively. He produced the emblem of Mudu, a white metallic plate bearing the likeness of Mudu. This object must have been generated by the system. The sight of the emblem instantly convinced Anluo of Liu Kang's words. He exclaimed in shock. In such a brief span of time, You have managed to vanquish a high-ranking boss. I had no idea you were so formidable, my friend. Lu Kuang chuckled, refraining from mentioning that Mudu had been on the brink of advancement when he defeated him. It was merely a stroke of luck that led to Mudu's demise. The task is complete, he said with a smile. You may proceed with peace of mind. Anluo nodded, then spoke. Indeed, I can depart with ease. Silver Moon Star has been consumed by the ravages of demonic energy. I failed to protect it, my friend. I hope you will safeguard your kin. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a skill book materialized before Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang accepted the skill book, nodding earnestly. Thank you. The system prompted him that his task was now complete, and his experience points surged significantly, perhaps due to the uniqueness of this task and its relation to a transitioning lord. The experience gained was substantially higher than that of previous unique tasks, bringing Lu Kuang one step closer to level 9. I must take my leave now, Anluo said with a gentle smile, his expression one of relief. Just then, Lu Kuang recalled something and hastily asked, by the way, General Anluo, do you know where I might find bone erosion grass? He had not forgotten that his initial purpose for venturing into this eerie place was to seek out the said grass. Yet, he felt as though he had combed through the entirety of the land of the undead in vain, having yet to locate it. Anluo paused, then pointed towards a shadowy corner of the hall. Is that not bone erosion grass over there? Lu Kuang was left speechless. He followed in Luo's and looked over. In the dim corner of the hall, there grew a small patch of grass, merely 10 centimeters in height, its entire form a deep shade of black. Lu Kuang was taken aback. Who could possibly find something so ordinary in such a ghastly place? He smiled gratefully at Enluo, expressing his thanks. Enluo chuckled softly, his ephemeral spirit becoming even more indistinct, gradually transforming into countless specks of light that drifted away in all directions. Enluo's expression softened as he gazed upwards towards the ceiling of the tomb, seemingly able to see the sky beyond. In his eyes, there appeared a vast expanse of azure sky adorned with white clouds. In the garden of his home on Silver Moon Star, he sat beside his wife, basking in the warm sunlight. Not far away, their young and delightful daughter swung joyfully, her laughter resonating in the spring breeze. That was the most beautiful scene etched in his memory. Now, he was about to meet the person he longed to see the most. Star Origin Region Announcement. Ding. Player Lu Kuang has activated the Silver Moon Village Dungeon, Tomb of Silver Moon. Star Origin Region Announcement. Ding. Player Lu Kuang has activated the Silver Moon Village Dungeon, Tomb of Silver Moon. Players of Star Origin. Is this never-ending? The announcement of the defeat of the Lord has just concluded, and here we go again. What are the strong warriors of the Barren Empire doing? Why is there still no system announcement? Why wasn't I born in Silver Moon Village? 2 dungeons. A full 2 dungeons, for heaven's sake. Across the entire Star Origin region, all players were filled with envy. Not to mention players from other nations. Even those from the Daxia Empire were consumed by jealousy. Why wasn't T. Lu Kuang in their novice village? Silver Moon Village has 2 dungeons. Those lucky souls from Silver Moon Village have so many opportunities to farm monsters and gear. Meanwhile, they don't even have a single dungeon. Why is there such a vast disparity between individuals? Chapter 77. Class Transition Items. The notifications in Lu Kuang's private chat had just calmed down a bit when they suddenly intensified again. He had initially suspected this to be a dungeon, but after defeating the last foe, it hadn't activated. He thought he might have been mistaken. It seemed that completing a quest was indeed necessary to unlock the dungeon. Lu Kuang was of course elated. After all, dungeons meant that the bosses contained within could be farmed repeatedly, and he still hadn't gathered the full set of the undead warrior gear. Moreover, the final boss, the undead mage Mudu, was a lord, a rather manageable one at that. This was tantamount to acquiring high-level equipment. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. The rewards from this endeavor were truly substantial. Excluding the system rewards, the most precious item was undoubtedly the epic accessory, the Wailing Soul. Unfortunately, his level was insufficient to equip it at the moment. The Pale Brotherhood emblem, legendary, and Mudu's insignia, unique, were also evidently valuable items. However, these required him to be in Great Martial City to utilize, which meant they were temporarily of no use to Lu Kuang. The only item he could make use of for the final drops was a mid-level skill stone. He intended to apply it to the heart of the warrior, but the system notified him that the skill stone's level was insufficient. This left Lu Kuang feeling somewhat vexed. The intermediate skill stones are insufficient, leaving him with little to say. Truly, he is a master of epic proportions. Since the heart of the warrior cannot be enhanced for the time being, Lu Kuang must allocate his resources to other skills. Ultimately, he chose to elevate his Battle Intent to level 8. Battle Intent, level 8, a passive skill that enhances all attributes by 80 upon entering combat. While this enhancement pales in comparison to the heart of the warrior, an increase of 80 to all attributes is nonetheless quite commendable. Liu Kang expressed his satisfaction. Next came the spoils of Enluo, the equipment blueprint for the glimmering heavy sword, which should fetch a handsome sum. This would be contemplated later. Following there were the skill books obtained from Enluo's quest. Copper Skin, Iron Bones, Level 1. A passive skill that grants 5 endurance and 5 strength, reducing damage taken by 5 points. Learning requirements, all classes. Liu Kang was pleasantly surprised to discover that this was indeed a skill book applicable to all classes. The benefits of Copper Skin, Iron Bones are impressive, augmenting both strength and endurance by 5 points, with the most practical advantage being the reduction in damage taken. A reduction of 5 points is significant, and should he complete the set of the Undead Warrior gear. An additional reduction of 10 points from the 6-piece bonus would yield a total decrease of 15 points. Currently, even elite monsters at level 10 are capable of depleting Liu Kang's health, which leaves him feeling somewhat insecure. He must prioritize activating this skill. Previously, while farming elite monsters, he had amassed numerous minor skill stones, all of which he invested in his charge skill, now elevated to level 9. Minor skill stone, charge. Level 9, the warrior charges towards the enemy at incredible speed, stunning them for 1 second, with a cooldown of 11 seconds. Subsequently, the charge skill, much like the heavy strike, requires primary skill stones for further enhancement. Naturally, Liu Kang lacks primary skill stones for this purpose. However, he still possesses 3 minor skill stones. He decided to invest all of them into Copper Skin, Iron Bones. However, after utilizing 2, he found that upon reaching level 3, Copper Skin, Iron Bones required primary skill stones for further advancement. Copper Skin, Iron Bones, level 3. A passive skill granting 15 endurance and 15 strength, reducing damage taken by 15 points. Learning requirements, all classes. It must be said that level 3 Copper Skin, Iron Bones is indeed formidable. The 15-point damage reduction is particularly gratifying for Liu Kang. Next came the rewards from the system. 20 free attribute points, all of which Liu Kang allocated to strength, coupled with the attribute stones acquired from defeating elite monsters. His base strength now exceeds 60 points, nearing its limit. What delighted Liu Kang the most was the legendary treasure chest. The system's reward chests typically contain valuable items. Even Liu Chang and Lin Yingying had procured refined grade items, with the exception of Wang Bing. Filled with anticipation, Liu Kang opened the treasure chest's drop list. As expected, the first item was a golden epic artifact. Upon reading the item description, Liu Kang's eyes widened slightly, his expression one of astonishment. Could such a thing truly exist? The secret notes of the Ice Spirit Mage. Epic within lies the path to advancement for the Ice Spirit Mage. Usage requirement, Mage class. Liu Kang's eyes turned red with disbelief. It was indeed a class-changing item. The Ice Spirit Mage. This was evidently a hidden profession. Yet, the dilemma was that he was a warrior and could not utilize this item at all. How unfortunate. A chance to transition into a hidden class was right before him. Yet he was unable to seize it. Beneath this epic item lay a plethora of legendary treasures, including equipment, skill stones, attribute stones, scrolls, potions, and much more. Many of these items were exceptionally valuable, and Liu Kang desired them all. However, he soon discovered that the system's reward chests, regardless of their level, seemed to allow the selection of only one item. He found himself in a state of indecision. Should he opt for something more personally beneficial, or the epic class-changing item? After much contemplation, Liu Kang ultimately resolved to choose the epic class-changing item. Although he could not use it, he could sell for gold. Most importantly, his previous encounter with Enluo served as a stark reminder of the brutality of the demonic invasion. Despite Liu Kang's considerable strength, the entire Yuan Star would likely be thrown into chaos due to this incursion. Alone, no matter how powerful he was, he could not divide himself into multiple beings. If only a few more strong individuals could emerge, Liu Kang would welcome it. He recalled the trading group discussions, where Wang Bing had shown particular interest in mage-related items, mentioning that a highly esteemed individual was a mage. Wang Bing, being connected to the military of Great Xia, clearly referred to someone of significant status, likely a high-ranking official or even a member of the royal family. Selling to the upper echelons of Great Xia would ensure the presence of more formidable guardians in the future upheaval, thereby enhancing the safety of Great Xia. Having made up his mind, Liu Kang chose the secret notes of the Ice Spirit Mage. After processing his gains, Liu Kang approached to gather the bone erosion grass. However, to his dismay, he discovered that collecting bone erosion grass required a specialized herbalism skill to preserve its medicinal properties intact. Liu Kang felt somewhat at a loss. He had never learned such a skill. With no other option, He had to see if Lu Chong and the others possessed anyone with such expertise. He opened his private messages. As expected, several individuals inundated him with a flurry of messages, exclaiming how he had defeated a Lord-level monster and praising his prowess. Lu Kong was weary of such accolades. Why could these individuals not offer any other form of commendation? Suddenly, Wang Bing, Lu Chong, and Lin Ying were all brought to attention. Wang Bing exclaimed, "What the heck?" Lu Chong responded with confusion. Lin Ying, drooling, exclaimed, "Equipment blueprints." The three were utterly astonished. It was well known that equipment had always been a significant pain point for all players. After all, the drop rates for monsters were exceedingly low. Even elite monsters typically yielded only white equipment, with green items being a rare find. How many players still sported a mismatched array of white and gray gear? There exists a piece of verdant equipment, which, when worn, garners one the title of a formidable figure. It is evident how challenging it is to obtain such an item. However, now that there are blueprints for this equipment, it signifies the potential for mass production. Moreover, these blueprints are of exquisite quality, capable of crafting superior grade items, particularly the most essential weaponry. The market for this is immensely vast. The three individuals were visibly exhilarated, their eyes ablaze with excitement. In Chapter 78, what scheme is the minister concocting this time? Especially Lin Ying, who clenched her fists tightly, fixating on the blueprints, her breathing becoming rapid. Within their player guild, one member possesses a talent that enhances the success rate of equipment upgrades. With these blueprints in hand, his talent would finally find its application. Consequently, their guild would no longer face financial struggles. They could earn a substantial profit from the glimmering heavy sword. Then she could purchase numerous exquisite items from her adoptive father. As a burgeoning affluent individual, would not her adoptive father be compelled to pay her more heed? With this thought, Lin Ying could not help but chuckle to herself. The surrounding players exchanged glances, bewildered by Lin Ying's reaction. What could possibly elicit such laughter from the minister? What could she be contemplating? Surely, it must involve her adoptive father. After all, who doesn't he know her? It seemed she would yearn to throw herself at him at any moment. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Upon overhearing their chatter, Lin Ying's eyes widened as she retorted, "What nonsense are you all spouting? I would never engage in such behavior. I'm not that kind of woman." Indeed, indeed. The crowd nodded vigorously, thinking to themselves, "Do you think we are oblivious? Minister, have you perhaps established contact with your adoptive father? What has he accomplished to merit 2 consecutive system announcements, including the defeat of a Lord-level adversary? Indeed, your adoptive father is nothing short of extraordinary. Our guild has yet to conquer even Gunning, and if the subordinates are this challenging, one can only imagine how formidable a lord would be. How did your adoptive father achieve this?" The mention of the system announcements regarding Lu Kong ignited the curiosity of all present. Their levels were somewhat inadequate. Even the elite little demons posed a challenge at level 5, while level 6 elites were nearly insurmountable. As for the subordinates, they had attempted to confront them, only to be met with defeat, prompting them to abandon that course of action. Given that dungeons could only be cleared once a day, and monsters would not respawn upon defeat, they were left to grind for experience elsewhere. Only the guild with the finest equipment persisted in their attempts to conquer Gunning within the dungeon. As for Lin Ying, having completed the dungeon run alongside Lu Kong, she had exhausted her attempts for the day. Even though she had not engaged in the first 2 encounters, they counted towards Lu Kong's attempts, leaving her unable to continue. Thus, she could only accompany other players to grind for experience. Not only Lin Ying, but also Lu Chong and Wang Bing found themselves in a similar predicament. With a joyful nod, Lin Ying proclaimed, "Indeed, I have made contact with my adoptive father. Allow me to show you something marvelous." She revealed the blueprint for the glimmering heavy sword. Instantly, every player's eyes widened, their breaths quickening. By the heavens, a blueprint for equipment. Uncle Zeng's talent will indeed come into play. Minister, we must secure this blueprint at all costs. Lin Ying, with a serious expression, nodded affirmatively, "Rest assured, I will certainly acquire it. By the way, Xiao, please discuss this blueprint with the director and persuade him to allocate us a bit more funding. This is a golden opportunity for our player management bureau to rise. We must get our hands on this blueprint." Lin Ying turned to Qin Xiao, a youthful girl who appeared no older than 20. Qin Xiao nodded affirmatively. "All right, Ying, yeah, I will go right now." Just then, Lin Ying's eyes widened as she grabbed Qin Xiao, who was about to log off. "Wait, no need." "Huh?" Qin Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion as she gazed at Lin Ying. Everyone noticed Lin Ying biting her lip, her adorable face flushed with excitement and embarrassment. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their minds flooded with questions. What was our minister up to now? In the trading group, Wang Bing remarked, Changge, you shouldn't have many gold coins left, right? Haha, I'll take that. Lu Chang replied with a smile. I am willing to pay a premium for gold coins. Rest assured, I have more than you. Wang Bing retorted, what? You want every blueprint. Can you handle it? Aren't you afraid of overindulging? Lu Chang replied nonchalantly. I have a big appetite. It's all good. Lu Kong, observing their quarrel, rubbed his forehead. He pondered for a moment before sending a message. By the way, Wangge, Changge, do either of you have any players with forging equipment talents? Lu Chang responded, soul talent? I don't have any players in that category. Why do you ask? Wang Bing added, I don't have any either. Soul talents are quite rare. Most are combat types, and the improvements aren't significant. Life skills are seldom seen. What is up with your adoptive father? Lu Kong replied, then stopped bickering. I plan to sell this blueprint to Lin Yingying. Lu Chang was taken aback. A flurry of question marks flooded his mind. He felt disheartened. Wait, you're not even allowing them to compete and are directly favoring Lin Yingying? Surely, my esteemed son-in-law hasn't really fallen for that vixen, has he? My dear daughter, it's not that I'm not trying hard enough. It's just that she's south in the right place at the right time. Lu Chang hung his head, realizing he might never find another good son-in-law like Lu Kong. To think he might miss out just like that. He clenched his teeth. No, they are not truly together yet. There's still hope. Meanwhile, Wang Bing was lost in thought. Huh, adoptive father, why? Lu Kong explained. I heard Lin Yingying mention that there's a player with forging talent in the Player Management Bureau. This blueprint would be most suitable for him. Although if the three of us bid, the price would surely rise significantly. I am not short on money right now. And it is unnecessary to create a fuss over a few million more. This is the first equipment blueprint, and it's most cost-effective to sell to that uncle in the Player Management Bureau. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's earlier disappointment evaporated. His eyes sparkled with realization. So it was not merely for Lin Yingying. It was for the talented player in the Player Management Bureau. He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but exclaim, good son-in-law, you are just too kind-hearted. This blueprint could fetch a considerable sum. Equipment is in high demand for everyone. Lacong, the drawings are not difficult to produce. If you argue, I will merely gain a bit more money. It is unnecessary. It is best to invest in those who truly deserve it. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, both felt as though Lacong wielded a sharp sword, piercing their hearts with each word. Lu Chang, Wang Bing, look at my fine son-in-law. Then at yourself, potions. Huh. Wang Bing, Lu Chang, I'll fight you. Lacong disregarded the quarrel between Lu Chang and Wang Bing. Lin Yingying, are you watching? Here's the deal. Name your price, and if it's suitable, I shall sell it to you. Naturally, Lin Yingying saw this message. She bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. Oh, how kind my adoptive father is. He has set aside the drawings just for me. Truly, he still cares for me. Minister? Minister? Lin Yingying noticed the peculiar gazes from the crowd and felt a bit embarrassed. What's wrong? Minister, you wouldn't be daydreaming, would you? Should I send Xiao Xiao to find the director? Lin Yingying hurriedly replied. No rush, no rush. I'm discussing this matter with my adoptive father. Please wait a moment. After pondering, she realized that equipment is essential, and this glimmering heavy sword might prove even more lucrative than potions. Since her adoptive father had been so generous, she certainly couldn't allow him to suffer a loss. Lin Yingying, adoptive father, how about this? I currently have only 3,000 gold, but I will give you all of it, plus a 50% profit share. Lacong. Lin Yingying, do you think that is insufficient? Then I shall consult the director for a higher limit. As for a greater profit share, I must check with him, or else he may not agree. Lacong was left speechless. Is this person out of their mind? 50% profit? He had merely provided a single drawing. It is crucial to understand that gathering materials is inherently troublesome, and equipment forgers need to enhance their proficiency, which carries the risk of failure, thus incurring high material costs. Additionally, time costs must be factored in. If she claims 50% profit, then Lin Yingying purchasing this drawing would likely mean that most of the profit would go to Lacong. After all, the glimmering heavy sword is equipment that has a shelf life. As player levels rise, it will become obsolete. Its popularity is fleeting, even with a high success rate. If the equipment cannot be sold, it is of no use. Lacong couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is this person not afraid of being reprimanded by the higher-ups of the Player Management Bureau? Chapter 79, Selling Notes. Not only Lacong, but Lu Chang and Wang Bing were equally bewildered. They could certainly calculate that Lin Yingying's offer rendered the equipment drawing nearly devoid of profit. Lu Chang felt a wave of frustration, muttering to himself, why doesn't this vixen just hand over the Player Management Bureau to Lacong? Later, Lin Yingying sent 2 more messages that left Lu Chang and Wang Bing in utter disbelief. She dares to propose such conditions to the director? Truly, she must have never faced repercussions before. Lu Kong, no, no, no. Thus, let me present the terms. Akin to the price at which Brother Chang previously acquired the formula for the fire pit elixir, 2,000 gold and a 25% profit share. This seems quite reasonable. Lin Yingying, is that not rather insufficient? Lu Kong, Lu Chang, Wang Bing. Very well. Lu Kong conceded that he was somewhat moved, yet he wondered if this fellow truly feared retribution. With a furrowed brow, he declared, "This is the price. My word is final." Lin Yingying, "Oh, since my adoptive father has said so, then very well." Lin Yingying chose to acquiesce. Lu Kong breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Though he was the seller, why did it feel more exhausting than haggling as a buyer? What kind of selling was this? Wang Bing, adoptive father, do you have any other valuable items? Did you not acquire a lordship? Is there anything we might find useful? Eager as a dog. Lu Chang, indeed, good son-in-law. Do show us what else you possess. If it is too precious, we can gather gold coins and trade later. Lin Yingying, having depleted her funds, was merely curious. Adoptive father, what treasures do lords drop? Witnessing the curiosity of the 3, Lu Kong chuckled. He casually affixed the soul's lament to the chat. Consequently, the entire trading group fell into silence. Lu Kong, chuckling merrily, inquired, "What is the matter?" Wang Bing, "I just recalled I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Lu Chang, "I cannot afford it, truly cannot." Lin Yingying, "Epic equipment, and it's an accessory. I cannot believe I am witnessing such a treasure. My life is worth it." Lu Kong, "Your life seems rather undervalued. It is merely epic equipment. What is there to be astonished about? Donning sunglasses, smoking." Lu Kong, "Fortune favor me this time, as I acquired 2 epic items. I shall keep one for myself, while I intend to sell the other." Upon hearing this, the 3 widened their eyes in astonishment. Lu Kong's announcement detonated in their minds like a nuclear explosion, leaving them utterly astounded. Epic items. He actually intends to sell them? Lu Chang, "Good son-in-law, what epic item is it?" Wang Bing, Indeed, adoptive father. What is it?" The 3 gazed expectantly at the trading group. Lu Kong smiled and posted the secret notes of the Ice Spirit Mage in the chat. Instantly, the entire group was enveloped in silence. Lu Chang and the others stared blankly at the message, their minds momentarily vacant from the shock. A class change item. It is well known that all players begin with the most basic profession upon establishing their characters. Who would not wish to transition into a more formidable class? This item before them represents such an opportunity. Acquiring the secret notes of the Ice Spirit Mage signifies the chance to ascend to strength. Now, as the age of gaming dawns and the demonic tide approaches, the world is about to descend into chaos. To become strong means to navigate the coming tumult with stability, perhaps even to ride the wave of the era. Such a treasure, and Lu Kong dares to sell it. For a moment, the 3 were at a loss for words. Lu Kong had long anticipated the silence in the trading group, for this item was indeed exceedingly rare. He raised the corners of his mouth and cheerfully inquired, "What is the matter? Why is everyone silent?" Lu Chang replied, "Good son-in-law, the value of this item is so immense that I scarcely know how to express my thoughts." Lu Chang, being a mage himself, undoubtedly desired this item. However, he understood that it was not merely a potion recipe, an equipment blueprint, or any ordinary gear. Instead, it was a pivotal career choice that could permeate the entire game. Its worth far surpassed anything that Lu Kong had previously sold. Even the epic accessory Lu Kong had just released was insignificant in comparison to this class-changing item. In a secluded forest, Wang Bing ceased his monster hunting, his eyes reddening as he perused the messages in the trading group. The 3rd princess, after all, was a mage. If he could procure this item for her, surely she would reward him handsomely. Wang Bing promptly attached the secret notes of the Ice Spirit Mage in a private message to Xia Yan. Almost instantaneously, she responded, "At all costs, we must acquire it. I will find a way to gather the gold. Please ask Lu Kong to hold on for a moment." Wang Bing exhaled a deep breath and replied, "Understood, Your Highness." In another area, Xia Yan, gripping her fists, felt the flush of excitement creeping into her previously calm demeanor as she read the private message. For the first time, she felt a twinge of misfortune. Had she been born in Silver Moon Village, she could have communicated face-to-face with Lu Kong. Yet, she found herself deprived of such an opportunity. Never had she wished so earnestly to reach level 10 swiftly. Once she exited the novice village, she would immediately contact Lu Kong to establish a collaborative relationship. Narrowing her eyes, Xia Yan opened her private messages and issued a series of commands. At this moment, gold was paramount, but besides gold, There must be other valuable items that could serve as bargaining chips. After a moment of contemplation, she sent another private message to Wang Bing. In the trading group, Wang Bing exclaimed, "Father-in-law, we have begun gathering gold. Can we delay the transaction a little?" Simultaneously, he sent a private message to Lu Chong. "Brother Chong, the princess has instructed me to spare no effort in acquiring this item. Perhaps you should refrain from competing with me?" Lu Chong, who had been contemplating gathering gold, furrowed his brow upon receiving this message. If it came a competition, he certainly could vie for it. After all, this was a legitimate contest over a purchase. Even if the third princess was displeased, she could hardly voice her objections. Nevertheless, the third princess was the sole heir of the Xia family granted access to the public beta, and should a dispute arise, the emperor would likely disapprove. However, this was a class-changing item for mages. He certainly desired it as well. Lu Chong found himself in a quandary. After a moment of reflection, he spoke, "Wang Bing, you must understand that my good son-in-law is offering this for sale to provide everyone with a fair opportunity for competition. Surely, the third princess would not wish to deny others even this chance?" Wang Bing replied, "Brother Chong, I understand your perspective. How about I discuss with the princess and provide compensation for you and the Lu family?" Wang Bing continued, "Brother Chong, you know that the princess is the only royal participant in the public beta. The emperor will undoubtedly support her endeavors. If Brother Chong is willing to let this go, His Majesty will surely remember this loyalty towards the Lu family." Lu Chong squinted his eyes, revealing a faint smile. This was, for him, a solution that offered mutual benefits. It would neither provoke the emperor's ire nor deprive the Lu family, and himself, of certain advantages. A win-win situation. Lu Chong, of course. I have the emperor and the crown prince in mind. I have essentially conceded everything the crown prince wished for previously, haven't I? Wang Bing, I understand. Brother Chong, you are indeed a person of loyalty to the royal family. If you let go of this note, I will certainly speak well of you to the crown prince. He will not treat you unfairly. Lu Chong, alas, if the crown prince desires it, then so be it. I shall not contest it. However, do ensure my esteemed son-in-law does not suffer any loss. Otherwise, I will have to contend for it." Wang Bing was at a loss for words. "What are you saying? How could I dare? You must not have received the news, have you? His Majesty has already declared that from now on, the adoptive father shall be a distinguished guest of the Suanio army. If there is any conflict between the Suanio army and the adoptive father, they must first consider his situation." Lu Chong. He widened his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated that merely a day later, even the emperor would make such a decision. Lu Chong was profoundly shocked. Truly, times have changed. Chapter 80. You are a paragon of the Great Xia. Despite this realization, Lu Chong could comprehend the situation. After all, Lu Kong's performance was extraordinarily remarkable. The very next day, he had procured even epic-level equipment. He had even brought forth the precious items required for class transitions for sale. One could only imagine how brilliant Lu Kong's future would be. Lu Chong, in that case, I can rest assured. My esteemed son-in-law is indeed extraordinary. Wang Bing, indeed. He was also speechless. This old fellow had a truly thick skin. However, Lu Chong had, at least this time, made a concession. He certainly would not directly mock him. At that moment, Wang Bing noticed a private message from Xia Yan. After reading the message, his pupils slightly dilated. He paused in silence, then exhaled a breath of frustration before speaking in the trading group. "Wang Bing, adoptive father, why don't I make an initial offer? And you can see if it meets your satisfaction? If it doesn't, I will raise it." Lu Kong raised an eyebrow. It seemed Wang Bing meant that Lu Chong would not be making an offer. It appeared that the person behind Wang Bing was truly from the royal family. As for whether Lin Yingying would make a purchase, Lu Kong had already excluded her. After all, the Player Management Bureau could certainly not afford such items. Moreover, Lin Yingying's sole talent destined her for the path of a summoner. She would not find use for such an item herself. Lu Kong, all right, make your offer. Wang Bing, here is the deal. Let us sign a contract. I will offer 100,000 gold coins, along with a request from the Great Xia. Regardless of what you wish to do, as long as it is not harmful to Great Xia, they will assist you in fulfilling it. Upon reading this message, Lu Kong could almost confirm that the person behind Wang Bing was indeed someone of significance within the Great Xia royal family. It was unlikely to be the emperor himself, for if he truly were a public tester, he would not be so secretive. For Lu Kong, this price was beyond his expectations. Without mentioning the gold coins, 100,000 gold coins equate to a staggering 1 billion to Xia currency. Such a fortune would suffice for a lifetime for Lu Kong. Most importantly, this is a promise from the imperial family, a commitment of immense value. Lu Kong smiled lightly. Very well, if that's the case, let us settle on this price. Upon hearing Lu Kong's agreement, Wang Bing's face brightened with joy. He felt profoundly touched, exclaiming, adoptive father. You are simply marvelous. You are like my own father. This was a pivotal item for class transition. Even if Lu Kang demanded a higher price, Wang Bing would have no choice but to accept. However, Wang Bing merely stated a price, and Lu Kang consented immediately, which took Wang Bing completely by surprise. Hold on, I certainly do not wish for an additional son your size. To be honest, you are the one who has spread around the title adoptive father. I have yet to settle the score with you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing chuckled awkwardly and swiftly changed the subject. In that case, shall we sign a contract? In the game, there are specific contractual terms, notarized by the Cosmic server, with severe consequences for violations. Nonetheless, even without this contract, Lu Kang had no concerns that Wang Bing would default, unless Wang Bing no longer wished to continue their trade partnership. That is agreeable, Wang Bing replied. I will repay the 100,000 gold coins within a month. Does that work for you, adoptive father? After all, the quantity of gold coins produced by players is limited, and amassing such a sum is no small feat. Lu Kang consented once more. After finalizing the contract, Lu Kang spoke again. All right, the most precious item is secured. I have completed my purchase. Reflecting on the matter of the bone-gnawing herb, Lu Kang inquired, by the way, do you have any players skilled in herb gathering? I require assistance in collecting a specific herb. Lu Kang responded, good son-in-law, I have one here. Wang Bing exclaimed, adoptive father, I have one too. Lin Yingying chimed in, adoptive father, I can bring people over. I am currently leveling up not far from the land of the undead, and my team includes those trained in herb gathering. Lu Kang replied, very well, Lin Yingying, come over. Lin Yingying teased, adoptive father, why not call me Yingying? Using my full name feels so formal. Lu Kang quipped, who are you? I do not know you. Lin Yingying responded with a dramatic sob. Lu Kang's lips twitched. He felt a slight embarrassment at calling her Yingying. To an outsider, it might seem like he was attempting to be endearing. Lin Yingying soon arrived with her team, and Lu Kang awaited their presence. As the elite monsters had all been cleared, Lu Kang discovered he had nothing to occupy his time. He settled onto a chair on the high platform to wait. After a while, Lin Yingying sent him a private message. Adoptive father, are you currently inside a dungeon? Lu Kang was taken aback. Inside a dungeon? Wait a moment. A sudden realization struck him. The tomb had transformed into a dungeon? Had the outside become the entrance to the dungeon? How did Lin Yingying and the others enter? Since he had yet to exit, perhaps the environment had not changed. But once he stepped out, would this place also transform into a dungeon? Lu Kang was utterly bewildered. Lin Yingying and her companions cannot come. So how shall we collect the bone erosion herb? Lu Kang pondered for a moment and sent a private message. Is Fangchi with you? He knows the way. Has the tomb entrance transformed into a dungeon entrance? Lin Yingying replied, indeed. Lu Kang grimaced, realizing the predicament. Since Lin Yingying and her group could not make it, he would undoubtedly be unable to gather the herb himself, lacking the requisite herbalism skills. It appeared he would have to venture out alone. He wondered whether the herb might be found within the dungeon. It seemed plausible, as the items previously available in the Little Demon Camp dungeon were still intact. He sent a message in the trading group. By the way, isn't there a new dungeon now? I plan to run a dungeon and need someone to trade equipment. Who's in? Wang Bing replied, Dad. My dear father. Take me along. Dog emoji. Lu Kang chimed in. Pa, what a character. Others are unavailable. Good son-in-law. Let me go this time. Lin Yingying exclaimed. I'll go. There's an announcement for this, and rewards await. With a new dungeon available, it was imperative to participate. At that moment, Lu Kang suddenly had a realization. Wait a minute, bringing only 3 players might be a bit wasteful. After all, the first completion of a dungeon comes with system rewards, including treasure chests and stat points. Why not bring along a few more individuals? Maximizing the party size would optimize the rewards, wouldn't it? This would be advantageous for the players of Daxia. With this thought in mind, Lu Kang sent another message. The first completion should yield system rewards. Let's do this. I will form a full team. This dungeon accommodates 25 players, including myself, leaving 24 spots available. Each of you should bring 7 players along. Upon hearing Lu Kang's proposal, the trading group fell silent once more. Lu Kang was taken aback by the sudden quiet. This time, he didn't try to show off or strike at their hearts. So why was no one responding? Lu Kang queried, What's wrong? Is it not feasible? Wang Bing replied, No, it's just that I didn't expect you, dear father, to be so magnanimous, willing to include other players in the rewards. Such generosity, Lu Kang added, as expected of my esteemed son-in-law. With such a spirit, you are truly a remarkable figure in Daxia. Lin Yingying chimed in. Dear father, I'm at a loss for words. Perhaps I should give a few happy squeaks? Lu Kang responded, No need, thank you. Chapter 81. This wretched game is unplayable. After making the arrangements, Lu Kang departed from the tomb. Meanwhile, Lin Yingying and her friends began to gather a team. When Lu Kang reached the exterior of the tomb, he found Lin Yingying waiting for him. Turning around, he saw that the place where he had emerged had indeed transformed into a dungeon entrance. "Dear father, you've come out," Lin Yingying exclaimed with a bright smile as she approached. Lu Kong gently pressed her head down to prevent her from getting too close. He noticed that only Fang Qi had followed him. Confused, he asked, "Didn't Ti instruct you to bring 7 people? Why is there only one?" Lin Yingying chuckled. "This opportunity is so rare that we must prioritize the group of players. They are on their way now." Upon hearing this, Lu Kong felt a sense of clarity. Indeed, it is understandable, for a guild is typically comprised of the most formidable players within a faction. Now that dungeons have emerged, if a guild can acquire superior attributes and equipment, conquering these dungeons will undoubtedly become considerably easier. This notion holds some merit. Lu Kong glanced at Fang Qi. "Is Fang Qi also part of the guild?" Lin Yingying shook her head. "After all, he is the one who liaised with you. My adoptive father. I thought it best to bring him along." Fang Qi nodded eagerly. It's all thanks to my adoptive father that Minister Lin decided to take me along. Minister Lin, you and my adoptive father are simply a perfect match. A paragon of talent and beauty." As he spoke, Fang Qi gave a thumbs up. Lu Kong felt a wave of frustration. What nonsense was this? Had he been so easily swayed by Lin Yingying's sweet words? What a lack of ambition. Yet, Lin Yingying appeared quite pleased. Her spirits lifted. Lu Kong then inquired in the group about Wang Bing and Lu Chong, discovering they too were en route with others. Upon further questioning, he learned they also intended to bring along guild members, specifically tanks and healers. In dungeon raids, as long as the tanks are sufficiently resilient and the healers capable of providing ample support, even if the damage output is somewhat lacking, they could still prevail. However, if the tanks falter and the healers cannot sustain, then even the finest gear is rendered useless. Both Wang Bing and Lu Chong shared this sentiment, as did Lin Yingying. After more than half an hour, a group hurriedly approached. It was indeed Lu Chong and his crew. "Adoptive father, we have arrived. Adoptive father, you are my dear father. You are actually willing to take us through the dungeons. I adore you." The players' eyes sparkled upon seeing Lu Kong, and they clamored excitedly. Lu Kong, feeling exasperated, urged them to quiet down. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd. This left Wang Bing and Lu Chong bewildered. They were the leaders of the team. After all, why did their words lack the same authority as Lu Kong's? Lu Kong smiled and said, "I will form your party." He began to assemble the group, which consisted of 25 individuals, filling the roster. He also confirmed that the herbalists had arrived, which allowed him to proceed with confidence into the dungeon. Within the crypt, skeletons and corpses littered the ground. The foul stench rendered faces pale and prompted bouts of nausea. The dimly lit chamber was filled with shadowy figures, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The players had never encountered such a scene before. Female players felt their legs weaken, while even the male players swallowed hard. The warriors of the Suanio army, particularly Jiang Su, fared slightly better, having previously ventured here. However, Lu Chong and the players in Lin Yingying's team were greatly unsettled. Lu Chong's complexion turned a shade paler. "Good son-in-law, this ghastly place is truly repulsive." Lin Yingying nodded vigorously, inching closer to Lu Kong. "Adoptive father, I'm feeling quite frightened." Lu Chong, feeling a surge of annoyance, thought, "This girl certainly seizes every opportunity, doesn't she?" Lu Kong's lips twitched slightly. This is nothing yet. The real horror lies ahead. He still vividly recalled that foolish encounter. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed and unable to comprehend his words. Lu Kong said nothing further and began, "All right, everyone, please stand back. These monsters possess a higher level, and with your current low ranks, the danger radius will be significantly wider." The group obediently nodded in agreement. The players present were mostly at levels 5 or 6, while the monsters exceeded level 8, indicating a substantial disparity in their ranks. Observing them standing motionless at the exit, Lu Kong ventured into the tomb to commence monster hunting. Except for Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying, the rest were witnessing Lu Kong battle for the first time. They watched in awe as Lu Kong gathered around 20 monsters from a crypt and then swept through them with a single strike, dealing over 2,000 damage, resulting in the demise of all the creatures. This spectacle left the players wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Was that damage for real? Over 2,000 damage. We barely inflict 50 points on small elite demons. The difference is staggering. It dawned upon the players that comparisons between individuals could be futile. Lu Kong's damage output surpassed theirs by dozens of times. In fact, even Lu Chong and the others, who had previously experienced battles alongside Lu Kong, were taken aback. The last time Lu Kong had unleashed a sweeping attack, his critical damage was around 13 or 1,400. In such a short period, Lu Kong had evidently grown stronger. As the monsters fell, a multitude of green orbs floated upward, causing the player's eyes to gleam with desire. This haul was more valuable than what they could acquire over several days of grinding. Liu Kang proceeded to collect all the loot, keeping the skill stones and attribute stones for himself. The remainder was traded with Liu Chong and the others, simultaneously clearing out his inventory. He had entered the dungeon in haste, leaving behind items from previous drops that still needed trading. Wang Bing, upon receiving the secret notes of the Ice Spirit Mage, was so exhilarated that his face flushed. He had never come across such a treasure in his life. Subsequently, Liu Kang continued to hunt monsters. Each crypt was a matter of sweeping through, although selecting the drops required a bit more time. However, Liu Kang had become adept at this, quickly discerning valuable items with just a glance, making the selection process swift. Soon, Liu Kang arrived at the crypt of a DUI. Upon seeing a DUI's appearance, many players couldn't help but bend over and retch. Goodness, what an extraordinarily peculiar creature. Li Ming exclaimed. What kind of fool would consider this thing a pet? My eyes have truly been opened, Wang Bing echoed, filled with confusion. Liu Chang's lips twitched as he glanced at a DUI, infested with maggots. Good son-in-law, you aren't actually going to fight this, are you? Liu Kang shrugged. I already battled it once earlier. Liu Chang and Wang Bing were left astonished. Wang Bing exclaimed, Father-in-law, you truly are a warrior. Liu Kang rolled his eyes. Then you wouldn't want the exquisite equipment afterward? No, please, father. Wang Bing, this dimwit doesn't know better. Don't hold it against him. Li Ming interjected, pushing Wang Bing aside. Liu Chang nodded repeatedly. Indeed, my good son-in-law, you are not constrained by your surroundings. Liu Kang merely smiled before charging forward. What followed was a series of attacks. 477, 1023, 1500, 1933. The astonishing damage left Wang Bing and the others utterly dumbfounded. Am I truly witnessing this? It feels almost divine. Indeed, 5,000 points of damage. This is against a level 8 boss with formidable defenses. If it were the chief of the lesser demon camp, wouldn't this strike obliterate it instantly? Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the group. Indeed, such an assault could effortlessly vanquish the chief of the lesser demon camp. Yet here they were, struggling valiantly for so long, only to find themselves unable to conquer the boss. The mere thought of it plunged many players into despair. This wretched game is unplayable. Chapter 82. Does Father refer to this as simple? After this onslaught, a die was left with merely over 2,000 health points. Liu Kang's agility attribute had reached a commendable level. Even wielding a greatsword, he could strike 3 to 4 times in a second. As the flame greatsword was wielded, flames flickered. Although some of his attacks were evaded or blocked by a die, they still inflicted considerable damage. Coupled with the damage from his critical strikes, within a mere 3 seconds, a die fell to the ground with a wail. This time, Liu Kang was not as inexperienced as during their first encounter. He deliberately dodged the liquid a die spewed, emerging relatively unscathed. As for the loot, aside from a basic skill stone, Liu Kang opted for 2 pieces of the Undead Warrior's armor set. The set was considerably more valuable than the individual pieces. Gazing at the 3 blue orbs, the players had grown numb. Having only just entered the dungeon, they found themselves unsurprised by anything Liu Kang did. He immediately used the basic skill stone on Copper Skin and Iron Bones, elevating it to level 4. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, level 4. Passive skill, stamina 20, strength 20, damage reduced by 20 points. As for the equipment, Liu Kang listed it in the trading group. Lin Yingying had already expended all her funds on the blueprint for the glimmering greatsword, withdrawing from the competition. Meanwhile, Wang Bing and Liu Chang engaged in fierce rivalry. Ultimately, Wang Bing acquired the items for 600 gold coins for both. Afterward, Liu Kang continued to farm monsters. He received 2 more basic skill stones and 4 pieces of the Undead Warrior set from Haika and Onlaw. The Undead Warrior pieces dropped by Onlaw were new to Liu Kang, as during their initial encounter, Onlaw had received superior drops. However, this time, there are no intermediate skill stones, no blueprints, and no unique basement keys. Liu Kang's choices were clear. He would undoubtedly select the pieces of the set. Thus, he successfully gathered the entire 6-piece Undead Warrior set. He also utilized both basic skill stones on Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, level 6. Passive skill, stamina 30, strength 30. Damage reduced by 30 points. The 6th-tier Bronze Skin and Iron Bones have augmented attributes by a staggering 60 points, not accounting for the enhancements from the Will of Battle and the Heart of the Warrior inherent to Liu Kang. When considering these augmentations, the total increase exceeds an impressive 120 points. For an average player, leveling up grants a mere 6 points in attributes. This is tantamount to the benefits of achieving level 20 Remarkably, this is merely a singular skill. Furthermore, with a reduction of 30 points in damage, coupled with the 10 points from the Undead Warrior set, it implies that Lu Kuang can mitigate 40 points of damage with each attack sustained. This too is formidable, rendering Lu Kuang significantly more resilient. To Lu Kuang's surprise, upon vanquishing Onlua, the soul of Onlua did not materialize, and the door to the basement swung open directly. Lu Kuang speculated that this might be attributable to the dungeon being a microcosm constructed by the server. Onlua's soul no longer existed, as the cosmic server had not recreated it. Fortunately, the bone corrosive herb remained in its original location. A player engaged in herb gathering approached to collect the bone corrosive herb and subsequently traded it to Lu Kuang. Thus, Lu Kuang's task was deemed complete. Following this, he led the group into the subterranean cave. Upon encountering Mudu within the magic array, bewilderment swept across the faces of all present. "What on earth is this?" they exclaimed. 75,000 health points? Is this even possible to defeat? It was evident that this creature lay on the boundary between a boss and a lord. The health and attack were astonishingly outrageous. Naturally, the group also assessed Mudu's attributes, which heightened their anxiety. Lin Yingying recalled something and turned to Lu Kuang. "Foster father, the lord you defeated earlier couldn't possibly be this one, could it?" Wang Bing and Lu Chong also made the connection, swiftly turning their gazes toward Lu Kuang. He nodded affirmatively. Everyone was taken aback. "Wait, this thing has over 70,000 health. How did you manage to kill it, foster father? Are you using hacks?" Lu Kuang thought to himself that their speculation was remarkably astute. He replied, "Actually, it's not that difficult to defeat." The group was even more bewildered. Over 70,000 health points, easy to defeat? Lu Kuang, uninterested in elaborating, simply stated, "You'll understand once you see." The group exchanged glances, still engaging in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Lu Kuang accessed the loot list, only to be astonished to find that this time there was merely one legendary item, with the remainder being of superior quality. Although he had anticipated this outcome, due to the peculiar circumstances of the encounter and the fact that it was their first attempt, the disparity in Mudu's drops seemed excessive. Only one legendary item? Was it truly because he had not fully transcended to the status of a lord? Lu Kuang felt a wave of disappointment. Nevertheless, this legendary item held significance for him. It was an intermediate skill stone. He decided to claim the drop. The next item, however, left Lu Kuang somewhat astonished. The second item was a recipe. Potion recipe. Apprentice Undead Resistance Potion, Superior. Upon use, it grants the ability to learn the crafting method for the Apprentice Undead Resistance Potion, with the prerequisite of being an alchemist. Drop rate, 0.00002113. This, of course, is mandatory. The remaining items predominantly consist of magical equipment and artifacts. Lu Kuang casually selected a level 10 exquisite staff. Just as he intended to choose a fourth item, he realized that this time he was limited to only 3 selections. Indeed, upon entering the dungeon, not only had the quality of drops diminished, but the quantity had also decreased. Last time must have been a stroke of luck, coinciding perfectly with Mudu's advancement. Lu Kuang, uninterested in overthinking, charged towards Mudu as before, after enduring the backlash from the magical array. Lu Kuang reached Mudu's side, unleashing a flurry of 4 strikes that resulted in a significant burst of damage. Consequently, Mudu was grievously injured by the backlash, rendered incapable of action. With a gleeful demeanor, Lu Kuang continued his assault, vanquishing Mudu in less than 20 seconds. As Mudu fell, unwilling to accept defeat, the onlookers finally reacted, exchanging glances in stunned silence. A creature nearing the level of a lord had perished so easily, and in such a humiliating manner. Now I understand why my adoptive father mentioned it was simple. How could it not be so? It had not moved an inch, only muttering a curse as it met its demise. The onlookers displayed eager anticipation, wondering if their future battles would be equally effortless. They lamented, wondering if Providence had finally smiled upon them, allowing them to conquer this notoriously challenging dungeon with ease. However, Lu Chong, with a stoic expression, interjected, "Don't be foolish. We are incapable of defeating this." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Why not? My good son-in-law possesses formidable defenses, right? Those elite monsters couldn't break through, just now. The backlash from the magical array caused over 1,000 damage. Who among you can even approach the array? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a heavy silence, each on the verge of tears. They had thought it truly simple. Their adoptive father had deceived them. What he deemed simple was, in reality, a hellish challenge. They couldn't even withstand the backlash of the magical array. And he called this simple? Good heavens! Look! At that moment, Li Ming suddenly exclaimed. The crowd turned their gaze and widened their eyes in astonishment, for they beheld a purple orb emanating from the corpse. Everyone's breaths quickened. A legendary item. It was indeed a legendary item. Could it be that in their lifetime they would witness the dropping of such a treasure? Not to mention other players. Even Lin Yingying and her companions, who had seen Lu Kang announce legendary items in the trading group, had never before witnessed the drop of a legendary item with their own eyes. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Lu Kang chuckled. It's merely a legendary item. Why the fervor? The crowd, in unison, shot him a resentful glance, choosing silence. Not to mention legendary items, even exquisite items were a rarity they had only glimpsed in this dungeon. Just then, the system notification echoed. Announcement from Silver Moon Village. Ding! Congratulations to the players Lu Kang, Lu Chong, Wang Bing, and Lin Yingying for being the first to conquer the Tomb of the Silver Moon dungeon, earning a reward of 20 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, 1 exquisite treasure chest, and 100 reputation points in Silver Moon Village. Chapter 83. The Fortunate and the Unfortunate. The team fell into silence, only to erupt in exclamations moments later. Wait, did I just make the announcement? And there's a system reward, treasure chests, and attribute points. How delightful. Thanks to my adoptive father, I owe him a great deal. Lu Kang glanced at the player who made that remark, only to find it was a burly man. He felt a wave of annoyance, wishing he could silence him. If only it had been a cute girl saying that, it would have been different. Hearing it from a man was rather off-putting. Lu Kang felt a twinge of regret that this time there was only a single system announcement, and it pertained to the Silver Moon Village region. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The previous announcement was for their first dungeon completion, which must have been a milestone achievement. Now that this achievement was no longer present, a second announcement was naturally absent. Lu Chong and the others, having experienced the previous announcement, were excited but not nearly as exuberant as the others, who were practically bouncing off the walls. Wang Bing cast a serious glance at the nearby players of the Xianyao army and said, "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to your adoptive father?" The Xianyao army players, with solemn expressions, saluted Lu Kang, exclaiming, "Thank you, adoptive father. Thank you, adoptive father. Your righteousness is commendable." In truth, Lu Kang had no obligation to have them accompany him on this dungeon run. He could have easily sold the team position. Opportunities for announcements and system rewards like this were plentiful, attracting many players willing to pay. Yet, Lu Kang chose otherwise, selflessly bringing them along without any conditions. This reflected his magnanimous nature. Lu Kang smiled and waved his hand. "No need for formalities. I hope you all will strive to conquer the imp camp soon. Train diligently so that you may assist when the demonic invasion occurs." The group nodded earnestly, clearly taking his words to heart. Lin Yingying then exclaimed, "Let us open the chest. Let us see if there is anything good inside." It was then that the others remembered the treasure chest reward. Their anticipation shifted to their backpacks, eager to open the chest. Li Ming also intended to open a chest, but suddenly recalled something and turned to Wang Bing. "Right, Captain. Didn't you also receive a reward from the last announcement? You never shared what you got from your chest with us." Jiang Su and the others also looked at Wang Bing expectantly. "Indeed, Captain, you had already received a reward last time, including a treasure chest. Why didn't you mention it then?" Lu Chong and Lin Yingying's team members looked at Wang Bing with curiosity. As the leader, Lu Chong had no obligation to disclose what he obtained from the chest. As for Lin Yingying, she had acquired a warrior skill book, and those from the Player Management Bureau could easily surmise that she had likely given it to her adoptive father. Wang Bing surprisingly did not communicate with the members of the Xianyao army, leaving others equally astonished. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, his expression darkened. With a stiff countenance, he remarked, "What is there to discuss?" At that moment, Lu Chong burst into laughter beside him, while Lin Yingying stifled her giggles, her shoulders shaking. The sight of Lu Chong and Lin Yingying left Li Ming and the others even more puzzled. "What are you two laughing at, Director Lu, Minister Lin?" Li Ming Kita, bewildered. Lu Chong grinned and replied, "Nothing much, just reminded of Captain Wang's last experience." "Brother Chong, are we still on good terms?" Wang Bing, feeling flustered, quickly interjected. However, Li Ming and the others were not so easily dismissed. They bombarded him with questions, and even the other players looked on with curiosity. Unable to bear the scrutiny any longer, Wang Bing sighed. "What is there to say? I merely opened a healing potion." The room fell silent, each person's mind swirling with questions. Li Ming, somewhat anxious, asked, "Is the drop rate for this box really that low?" Lu Chong could no longer contain his amusement, assuring him, "Don't worry, the drop rate is decent. Both Minister Lin and I received exquisite items." The players from the Xianyao army fell silent, their gazes toward Wang Bing laden with complexity. Wang Bing, feeling the weight of their stares, exclaimed, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Last time was a mere mistake. I assure you, this time I shall acquire something remarkable." With determination, he gritted his teeth and opened his treasure chest. "This time, I shall redeem myself." However, the next moment, Wang Bing's expression froze. Noticing his demeanor, Lu Kong's lips twitched slightly. "Brother Wang, you didn't open another healing potion, did you?" "Impossible. No way." Wang Bing leapt up, hastily denying it. Li Ming and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Jiang Su asked, "Captain, what did you get?" Wang Bing hesitated, his lips twitching as he replied, "Nothing worth mentioning." Seeing Wang Bing's little display, Lu Chang couldn't help but chuckle. "You didn't happen to open another green item, did you?" Wang Bing's eyes reddened as he shot a glare at Lu Chang, wishing he could devour him. "Director Lu, if you keep quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute." Lin Ying was equally astonished. "Is it really a green item?" Lu Kong regarded Wang Bing with a complex expression. This guy, could he truly be the embodiment of bad luck? Last time, he thought it was just a fluke. Wang Bing, having resigned himself to despair, posted his find in the team chat. It was a novice shield scroll. A heavy silence fell over the group. Even Lu Kong hadn't anticipated this. Could it be that he hadn't washed his hands beforehand? Noticing Wang Bing's existential crisis, he shifted the topic. "All right, you all should open your chests as well." Instantly, exclamations of excitement filled the air. "Wow, exquisite chest armor. I'm invincible now. Incredible. Exquisite gloves. I'm taking off." One by one, the players opened their treasure chests, revealing their loot. Most items were blue, primarily equipment and blue attribute stones. A few players even managed to acquire green items, all of which were suitable for their respective classes, with some even uncovering minor skill stones. This left Lu Kong somewhat astonished. The drop rate for such items was quite low. Lu Chang had once again obtained a blue piece of equipment, a cloth robe that was precisely what he needed. He felt quite pleased. To his surprise, Lin Ying had the best luck of all, having acquired a green item that turned out to be an equipment blueprint. Equipment blueprint, black iron chestplate, excellent. Upon use, it allows the user to learn the forging method for the black iron chestplate, with the prerequisite of being a blacksmith. This was perfectly suited for the uncle with the blacksmithing talent in the Player Management Bureau. In Lu Kong's view, this was even more valuable than components from superior sets. Lin Ying gleefully shared the news in the team channel. "I never expected my luck to be this good." This caused Wang Bing's eyes to turn red with envy. After calculating, it seemed that the items he had obtained were the least impressive. Why was that? Especially Lin Ying, who had once again come across something remarkable. Was his luck truly this abysmal? Lu Kong glanced at Wang Bing and Lin Ying. The disparity between a lucky player and an unlucky one was stark. Lu Kong felt a twinge of regret that no one had acquired a skill book suitable for him this time. What a pity. He then turned his attention to the treasure chest in his backpack, opening the drop list. As expected, it remained the same as before. The first item being a legendary piece of equipment, perfectly tailored for him. Crystal Wrist Guards Legendary. Chain Armor, Defense 298, Strength 16, Stamina 16. Each time damage is received, a layer of Crystal Shield is gained, reducing damage by 10 points, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. Required level 8. The basic attributes speak for themselves. Legendary and higher tier equipment primarily emphasize special effects. This effect was rather impressive. If fully stacked, it could reduce damage by 100 points. Coupled with Lu Kong's innate toughness and the damage reduction from the Undead Warrior set, even a boss of the same level would scarcely inflict any significant damage upon him. Even when facing a lord, Lu Kong's survivability would greatly improve. For a warrior, resilience is paramount. Lu Kong delightedly donned the new equipment, enhancing his strength further. "By the way, adoptive father, what did you obtain?" Lin Ying inquired curiously. Lu Kong's eyes brightened. He had been pondering how to showcase his find, and Lin Ying had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity. Wang Bing's expression changed. Truth be told, he was reluctant to know. Otherwise, he feared it would only deepen his wounds. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Kong sighed. "It's barely acceptable." With that, he presented the crystal wrist guards. Wang Bing felt as though his heart had been pierced with countless arrows. The others were left in bewilderment. Chapter 84. Jiangming. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Lu Kong felt a surge of satisfaction. Displaying his prowess in front of others was quite gratifying. Subsequently, Lu Kong traded the equipment he had acquired this time and also utilized the newly obtained intermediate skill stone. He applied it to battle intent, elevating it to level 9. As everyone bid farewell to Lu Kong, he realized he had obtained the bone-corroding herb and could now proceed to complete his quest. Upon witnessing the arrival of Lu Kong, the player's eyes brimmed with envy. "Father, might you take me on a dungeon run next time?" "Godfather, please take me along. I am willing to do anything." Liu Kang was taken aback by their fervent enthusiasm and hastily mounted his demonic wolf, racing out of the square. It was quite overwhelming, particularly as the female players gazed at him with eyes that seemed to devour him whole. As he traversed the village, every player who caught sight of Liu Kang wore an expression of admiration. He soon arrived at the apothecary, where the lining players instinctively parted to allow him passage. With a friendly smile, Liu Kang entered the shop. The matchmaker, having just completed a transaction, regarded him with a peculiar expression, examining him from head to toe. Feeling somewhat bashful under her gaze, Liu Kang touched his face and inquired, "Is something the matter, boss?" The matchmaker was bewildered, for typically, a lord would be at least level 10, while Liu Kang was merely at level 8. Even with exceptional equipment and skills, he should not have been able to defeat a lord. However, the prior system announcement had indeed confirmed his achievement. The native inhabitants of Silvermoon Village could not comprehend this at all. It dawned on Liu Kang why the matchmaker scrutinized him so intently. He chuckled. "It was merely good fortune. I happened upon a necromancer during its advancement and, by chance, interrupted it, thus securing the kill." Liu Kang possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that with his current strength, he could not possibly defeat a lord under normal circumstances. To solo a lord, he needed to grow stronger. A necromancer? The matchmaker's expression shifted slightly, her brow furrowing. "Is it from the Pale Church?" Taken aback, Liu Kang asked, "You are familiar with the Pale Church?" The matchmaker exhaled deeply and nodded. "Of course, it is a notoriously infamous cult on the Central Continent, though here it is merely a small faction. In the Great Martial City area, many cultists of the Pale Church roam about. When you reach Great Martial City, you may even encounter them." Pondering her words, Liu Kang nodded thoughtfully. He then retrieved the bone-eroding herb and presented it to the matchmaker. "I have found the bone-eroding herb." Her expression grew complex upon seeing the herb. After a moment of silence, she sighed and accepted the herb, saying, "If possible, I would rather you had not found this." Liu Kang paused, pondering, what is this herb for? The matchmaker glanced at him and replied, "You need not concern yourself with what the old village chief requires it for. Focus on leveling up and enhancing your abilities. We will need your strength when the little demon's lair comes under attack." Seeing her reluctance to elaborate further, Liu Kang nodded in understanding and refrained from asking more questions. The matchmaker smiled. "Your task is complete. Here is your reward." As her words fell, his experience surged significantly, bringing him within a step of level 9. She handed him a blue-hued fruit, resembling an apple in size, glistening and exuding a delightful fragrance. Liu Kang accepted the fruit and examined its information. Green snake fruit, spirit fruit. Upon consumption, it grants an increase of 30 to poison resistance. Liu Kang raised an eyebrow slightly at the attribute he observed. To his surprise, it was enhancement to resistance. Although he had yet to encounter any poisonous creatures, such an increase in resistance was undoubtedly beneficial. He smiled at the shopkeeper and said, "Thank you, boss." Taking a bite, he found the fruit quite delightful, with a sweet and sour flavor. After finishing it in a few bites, Liu Kang noticed his poison resistance had indeed risen by 30. Not bad. After confirming there were no additional tasks, Liu Kang bid farewell to the shopkeeper. He was left with only 2 remaining quests, one involving materials for the warrior mentor and the other seeking the lair of the little demons. Liu Kang inquired with Liu Chong and the others about any sightings of the corrupted tiger, but they had none. Resigned, he decided to search for it himself. Coincidentally, he also needed to locate the little demon's lair, so he would accomplish both simultaneously. He mounted the corrupted wolf and dashed out of the village, intending to head east, as the little demon camp lay in that direction. Riding the corrupted wolf, Liu Kang swiftly surpassed the area of the little demon camp and ventured deeper into the mountains. As he progressed further, the monsters he encountered grew in level. Corrupted monkeys, corrupted mountain lions, and so forth. The monsters ranged from level 7 to 8, then to 9. These were merely ordinary creatures, yielding little of value. Even green items were a rarity. Liu Kang, feeling disenchanted, chose not to collect their drops. Utilizing the speed of the corrupted wolf, he made a wide circle, gathering all the monsters together before sweeping through them in one fell swoop, annihilating them all. After eschewing the loot, Liu Kang finally witnessed the game's authentic drop rates. After defeating around 100 monsters, he only acquired a handful of gray items. What a letdown. Liu Kang realized he seemed rather unlucky. Fortunately, his talents remained intact, allowing him to thrive without relying on luck. After spending several hours battling hundreds of monsters, he nearly explored the entirety of the mountainous region. His level finally ascended to 9. Unfortunately, he still had not encountered the corrupted tiger. Clearly, it was not located east of the village. He had not even caught a glimpse of the little demons. Just as Lu Kong was considering searching elsewhere, Lin Yingying sent him a message. Foster father, I've discovered the area where the corrupted tiger spawns. Lu Kong's eyes brightened. Where? Lin Yingying provided a location, indicating it was to the west of the village. One of our assassins, who has a penchant for treasure hunting, learned an invisibility skill and found the corrupted tiger in the level 8 monster zone to the west of the village. Here's the location. All right, I understand. I'm on my way. The western part of the village, like the eastern, was filled with endless mountains. The location Lin Yingying provided was in a level 8 monster zone, quite distant from the village entrance. It took nearly an hour of running before Lu Kong finally arrived at the designated spot. In a vast expanse of forest, a slender youth crouched behind a tree. Upon spotting Lu Kong, he hurriedly emerged. Foster father, over here. Lu Kong approached, inquiring, are you the player who discovered the enchanted fierce tiger? The young man beamed and nodded enthusiastically. Yes, indeed. I am Jiang Ming, aspiring to become a treasure hunter. While searching for treasure chests, I happened upon the enchanted fierce tiger and immediately recalled what Minister Lin had mentioned, so I reported it. Lu Kong smiled, transferring 1 gold to Jiang Ming. This is a token of gratitude. Jiang Ming was taken aback. He quickly shook his head. No, foster father, you are a source of pride for our Daxiao players. This is merely a small matter, no need for thanks. Jiang Ming hesitated. Coming from an ordinary family, his intent in opening treasure chests was to find valuable items for profit. 1 gold equated to 10,000. He felt tempted yet embarrassed to accept it, believing he had done little more than casually report a location. Chapter 85, Powerful Counterattack Skills. Just take it. Lu Kong insisted, noticing Jiang Ming's reluctance. Raising an eyebrow, he added, you may consider it a gesture of friendship. You deserve to keep this gold. Feeling that he ought to recognize the assistance he received, Lu Kong felt a sense of obligation. Seeing Lu Kong's insistence, Jiang Ming reluctantly agreed to the transaction. Lu Kong then sent a friend request to Jiang Ming, having previously disabled the option for others to request him. After adding Jiang Ming as a friend, Lu Kong smiled. All right, you may carry on with your own endeavors. I shall proceed now. Jiang Ming nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, foster father. Farewell. Lu Kong acknowledged with a nod and mounted his enchanted wolf, entering the realm of the enchanted fierce tiger. He marveled internally at his foster father's kindness and strength, noting the impressive gear he possessed. Determined to strive harder, he aimed to emulate his foster father and become a remarkable player himself. As Lu Kong ventured deeper into the forest, he encountered numerous enchanted fierce tigers, their levels progressively ascending. In the innermost region of the forest, he discovered a colossal tree, large enough for a dozen individuals to encircle. Its canopy loomed like a dome, casting shadows over the ground. Beneath the tree's expanse lay a massive tiger, nearly 10 meters in length, its sleek black form resting. Lu Kong raised an eyebrow and cast a detection spell. Enchanted Fierce Tiger King, Boss, Level, 10 Health, 12,000 Attack, 130 Description, the Sovereign of the Enchanted Fierce Tigers, Ruler of the Forest. Lu Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the creature he sought. He accessed the drop list and was astonished to find a legendary purple item listed first, a mid-level skill stone. Without hesitation, he made his selection. The second item was a quest item. Enchanted Fierce Tiger Vertebra. Unique. An exceptional forging material. Drop rate, 100. Perhaps due to Lu Kong being assigned a task, the drop rate for this item is guaranteed. Following that, there are merely some standard exquisite items. Given that all items are at level 10, Lu Kong contemplated and selected a level 10 chainmail belt. Should there be no superior equipment available at level 10, he would utilize this belt. King Tiger Belt, Exquisite. Chainmail, Defense 233, Strength 9, Endurance 10, Required Level 10. Once the drop was finalized, Lu Kong charged toward the corrupted King Tiger. The beast was slumbering, unsuspecting of the impending assault. Before it could rise, Lu Kong's blazing greatsword swung in a flurry, executing a 4-hit combo. Normal attack, 450. Critical strike, 1822. Savage blow, 998. Sweep, 1021. Given the higher level of the corrupted King Tiger, aside from the critical hit from the savage blow, the other 3 strikes did not achieve criticals. Nevertheless, the inflicted damage still exceeded 4,000. This was a level 10 boss, and merely at the onset of the battle, he had already diminished a third of its health. Such explosive power was formidable. Upon sustaining such immense damage, the corrupted King Tiger let out a wretched cry. It sprang to its feet, its massive form towering over 2 meters, even surpassing Lu Kong in height. Its colossal claws shimmered with a hint of dark magic as they swiped toward Liu Kang. He raised his great sword in defense. Clang! The force of the impact caused Liu Kang to stagger back 2 steps. Damage floated above his head. 57. Liu Kang arched an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his current endurance attribute had surpassed 400 points in battle, coupled with the defensive properties of the chainmail and the damage mitigation effects. Additionally, with the shield block reducing damage, even a level 10 boss inflicted minimal harm upon him. As he endured the assault, the crystalline shield stacked an additional layer. Consequently, the damage he would incur next would be further reduced by 10 points. If this continued, with 6 layers of the crystalline shield stacked, as long as Liu Kang could block attacks, even the level 10 corrupted King Tiger would fail to inflict any damage upon him. It is noteworthy that this creature was of a higher level than Liu Kang. The fact that it could not breach his defenses speaks volumes about the strength of his current protective capabilities. Liu Kang could withstand the onslaught of the corrupted King Tiger and eliminate it with sheer force. He maneuvered his great sword, deftly evading the beast's claw attacks while retaliating. The sword struck the corrupted King Tiger repeatedly, high damage numbers emerging each time as its health plummeted at an alarming rate. When the tiger's health dipped below 50, it unleashed a furious roar. The sound waves reverberated and collided heavily against Liu Kang. 9. Observing this damage, Liu Kang could not help but chuckle. Even its skills could only inflict such meager damage. One could only wonder what the corrupted King Tiger would feel if it possessed intelligence. Alas, despite being a boss, the creature was simply too low in level, driven solely by instinct rather than intellect. It continued to roar in fury, yearning to launch an assault on Liu Kang. Before long, as Liu Kang unleashed his attacks repeatedly, its health plummeted below 10. Unfortunately, before it could utilize even a single skill at this meager health, it let out a dreadful cry and collapsed. The enormous carcass on the ground emitted 3 luminous orbs, 2 blue and 1 purple. Liu Kang felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the first time he had faced a boss-level creature and witnessed a legendary drop. He utilized the intermediate skill stone, and as he had surmised, upon reaching level 9 of battle intent, he required a higher grade skill stone for further enhancement. Although many skills could still be improved with intermediate skill stones, there were several that could also be upgraded with basic stones, which Liu Kang was reluctant to waste. Only the skills of Sweeping Strike and Greatsword Mastery required intermediate skill stones for their enhancement. After contemplation, Liu Kang decided to invest the intermediate skill stone in Greatsword Mastery. The level of Greatsword Mastery rose to 5, increasing the damage dealt with greatswords by 50%. Liu Kang's damage thus experienced another increase. He also collected the quest item that had dropped. Upon arriving at the tavern, Liu Kang swiftly located the drunken warrior Minter, Battle Axe, seated in a corner. Minter, I have arrived. Battle Axe looked up, the scar that traversed his face still ghastly. He burped, it's you, lad. You completed the task quicker than I anticipated. But then again, if you can slay a lord, taking down a boss should be a walk in the park. It's a pity there are no lord-level demonic tigers near Silver Moon Village. Otherwise, I would have sent you to procure that material for me. Battle Axe rambled on, leaving Liu Kang with a sense of exasperation. Indeed, if he were to confront a lord-level demonic tiger, it would be akin to inviting his own demise. He was far from ready to tackle a lord-level foe. His previous victory had been entirely unexpected. Liu Kang chuckled awkwardly and spoke, Minter Battle Axe. Here is the spine of the demonic tiger. Please take a look. He presented the bloodied white spine before Battle Axe, who nodded in acknowledgement. No problem. You've completed the task. As he finished speaking, the quest for the weapon material was deemed complete, and Liu Kang's experience surged significantly. Subsequently, Battle Axe produced a skill book and handed it to Liu Kang. Here, this is the skill book I promised you, my unique technique. Liu Kang's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the skill book. Thank you, Minter. He quickly learned the skill and examined its details. Counter, level 1. When taking damage, you can retaliate against the target, inflicting substantial damage. Upon receiving 1,000 points of damage, the maximum damage dealt can reach 500, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill. Liu Kang inhaled sharply, astonished by its power. It truly lived up to its reputation as a unique technique. Chapter 86, The Potential of Races. This was merely level 1, yet it could inflict an impressive 500 damage, which was utterly outrageous. Even legendary skills did not boast such exaggeration. However, the drawback of this skill was apparent. It required the loss of health. The more health lost, the greater the damage inflicted. A life total of 1,000 points is exceedingly rare, even for a level 10 warrior player. It is likely that only a select few can achieve the pinnacle of damage output. Only players like LK Ing, with health nearing 5,000, can truly capitalize on the maximum counterattack burst potential. Upon careful calculation, it becomes evident that for every 200 points of health lost, one can inflict an additional 100 points of damage, which is rather manageable. King suddenly comprehended this concept. This equates to the frequent acquisition of a burst skill yielding 500 points of damage, with a mere 10-second cooldown. Furthermore, the skill possesses remarkable growth potential in the later stages, as players accumulate more health over time. Losing 1,000 points of health will eventually seem trivial. Even ordinary players can achieve a maximum counterattack damage of 500. It is in the later stages that this skill truly shines. However, due to Ng's exceptionally strong attributes, this skill serves as a formidable attack even in the early game. He felt a surge of excitement. With this skill, defeating a boss monster seemed increasingly feasible. He remarked, "Thank you, Mentor. I am quite fond of this skill." Jianfu glanced at Ng and chuckled. "It appears you understand the immense power of this skill. Only those with sufficient health can unleash its full potential. By the way, what is your current health?" Ng smiled. "It's over 4,000, nearing 5,000. His base endurance was already at 100 points, and with his luxurious equipment adding more than 100 to his endurance, along with the enhancements from Battle Intent and Warrior's Heart, reaching 5,000 health was imminent." Jianfu. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback, even sobering up from his previous state. His eyes widened as he stared at Ng. "How much health do you have?" Ng hesitated. "Almost 5,000. Why?" 5,000. Jianfu leaped from his chair, his voice drawing the attention of several patrons and players in the tavern. The locals quickly returned to their conversations, but the players began to whisper amongst themselves upon noticing Ng beside Jianfu. "Isn't that the foster father? What did he say to astonish the warrior mentor so? Something about 5,000? What 5,000? No one knows." A crowd of players speculated. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the unfolding situation. Their gazes towards Ng were akin to that of someone beholding a monstrous sight. "You possess 5,000 health. How did you achieve that?" His voice, though low, trembled with incredulity, clearly taken aback. Jianfu muttered to himself, "Even with a complete set of exquisite gear, it's impossible to have such a health total at this level. No, even a full set of legendary equipment should fall short. A high base endurance is essential. By the way, what is your base endurance?" Upon pondering this question, he turned his attention back to Ng. He then expressed a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, the limit for us humans of UNXing is capped at 100. There is no way to increase it further." Jianfu, his mouth agape. His expression became blank, and his previously fierce demeanor appeared somewhat comical. "What is the matter?" The battle axe swallowed hard, gazing at Lu Kang with an expression akin to reverence. "Your foundational endurance has reached its limits." Lu Kang nodded. "Indeed, is there a problem?" The battle axe affirmed with a nod, then shook his head. No problem at all." His expression contorted as he spoke. "You are simply a monster." After several deep breaths to steady his astonishment, he looked at Lu Kang and slowly remarked, "Now, I finally understand why you were able to slay the Lord." The complexity of his gaze deepened as he continued. "Perhaps you will become a formidable force traversing the cosmos in the future." Lu Kang was taken aback by the battle axe's words, curiosity piquing within him. What does a top-tier powerhouse traversing the cosmos look like? Lu Kang felt a shiver run down his spine as he listened to the battle axe's words. "What on earth? Blowing out stars with your breath? Annihilating galaxies with a wave of your hand? That sounds like a superhuman. Fighting on a neutron star? The gravity there must be unfathomable. 200 billion times that of Earth. Any matter would be crushed into neutrons. To be able to battle in such an environment, even escaping the pull of a black hole. It is no wonder they are referred to as deities. What ordinary beings could achieve such feats? With such power, the entire universe would be unable to confine oneself. And I might actually have the hope of becoming such an existence?" Lu Kang felt slightly dazed. A unique flame ignited within him as he pondered the potential of beings at such a level, a wild ambition taking root. Perhaps he could truly aspire to become such a being, to become such a powerhouse? Noticing the fervor in Lu Kang's eyes, the battle axe chuckled softly. "Lu Kang, while you possess the potential to become such a powerhouse, the odds are not in your favor." Lu Kang was momentarily stunned, incredulity washing over him. "Why do you say that?" The battle axe replied. "You yourself mentioned that your endurance limit is 100 points, correct?" Lu Kang's heart sank as he nodded. "Yes. The system indicates that this is the essence of a Yuan star human." Hearing this, Lu Kang felt an even heavier weight on his heart. Chapter 87. Methods to Enhance Potential. 5,000. Lu Kang's pupils dilated, shock enveloping his expression. He had initially believed that the foundational attribute limits were relatively similar among all races. However, reality delivered a heavy blow. A novice, presumably still below level 10, possessed a foundational attribute limit of 5,000 points. How much more formidable is that compared to an average race? Lu Kang found it hard to fathom. Observing Lu Kang's astonished expression, the battle axe smiled. The universe is far grander than you can imagine. Some races are born amidst stars, growing under the embrace of stellar flares. Others thrive in temperatures plummeting to hundreds of degrees below zero, dancing with ice and snow by nature. Some beings are even formed directly from matter in the vacuum of space, born to exist in the void, with cosmic rays as gentle breezes, and planets merely their sustenance and playthings. As he listened to the battle axe's words, Lu Kang's astonishment deepened. This world was far larger than he had ever imagined. As Lu Kang observed the solemn expression on the face of the battle axe, a grin spread across the latter's features, accentuating the scars that marred his visage. However, there was no need for excessive pessimism. Such aberrant races were but a rare occurrence. The majority of races, like you and I, lead ordinary lives, growing and maturing on a singular planet, with potential disparities being relatively minor. Take, for instance, the 4 races on the novice continent of Orion, the star humans, the half-glittering star stone people, and the Blackwood star tigers. All possess potential akin to that of your fellow star humans. Had the potential gaps been too vast, they would not have been assigned to the same novice realm. The cosmic servers are, in this regard, quite equitable. Upon hearing this, Lu Kang felt a measure of relief. If a creature born and nurtured within the sun were to emerge in their novice continent, what hope would they have? Contemplating this, Lu Kang looked at the battle axe with an air of anticipation and asked, "By the way, Mentor, you mentioned I have hope of becoming a formidable being. Given such significant disparities in potential, where does my hope lie?" The battle axe chuckled lightly. There are myriad ways to enhance racial potential. The simplest, for instance, is to merge the bloodlines of other races, transforming from a mere star human into another race. Thus, your potential ceiling would be elevated accordingly. Lu Kang responded, "But humans have their limits. Does that mean I should forsake my humanity? If possible, I would prefer to remain human. Are there any other methods?" The battle axe replied with a gentle laugh, "Certainly. Another option is to undertake advancement challenge tasks. Each being, upon advancing, will unlock challenge tasks. The difficulty of these tasks can be selected. The higher the difficulty of the completed task, the greater the enhancement of your potential ceiling. Moreover, with each subsequent level up, the attributes gained will similarly witness a significant increase, alongside additional rewards." This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Lu Kang's eyes. If he could consistently conquer the highest difficulty challenge tasks, his potential ceiling would gradually ascend. Perhaps there was a chance to catch up to those fearsome, godlike races? Noticing Lu Kang's delight, the battle axe adopted a more serious demeanor, stating, "However, there is something I must convey to you." Taken aback by the battle axe's gravity, Lu Kang inquired, "Mentor, what is it?" Each player is permitted to undertake their challenge tasks only 3 times. Should one fail all 3 attempts, they shall be rendered incapable of further advancement for the rest of their life. Upon hearing this, Lu Kang was momentarily stunned, swiftly grasping the gravity of the situation. If he wished to attain higher potential, he would inevitably have to opt for more challenging advancement tasks. Yet, such high difficulty tasks were evidently not easily surmountable. Failing 3 times would effectively obstruct players from any further attempts. Lu Kang's mood darkened. Despite his present strength, he dared not claim he could certainly conquer high difficulty advancement tasks. He grimaced slightly. This wretched game is exceedingly difficult. To be limited to 3 failures is one thing, but to incur penalties with each failure? How can one truly challenge their limits? The battle axe chuckled. Thus, when advancing, one must be thoroughly prepared and possess self-awareness, selecting the advancement tasks in which you hold the greatest confidence. Lu Kang nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the weight of this advice. Subsequently, he pondered a thought, his expression shifting as he spoke. Are there not those beings of immense power from birth? Do they not also undertake the same advancement tasks as we do? If that is the case, would they not consistently achieve the highest level of progression? The notion of competing with a player boasting 5,000 attributes left him somewhat dazed. The battle axe chuckled. "You need not worry about that. The difficulty of advancement tasks is determined by the race. Naturally, the challenges faced by players of different races vary, and even the content of each player's advancement task is unique." Lu Kang sighed in relief. "I see. That is indeed more acceptable." He resolved that even at the risk of failure, he would choose the highest difficulty for his first attempt. Success would yield greater potential, while failure would provide insight into his shortcomings, granting him a clearer understanding of himself. The battle axe regarded Liu Kang with a serious expression. To be candid, in all my years and encounters with numerous players, I have never seen anyone quite like you among those of around 100 potential. This is why I believe you might have the potential to become a peerless powerhouse. Liu Kang grinned. It seems I must strive to become that formidable force traversing the universe. That would certainly reflect well on your discerning eye, mentor. The battle axe laughed heartily, yet his expression grew serious. The path to becoming such a powerhouse is fraught with challenges. Right now, the first trouble awaits you. If Silver Moon Village were to be destroyed, it would certainly affect you, wouldn't it? Liu Kang nodded, his demeanor turning earnest. Rest assured, mentor, I will do my utmost to protect Silver Moon Village. Let's hope so. After bidding farewell to the battle axe, Liu Kang realized his gaming time for the day was nearly over. He had accomplished quite a bit, having participated in 3 dungeon runs, one of which was the initial exploration of the Silver Moon Tomb. This marked a significant improvement compared to the previous day, where he had failed to complete the demon camp. His equipment had been steadily strengthening, his skill levels had risen, and his overall power had increased remarkably. He hoped to locate the demon nest by tomorrow, as Silver Moon Village had only 5 days of preparation left. Time was of the essence. Liu Kang began to manage his gold, currently possessing nearly 7,000 coins. After some consideration, he decided to sell 5,000 coins for 50 million in cash. He planned to use a portion to settle his debts, with the remainder intended for enjoying life thereafter. As for the leftover gold, Liu Kang intended to retain it within the game. Although he had little need for money now, the future remained uncertain, and it was wise to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Given that this game intertwined with the reality of the entire Yuan Star, money held immense importance for the average player. Wealthy individuals kept a watchful eye on the trading platform. Even as Liu Kang listed 5,000 coins, they were sold out within moments. Consequently, his account swelled by 50 million. Having completed his transactions and confirming there were no pressing matters, Liu Kang exited the game. Chapter 88. The invasion of demonic energy emerges. Reality. In his single apartment, Liu Kang opened his eyes. He sat up and immediately retrieved his phone to check his online banking information. Indeed, over 50 million quietly lay in his account. A smile of excitement spread across Liu Kang's face. This was no dream. The debts would finally be repaid. The pressure that had weighed upon him since he borrowed money had vanished without a trace. Only those who have truly experienced the agony of being in debt can comprehend its profound distress. However, from this moment onward, his life would no longer resemble its former self. Money had become an inconsequential aspect of his existence. Liu Kang hurriedly dialed his mother, Du Shuifei. After a few rings, the call connected, and a somewhat fatigued voice came through. "Hello, son, what's the matter?" Liu Kang paused, frowning as he replied, "Mom, are you still working the night shift? I told you I would earn money to repay the debts." Du Shuifei chuckled lightly. "Of course, I know your capabilities. Earning a few million in the game is impressive, but we must be cautious. What if you can't earn anymore? Don't feel too pressured. If it doesn't work out, at least we can repay part of it, and life will gradually improve." Hearing his mother's gentle voice warmed Liu Kang's heart. He then smiled and said, "Mom, you don't need to continue working the night shift. I earned 50 million today." There was a moment of silence on the other end. Du Shuifei seemed momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, her astonished voice broke through. "How much?" 50 million. I earned 50 million in just one day, and there will be more to come. We no longer need to worry about money." Liu Kang could distinctly sense the heavy breathing from the other side. A radiant smile graced his lips. After enduring so much pressure for so long, his mother could finally release her burdens. Du Shuifei's voice trembled slightly. "Son, are you serious?" "Liu Kang nodded. Absolutely. I will transfer 30 million to you shortly. After you pay off the debts, you can keep the remainder for yourself." "Huh? No, that is too much. I want to be able to spend all that. You should save it well. Once the debts are settled, we should consider your lifelong matters." Upon hearing this, Liu Kang thought to himself that there were even company executives in the game who referred to him as their son-in-law. The number of women eager to warm his bed was incalculable. However, he decided against voicing this thought, realizing that if he did, his mother's personality might prompt her to start matchmaking him the very next day. Liu Kang replied with a smile, "I still have 20 million here, and I wouldn't need much for myself. Before our family fell into financial straits, didn't you also enjoy spending money? You've worked hard these years. Take some time to pamper yourself, practice yoga, and as for traveling, let us hold off on that for now. With the potential for monster appearances from a game outside, it may not be safe." Suddenly, Liu Kang paused as he heard a faint sob on the other end of the line. He remained silent for a moment before saying with a smile, "Mom, You're not crying out of emotion, are you? The sobbing from across the room abruptly ceased. How could this be? Am I the sort of person who cries? I can't even recall the last time I shed tears. Lu Kong mused to himself, reflecting on the time when his father passed away and he had hidden himself away in his room, overwhelmed with sorrow. He had believed he was unheard, in truth. He'd been just outside the door. However, he refrained from mentioning this to his mother, wishing to spare her feelings. With a smile, Lu Kong remarked, I thought you were crying. If that's the case, you can hold on to the money. He continued, all right, I'll save it for you. There's no need for that. It's only the second day, and I've already earned 50 million. Tomorrow, I'll earn even more. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, what exactly have you been doing in the game? How are you making such a fortune? Du Xuefei's voice was tinged with surprise. Lu Kong paused in silence before responding with a chuckle. Well, that's something you need not concern yourself with for now. The information in the game is, for the time being, confidential. If he were to disclose his identity to his mother, who could say if that would be interpreted as relinquishing his privacy agreement? If it were perceived as such, it would be all too easy for others to locate him thereafter. Upon hearing Lu Kong's words, Du Xuefei fell silent for a moment before replying, very well, it seems the world will change in the future. Your success in the game is indeed a good thing. Yes, Mom, please don't share anything about my game with others. Rest assured, after all these years of ups and downs, I know better than to discuss such matters with anyone. That's good to hear. I'll transfer the money to you now, and you can start repaying your debts. At this point, Lu Kong paused briefly before adding, by the way, once you've settled your debts, how about coming to Shanghai City to live with me? No one knows how the monsters in the game might manifest, and if you come, I can protect you. This suggestion rendered Du Xuefei momentarily silent. After contemplating, she replied with a smile, well then, once I've repaid my debts, I'll come to Shanghai City to take a look. Whether I stay or not can be decided later. Sounds good, Lu Kong responded with a smile. His recent experiences in the game had made it clear that the future reality would become increasingly perilous. He felt uneasy about leaving his mother to live alone. What if she encountered a monster? What would he do then? Furthermore, due to the need to maintain his anonymity, many actions were inconvenient for him. However, Du Xuefei did not share such concerns. She could act on Lu Kong's behalf. For instance, if Lu Kong wished to rent a better property but could not register under his own name, he could easily do so under Du Xuefei's name. With his current financial resources, he could even purchase a property. Although housing prices in Shanghai were exorbitant, with prime areas costing upwards of 300,000 to 400,000 per square meter, Lu Kong's earning potential meant he could amass enough wealth within days to acquire a luxurious estate worth billions. This matter could be contemplated further once his mother arrived. After concluding the phone call, Lu Kong promptly transferred the funds to Du Xuefei. Subsequently, he ordered breakfast delivery and began browsing his phone. Naturally, Lu Kong was most interested in player information. Upon entering the Cosmic Game forum, he started perusing the official posts. One pinned post quickly captured his attention. Demonic energy invasion occurs, resulting in 3 deaths and 3 injuries. The demonic energy invasion had emerged. He quickly opened the post. Inside was a brief news article. At precisely 3:40 in the early morning, a dark magical aura emerged in the suburbs of Unta City, Donglin Province. Eyewitnesses reported that a demon emerged from the ominous mist, resulting in a tragic incident that claimed the lives of 3 civilians and left 3 others injured. The demon was subsequently dealt with by members of the Player Management Bureau who arrived on the scene. A reminder was issued urging all civilians to promptly notify the Player Management Bureau in the event of a magical incursion. The news article was accompanied by photos and a short video. Due to the dim lighting and the occurrence being in the suburbs, the visuals were somewhat unclear, yet they were still discernible. The photograph depicted a short, grotesque figure cloaked in darkness. This creature was none other than a familiar little demon. Moreover, it was a little demon warrior. Lu Kong was somewhat astonished. He had not expected the initial magical incursion to involve an elite monster. The little demon in the photograph was situated outside a dilapidated building, surrounded by several equipped players. Clearly, this was the situation following the arrival of the Player Management Bureau. The damaged building next to the little demon was likely the site of the incident. Lu Kong proceeded to click on the video. In the footage, players, in coordination with law enforcement officers, utilized firearms and teamwork to eliminate the little demon. He noticed that the demon's defenses appeared formidable. The handgun inflicted minimal damage, merely superficial wounds. Ultimately, it was through the players diverting the little demon's attention, followed by a precise sniper shot that resulted in a fatal headshot, that the creature was dispatched. Lu Kong also observed that perhaps due to the little demon's transition into reality, it did not behave as it did in the game. The little demon lacked a health bar. Upon being shot in the head, it simply perished without any indication of a diminishing health status. Perhaps this little demon retained some data, but was influenced by the rules of reality, thus differing from its game counterpart. Of course, it was also possible that the sniper's damage was exceptionally high, resulting in an instantaneous kill, with the health bar not being visible in the video. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one see the health bar. Liu Kang's mind was awash with thoughts. Just then, he heard a roar outside his window. His expression changed, and he swiftly approached the window to peer outside. Chapter 89. Transformation of the Monsters. Liu Kang resided in the suburbs of Xianhai City, where his apartment overlooked a large square. Surrounding the square were various establishments, including shopping malls, hospitals, and schools, constituting a lively community. At that moment, a massive black dog, towering at approximately 1 meter 30 to 40, emerged in the square, emanating dark energy. Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson as it charged toward a woman. The woman, pale and terrified, was unable to even stand firm in the face of such a ferocious beast. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, her screams capable of shattering glass. Witnessing this scene, Liu Kang's expression shifted dramatically, and he felt an overwhelming urge to leap from the window to rescue her. Although he was on a floor more than 10 meters high, Liu Kang's attributes had now elevated him to a level akin to that of a small superhero. Considering the equipment enhancements, his stamina had surpassed 200 points, and a height of 10 meters would pose no challenge for either land or air. Not only could he manage such a leap, but even a moderately skilled warrior would easily descend from that height. However, he was still a considerable distance from the square, leaving him uncertain if he could rescue the individual in peril. At that moment, a heavily armored man suddenly approached at an astonishing speed, colliding forcefully with the black dog. The creature staggered a few steps before coming to a halt. This maneuver was familiar to him. It was the warrior's charge. He exhaled in relief, retracting his hand from the window ledge. The man's gear appeared rather ordinary, a blend of white and gray hues. In truth, aside from Silver Moon Village where he resided, players in other novice villages faced dire circumstances. Each day, he would harvest a significant amount of green equipment, and even a fortunate ordinary player could secure a piece or two. Moreover, he had unlocked 2 dungeons, while the Silver Moon Tomb might be too elevated. The Lesser Demon Camp was now accessible to numerous players who could farm lesser creatures. The drop rate for elite lesser demons was decent, with white items guaranteed, and, under fortunate circumstances, green equipment potentially available. Other novice villages did not enjoy such privileges. Their players predominantly donned a mix of gray and white items. Only elite teams had the chance to target bosses, and perhaps, through sheer luck, acquire a green item. Yet, such occurrences were rare. The warrior before him was merely an average player. Fortunately, the black dog was not particularly formidable. Otherwise, the charge would not have caused it to falter. He cast a detection spell, and to his surprise, data appeared. Corrupted Pet Dog, Apprentice Level 2. Originally an ordinary pet dog, it has been completely transformed into a monster due to corruption by magical energies. This information astonished him. There were no levels, health, or attack statistics, only a brief description. What caught his attention was that this corrupted pet dog was classified as Apprentice Level 2. This differed from the levels of players and wild monsters within the game. He speculated that the internal data of the Cosmic MMORPG was a result of the immense power of the Cosmic server. The game world functioned as an independent realm, governed by rules that diverged from those of the real universe. The monsters resulting from the magical invasion fell within the parameters of reality's rules. Thus, there were no detailed classifications of levels, health, or attack, only a simple tier. He pondered whether this Apprentice Level 2 was essentially equivalent to a standard Level 2 monster, merely lacking health and attack stats, hence not fully adhering to game data. In the game, targeting areas like the head or heart would yield critical hits, although they would not be fatal. In contrast, in reality, strikes to the head or heart could indeed prove lethal if defenses were breached. As he contemplated these thoughts, he observed the ongoing battle in the square. The warrior player, though clearly lacking in combat finesse, had nonetheless undergone the trials of battling monsters, despite his initial clumsiness, during which he was momentarily driven back by a corrupted pet dog. He soon regained his composure. Utilizing his physical strength and the advantage of wielding a weapon, he seized the initiative. A jet of dark crimson blood gushed forth as the corrupted pet dog let out a wail and collapsed. From its lifeless body, tendrils of black mist began to dissipate. No items were dropped. Liu Kang gazed contemplatively at the carcass of the corrupted pet dog. It appeared that the invasion of dark energy was indeed different from the game. The monsters lacked specific data and did not yield any loot. Liu Kang, having instinctively attempted to check for drops, realized there was no drop list available. This situation confirmed his suspicion that the absence of loot was indicative of no items being dropped. In the square, a throng of bystanders erupted in cheers, rushing forward to converse with the victorious player. The male player wore a broad smile, his expression reflecting a sense of joy and self-satisfaction. This reaction was entirely understandable. Any ordinary individual suddenly endowed with extraordinary power, coupled with the adulation of the crowd, would likely feel a swell of pride. Liu Kang observed several attractive women exchanging contact information with the male player, who welcomed each connection without hesitation. A thought struck Liu Kang. If his identity were to be revealed, would he be besieged by a horde of formidable female players, rendering him unable to escape? The mere possibility sent a shiver down his spine. After a while, a group of officials clad in black uniforms arrived. Liu Kang recognized the attire as that of the Player Management Bureau. The officials engaged in conversation with the victorious player, yet the specifics eluded Liu Kang's ears. Despite the enhancements to his attributes and improved hearing, the distance rendered his efforts futile. Following their discussion, the representatives of the Player Management Bureau departed with the corpse of the corrupted pet dog, ensuring that even the blood was meticulously cleaned up. Liu Kang surmised that the blood of the corrupted creatures might also harbor dark energy, and that contact with it could be detrimental to ordinary individuals. As the officials left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Liu Kang noted that the male player had stowed his equipment, accompanied by two attractive women as they exited together. Witnessing a dark energy invasion firsthand provided Liu Kang with newfound insight into such occurrences. This was merely the beginning. Should a significant influx of dark energy occur, resulting in the transformation of numerous pets, it would likely lead to the emergence of many more corrupted creatures. Not to mention the potential appearance of elite monsters spawned from the dark energy. Liu Kang pondered whether dark energy could directly invade human bodies, fearing the possibility of humanity being corroded and transformed. The thought sent another chill through him. He hoped such a fate could be avoided. Shaking his head to dispel the unsettling thoughts, he retrieved his phone to continue browsing the official posts of the Cosmic online game. Apart from the pinned post regarding the dark energy invasion, several other posts discussed players who had transgressed the law after gaining newfound powers. Certain players, emboldened by their heightened agility, infiltrate the homes of others to commit theft, predominantly among the ranks of assassins. Additionally, some have resorted to zero-cost purchases, targeting luxury boutiques and goldsmiths. To Liu Kang's astonishment, a group of approximately 10 players even banded together to rob a bank. Liu Kang was utterly taken aback. What surprised him further was that 3 of these players managed to escape and are now wanted by the authorities. It is certain that the Player Management Bureau will not let them slip away. The official stance on law-breaking players is one of severe retribution, with no leniency afforded. Whether through zero-cost purchases or burglary, they face the prospect of a life sentence. The cells designed for detaining players are far from ordinary. They are specifically tailored for gaming offenders, overseen by the elite players of the Xianyao army. This faction represents the pinnacle of talent within the Great Xia. Notably, Wang Bing and his comrades have generously distributed their eliminated green gear to allied players. One can only imagine the formidable strength of the Xianyao army now. Under their watch, escape seems virtually impossible for life. However, it is rumored that exceptional behavior could lead to sentence reductions or even release. Liu Kang finds himself in disbelief. What are these players thinking? Do they truly believe that with a modicum of power, they can oppose the entirety of Great Xia? After standing at the pinnacle of the world for so many years, how could they possibly be deemed easy to confront?